I had thought I awakened a worthless sequence not even comparable to a life profession. The testing energy was so weak it became a laughingstock. Until the school bully provoked me, and my unconscious curse actually caused him to have a car accident. Facing the vicious fugitive, I focused my mind and spoke again, and he truly slipped and fell to his death. It was then I realized that my sequence ability was the SSS-ranked reality manipulation through words. As long as the conditions are met, my words can become reality. Though the energy fluctuations appear faint. But my power is fundamentally a rules-level, conceptual God. The special agents came knocking, seemingly both skeptical and wary of my abilities. And the sister of that sacrificed law enforcer, her gaze toward me was full of probing and the flames of revenge? I had just received the bounty for eliminating the wanted criminal, barely able to rejoice, when an even more dangerous gaze locked onto me. Chapter 1, Awakening the Unknown Sequence. Blue Star, Dragon Nation, Xizjiang Province, Dingyuan City, Dingyuan No. 2 High School. The vast square was densely packed with standing students. 9 massive pillars formed a ring, inscribed with intricate and mystical runes. In the very center stood a tower shimmering with a dark violet glow. Su Feng's eyes were filled with a hopeful gaze as he looked toward the awakening platform. This was his only chance. If he could awaken a combat-type profession ranked within the top 18 sequences, he could raise enough money to treat his sister's illness and even venture into the interdimensional spaces to search for his missing parents. Over the past few years, the cost of daily necessities for Su Feng and his sister, along with the medicinal herbs he consumed, had long depleted the savings left behind by their parents. If this awakening sequence doesn't go as hoped, I'm afraid the only option left would be to sell the house to raise funds for my sister's treatment. There are currently 36 known sequences, consisting of the first 18 combat-oriented sequences and the latter 18 life-oriented sequences. Sequence abilities have no inherent hierarchy, it solely depends on whether the awakened individual can skillfully utilize their own power. However, the first 18 combat sequences are generally more popular, as this is a world fraught with dangers. 300 years ago, the beasts from another dimension descended upon Blue Star, catching humanity off guard. Even humanity's most powerful nuclear weapons proved utterly insufficient against the invading creatures. Their abilities were bizarre and varied, but without exception, all posed a dire threat to human life. Fortunately, countless human pioneers sacrificed their lives to forge a new path, sequence awakening. This granted humanity the power to resist the endless hordes of beasts and establish a foothold. Towering, impregnable walls were erected around every city, completely separating the beasts from ordinary civilians, allowing civilization to endure. Generally speaking, those capable of awakening a sequence are already considered pillars of society, with numerous companies vying to recruit them in advance. Even those with the lowest tier sequences among the latter 18 professions earn no less than 200,000 credits annually. Those who awaken combat sequences among the top 18 professions enjoy even more generous benefits, with an annual salary of 1,000,000 credits being just the starting point. Su Feng must awaken a combat-type profession and secure a top 3 position in the 100 Schools tournament a week later to claim the 1,000,000 credit point reward. Otherwise, his younger sister will face certain death in a month. The doctor has already delivered the verdict: without systematic treatment within a month, his sister will undoubtedly perish. At this thought, Su Feng's gaze grows even more resolute. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice cuts through the air. Well, if it isn't the legendary Su the Great? Since you might not even awaken anyway, how about selling me that awakening starstone for 50,000 credits? Zhang Qinglan said mockingly, surrounded by his lackeys as he addressed Su Feng. A year ago, Zhang Qinglan had already harbored resentment towards Su Feng for consistently outperforming him in overall evaluations. The two had frequent private clashes, with several near-physical altercations. Su Feng turned his head and stared expressionlessly at Zhang Qinglan, uttering 2 words without hesitation: not selling. Leaving aside the fact that an awakening starstone was worth 200,000 credits on the market, Su Feng needed it to obtain his profession, there was absolutely no reason to sell. Look at your pathetic self, acting all important. I'm doing you a favor by buying your awakening starstone, it'd just go to waste in your hands. Better to let me absorb its energy. If all else fails, send your sister over to keep me company for a couple of days. Maybe I'll be generous enough to pay for her treatment? Zhang Qinglan sneered, licking his lips as a fleeting lecherous glint flashed in his eyes. Su Feng clenched his fists before turning to leave, unwilling to engage in further entanglement with Zhang Qinglan. A fleeting glint of murderous intent flashed through his eyes. Don't give me the chance, or I'll definitely kill you. All participating students, please line up orderly according to your pre-assigned teams. The awakening ceremony begins now. At the principal's command, Chen Liuyan, awakening failed. Zhang Qinglan, awakening successful. Belongs to number 17 sequence, Frost Mage. Lin Feng. On the podium, Zhang Haotian looked at the government official sitting beside him who was resting with his eyes closed and spoke respectfully. Sir, do you think my son is qualified to enter the Lingshan secret realm? As he spoke, he discreetly passed an envelope over and added in a low voice, this is my personal donation to the Dingyuan City Education Bureau. The leader narrowed his eyes slightly, imperceptibly deflecting the suggestion. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "This isn't something I can decide. His performance will depend on how he fares in the upcoming 100 schools tournament 7 days from now." Seeing Zhang Haotian about to say more, the vice principal tugged at his sleeve and gave him a meaningful look, which immediately silenced him. Meanwhile, Su Feng, please come to the stage for your awakening. Su Feng tightened his grip on the awakening stone upon hearing these words, his body trembling faintly in a barely noticeable way. Amitabha Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva bless me, grant me the awakening of a powerful class. He steadily walked up to the awakening platform and, following the instructions, placed the awakening starstone into the slot on the stone pillar. In an instant, the 9 pillars engraved with runes lit up one after another, releasing beams of light that shot straight into the sky, dazzling with a kaleidoscope of colors. Please relax your body and mind, free from all distractions. Su Feng followed the instructions and performed the movements, as a golden light showered his body. He only felt a tingling warmth all over, like a newborn baby bathed in the first rays of sunlight. Su Feng, awakening successful, belongs to an undiscovered sequence, please name it yourself. The moment the voice faded, the entire venue fell silent at first, then erupted into an uproar in an instant. One person among them was particularly shocked. Zhang Qinglan stared at the scene before him, utterly unable to accept reality. Absolutely impossible. How could that trash Su Feng possibly awaken an unknown sequence? He feared Su Feng had awakened a sequence far stronger than his own, one that could effortlessly crush him. But he quickly regained his composure with the reassurance of those around him. Given the known sequence ratios, there was a 50% chance that Su Feng's awakened sequence would lean toward a more lifestyle-oriented ability. Moreover, is being in the combat sequence necessarily stronger than him? At this thought, he immediately felt relieved. On the stage, the government official who had been sitting calmly and drinking tea suddenly stood up with a thud. He braced his hands on the aluminum table, staring at Su Feng in shock. Bring the energy storage crystal ball. Let this child, no, I'll go see him myself. According to past patterns, combat class professions typically unleash far greater energy in their early stages compared to life-oriented professions, so the higher the initial energy outburst during the profession sequence, the more promising a candidate is considered to be in the early phases. The energy storage crystal orb was created precisely in response to this phenomenon. Hello young friend, I'm Chen Yanian. Would you kindly focus your energy and release it at full power towards this crystal sphere? A middle-aged man in a suit with slick back hair approached Su Feng and spoke amiably, followed by numerous school administrators. Su Feng agreed without hesitation. Hey! He first closed his eyes in meditation, then suddenly opened them, his right hand directly touching the energy storage crystal sphere. Chapter 2, Sudden Crisis. The people around, afraid of disturbing Su Feng, fell completely silent. The entire scene was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, with only Su Feng's heavy breathing from overexertion remaining audible. After a long while, the energy storage crystal ball barely flickered with a faint glow. Chen Yanian furrowed his brows. That's not right. Try again. Focus your mind and energy. After a while, Su Feng repeated the energy-releasing action, but the energy storage crystal sphere remained only slightly brighter. Alas, I thought this boy had awakened some remarkable sequence, but it seems he's likely obtained a livelihood-oriented sequence profession. That's hilarious. The energy burst here falls far short of even a civilian profession. Total waste, all that excitement for nothing. The school official nearby couldn't help but shake their head, unable to conceal their disappointment. The disappointment in Chen Yanyan's eyes was palpable. Student, tomorrow specialists will come to the school to conduct ability tests for you. If you cooperate fully with the testing, you'll receive a reward of 100,000 credit points. With that, he turned to leave, but added one more remark. Life-oriented sequences aren't inferior to combat sequences, true gold will always shine. Su Feng stood frozen in place, utterly crestfallen. Damn near scared me to death, thought you'd awaken some badass sequence. Turns out it's a trash class worse than even a life sequence, ha ha ha. A loser will always be a loser, don't even dream of turning your life around. Zhang Qinglan, followed by several lackeys, sneered while pressing his index finger against Su Feng's forehead. As Zhang Qinglan turned to leave, he paused mid-step as if struck by a sudden thought. Raising an eyebrow, he callously added despite Su Feng's darkening expression, of course, if you send your little sister over to keep me company for a few days now, I might reluctantly consider treating her. You've got one last day to decide. With that, Zhang Qinglan turned and left, leaving Su Feng standing there with bloodshot eyes, not uttering a word. Watching the constant stream of cars speeding past the school gate not far away, Su Feng muttered to himself, driving so fast, how come none of them ever get hit and sent flying? As soon as the words left his mouth, he experienced a peculiar sensation. Unconsciously releasing energy, he formed a sigil gesture with his hands, causing an eerie green glow to materialize around him. Beep beep beep, beep. An overweight speeding truck frantically honked its horn, seemingly trying to warn Zhang Qinglan and the others ahead to dodge, but they were already petrified with fear, frozen in place. The truck driver tried to slow down but felt the brakes fail, utterly useless. In desperation, he yanked the steering wheel hard to avoid Zhang Qinglan and his group, but it was all in vain. Bang! Several people beside Zhang Qinglan were sent flying dozens of meters by the truck, dying instantly. Only he remained trapped beneath the carriage, his fate unknown. Witnessing this, Su Feng's pupils constricted slightly. He walked out of the school gates as if nothing had happened and headed home. At the heart of the street lay a garden, surrounded by aging residential buildings. Thud, thud, thud. The rusty old-style security door creaked and groaned, making Su Feng frown. Brother, you're back. Today, we have stir-fried tomatoes and eggs, plus half a pound of chicken breast that Granny Wang next door gave us. Come try my cooking. In his line of sight was Su Liunian, seated in a slightly rusted wheelchair. She looked up at Su Feng with delighted eyes, seemingly waiting for his praise. Ah, my little sister is amazing. Su Feng gently stroked Su Liunian's chin, clearly making her quite content. Before continuing, I awakened to an unknown sequence today, but based on past patterns, it's not particularly strong, not even as useful as sequences related to daily life. The specific sequence class abilities won't be accurately known until tomorrow's testing. I'm afraid. Before he could finish speaking, Su Liunian interrupted him. She licked her slightly dry lips, gestured into the air with her hand, and spoke in a soft, sweet voice. Bro, don't worry too much. Actually, I've saved quite a bit of money. If I'm lucky, maybe there's still time. Hearing this, Su Feng pushed Su Liunian to the dining table, arranged the chopsticks, and looked at Su Liunian with a somewhat suspicious expression. Big brother, believe me, I absolutely haven't done anything illegal or criminal. Yes. After waiting for a long time without receiving an answer, Su Liunian noticed Su Feng's suspicious gaze, stuck out her tongue, and with a flash of mischief in her eyes, explained, it's game streaming. On good days, lots of people tip me. However, her clumsy acting clearly failed to deceive Su Feng. However, Su Feng didn't delve too deeply into it. He believed his younger sister wouldn't do anything detrimental to either of them, and that was enough. Su Feng took a sip of water and paused. Although the sequence profession I awakened isn't particularly strong, it's definitely not as weak as you imagine. I just haven't fully mastered the sequence abilities yet. Don't push yourself too hard, rest when you need to. Su Feng did indeed not deceive Su Liunian in this regard. If it weren't for Zhang Qinglan's suicidal actions, he might never have discovered his own sequence ability. On his way home, Su Feng conducted several experiments. As long as he had energy, whatever he said had the potential to become reality. Based on current observations, the probability of successful realization seemed related to the surrounding environment when speaking. For example, if there's a puddle of water here, and Su Feng predicts that someone will slip here, the prophecy is highly likely to come true. For instance, on a bustling street where several robbers are preparing to commit a robbery, if Su Feng says who will get robbed, there's a high probability that the robbers will target the exact person Su Feng named. Consequently, Su Feng speculated that his sequence ability might be word becomes reality, and he gave the sequence a fitting name, Sequence 0, the Prophet. However, the issue lies in the fact that Su Feng's sequence ability requires meeting certain conditions before it can be successfully activated. If utilized effectively, this ability can unleash unimaginable power in many situations. Su Feng shook his head, no longer dwelling on those trivial thoughts. Eat more, you're at the age of growing. He shredded the chicken breast with chopsticks and placed it into Su Liunian's bowl, then felt it wasn't enough and added several greens to her bowl as well. Su Liunian's mouth was instantly stuffed full with the vegetables. The two quickly finished dinner and were now sitting on the couch watching TV. Breaking news from the city. According to relevant authorities, Zhao Qiangxing, a Class B fugitive on the Security Bureau's wanted list, has fled to our city to commit crimes. At the same time, there was a knock at the door. Thud, thud, thud. Who is it? Coming. Su Feng hurried to his front door and peered through the peephole at the outside. Downstairs, Uncle He was knocking on Grandma Wang's door across the hall. After exchanging a few quiet words with Grandma Wang, she opened the door to let him in. Suddenly, Su Feng's gaze sharpened. He spotted the energy knife in Uncle He's other hand, poised to stab Grandma Wang. Look out! Su Feng couldn't stop himself from shouting, but Grandma Wang had no time to shut the door. She could only grapple with Uncle He barehanded. Su Feng peered through the peephole and saw a puddle of water on the floor, along with a banana peel left by some inconsiderate jerk. Seeing the imminent danger, he didn't even bother to open the inner wooden door and immediately activated his sequence ability. Make Uncle He slip and fall to his death, Su Feng silently recited in his mind. Then, focusing intently, he brought his hands together in an odd gesture, pointing his index finger toward Uncle He outside the door to activate his sequence ability. Chapter 3: The Heaven-Stealing Organization. After a long while, that mysterious sensation still hadn't materialized. Grandma Wang was already covered in wounds and couldn't hold on much longer. Su Feng felt an overwhelming urge to grab the kitchen knife from home and fight Uncle He to the death, but reason ultimately prevailed over emotion. If he charged at Uncle He with a kitchen knife, it would likely be a suicide mission. The energy blade in his hand wasn't just for show. Su Feng stopped peering through the peephole and forced himself to calm down. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he murmured to himself, could it really be? Su Feng didn't bother explaining to his sister. With lightning speed, he flung open the inner wooden door. He saw Grandma Wang's blood already staining her collar crimson. Su Feng focused his energy once more, activating his sequence ability against the uncle he before him. Uncle he slipped and fell to his death, Su Feng silently repeated in his mind. This time, after forming a specific hand gesture with both hands, that indescribable sensation returned, and his arms once again emitted a faint green glow. Su Feng braced himself against the doorframe, overcome by a wave of dizziness. But he paid it no mind, knowing this was a sign his ability had activated successfully. In that instant, just as he pushed Grandma Wang to the ground and prepared to finish her off, his left foot seemed to be disrupted by some inexplicable force. He stumbled and stepped on a banana peel. Thud! He actually slipped and tumbled down the stairs. About 15 minutes later. Beep beep beep. The shrill, urgent sound of an ambulance wailed. Grandma Wang, critically injured and unconscious, was carried onto the ambulance and rushed to the hospital. 2 individuals clad in specialized energy protective suits arrived at the scene, followed by several law enforcement officers cleaning up the area. The young, sharp-looking woman with short hair fixed an appraising gaze on Su Feng and spoke first. "Alright, what happened?" She then picked up a pen, ready to begin taking notes. Though Su Feng disliked that scrutinizing gaze, he answered, "I was eating when I opened the door and saw the killer." A moment later. What? You say you only awakened your abilities today, and then at night you were able to activate your sequence power to make him fall? The young woman's voice was filled with disbelief, so much so that she didn't even notice her pen had fallen to the floor. She scanned Su Feng up and down, noticing he was still wearing his Dingyuan No. 2 high school uniform. Then she sternly addressed him, "Do you know you could face legal consequences for making false statements? Don't assume everyone here is stupid. What exactly happened?" Su Feng spread his hands, his eyes narrowing suspiciously at her. "Officer, why would I lie to you? What's in it for me? Are you seriously going to seek justice for someone like this? I seriously question your professionalism. Besides, you'd better get this straight, I'm a victim too, not some criminal you're interrogating. Please adjust your attitude. This is..." The young woman persisted relentlessly. The middle-aged officer beside her frowned. "Cindy, stop. Uncle Wang, but this is clearly impossible. Someone still in high school. Enough. Leave the rest to me." The man called Uncle Wang snapped sharply. Lu Xinyi finally pouted, bent down to pick up the pen and notebook from the floor, shoved them both into the middle-aged man's hands, and turned to leave. Wang Shangli's voice brimmed with apology. "I apologize for her behavior, classmate." Seeing Su Feng's face still set in a frown, Wang Shangli explained, "The man who fell to his death was Zhao Qiangxing, a Class B fugitive responsible for a series of murders. He had awakened the 23rd sequence. The imposter and his sequence had reached the 2nd stage. Normally, 2nd stage awakened individuals not only possess specialized occupational abilities but also experience significant physical enhancement. That's why Lu Xinyi expressed some doubt about your claim earlier. After all, you're only a newly awakened individual, barely qualifying as a 1st stage awakened. Of course, the most critical point is our suspicion that he is a member of the Heaven Stealing Organization." Hearing this, Su Feng's gaze sharpened. He knew from news reports that members of the Heaven Thief Organization were ruthless awakened individuals who held grudges to the extreme. Seeing Su Feng's reaction, Wang Shangli continued, "Lu Xinyi's own brother was killed by the Heaven Thieves. That's why she won't let any lead slip through her fingers." Su Feng's expression finally softened. "I believe Zhao Qiangxing was killed by your sequence ability. Could you elaborate on what your sequence ability entails?" Wang Shangli looked at Su Feng with genuine sincerity. "After all, you should understand we need to document the case details thoroughly." Su Feng replied, "Sorry, I don't know the specifics of my sequence ability yet. I'll only find out after testing at school tomorrow." Before Wang Shangli could speak, Su Feng made a request. "I hope you can keep the matter of me using my sequence ability to kill Zhao Qiangxing confidential. I'm worried his accomplices might retaliate against me." In truth, his concerns extended beyond Zhao Qiangxing's organization, Dao Tian. He also feared potential threats from Zhang Qinglan's side. After all, no one could predict what kind of people might lurk within the security bureau. Wang Shangli nodded in agreement, then patted Su Feng on the shoulder. "I'll keep it confidential for you. But you needn't worry so much. They're just rats hiding in the sewers of Dingyuan City." Su Feng couldn't argue with that. Better safe than sorry, right? Reporting Zhao Qiangxing's whereabouts earns 50,000 credit points. Eliminating him nets 500,000 credit points. Both missions are confidential. Wang Shangli ignored Su Feng's counter-question and continued. In an instant, Su Feng spoke with palpable excitement. "When will the 500,000 credit points be credited?" With that 500,000 credit reward, his sister's treatment through the system would be practically guaranteed. Seeing this, Wang Shangli narrowed his eyes thoughtfully as he looked at Su Feng. "After the bureau verifies the suspect's identity, the reward will be credited within 24 hours. However, your case is special. We need to wait for your ability test results before we can release it to you." Su Feng nodded, aware that Wang still harbored doubts. Just as Su Feng thought Wang Shangli was about to turn and leave, he heard him speak again. "If you run into any trouble, you can contact me." He handed Su Feng a business card and walked away without looking back. Downstairs, Wang Shangli relayed the gist of Su Feng's conversation to Lu Xinyi. Lu Xinyi asked softly, "Uncle, how could a high schooler who just awakened his abilities possibly kill Zhao Qianxing with his sequence power?" Wang Shangli's expression grew complex. He took a deep drag on the cigarette hanging from his lips, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "I can't confirm if he's telling the truth yet, but I know this much: if you keep digging, you're dead." "Do you really think the heaven thieves are that easy to deal with? So we just let them walk free? My brother died at their hands. I will avenge him." Lu Xinyi's eyes blazed with hatred. "Forget about finding any leads even if you did." Wang Shangli paused, then grabbed Lu Xinyi by the collar and growled furiously, "Could you even beat them? If something happens to you, how would I face your brother and your mother? The Provincial Special Operations Bureau sent the Yinglong squad down specifically to deal with them." Wang Shangli released her collar, gazing at her stubborn gaze with exasperation. "Even if you don't fear danger yourself, think of your mother. If something happens? Think this through carefully." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Lu Xinyi behind. Lu Xinyi's face had been filled with conflict, but remembering her brother's kindness toward her, her resolve quickly hardened. A clue? She had one. Her gaze shifted toward Su Feng's house. Chapter 4, Testing Abilities. Meanwhile, Su Feng picked up Wang Shangli's business card. It was simple, bearing only a phone number and a name. He exhaled in relief, hesitated for a moment, then finally tucked the card away. What if it came in handy later? An extra avenue was always useful. A short while later, after putting his sister to sleep, Su Feng returned to his own room. Recalling the harrowing scene from earlier, Su Feng still felt a chill run down his spine. If his sequence ability had failed to activate, Grandma Wan would have been doomed, and both he and Su Liunian would have been in grave danger. Su Feng reflected inwardly. The difference between the two attempts lay in whether the door was open or closed. He concluded that the second successful activation was most likely due to the absence of the door as a barrier. In other words, as long as he could face the target directly without any particularly thick obstructions between them, and certain conditions were met, the ability should be able to activate successfully. Based on the examples of Zhang Qinglan and Zhao Qianxing, Su Feng's current prophecy ability could fully affect awakened individuals within the first two sequence tiers. He had yet to test his abilities on higher tier awakened individuals, so the success rate remained uncertain. Based on the energy consumed during the recent successful casting, Su Feng estimated that at full strength, he could cast spells twice on each of two awakened individuals who had entered the second stage. For newly awakened individuals like Zhang Qinglan, he could cast spells 4 to 5 times before exhausting his energy. Su Feng speculated that the higher the rank of an awakened, the less susceptible they would be to his spells under identical conditions. For example, when all conditions were met, if Su Feng cast a spell on an awakened being at the third or even fourth stage, intending to make them slip and fall to their death, the result for a third stage awakened might be a broken leg, while a fourth stage awakened might only sprain their ankle. The exact outcome could only be determined during tomorrow's ability test. Su Feng shook his slightly dizzy head and climbed into bed. The next day. Dingyuan 2nd Senior High School, Senior 3 Class 5. 5 p.m., less than 10 minutes before dismissal. Many students had already packed their bags, ready to escape the moment the bell rang. Students, what follows is of utmost importance. Please listen carefully. Since the arrival of the foreign dimension, countless ferocious beasts have assaulted our nation's defenses. Among these, Shanhaiguan and Hango Pass hold the utmost strategic importance. Dressed in a plaid shirt and half-rimmed glasses, the balding middle-aged history teacher stood at the lectern, utterly absorbed in his own discourse, occasionally calling on students to answer questions. Su Feng, based on what I've just explained, which general from the Xia Kingdom do you think could suppress the upcoming fifth beast tide? Su Feng, is Su Feng here? He called out several times without response, growing puzzled. At that moment, Su Feng was sound asleep in the corner by the window at the back row. Only when Gu Xinran tugged his arm did he instinctively stand up. Ignoring the teasing glances around him, Su Feng looked at Gu Xinran beside him. She mouthed something to him and pointed at herself. Me? Su Feng seemed to misunderstand, pointing at himself in confusion. Ha 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 ha. The moment the words left her mouth, the entire class erupted in laughter. The history teacher's face flushed crimson. Unable to contain himself any longer, he barked sternly. Su Feng, move to the back of the classroom. Pay attention to the lesson. It wasn't that Su Feng had a habit of sleeping in class, he'd simply stayed up too late the night before and was still feeling drained. Ding ding ding. The bell had barely rung when a voice sounded outside the classroom door. Su Feng, please come with us. We've prepared the equipment to test your sequence abilities in the gym. Alright, I'll be right there, Su Feng replied, turning back as he packed his backpack. Before long, Su Feng followed the martial arts administration staff out, with Gu Xinran close behind. The rest of the class swarmed out in a rush, all eager to see what kind of ability Su Feng had awakened. The bald teacher felt a surge of frustration directed at someone, though it was unclear who. After all, academic subjects now accounted for less than 10% of the college entrance exam score, with the remaining 90% determined by sequence awakening scores. In the end, he could only sigh. Inside the gymnasium, the senior year dean stood beside the staff, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. Evidently, he didn't believe Su Feng's sequence ability was particularly powerful. His presence here was merely a task assigned by the principal to document the new sequence's abilities and report them to the school's higher-ups. The gymnasium was packed to the rafters. Reporters from multiple television channels arrived with their cameras and equipment to broadcast the unknown sequence ability test live. With content like this guaranteed to boost viewership, how could they possibly miss it? Students nearby murmured among themselves. Isn't Su Feng the one already classified as a life sequence by the Education Bureau's experts? Why bother testing his sequence abilities? What's the point of the results? Exactly. Whatever sequence he awakened must be trash. His energy output is so weak, it's even worse than most life sequences. Seriously, what's the point of testing his abilities? All this pomp and circumstance is just a waste of resources on him. Have any of you even awakened a sequence? Stop barking like dogs here. Gu Xinran, mingling among the crowd, couldn't hold back any longer. She sneered at the group who hadn't even awakened a sequence. Put. If I were him, I'd rather not awaken at all. What a disgrace. Professional data testing equipment was already set up in the center of the venue, laser sensors for measuring speed and reaction time, gauntlets for testing strength, and more. Su Feng approached several professional evaluators and waited for their instructions. Student, just go ahead and test each instrument once. We'll discuss the rest later, said the staff member who had initially led Su Feng to the gymnasium. Su Feng hesitated for a moment before nodding. He began with the speed and strength tests. As the machines activated, Su Feng stepped onto them and followed the instructions. Test results: speed 100 meters in 13 seconds. Punching power 49 kilograms. Next came the reaction time test. Test results: reaction time 0.7 seconds. The staff member standing nearby couldn't help but sigh with regret. Normally, if one awakened a combat class from the first 18 sequences, their physical attributes would at least see some improvement. It was simply impossible for someone like Su Feng to be at a level even below that of an ordinary person. Su Feng placed his hand on the energy crystal sphere once more, straining to channel his energy to the limit. His face flushed crimson. Test result: energy factor 2.2. Seeing this, the staff dispatched by the Martial Arts Bureau were speechless. Even awakened individuals who activated life sequences typically started with an energy factor around 5, while the most elite combat sequence awakened individuals could reach 30. The onlookers nearby, upon seeing Su Feng's test results, erupted in derisive boos. Ha 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 ha. Bro, you were right. Su Feng is wasting resources. All this fuss, and I thought he was something special. Turns out he's just a paper tiger. What a loser. Stop wasting our time. Pack up that equipment so we can play ball. What good is knowing his abilities? He's still useless. Pathetic. After awakening, he's not even as fit as me, someone who hasn't awakened. What a lonely awakening. He actually awakened that once in a millennium trash sequence. What a joke. Even the girl beside Gu Xinran couldn't stand it anymore. Xinran, stop defending Su Feng. Everyone else is right, he really is useless. Hearing this, Gu Xinran ignored her best friend beside her and murmured to herself, I believe you can do it. Chapter 5, the entire venue erupts. The girl in the light blue uniform and black tights, her long hair flowing, spoke expressionlessly to the tester beside her, continue the test. Su Feng stepped forward, intending to address the girl. He knew conventional methods of assessing abilities wouldn't work for him, they couldn't possibly measure his ethereal, elusive prophetic powers. Even adding the 500,000 Wang Shangli offered, his total savings barely reached 700,000 credit points. He was still a full 300,000 credit points short of the money needed for his sister's systematic chemotherapy. For someone who had awakened as a useless sequence, this was an astronomical sum. What Su Feng needed now was to make a stunning breakthrough. He had to make his talent known to more people. Only then would he have a chance to receive better cultivation and access to more resources, enabling him to scrape together the money for his sister's treatment. But the staff beside him blocked his path, refusing to let him through. Their reason? The girl was the daughter of the director of the Dingyuan Martial Arts Bureau. In desperation, Su Feng bellowed, this test won't work. My ability is prophecy. I can profoundly affect all stage 2 awakened individuals. Seeing the girl's attention finally captured, Su Feng continued, just give me the right conditions, and my prophecy ability will activate. The girl waved her hand, dismissing the staff members. Only then was Su Feng able to step before her. On my way home yesterday, Su Feng recounted everything he had experienced the previous day, excluding details about Zhang Qinglan and Zhao Qiangxing, and shared his related speculations with the girl before him. Her brow furrowed slightly. This was the first time she'd heard of such an ability, and she couldn't help but feel skeptical. You mean, as long as certain conditions are met, you can activate your prophecy, and all awakened beings within 2 stages of your own will be affected? Yes, Su Feng replied firmly. Care to make a bet? The stakes are the 100,000 credit points reward, the girl asked with interest. Seeing Su Feng nod without hesitation, she wasted no time. Grabbing the microphone nearby, she announced, Su Feng claims his sequence ability is prophecy, capable of significantly affecting awakened individuals up to the second stage. Frankly, I don't believe it. If he can prove it to me, I'll personally reward him with an additional 100,000 credit points. If he fails, the 100,000 credit points the Martial Arts Bureau gave him will be mine. I hope everyone here will serve as witnesses. The moment the words fell, the venue erupted in an uproar. The TV broadcast cameraman quickly focused the camera on the girl and Su Feng. Not a single person believed in Su Feng. Even Gu Xinran began to doubt him. Alright. Beautiful lady, can I get a V? I'm begging you. What kind of bull are you spouting? Sequential abilities and prophecy? Why not just claim your words become law? Stop joking around. Su Feng's just a clown trying to grab attention. If you really have prophecy powers, I'll eat that microphone right here. What's got you so worked up? If Su Feng can really predict the future, I'll lick the entire gym floor clean. And who'd be dumb enough to turn down 100k credit points? If I were his parents, I'd be furious. We'll be your witnesses. Su Feng, don't be impulsive. Don't forget your sister. Once the crowd had mostly quieted down, Su Feng seized the moment to learn that the girl was indeed a second stage awakened. He walked to the microphone and declared in a deep voice, proving it is simple. All it takes is a banana peel. Su Feng pointed at the girl beside him and declared, I can make her slip on a banana peel. Ignoring the skepticism around him, he stepped in front of the girl, signaling she could begin. Without hesitation, the girl produced a banana peel from somewhere and tossed it into the center of the arena. She walked to the opposite side of Su Feng, then sprinted toward the banana peel, declaring, let me see what you can do. Seeing this, Su Feng activated his sequence ability without hesitation. Instantly, a mysterious sensation washed over him. He instinctively focused his energy on the girl, making peculiar hand gestures. Su Feng felt dizzy and lightheaded. His sequence ability had activated successfully. The girl, however, had memorized the banana's exact location. As she ran, she kept her eyes fixed on it. The moment she stepped over it, she assumed Su Feng was just bragging or teasing her. Just as her guard dropped, she suddenly felt her feet slip. The banana she had just stepped over had somehow ended up firmly stuck to the sole of her shoe. Her speed was too great to stop now. Glancing at the hard wall ahead and the soft Su Feng beside her, she chose Su Feng without hesitation. A wave of fragrance swept over him, leaving Su Feng no time to dodge. Thud! The collision left both of them dizzy and disoriented. In an instant, the entire gymnasium fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The crowd erupted in gasps. Ha! Did I see that wrong? What just happened? He really fell. Holy! Su Feng really awakened his prophecy ability. Sis, stop acting like this. I'm gonna lick the floor. If I didn't know that girl was the granddaughter of that big shot, and that she's already a stage 2 awakener at just 19, I'd swear she was a plant hired by Su Feng. How could this be real? Am I dreaming? Who just called Su Feng's sequence ability trash? Step right out here. You floor licker and mic eater, you're not leaving either. Forget all that. Su Feng is awesome, period. I'll start, Su Feng is awesome. Su Feng is awesome. Su Feng is awesome. Soon, the entire gymnasium echoed with this chant. The volume of the earlier doubts was matched by the intensity of the cheers now. The live broadcast reporters snapped into action, capturing this historic moment on camera. The reporter from Longwentai spoke first. The newly discovered sequence is actually prophecy. An unparalleled ability. Perhaps he will rewrite the history of sequence awakening. Our Xian nation has given birth to a dragon. His voice trembled with fervor. The Chinese language reporter followed immediately, exclaiming. All television stations immediately updated their live broadcast headlines to, shocking. New sequence's ability, words become law. The principal, who had been standing nearby squinting and fighting off sleep, was left speechless when Su Feng's sequence ability was confirmed. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he pulled out his phone and dialed the principal directly. Boss, our school's Su Feng. What no one noticed was the cold, watchful gaze observing everything from the shadows. Meanwhile, Su Feng, having been used as a human shield, instinctively tried to push the girl in front of him away. But suddenly, a soft sensation spread through his palm. The girl's face no longer bore its earlier cold arrogance. Instead, it flushed with a hint of blush as she let out a soft sigh, murmuring, Moments later, the two rose from the ground. The girl's face remained cold as she addressed Su Feng. It seems it is indeed as you said. However, the specifics of your abilities still need to be verified. Come with me to the Martial Arts Bureau this Saturday for more precise testing. As if anticipating his unspoken questions, she continued, 200,000 credit points is merely the baseline reward. The better you perform, the richer the compensation. My name is Chen Yuqi. Here's my contact information. Reach out if you need anything. She handed him her business card. She had dropped the banana peel herself, and she was certain she remembered exactly where. As a Stage 2 awakener, she had no reason to make such a rookie mistake when her focus was sharp in a familiar environment. Therefore, there was only one possibility: Su Feng's claim about the sequence ability was true. Chapter 6: Su Liunian's Distress Call. Su Feng scratched his nose. Why did people with status always hand out business cards? Chen Yuqi led Su Feng out of the gymnasium to the school gate. Chen Yuqi seemed to remember something and whispered in Su Feng's ear, "Coincidentally, officials from the Martial Arts Bureau headquarters are coming down for an inspection this Saturday. Quite a few bigwigs will be present. Make sure you put on a good show. Don't tell anyone about what happened today, or I won't be nice to you." By the time Su Feng snapped back to reality, Chen Yuqi had already turned and walked away, her expression cold and aloof beyond belief. If not for the lingering faint fragrance on his face, Su Feng might have even doubted his own ears. Fortunately, he finally had the chance to showcase his talent before genuine heavyweights a chance to secure far more substantial resources. Ring ring. Su Feng's phone rang. Su Liunian's panicked voice came through the line. "Brother, help me." "Liunian, what happened? Where are you?" Su Feng's expression darkened as he hurriedly asked, glancing around to find no taxis in sight. The sound of the line going dead filled his ears. Su Feng dialed the number again, but the display showed the phone was turned off. Frowning, he glanced at his watch, his expression darkening. Normally, his sister should be at home cooking at this hour. There was no reason for her to be in danger. Su Feng pulled Chen Yuqi's business card from his pocket and dialed without hesitation. "Chen Yuqi, I need a ride urgently." As soon as the call connected, Su Feng spoke rapidly. "All right." Chen Yuqi didn't ask any questions. Less than 2 minutes later. Beep beep beep. Chen Yuqi leaned out of the maglev car and called to Su Feng, "Get in. Go to this place." Su Feng sent the exact address of his home directly to Chen Yuqi's phone. Regardless, he had to go home and check things out first. Before Chen Yuqi could ask any questions, Su Feng dialed a number and explained his situation. "This is Su Feng. My sister's in trouble, probably at home. Send someone over immediately. We haven't offended anyone recently. I suspect it's retaliation from the Thief Heaven organization." Wang Shangli's voice grew solemn. "Understood. I'll be there immediately. Don't rush into anything. Wait until I arrive before making any decisions." Su Feng replied, "All right, hurry up." Though he said this, how could he truly stand by when the moment of truth arrived? If his actions caused his sister harm, Su Feng would regret it for the rest of his life. "If I heard correctly, you've crossed the Heaven Stealing organization?" Chen Yuqi asked doubtfully from the side. Su Feng hesitated. He hadn't intended to tell Chen Yuqi about this matter. But upon reflection, she was the daughter of the director of the Martial Arts Bureau in Dingyuan City. She might possess resources even the police department lacked, capable of summoning reinforcements. At a critical moment like this, having an extra powerful teammate meant an extra layer of protection. "Early yesterday morning, I cast a spell on members of the Heaven Stealing organization who were committing a crime." Su Feng recounted last night's events in detail. Chen Yuqi frowned, pondering briefly before speaking. "So it's highly likely the Heaven Stealing organization is now targeting you for retaliation?" Su Feng nodded and then requested, "I wonder if it would be possible." Chen Yuqi didn't waste words with Su Feng. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. "Uncle Li, we need you to head to a location. It's highly likely the Thief Heaven organization is involved." Simultaneously, she sent Su Feng's home address. "Got it. I'll be right there." The voice on the other end belonged to a bald man currently in a secret chamber, where traces of lightning flickered in the air around him. Anyone witnessing this scene would surely gasp in shock. The bald man Chen Yuqi called Uncle Li was a 4th-tier awakened being capable of manipulating lightning with his bare hands. Even in Dingyuan City, a 4th-tier awakened was considered an absolute elite. During the Beast Tide, they were the ones who could take charge and handle the situation single-handedly. Zzzzzzz. A sharp screech of brakes echoed as the driver's voice announced, "Miss, we're here." Su Feng stepped out and scanned the area, noticing a police car already parked nearby. But this wasn't the one Wang Shangli had ridden in last night. Thinking of his sister's safety, Su Feng didn't hesitate. He gritted his teeth and sprinted toward his home. Strangely, although Su Feng's home was clearly on the 6th floor, after reaching the 5th floor, no matter how hard he ran upward, the door numbers on both sides still showed only the 5th floor. It felt like he was seeing ghosts. As time ticked away, Su Feng panted heavily, growing increasingly anxious and worried. Just as he was at a loss, Chen Yuqi's voice sounded beside him. "This is a level 1 barrier. It can effectively block ordinary people or level 1 awakened individuals from barging in. A level 1 barrier generator costs over 1 million credit points. Looks like it really is the Heaven Stealing organization seeking revenge." Before Su Feng could respond, Chen Yuqi activated her sequence ability. The dagger at her side glowed red as she slashed directly at the barrier. In an instant, a gap tore open in the membrane separating the 5th and 6th floors. The staircase, which had appeared immaculately clean moments before, was suddenly strewn with corpses and bloodstains. What struck Su Feng and Chen Yuqi as most bizarre was that all the victims appeared to have taken their own lives, their faces frozen in expressions of relief. The sound of shattering bottles and jars echoed from above. Su Feng and Chen Yuqi exchanged a glance, then resolutely crept upward. Su Feng's home. The living room was now covered in bloodstains and other grime. The already old television had several cracks smashed into it, the static crackling from the screen. Ha ha ha. Little girl, you're just a stage 1 awakened trying to stop me with a couple of stage 2 nobodies? Is the police force really full of trash like you now? A man in a black hoodie and baseball cap, his face mostly hidden by a mask, pinched Lu Xinyi's neck as he sneered contemptuously. As one of the top enforcers for the Heaven Stealing organization, he was an awakened individual on the verge of advancing from stage 3 to stage 4. Early this morning, he received an order from the organization to investigate the cause of a member's death. Though somewhat surprised, he didn't question the reason. Investigation had never been his forte, his specialty was killing. However, with the authorities intensifying their crackdown on the Heaven Thieves organization lately, he couldn't afford to be too conspicuous. Once he eliminated the culprit, he had to withdraw immediately. His orator ability had been working flawlessly until, right after tricking his target into opening the door, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling sensation at his neck. He immediately shoved Su Liuyan aside and darted into the room. Nevertheless, he was stabbed by a sudden dagger thrust. The one wielding it was none other than Lu Xinyi, standing before him, backed by several level 2 awakened individuals. His pent-up frustration found an outlet. He activated his barrier, sealing off the entire 6th floor. His plan was to eliminate Lu Xinyi and her group first, then exact revenge on those who had killed the organization's members. Shut up! I'll kill you! Lu Xinyi screamed, her voice still fierce despite her battered body. She lunged forward and bit down hard on the man's hand. The man sucked in a sharp breath, his rage boiling over. The knife in his hand was raised high, poised to strike down at Lu Xinyi's throat. Seeing this, Lu Xinyi felt her heart turn to ashes. Her gaze fell upon Su Liuyan, standing not far behind her, filled with regret. She began to regret why she had leaked the news of Su Feng killing Zhao Qiangxing, intending to use the Su siblings as bait to lure the members of the Heaven Stealing organization. Her preparations had been insufficient, leading to this very outcome. Slashing sound. Blood gushed from Lu Xinyi's neck as her gaze grew unfocused, her breathing becoming increasingly shallow. The man shifted his gaze to Su Liuyan, who was hiding nearby, and slowly walked toward her. He. Chapter 7, Critical Situation. Chen Yuqi, observing from outside the door, lost her composure instantly. She activated her sequence ability, manipulating a flying sword. Darted toward the man. Whoosh! The blade was embroidered with a blood-red phoenix, appearing lifelike and vivid. Earlier, Chen Yuqi and Su Feng had observed from outside the door for quite some time. Upon learning the man was a 3rd-tier non-combat awakened being, they decided Su Feng would lie in wait to strike from the shadows while she distracted him from the front. But an unbelievable scene unfolded. An attack potent enough to gravely wound a 2nd-tier awakened in a surprise ambush was casually dodged by the man. He even had enough energy left to kick Lu Xinyi unconscious. His strength far exceeded Chen Yuqi and Su Feng's expectations. Impressive strength. Truly worthy of being the daughter of Dingyuan City Martial Arts Bureau Chief. Who'd have thought we'd let such a big fish slip through? The man spoke with ease, showing no concern for Chen Yuqi. Before Chen Yuqi could respond, he continued, "Did you truly believe your abilities could breach the barrier I've set? I only let you in for a little fun." The man toyed with the barrier device in his hand, its surface carved with intricate golden runes. Chen Yuqi's pupils widened in shock. No wonder he'd claimed her strength was insufficient to breach it. The device in the man's hand was a level 2 barrier deployment device. Even a 4th-tier awakened being attacking it with full force from outside would need over half an hour to breach it. Its value was beyond estimation. Most crucially, even Uncle Li probably couldn't rush in to help immediately. What? Waiting for your backup? By the time they get here, you'll be dead as a doornail. As for me? I'm just a worthless piece of trash. Trading my life for yours? That's a steal. The man watched Chen Yuqi, hesitating to act, his eyes brimming with amusement. He had originally planned to avenge his organization's members and then slip away, but now a bigger fish had appeared, one worth risking his life for. He decided to stay. Chen Yuqi retorted, "I alone am enough." Before her words faded, she unleashed her sequence ability at full force toward the man. Su Feng, crouched outside the door, grew solemn upon hearing the man's words. So even if Wang Shang arrived immediately, he wouldn't be able to get in. Which meant he was now the only one they could rely on. Su Feng took advantage of the fight between Chen Yuqi and the man. He began surveying the living room environment. Fresh bloodstains and shards of glass littered the floor, while kitchen knives and jars lay scattered about. The wall clock and the rapidly spinning ceiling fan swayed precariously from the impact of the fight. Su Feng pondered. How could he utilize these objects to activate his sequence ability and affect a 3rd-stage awakened being? Time ticked away, second by second. Su Feng stared at the knives before him, a sudden flash of insight striking him. Could he make the man slip and fall onto the blades, inflicting severe injury or even death? He acted on impulse, seizing the moment when the man dodged Chen-Yuqi's flying sword attack. A luncheon meat can lay conveniently at his feet. Su Feng concentrated intensely, forming intricate hand gestures while silently chanting in his mind. The man steps on the can, falls, and is instantly impaled by the knives. Su Feng then fixed the man with a fierce stare. To his surprise, the man merely trembled slightly, his body momentarily uncontrolled. Even as he crushed the luncheon meat can underfoot, there was no sign of him falling. Clearly, the spell had failed. Su Feng had underestimated the formidable physical prowess of a third-tier awakened individual. Su Feng had still intended to make the man slip, then die or be gravely injured by the knives scattered on the floor. He had even signaled to Su Liunyan near the kitchen, intending for her to pour oil on the floor. Unexpectedly, the man had no intention of giving Chen-Yuqi another chance to attack. He formed a mysterious hand gesture and unleashed the full power of his sequence ability, Orator. His voice carried an intense allure as he spoke in a gentle tone. This world is fundamentally flawed. It is too bitter. Why should you persist in living in this world filled with suffering? Ending your life early might not be such a bad choice? As his words fell, a fleeting confusion flickered in Chen-Yuqi's eyes. The flying sword that had been aimed at the man suddenly veered toward her instead. Suddenly, the pendant at Chen-Yuqi's chest flashed brightly. Her spirit surged, and she let out a sharp cry, impossible. Zhang Qianqiu was wiped out by the Martial Arts Bureau not long ago. Only now did she recall that the man before her was none other than Zhang Qianqiu, the lone wanderer of the Heaven-Stealing Organization. Rumor had it his sequence ability ranked 28th, the Orator. Even fourth-tier awakened beings had fallen victim to his schemes, suffering severe injuries. Ha ha ha. The man emitted a low chuckle, offering no reply to Chen-Yuqi's question as he relentlessly unleashed his sequence ability. At this moment, Chen-Yuqi felt like a lone boat adrift in the vast ocean, desperately battling the raging waves. Their lives hung in the balance. The fifth floor erupted into chaos. Two opposing groups stood facing each other, one led by Wang Shangli, the police officers, the other led by Li Zhanlong, the Dingyuan City Martial Arts Bureau personnel. Wang Shangli, are all you cops in the police station brain dead? Fishing is one thing, but having your damn bait eaten by the fish? The real issue is why drag our young miss into this. Li Zhanlong, bald and clad in white robes, yanked Wang Shangli by the collar and unleashed a torrent of abuse. He was genuinely furious that the police had sent a level 1 awakened to investigate the Heaven-Stealing Organization. Now, while the Heaven Thieves had indeed arrived, his young mistress was caught in the crossfire, and it looked like she was in grave danger. Even he would need to unleash full firepower for over half an hour just to breach this barrier. Wang Shangli wrenched Li Zhanlong's hand away, gasping for breath as he snapped, "My people are in there too. I'm just as worried as you are. Stop your damn whining. Let's get this barrier breached already." He was utterly frustrated. He'd only learned upon arrival that Lu Cini was already at the scene. Damn it all to hell. By the time we blast through this barrier, everyone inside will be dead. Do you even know that only the top-tier level 3 or level 4 awakened ones in the Heaven-Stealing Organization carry level 2 barrier generators? Li Zhanlong cursed. Wang Shangli didn't argue back. Instead, he spoke in a solemn tone, "The sooner we break through this barrier, the greater their chances of survival." He continued channeling his sequence ability, unleashing all his power to bombard the barrier. Hearing this, Li Zhanlong ceased his complaints. Transforming into the Thunder King, he unleashed lightning bolts as thick as arms toward the barrier. Though neither truly believed Su Feng, Chen-Yuqi, or the others could survive against the Heaven-Stealing Organization's members, the power gap was simply too vast. Boom! Meanwhile, the energy in the necklace around Chen-Yuqi's neck was nearly depleted, its glow fading noticeably. Su Feng's mind raced. He knew. Once Chen-Yuqi completely collapsed, there would truly be no hope left for a comeback. Suddenly, he caught sight of the ceiling fan swaying precariously overhead, spinning wildly, and the scattered bottles and jars strewn around the room. A thought flashed through Su Feng's mind. He shouted at Chen-Yuqi, "Use all your strength to control the flying sword and stab him." Hearing this, Chen-Yuqi knew Su Feng was preparing to activate his sequence ability. She fought against Zhang Qianqiu's enchanting voice with all her might, letting out a fierce cry. "Ha!" She commanded the flying sword to pierce Zhang Qianqiu at high speed. Seeing this, Su Feng had no time to think. He formed a mysterious hand gesture and concentrated intensely to activate his sequence ability. He murmured under his breath, "Zhang Qianqiu was being strangled by the ceiling fan." Chapter 8, This Boy is Terrifying. Suddenly, Su Feng felt his body go hollow, a wave of dizziness and vertigo washing over him. He barely managed to steady himself against the doorframe. Zhang Qianqiu watched the flying sword slowly pierce toward him, sneering at the pair as he spoke, "Is that all you've got?" He even had time to glance around, deliberately dodging to a spot free of cans. For some reason, he suddenly felt repulsed by the splattered mess of canned food. After Zhang Qianqiu dodged the blade, the sword rebounded off the wall. As if influenced by some powerful force, it abruptly altered its trajectory, striking the junction between the ceiling fan and the ceiling. Clang! The joint snapped cleanly. The rapidly spinning ceiling fan crashed down with lightning speed, smashing into Zhang Qianqiu, who stood below, smug and self-satisfied. By the time Zhang Qianqiu realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Ah! Terror flashed in Zhang Qianqiu's eyes as he let out a startled cry. The razor-sharp blades of the fan sliced cleanly through half his skull, embedding themselves deep into the flesh of his shoulder. Zhang Qianqiu was a veritable blood-soaked mess, his bones exposed and even his brain hanging out. Blood foam kept bubbling from his mouth, his legs twitching uncontrollably as he gasped for air, barely able to breathe. Seeing this, Su Feng murmured in response, "That's it." Chen Yuqi, standing nearby, felt immense relief. Had Su Feng's ability not activated successfully at the last moment, things would likely have ended far worse. Thud. "Su Feng Yuqi, I'm here." Following the sound, they saw Wang Shangli in his police uniform and Li Jianlong in his white coat rushing over. Upon entering the living room and seeing that both Su Feng and Chen Yuqi were still alive, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Yet they were also puzzled how could anyone survive unscathed against an awakened being of at least the third tier? Could it be that none of the members of the heaven-stealing organization who came were third tier? Their hearts skipped a beat when they suddenly spotted Zhang Qianqiu, lying nearby in a state between life and death. His injuries were undeniably severe. Wang Shangli had no time to dwell on it. He ordered his men to carry the equally gravely injured Lu Xini into the ambulance, his gaze darkening. An ordinary person with such severe injuries would likely be dead. Fortunately, Lu Xini was a stage 1 awakened being, though whether she could be saved remained uncertain. Li Jianlong, his eyes brimming with surprise and delight, spoke first. "Miss, thank goodness you're okay. I was worried sick. When did you advance to Tier 3? That's incredible," he exclaimed, giving Chen Yuqi a thumbs up. In his view, only a third-tier awakened could defeat another third-tier awakened. Wang Shangli, standing nearby, breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but feel a touch of envy toward the Martial Arts Bureau director to have such an outstanding daughter. Chen Yuqi remained silent, shaking her head. Li Jianlong, noticing this, pointed at the bloodied and mangled Zhang Qianqiu on the ground and asked in confusion, "Didn't this guy reach Tier 3? Chen Yuqi shook her head again. "Uncle Li, look closely. That's Zhang Qianqiu." Li Jianlong froze in shock, exclaiming, "Impossible. Zhang Qianqiu was executed by the bureau chief's order not long ago. You wouldn't stand a chance against Zhang Qianqiu anyway. He was on the verge of advancing to the 4th tier." As she spoke, she walked over to Zhang Qianqiu, removed his mask, and saw the distinct scar on his face. It really was Zhang Qianqiu. Wang Shangli froze in shock. He had been present during both Zhang Qianqiu's capture and execution. It was widely acknowledged that subduing Zhang Qianqiu securely would require at least 2 4th-tier awakened individuals. Even attempting to kill him would likely require at least a 4th-tier awakened one, unless the attacker possessed combat-oriented sequence abilities. Before they could ask any questions, Chen Yuqi pointed to Su Feng, who was hugging Su Liunian and comforting him. He used his sequence ability to take down Zhang Qianqiu. Before she could finish, Wang Shangli and Li Jianlong's expressions changed drastically. They glanced at Su Feng and exclaimed in unison. "What? Impossible. He's only a Tier 1 awakened. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." They simply couldn't believe Su Feng possessed such power. If even a newly ascended Tier 1 awakened could gravely wound a Tier 3 peak awakened on the verge of advancing to Tier 4, leaving him clinging to life, what purpose would the tier system serve? From childhood, they'd been taught that Tier 1 equaled Tier 1 heaven. Even the most elite combat-oriented awakened ones struggled to defeat second-tier life-oriented awakened ones at the 1st tier, let alone kill them. Such feats seemed like the stuff of myths. Yet she claimed Su Feng, a Stage 1 awakener, had defied the odds to defeat a top-tier Stage 3 awakener. Such a feat would be hard for anyone to accept. Seeing their disbelief, Chen Yuqi patiently explained again, "I have no reason to lie to you. Besides, look around the room, is there anyone else here who could have beaten Zhang Qianqiu like that?" Seeing the doubt in their eyes begin to fade, Chen Yuqi proceeded to recount the entire incident. Moments later, Wang Shangli and Li Jianlong finally accepted the truth that Su Feng had used his sequence ability to kill Zhang Qianqiu. Li Jianlong rushed excitedly to Su Feng and asked, "Is what Yuqi said true?" Su Feng nodded. Seeing this, Wang Shangli and Li Jianlong could no longer contain themselves. They exchanged a glance. "Whoa, this kid is terrifying." The next second, Wang Shangli extended an olive branch to Su Feng, speaking with a warm smile, "Young man, I wonder if you'd be interested in joining our police department? Salary is negotiable, ask for whatever you want." Before Su Feng could refuse, Li Jianlong seized his hand. "Young man, if you join our martial arts bureau, every resource in Dingyuan City's martial arts bureau will be at your disposal. I'll even petition the bureau chief to grant you core member status. Just come join us right after you graduate high school." Seeing Li Jianlong willing to offer such terms, Wang Shangli, who had been about to raise the stakes, froze in place. He almost wished he could accept the offer on Su Feng's behalf. The entire Dingyuan Martial Arts Bureau had only 4 core members. Each was at least a top-tier second stage awakened, backed by extraordinary forces of at least third stage power. The benefits for core members were terrifyingly generous, a fixed monthly allowance of 300,000 credit points, and most crucially, 1,000 contribution points specifically for exchanging equipment in the martial arts repository. The martial arts repository held every conceivable type of equipment. With sufficient contribution points, anything could be exchanged. Even the second-tier barrier generator from earlier was stocked in the martial arts repository, though its price tag was a staggering 10,000 contribution points. Wang Shangli sheepishly withdrew his outstretched hand. He knew it was impossible to recruit Su Feng solely based on the conditions offered by his police station. He simply didn't have the authority to offer such generous terms. I'll think about it. Though tempted, Su Feng didn't give an immediate answer. The resources before him seemed generous, but compared to the even richer offerings of Martial Arts University, they were but a drop in the bucket. Joining the Martial Arts Bureau also meant he couldn't continue attending Martial Arts University. Young man, think it through carefully. This opportunity won't come around again. You can reach me through Yuchi. The doors of Dingyuan Martial Arts Bureau will always be open for you. Li Jianlong gave Su Feng a light pat on the shoulder. Before Su Feng could speak, Chen Yuchi beside him interjected to save him. Uncle Li, I'm so tired. Let's go home. Chapter 9, Shockwaves Among the Factions. Li Jianlong nodded at her words and followed Chen Yuchi out. He also needed to hurry back to investigate who had released Zhang Qianxiu. The executioner was one of their own from the Dingyuan Martial Arts Bureau. If they didn't uncover the truth quickly, it would be difficult to explain to the police department. A moment later, Wang Shangli said to Su Feng, the 500,000 credit points will be credited to your account shortly. Seeing Su Feng step forward, he instantly understood. Killing Zhang Qianxiu also comes with a reward, but it requires discussion between the police department's higher-ups and the Martial Arts Bureau. It should take about 3 days. Glancing again at the chaotic living room, Wang Shang pulled a black card from his mouth. Go to this hotel. Just give my name at the front desk. I'll have someone take care of your home as soon as possible. In the suite of Longteng Hotel, Dingyuan City's most luxurious establishment. Su Liunian nestled in Su Feng's embrace like a frightened kitten, her body still trembling slightly. The incredibly bloody scene she'd just witnessed had hit her too hard. If her brother and Chen Yuchi hadn't managed to fight off that intruder together, would they both be gone now? Su Feng had long noticed her state. He gently stroked her back, his voice soft and reassuring. It's okay. It's all over now. Good girl. It's all over now. I swear to you, little sister. I'll protect you from now on. Nothing like that will ever happen again. I won't let anyone hurt you. Unexpectedly, upon hearing these words, Su Liunian's eyes instantly reddened. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she murmured, I'm not afraid of others hurting me. I'm afraid I'll never see my brother again. Hearing this, Su Feng's body trembled violently. His eyes filled with pity as he pulled Su Liunian closer into his embrace, wishing he could merge her into his own body to protect her completely. After an unknown amount of time, Su Liunian began to snore softly. Su Feng carefully carried her to the bed and tucked her in. He then stepped onto the balcony, his gaze turning fierce as he looked toward his home. Only the enforcers Wang Shangli and Lu Sini knew about his killing of Zhao Qiansheng. Given Lu Sini's interrogation tactics that night, her sworn enmity with the Thief Heaven organization, and the fact she'd been present with her crew during his sister's attack, it wasn't hard to guess that she was the one who leaked the news about his killing of Zhao Qiansheng. As for Wang Shangli's reaction, he seemed unaware of the incident. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Su Feng's eyes. Had he and Chen Yuchi not arrived in time to fight Zhang Qianxiu for their lives, and had luck not been overwhelmingly on their side, not only would Lu Sini's life have been lost, but his own sister's life would have been in jeopardy as well. Worse still, Su Feng and Chen Yuchi might have both fallen victim to Zhang Qianxiu. Lu Sini had exploited both her and his sister's lives as bait, all for her own selfish desires. And she had caused the deaths of so many others. At this thought, Su Feng's murderous intent nearly solidified into tangible form. His resentment even extended to the police station where Wang Shangli worked. Even if Lu Sini hadn't died at Zhang Qianxiu's hands, Su Feng would have gone to the police station to demand answers. Moments later, Su Feng exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. What Su Feng didn't know was that news of his defiance against a top-tier third-stage awakened had spread far and wide. Though it was the middle of the night, the news caused an uproar in many places. Inside the Martial Arts Bureau of Dingyuan City, Li Jianlong explained the situation to the man before him, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and a white plaid shirt. He visibly relaxed upon hearing that Chen Yuchi was unharmed, then listened to Su Feng's account. Clang! Director Chen's thermos clattered to the floor, the sound echoing with disbelief. You're saying that teenager was the primary attacker who killed Zhang Qianxiu? And he's merely a newly awakened Stage 1 awakener? Li Jianlong nodded, confirming Director Chen's question, yes. At first, I couldn't believe it either, but the young lady said so too. Plus, there really was no one else who could have helped them at the time. This information should be accurate. The promise I made to that boy. Before Li Jianlong could finish, Director Chen burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You did well. Don't worry. The resources we can offer that youth will be no less than what you promised. Such a prodigy comes along once in a millennium. Even among the strongest figures today, none have ever been known to defeat a top-tier third-stage awakened one at the first stage. This deal was a surefire win. Seeing this, Li Zhanlong visibly relaxed and spoke again. Sir, wasn't Zhang Qianqiu already executed by the police? How is he still alive? Commissioner Chen's expression turned solemn as he replied calmly, I will demand an explanation from the police department. The death row inmate they released nearly killed my daughter. Dingyuan City, Police Headquarters. Wang Shangli reported the entire situation to the sleepy-eyed chief. The chief's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. How could that be? You're saying he killed a third-tier awakened with only first-tier power? Are you sure you want to use this absurd claim as your reason for waking me in the middle of the night? If I find out you're lying to me, you'll be sweeping the streets for the rest of your career. Seeing the doubt in the chief's eyes, Wang Shangli patted his chest emphatically once more. The situation is exactly as I described. Even Chen Yuqi, the daughter of the Martial Arts Bureau chief, can vouch for him. Hearing Wang Shangli's words, the chief found himself convinced. The chief suddenly seemed struck by a thought. He grabbed Wang Shangli's shoulders abruptly. Then why didn't you recruit him? Do you have any idea what his current strength means? Over the years, not even the world's most elite awakened individuals possessed such formidable power at the first tier. Wang Shangli sighed. Commissioner, you know our situation. The compensation we can offer can't compare to the martial arts bureaus. Why bother? The director cut him off abruptly, his eyes flickering as if he'd made a decision. Whatever terms the martial arts bureau offers, we'll match them and then raise the stakes by one tier. I'll cover it myself. Though the police department had little spare funds, the Dingyuan City Police Bureau had been suppressed for far too long. They desperately needed a genius like this to turn the tide. Otherwise, they'd forever remain one of the lowest-ranked police departments in the Southwest Province, perpetually receiving fewer resources than others, a vicious cycle. Seeing this, Wang Shangli's eyes widened in disbelief. The man before him was notoriously stingy, yet this time, he seemed utterly committed. Fine. I'll go find him tomorrow. But there's one more issue that Zhang Qianqiu. The chief waved his hand dismissively. I'll handle that matter. You need to find that boy as soon as possible. Don't let anyone else beat you to it. Inside the residence of the vice president of the Military Martial Arts University, the nation's premier martial arts institution, an elderly man with graying temples and wrinkled face was roused by the urgent ring of a mobile phone. Glancing at the screen, he spoke, You better have something urgent, or I'll dock 2 months' salary. The caller was his disciple, who also served as the director of admissions for this year's Military Martial Arts University intake. Master, we just received an unofficial report. A youth in Dingyuan City, having just awakened, killed a third-tier awakened individual on the verge of advancing to fourth tier. What do you think? Chapter 10, Recruitment. Ha? Say that again? The old man's eyes widened, doubting his own hearing. I mean, a teenager in Dingyuan City, with only first-tier power, killed a top-tier third-tier awakened. My son's brother-in-law works at the Dingyuan City Police Department. He told me. The information should be reliable. The old man froze in shock. This is absurd. Having lived this long and served as vice-chancellor of a premier martial arts university, he'd seen every kind of prodigy imaginable. But a prodigy who could leapfrog 2 tiers or even 3 to defeat a high-tier awakened? That was a first. His hands trembled slightly with excitement. Such a prodigy must be recruited into the martial arts university. Master, are you listening? The voice on the other end of the line interrupted the old man's reverie. Once you confirm this is real, recruit him at any cost. Give him a guaranteed admission spot. Whatever he demands, give it to him. Don't hesitate. Our school has plenty of resources. The fewer people who know, the better. Keep this absolutely confidential. Absolutely confidential. Don't sleep either. Book the earliest flight and head over immediately. The old man spoke with such fervor that his disciple on the other end was startled, shouting back. I'm already in Dingyuan City. I've booked the room next to that youth's at the hotel. I'll go find him first thing tomorrow morning, came the disciple's slightly weary voice from the other end. Ha 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 ha. If this succeeds, I'll give you 2 extra years' salary. Hearing the disciple was already near Su Feng, the old man roared with hearty laughter, making bold promises. A faint smile touched the old man's lips as he began envisioning the moment when the Military Arts University would surpass Beihua University and Zhejiang Jiaotong University to become the strongest university in Dragon Nation. In truth, it wasn't just the police department, the Martial Arts Bureau, and the Military Academy. Similar events were unfolding within numerous other factions, all willing to pay any price to recruit Su Feng early. Meanwhile, the man himself, Su Feng, was fast asleep. The next morning at 6 a.m., the hotel corridor echoed with growing commotion as various factions gathered. Old Su, your Central Martial Arts University already snatched last year's martial arts exam champion. Can't you spare one for us at Zhejiang Jiaotong? We're all old friends here. Old wine, what's that supposed to mean? Aren't we all competing fairly? Which university would turn down a genius? We're all relying on our own abilities and resources to speak for us. And I thought you were a friend. Oomph. We're done being friends. Fine, no friendship. Who needs you anyway? You old fossil. Old Sue, you're watching university snags at least half the top 10 in the martial arts exam every year. Can't you spare us a few scraps? Heh, the more the merrier. Has the dragon family head taken an interest in this youth too? Other clans sent representatives. Why did you come personally? Ha, this shows how seriously we take him. For a genius of this caliber, no amount of attention is too much. Enough, enough. Quiet down, everyone. Let's settle this by merit. Only when the admissions director from the military academy spoke did the others fall silent. As the highest-ranking figure present, his words carried weight. Surrounded by these heavyweights, Li Zhanlong and Wang Shangli stood silently by, not daring to breathe heavily, inwardly lamenting their plight. There was no way they could compete with this. The local family clans alone were formidable forces, rivaling even the police department and martial arts bureau here. Add to that the representatives sent by various universities, and it became clear that even the combined might of Dingyuan City's martial arts bureau and police department wouldn't be enough to keep Su Feng. Not to mention that among those representatives were some from top-tier universities. Even if they threw most of the police station and martial arts bureau's resources at Su Feng, it probably wouldn't match the offers those universities could casually throw at him. The two exchanged a glance, silently wondering, just who the hell leaked this information? Knock knock knock. The knocking jolted Su Feng awake, and he sprang from the bed like a fish leaping out of water. Su Feng slowly approached the door, curious to see what was going on. The security measures at this hotel were arguably the best in Dingyuan City. Even a fourth-tier awakened being couldn't break in without a fight. Su Feng opened the door without a second thought. The moment it swung open, representatives from numerous factions surged inside. They instantly surrounded him like stars clustering around the moon. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a sturdy build was the first to grasp Su Feng's hand, thrusting an acceptance letter into his palm. "Student," he said, "this is your acceptance letter. Come straight to military university. You can name your terms. Let's find a place to talk properly." Before Su Feng could respond, a tall, thin, gray-haired elder wearing transparent rimmed glasses pushed him aside. "Su Feng, come to Huaqing University. I guarantee you the highest level of treatment. We can discuss specifics elsewhere. I assure you our school's resources are absolutely the most abundant. Don't listen to those old men. Zhejiang Jiaotong University is your best bet. It's full of beautiful young ladies, and every instructor is at least a fifth-tier awakened. My granddaughter studies there too. If you're interested, I could introduce you. Su Feng, you might also consider joining the Long family as an honored guest. Dingyuan City is merely a branch of the Long family. The resources of the Long family in the capital are absolutely no less than any other faction. You understand what I mean, right? Joining the Provincial Martial Arts Bureau might be a solid option too. To put it simply, you'd get direct guidance from top-tier 6th-tier experts. Resources won't be an issue either. They'll even assign 3rd-tier protectors to ensure your safety and rapid growth. Join our Shangguan family in the capital. We can accomplish far more than they ever could. I hear you have issues with the Zhang family in Dingyuan City? Once you're with us, the Zhang's fate will be entirely at your command." Su Feng was reeling from the sudden onslaught of enthusiasm. Before he could process it, dozens of university acceptance letters appeared in his hands, including offers from several of the nation's top 5 institutions. This display made it clear, if Su Feng agreed to join, they would grant him any condition he desired. Surrounded by strangers whose eyes brimmed with expectation, Su Feng found himself in a bind, unsure what to say. He had no idea what each faction could offer him in terms of compensation, no time to compare their proposals, and no clue which group would be the best fit for his abilities. Suddenly, he spotted Li Zhanlong and Wang Shangli, pushed to the farthest corner, farthest from him. Su Feng struggled through the crowd to reach them, scratched his head, and whispered, "What's going on? Why are so many people suddenly trying to recruit me?" Li Zhanlong slumped his shoulders helplessly. "I knew word of you killing that 3rd-tier awakened would spread, but I didn't expect them to move so fast to recruit you." The hallway was packed before dawn even broke. Hearing this, Su Feng abandoned his plan to question the two. He walked back into the crowd. Seeing this, all eyes were fixed on him. The entire scene was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, with only the sound of breathing filling the air. Everyone seemed to be waiting for him to make a choice. Su Feng cleared his throat and spoke. Chapter 11, I will give my granddaughter to him. I am deeply grateful for your esteem, gentlemen. However, I have not yet decided which faction to join. I humbly request some time to consider. Once I have made my choice, I will seek you out immediately. Su Feng spoke with measured confidence. Su Feng, think carefully. Opportunities like this don't come every day. These are the top figures from their respective factions. They've seen countless geniuses. If you hadn't truly astonished them, they wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles just to recruit you into their factions. Miss this chance, and who knows how they'll speak of you behind your back or view you. You must understand this: if you don't firmly choose a faction now, you'll never gain access to their resources, their protection, and most crucially, their patronage. Wang Shangli shot the others an apologetic glance before pulling Su Feng aside to offer his counsel. Seeing Su Feng still distracted, he continued, "You must understand, a fallen genius ceases to be a genius. They might not openly use underhanded tactics against you, but behind the scenes, anything could happen. Moreover, within our borders, there are numerous factions dedicated to hunting down geniuses, the divine cult being one of them. Do you grasp what I mean?" Hearing Wang Shangli's words, Su Feng responded without hesitation, "Officer, I know what you're saying makes sense, but have you considered? Forget other factions for now. Just look at the ones right in front of us. Their power varies, but the gap isn't so vast that one could swallow another whole. If I were to join one, wouldn't that faction become dominant? Do you really think the others would maintain such superficial harmony and refrain from sabotaging me behind the scenes? How can you be certain the faction I join will invest heavily in protecting me? Or that they truly have the capability to shield me rather than hand me over? As for those cults that specialize in hunting down and killing geniuses, do you really think they'd stop pursuing me just because I joined some powerful faction? Right now, by choosing not to align with any group, I won't receive their protection. But equally, I won't face underhanded sabotage from any faction except those specifically targeting geniuses." Every word Su Feng spoke cut deep into Wang Shangli's heart. He froze in place, muttering to himself, "It seems you were right all along." Having served as a police officer for so many years, Wang Shangli wasn't a fool. Su Feng's words helped him grasp the gravity of the situation. He realized his own perspective was far narrower than Su Feng's, and he bowed his head in shame. Just then, the voices of the representatives from various factions, who had been growing restless, rose again. "Well, Su Feng, how did your discussion with this officer go? Do you have a rough idea about our respective factions? Surely you can make a decision now?" Su Feng remained unflappable as he replied, "My apologies, everyone. I stand by my original decision. If any faction wishes to recruit me, please wait until after my college entrance exams. Should I find an organization I wish to join, I will certainly find a way." Before Su Feng could finish, the head of the military academy's admissions office tapped him on the shoulder and interrupted. "That won't do, Su Feng. You must give us an answer today, or this whole crowd won't stand for it, heh. If nothing else works out, just come with me to the military academy. It'll save you the headache. Once you choose our military academy, rest assured none here will harbor any improper intentions toward you. What do you say? We can even provide you with dedicated bodyguards to protect you from petty thugs' ambushes preventing your untimely demise, heh." The burly middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice, cutting off others before they could respond. He continued, "If you enroll in the military academy today, we'll cover all your expenses, tuition, resources, everything your sister needs. We'll even build a private villa for you both on campus. Plus, I guarantee your sister will receive an unconditional acceptance letter. What do you say? Think it over carefully. If..." Before he could finish, the gray-haired elder beside him cut him off again. The burly man didn't press further, instead fixing Su Feng with a confident gaze, as if certain the young man would succumb to his sweet talk and enroll in the military academy. The elder's voice rang out, "Young man, whatever he can offer, we can match, and I'll personally guarantee you over 10 million credit points in pocket money annually. Come to Huaqing University, and nothing will be an issue. Most crucially, if you go to their military academy, you'll barely see a girl. You'll likely remain single forever. But if you come to Huaqing University, it's a whole different story. Beautiful seniors and juniors are endless, yours for the choosing." The old man paused, his expression troubled. Just as everyone thought he'd finished, he spoke again, "If all else fails, I could introduce you to my granddaughter. But what happens after that depends entirely on the two of you. I can't force anything." The words had barely left his mouth when the crowd fell silent, their expressions frozen in disbelief. "What? Oldju is willing to go this far, offering up his prodigious granddaughter who's been hidden away for who knows how long as a bargaining chip? If that incident back then was true, her talent might not be much weaker than Su Feng's. How could he possibly part with her? I wouldn't be so sure. Oldju might have more than one granddaughter. Given his nature, he probably treats his precious granddaughter like gold, afraid to let her out of his sight. Why would he really offer her up? More likely, he's just reeling Su Feng in now. Who knows what'll happen later? Su Feng, don't listen to Oldju spouting nonsense. Things this uncertain? 9 times out of 10, you'll never get them. Only what you can grab right now is truly yours. You get me?" The burly middle-aged man spoke casually, his words laced with subtle digs at the elder. "Stop spouting nonsense. Old man Yuzhan Tian always keeps his word, he never breaks a promise." The elder's face flushed crimson, appearing almost irrational. He then declared, "I make this solemn pledge here, I have only one granddaughter. And if Su Feng is willing to come to Huaqing University, I will give her hand in marriage to him." Chapter 12, Provincial Special Security Bureau. Hearing Old Yu's words, a hint of helplessness flickered in Su Feng's eyes. Wasn't this like putting him on a spit over an open fire? Refusing him outright would be a complete slap in the face. If it were anyone else, it might be easier to decline, but Old Yu had brought out his long-hidden granddaughter. If Su Feng truly refused, wouldn't it mean he looked down on his granddaughter in the eyes of others? That would be a fatal offense to Old Yu. Just as Su Feng was at a loss, another voice cut in, "You old fool. You think using your granddaughter to bind Su Feng will work? These kids aren't like us, they don't just follow whatever their parents say. Your granddaughter might not even listen to you. And isn't this blatantly forcing Su Feng into your school? With you putting it so bluntly, how could Su Feng possibly refuse? Besides, how can you guarantee Su Feng and your granddaughter will ever truly love each other? Forced relationships never turn out well, I'm sure you understand that better than anyone." The speaker was an elderly woman wearing thin gold-rimmed glasses, leaning on a cane with one hand while tugging the old man's ear with the other. Her voice carried a hint of anger. But we're perfectly harmonious now, deeply in love with each other. The old man seemed to want to argue, but the old woman shot him a fierce glare that silenced him. "Stop embarrassing yourself here. Go back, go back. Su Feng has already said he'll only consider joining the faction after the college entrance exams." Her voice carried loudly, leaving it unclear whether she was addressing the old man or the entire crowd. What Su Feng hadn't anticipated was that after the old woman spoke, everyone began to depart in an orderly fashion. Many, however, lingered with reluctant expressions, their gazes lingering on Su Feng as if they could devour him whole. "Su Feng, I'll be waiting for you at the military academy. My earlier promise still stands." The burly middle-aged man finally called out to Su Feng as he turned back at the doorway. His words prompted several others from different factions to follow suit. "Su Feng, the Shangwan family always welcomes you. After the college entrance exams, remember to consider us first. Young Su Feng, I hope you'll prioritize our long family after the exams. We can offer you a spot in the Dragon King's secret realm, I trust you understand what that means. Zhejiang Jiaotong University also eagerly awaits your." As the situation threatened to erupt again, the old lady suddenly cleared her throat twice. Her previously stooped figure straightened abruptly as she barked sternly toward the crowd, "Is this never ending? All of you, leave this old woman alone at once." Seeing the old lady truly enraged, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. Soon, only the elderly man who had initially sought to marry his granddaughter to Su Feng and the old lady remained. This piqued Su Feng's curiosity. The group that had just left represented the nation's most powerful factions. How could this frail-looking old lady, who seemed ready to kick the bucket at any moment, command such authority over them? How could she defy their will and order them to leave? What was going on here? "Su Feng, I am Eugene Mei, director of the Provincial Special Services Bureau. This gentleman beside me is Yu Chuanli, the admissions director who just sought to recruit you into Huaqing University. He is my husband." The elderly woman, who moments ago had been robust and full of vigor, instantly reverted to her hunched posture. Yet the sharp gleam in her eyes commanded respect, and she addressed Su Feng in a measured tone. Her silence had been unnerving enough, but her words sent a chill down Su Feng's spine. No wonder the recruiters from those organizations had slunk away earlier. No matter how high their status, they couldn't compare to this formidable figure from the Provincial Special Services Bureau standing before him. It was common knowledge that while each province was ostensibly governed through collaboration between the Provincial Martial Arts Bureau and local government agencies, the Special Services Bureau was a special institution directly under the jurisdiction of the imperial capital. It reported solely to the imperial capital, standing entirely above both the Martial Arts Bureau and the local government. Under special circumstances, both local martial arts bureaus and government bodies must unconditionally cooperate with the Special Services Bureau's operations. It was not uncommon for them to detain a martial arts bureau chief or a top local government official. The Special Service Bureau is essentially the modern-day equivalent of the Imperial Guard. Act first, report later, authorized by the underworld, has become its defining motto. It is no exaggeration to say that the head of the Provincial Special Services Bureau is the de facto leader of the province. And the elderly woman before him occupied the highest seat in Xizjiang province. How could Su Feng not feel profoundly intimidated? Before Su Feng could speak, Eugene Mei continued, "Young friend, might you be interested in joining our Provincial Special Services Bureau?" At her words, her husband beside her immediately puffed out his cheeks and glared. But remembering his status was far below hers, he obediently lowered his head. "Grandma Yu. Actually, I really haven't." Su Feng racked his brain for a more appropriate title but ultimately settled on a more familiar term. He'd see if the big shot objected. If not, it might bridge the gap between them. After all, a grandmother wouldn't harm her grandson, right? If she did object, she wouldn't hold it against a child. Before Su Feng could finish, Eugene Mei cut him off. "I understand your concerns, but once you join our Special Services Bureau, none of this will matter. Not just me, I'm sure the higher-ups would be more than willing to allocate more resources and provide you with protection. Do you understand what I mean? To put it plainly, if you join us, no legitimate organization registered in the Dragon Nation will dare harm you. At most, they might try to suppress you openly using certain methods. The only exception would be those truly depraved cults whose sole purpose is to eliminate Dragon Nation's geniuses. Likewise, we won't neglect protecting your sister. If she ever wants to attend any school, I'll use the Special Services Bureau's special admission quotas to get her in, while also assigning elite bodyguards for her personal protection. Seeing Su Feng's interest peaked, Eugene May added, "You're currently in a phase of rapid growth, and your sequence is unprecedented. All of this requires substantial resources to pave your path, resources we can provide. I hope you'll give this serious consideration." Listening to Eugene May's words, Su Feng clenched his fists, his eyes burning with intensity. Yet he forced himself to calm down and asked softly, "What price would I have to pay? If you're willing to invest so many resources in cultivating me, surely you'll need me to do something in return?" At this, Eugene May shot Su Feng an appreciative glance before replying, "You'll need to join my newly formed Special Operations Squad. They're specifically tasked with..." Chapter 13, Joining the Special Operations Squad. They're a unit dedicated to handling all kinds of emergencies, created to protect people's lives and property. That includes the heaven-stealing organization that tried to harm you and your sister. They fall within the Special Operations Team's jurisdiction, Eugene May explained to Su Feng, clearing her throat twice after finishing her sentence. As if concerned Su Feng might remain stubborn, Eugene May pressed on, "This is the only path that will allow you to swiftly exact revenge. You understand what I mean, right? If you miss this opportunity, I think you know how much resistance you'll face going up against the Heaven Thieves alone, especially in your newly awakened state. Moreover, I can make you a promise, whether now or in the future, we will never force you to undertake any mission. Everything is based on your voluntary participation." Hearing such assurances from the organization's leader, Su Feng finally asked, "So you mean I'll have considerable freedom? I can refuse missions assigned by the organization while still enjoying the benefits you mentioned earlier?" After speaking, Su Feng fixed his gaze intently on Eugene May, seemingly seeking confirmation of the truth in her eyes. "Correct." Eugene May first affirmed his question, then added, "In fact, if you wish, you may even join any other organization provided it poses no threat to our nation." "All right. I'll join your Provincial Special Services Bureau." Su Feng nodded and extended his hand to grasp the senior officials. Under Eugene May's relentless verbal assault, Su Feng did indeed ponder deeply. He realized every word she spoke was true, every point she made was sound and reasonable. If he truly refused to align with any faction at this juncture, it would be downright foolish. Not only did he require vast resources to advance his awakening level, but the heaven-stealing organization he'd recently provoked could strike him at any moment, completely unpredictable and impossible to guard against. His own death wouldn't matter much, he'd simply die. But the thought of his sister enduring all manner of torment and abuse was utterly unbearable to Su Feng. By joining the Special Operations Bureau, not only would he gain access to vast resources of all kinds, but he'd also enjoy considerable freedom and autonomy. He could even join other factions if he wished. Both he and his sister would be under the organization's protection. His own investment was minimal, merely a nominal affiliation with the Special Operations Bureau. It seemed like a win-win situation, a huge bargain. "You won't regret today's decision," Eugene May said with satisfaction, looking at Su Feng. Most people wouldn't have been able to remain as calm as Su Feng under her sugar-coated attacks, let alone persist in asking for such detailed information. Likely, they would have joined the tempting offers from various factions earlier on, unable to refuse so firmly. It was precisely this quality in Su Feng that Eugene May valued, prompting her to offer what others would deem an incredibly generous promise. "Grandma Yu, would you like to join us for lunch?" The earlier tension had dissipated. Su Feng smiled gently as he extended the invitation. He expected Eugene May to decline, viewing it as mere courtesy. After all, figures of her stature were surely perpetually busy. But to his surprise, the matriarch smiled and nodded. "Why not? It'll be a chance to sample our new grandson's cooking. If my granddaughter and you happen to hit it off, I can use your culinary skills to help her make decisions." "All right, then please wait a moment. I'll be right there." Before Su Feng could finish speaking, he suddenly realized the big shot hadn't refused him at all. He quickly changed his wording. Inside, he cursed, "Holy, just when a bunch of people died at home, the big shot shows up? Who gets this?" It was like being an ordinary person one day, then bumping into the provincial governor on the street. You exchange pleasantries, but suddenly the governor takes it seriously and insists on coming over for dinner. That was exactly how Su Feng felt right now. Su Feng quickly packed his belongings, grabbed his younger sister, and turned to take Eugene May home by taxi. "Grandma Yu, there might be some traffic on the way. Please bear with us, after all, we live in an urban village, which tends to be a bit crowded." Su Feng glanced at Eugene May with a touch of embarrassment, scratching his head as he spoke. But the Eugene May before him clearly didn't think traffic was a big deal. Her voice was gentle as she said, "Take my special seat. There won't be any traffic." Then she raised an eyebrow, glancing at the old man behind her who seemed intent on tagging along. "What? You want to come eat at my great-granddaughter's place too? Can't you cook for yourself? Or did Huaqing University's cafeteria turn you away? Now get back where you came from."
My family isn't exactly wealthy to begin with. And you, with your pig-like appetite, want to come freeload on our meals? Trying to eat us out of house and home, are you? Now go back where you came from."
Before she could finish, Yu Chuanli, disregarding Eugene Mei's authority, felt his pride wounded before the younger generation. Suppressing his fear, he retorted, "You old hag.
Where I eat is none of your business. What place can you eat at that I can't? I've no shame left.
Besides, I was just thinking of riding back in your special seat.
I sent Shaoli and the others ahead. Could you really bear to see this lonely old man starving here, and then?" Eugene Mei's eyes widened in fury. "You've gotten bold, haven't you? How dare you talk back to me? I think you're asking for a beating." With that, she grabbed Yu Chuanli by the ear and scolded him. Seeing Eugene Mei's genuine anger, Yu Chuanli quickly backed down.
Fortunately, Su Liunian, standing behind Su Feng, spoke up in her soft, sweet voice, "Grandpa, Grandma, why don't you both come over to my place for dinner? It's just a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks. At worst, we'll just cook an extra bowl of rice." Seeing Su Liunian, Eugene Mei's eyes lit up. "All right, we'll do as you say, dear girl." She then released Yu Chuanli's ear. He gave an awkward smile and dared not say another word. He certainly didn't want to experience that excruciating pain of having his ear pulled again. Eugene Mei then led the group straight to the hotel rooftop helipad. They boarded her private aircraft and flew toward the police station helipad nearest to Su Feng's residence. What they didn't know was that shortly after the aircraft took off, the hotel attendant who had been deferential moments before glanced around with a cold expression. After confirming the area was clear, he produced a satellite phone from somewhere, fiddled with it, and tuned it to a specific channel. Suppressing his excitement, the attendant murmured gravely, "The director of the Xinjiang Provincial Special Services Bureau was also aboard that aircraft. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. Execute." Chapter 14, Terrorist Attack. Inside the highest-level conference room at Dingyuan City Police Headquarters. Reporting to the chief. "We've received confirmed intelligence that the upper echelons of the Heaven Thieves organization have decided to carry out a terrorist operation within Dingyuan City. Their specific target remains unknown, but judging by this terrorist group's past modus operandi, whatever they're planning will be nothing minor. You must prepare thoroughly for all contingencies, or chaos will ensue." A young officer in a blue police uniform, notebook in hand, spoke up. Before the chief could respond, he continued, "Regarding that student you asked Uncle Wang to recruit earlier, there's no way Uncle Wang could recruit him. From what I understand, both the military academy and Zhejiang University, along with the Shangguan and Long families, are all competing to recruit him. I advise you not to get your hopes up too high. In my opinion, we must immediately strengthen our defenses. Recall all officers on leave and prepare for battle. Only then can we avoid major problems." Seeing that the chief's attention remained entirely focused on Su Feng, the young officer pressed on. Hearing this, the chief slowly snapped back to reality. Deep down, he harbored a hint of dissatisfaction toward the young man before him. If it weren't for his genuine competence, he would have been demoted to menial tasks long ago, certainly not kept by his side. Alright, he really couldn't keep up the pretense any longer. The truth was, this young man's background was anything but ordinary. His father was Dingyuan City's wealthiest man, and the chief needed the support of this sugar daddy. Otherwise, given the young man's blunt, say what he thinks personality, he would have been marginalized long ago. How else would he have gotten the chance to serve as the chief's right-hand man? Don't worry. Do you think I'm any later than you in knowing that the Thief Heaven organization has recently sent a large number of people to our area? I reported it long ago. Headquarters has already made preparations. A dragnet has been cast across the entire city of Dingyuan. If they dare make a move, they won't be coming back alive." The chief glanced at the stiff young officer beside him, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. If only he could be a bit more tactful in his dealings with people. How could such an impressive father produce such an inconsiderate son? "But chief, I also got this intel from my father. If the information is accurate, the reinforcements sent by headquarters only set up a dragnet on the ground. What about the skies?" The young officer grew visibly anxious. "What if they attack from above? Wouldn't we be sitting ducks then? Impossible. Do you have any idea how strictly the no-fly zone over Dingyuan City is enforced? The moment any aircraft crosses the boundary, it will be intercepted by air defense weapons." The chief retorted sharply. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than a deafening explosion echoed through the air, a sound the chief recognized all too well. Looking toward the source of the sound, they saw the helicopter bearing the giant serpent gang's emblem being relentlessly intercepted by surface-to-air missiles. The deafening roar had been the explosion of those missiles. Just as the chief and the young officer began celebrating, thinking the sky thieves had been exposed, the chief suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong. "Call the city defense battalion. Order them to cease fire. Now! Now! Move fast. If we don't, we're all finished." The chief finally realized why that helicopter under fire looked so familiar. It was the Special Services Bureau Chief's personal aircraft. He sucked in a sharp breath. The chief dared not imagine the wrath they would face, nor the punishment from higher-ups, if the top official of the entire Xinjiang province were eliminated by the heaven-stealing organization, especially after they had already received intelligence about the impending attack.
A death sentence would be the least of it.
If they were convicted of treason, their entire families would be wiped out. Seeing the young officer beside him still frozen in shock, the chief decisively dashed toward the communications room himself. Under the puzzled stares of the others, he grabbed the city defense battalion's phone, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't get through.
Meanwhile, inside the large tent at the city defense camp. Well, they can't hold out much longer, right?
It's already unbelievable that a civilian helicopter could evade our dense artillery fire.
If it manages to escape our firing range, it'll be a disgrace to us.
The bald man in a second-rate, navy blue military uniform ran his fingers over his shiny scalp as he addressed his aide. The aide beside him responded immediately, glancing at the red landline phone with a busy signal. As he spoke, a peculiar gleam of confidence flashed in his eyes. It won't be long before we deal a crushing blow to the Sky Thieves organization.
We'll beat them into submission, and they'll never dare set foot in our Ningyuan city again.
If I fail to accomplish this, I deserve to die. Seeing his aide's unwavering confidence, the bald man relaxed slightly. Little did he know, it was precisely this aide who would nearly lead him into a catastrophic mistake.
10 minutes earlier. Grandpa, Grandma, what would you like to eat? I can cook just about any homestyle dish. Su Liuyan, gifted and perceptive, had long recognized that the elderly couple before her were no ordinary people.
Hoping to assist her brother in any way possible, she felt it essential to make a favorable impression on them.
Who knows?
Maybe if she cooked delicious meals that pleased them, they might teach her brother more skills or help him secure additional resources? Grandma here enjoys braised chicken wings, braised pork belly, tea-flavored eggs, and congee with preserved eggs and lean pork. As for the gentleman beside me, he'll eat anything as long as he doesn't starve. Eugene May gazed at Su Liuyan, gently ruffling her hair as she replied softly. The girl before her seemed about the same age as her own granddaughter had been when sent to the family's secret realm years ago, both bright and quick-witted. This made Eugene May feel a bit more fond of Su Liuyan. What does Grandpa eats anything, as long as he doesn't starve, even mean? Yu Chuanli felt somewhat dissatisfied with his wife's words, but don't get the wrong idea, this was just his inner thoughts. If he dared voice them aloud, he'd likely never set foot in the house again.
Girl, Grandpa loves squab. Roasted squab is best, the crispier the better. Could you make some for me?
As he spoke, Yu Chuanli shot a defiant glance at Eugene May beside him. But when he caught her casual, dismissive look, his spirit instantly wilted.
Fine, Grandpa'll eat whatever's available. As long as I don't starve to death. Hearing this, Eugene May nodded slightly, satisfied with Yu Chuanli's compliance. Girl, I was just joking earlier. Just make whatever home-cooked dishes you have on hand for us. We're not picky. But how could Su Liuyan possibly just whip up something simple for Yu Chuanli?
Whether others ate such things was one matter, whether she herself cooked them was quite another.
Grandma Yu Liuyan's cooking is truly excellent.
It's just that at home, I'm usually the one preparing meals, mainly because she. Before Su Feng could finish, a sharp, piercing alarm sounded in his ears.
Immediately after, a violent tremor shook the air. Chapter 15, Crash Landing.
The helicopter was shaking violently. If everyone hadn't strapped on their seatbelts and sealed the cabin doors shut, they would have been flung out.
Su Feng and the others looked out the helicopter windows.
Outside, explosions from small cannons erupted one after another, resembling a scene of fireworks during the Spring Festival. But Su Feng had no time for such sights. He clutched his sister tightly and shielded Su Liuyan's head to protect her from any potential harm.
Under attack. Under attack. Hold on tight.
Just as Eugene May opened her mouth to ask what was happening, the pilot's voice cut through the chaos. Simultaneously, he maneuvered the helicopter in sharp, evasive turns to dodge the relentless barrage of anti-aircraft shells raining down from the ground.
Hearing the pilot's words, Eugene May was utterly baffled. Wasn't this within Dingyuan City's airspace?
She distinctly remembered this helicopter had been specially registered.
Why was it under attack by the City Defense Battalion's anti-aircraft guns? What on earth was going on? Moreover, she was the top official in Xinjiang province. Frankly speaking, even if this helicopter hadn't obtained a special license plate, did they really have the audacity to fire upon her? Were they out of their minds?
At that moment, the surrounding anti-aircraft shells grew increasingly dense. Under the barrage of anti-aircraft machine guns, the helicopter pilot had no choice but to maneuver the aircraft, taking several direct hits from the anti-aircraft fire. The shockwaves caused the helicopter to shake violently. As the damage to the helicopter worsened, the pilot finally lost control. Prepare for impact. Prepare for impact. The command echoed in everyone's ears. Su Feng could only bury his sister's head in his chest as he watched helplessly, the helicopter plummeting toward the ground.
Old man, what are you staring at? Do you really need me to handle this trifling matter?
Eugene May spoke calmly, her tone devoid of panic. What seemed like a life or death situation to Su Feng appeared to her as nothing more than a minor inconvenience.
Right, ha! Yu Chuanli nodded with a faint smile, then unbuckled his seatbelt. Open the door. The moment the words left his mouth. Dingyuan City, Police Headquarters Building. The chief was still persistently dialing the City Defense Battalion's number. But unlike usual, when the call would connect immediately, today, for some unknown reason, no one answered even after ringing for so long. Could the entire city defense garrison have defected? The chief couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine as the thought involuntarily crossed his mind. If the entire city defense regiment of Dingyuan City had betrayed them, the threat facing the city would be unprecedented. Not only did the regiment fend off invasions from beasts outside the walls, but it also oversaw access to all kinds of secret realms. However, the chief quickly dismissed the notion of its city defense regiment mutiny. Each regiment was commanded by a regiment commander and 2 deputy commanders, individuals appointed only after their absolute purity and loyalty had been verified. They held crucial positions responsible for safeguarding the lives of the city's populace. Boom! 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 The explosions of anti-aircraft shells reverberated continuously over the city center of Dingyuan. The scene before him left the chief speechless. The helicopter, which had barely managed to evade the anti-aircraft fire moments ago, gradually lost its balance under the hail of machine gun fire, plummeting toward Dingyuan City's iconic landmark. Report! Wang Shangli's voice suddenly rang out beside the chief's ear, startling him. Before the chief could speak, Wang Shangli continued, "Chief, I'm afraid I've disappointed you. I wasn't able to recruit Su Feng. There were simply too many high-ranking officials present. I couldn't compete with them. Our police department's resources just can't compare to theirs. And what exactly is Dingyuan City doing with these air defense drills? Didn't their city defense battalion claim they were severely short on ammunition? What's the meaning behind this stunt now? Perhaps we should." Before Wang Shangli could finish, a deafening boom echoed through the air. His gaze followed the sound to see an out-of-control helicopter hurtling straight toward Dingyuan City's iconic landmark. The chief froze in place, too stunned to utter a word. The entire police station fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the spot where the helicopter had just crashed into the skyscraper and exploded. Moments later. "Chief, when did our precinct get the budget to upgrade all the windows to 5D? Watching a movie isn't just about the realistic explosions, you can even feel the vibrations. Damn impressive." Wang Shangli was the first to speak, uttering a remark that left everyone feeling both amused and exasperated. Wang Shangli's words snapped the chief back to reality. He yanked Wang Shangli by the collar, his eyes red with fury as he barked, "This isn't a damn drill. I didn't install any special 5D movie screens in this station. What you just witnessed was real. Do you understand?" The head of the Provincial Special Operations Bureau, our direct superior, was on that very helicopter that just crashed. After speaking, the chief seemed to collapse from exhaustion, plopping straight down onto the ground. He appeared utterly distraught, muttering repeatedly, "It's all over. We're finished. I've failed the citizens of Dingyuan City, my colleagues, and I've failed Mr. Yu." Hearing the chief's words, Wang Shangli froze in shock. He never imagined that what he had just witnessed was actually real. Suddenly, Wang Shangli's eyes lit up. His voice carried a questioning tone as he spoke. "Commissioner, as far as I know, not only was the director of the Provincial Special Services Bureau on that flight, but I also heard her husband, Mr. Yu Chuanli from Huaqing University's admissions office, was aboard as well. His psychic ability level seems quite high. Couldn't he possibly lead them all to safety?" Hearing this, the director's previously unfocused gaze sharpened instantly. He grabbed Wang Shangli's arm and pulled him to his feet. "Notify the fire department and ambulances. Rush to the scene immediately and rescue the injured. Hurry. You go too. Find the living or recover the dead. Get to the bottom of this," the chief added. Before Wang Shangli could respond, the chief dashed toward the city defense camp, his eyes blazing with intense fury. Chapter 16, Small Change? In the heart of Dingyuan City's bustling downtown, directly beneath the iconic landmark, chaos erupted due to the helicopter crash. Yet, perhaps because of Yu Chuanli's intervention, the helicopter didn't disintegrate or explode into a sea of flames as Su Feng had imagined. It merely jolted slightly upon landing before coming to a halt. Su Feng, Su Liunian, the pilot, and the co-pilot all shared a look of relief. Thank goodness those 2 big shots were on board, otherwise, they'd likely be dead and dismembered by now, or turned into dancing little firemen scattered everywhere. Su Feng scanned his surroundings, his expression suddenly darkening. Ignoring Eugene May's still dizzy head, he urgently demanded, "Where's Grandpa Yu? Where did he go? Why hasn't he shown up yet?" Seeing Su Feng so anxious, Eugene May patted his shoulder reassuringly. "This is nothing for him. He can handle it easily. Don't worry. Why don't you check if you or your sister have any injuries? Some damage might not be visible on the surface. If anything feels off, it's best to get checked at the hospital. It's essential, especially for our dear granddaughter, whose constitution is weaker than most and more prone to internal injuries." Hearing Eugene May's words, Su Feng nodded and hurriedly began checking his sister and himself for injuries. Just as they were examining each other. Thump, thump, thump. The helicopter door was tapped. Following the sound, outside stood Yu Chuanli, covered in dust and grime. He waved inside and called out, "Everyone come down if you're okay. I still need to." But before Yu Chuanli could finish, a series of dull thuds echoed. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Yu Chuanli, who moments ago had been speaking with full vigor, was suddenly struck by several energy cannon blasts, sending him crashing into the wall, severely injured. Had this been an ordinary person struck by such powerful weaponry, they likely wouldn't have survived. But because Yu Chuanli was a 5th stage awakened one, he narrowly escaped death. Su Feng, you and Liu Nian stay in the helicopter. My personal craft has been reinforced with blast-proof measures, and the glass is all made with the latest plasma technology. In short, staying in the helicopter is your safest bet right now. Don't come down and complicate things for us. Yu Jinmei spoke rapidly, then added. You two, Zhang and Wang, don't risk your lives for me like last time. I'm still as sturdy as ever. After speaking, Yu Jinmei glanced around to confirm there was no immediate danger. She then opened the helicopter door and stepped out without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfeng stood atop a nearby unfinished building with several henchmen. Stowing his energy cannon, he sprinted toward the crash site. Earlier, Lin Tianfeng had caught Yu Chuanli off guard and dealt him significant damage. Now was the time to strike while the iron was hot. If they didn't eliminate Yu Chuanli and his men swiftly, the opportunity they'd worked so hard to create would vanish. Boss, won't this provoke the Special Services Bureau into a brutal retaliation? And can we even succeed? Remember, the helicopter carried the top official of Xizjiang province. I hear she's no pushover either. Watching Lin Tianfeng sprint toward the crash site immediately after wounding Yu Chuanli, the bald henchman voiced his unease. It wasn't that he doubted Lin Tianfeng's capabilities or their plan itself. The main concern was Yu Jinmei's status and influence, which were simply too high, and her strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. If the operation failed, not only would all the exposed moles die in vain, but the resources they'd expended would also be utterly wasted. We've been suppressed by the Special Services Bureau for so long. If we don't take a gamble now, our organization will likely vanish from this world soon enough. Besides, our heaven-stealing organization and the Special Services Bureau are sworn enemies. Who cares about their retaliation? You're getting more backward with age. These words weren't from Lin Tianfeng, but from the tattooed, muscular middle-aged man beside the bald guy. Just as the two were about to argue further, Lin Tianfeng cut in, "Shut up. The organization's decisions aren't up for debate. Just execute them decisively. Besides, whether we take down the top dog in Xizjiang province or not, eliminating that old man Yu Chuanli is a win-win. Didn't Huaqing University team up with the police and the Special Services Bureau to hunt us down recently? They really think we're pushovers." As Lin Tianfeng spoke, he kept tossing small black spheres around. As they neared the crash site, Lin Tianfeng issued orders, "Baldy, take cover on that dirt slope 5 meters southwest. Look for an opening to take them out with the plasma sniper rifle. Zhang Matzi, you'll scout the perimeter of the field. Report any activity immediately. The rest of you follow me. Remember, this mission must be completed. For the glory of the organization." Hearing Lin Tianfeng's words, everyone's expressions grew solemn as they ran. They placed their hands over their chests in an unusual gesture and chanted in unison, "For the glory of the organization." As they spoke, their eyes shone with an intense, almost religious fervor. Without another word, they dispersed to the positions Lin Tianfeng had just assigned. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tianfeng led the remaining men to the crash site. They stood ready for battle, their stances tense and alert. Lin Tianfeng once again aimed his fully charged energy cannon at the figure before him, a look of grave determination crossing his eyes. Standing before Lin Tianfeng and his men were Yu Chuanli, whom they had just wounded, and Yu Jinmei, who had disembarked from the helicopter. Scoffing at the meager force before her, Yu Jinmei sneered, "So this is who it is? All that pomp and circumstance earlier, and now you show up with a handful of nobodies? Your organization really is going downhill. Is the heaven-stealing organization sending only you to assassinate this old woman? Do you truly believe I'm too senile to wield a blade?" Yu Jinmei clearly recognized Lin Tianfeng before her. Her previously tense posture relaxed considerably. As a mid-stage 6th phase awakener, she faced a mere 5th phase opponent in Lin Tianfeng, one who might not even stand a chance against Yu Chuanli. "Ha ha ha ha. It would be my honor to exchange techniques with the esteemed Master Yu. Might I ask?" Before Lin Tianfeng could finish, he launched an energy cannon without warning, disregarding martial ethics. Simultaneously, he aimed the long sword strapped to his back directly at Yu Jinmei's face. Chapter 17, The Battle. As the flying blade approached his face, Yu Jinmei neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he raised his walking stick and jerked his forearm violently. The cane instantly unfolded at its base, as if enchanted by magic. Its tip glowed with a crystalline, azure radiance. Closing her eyes, Yu Jinmei drew a swift circle with the cane beside her just as the blade touched her face. A golden, ethereal shield formed around her, its surface inscribed with unknown runes. The shield's brilliance nearly blinded those nearby. The moment the dagger touched the shield, it clanged violently and flew back toward Lin Tianfeng's face. Lin Tianfeng, seemingly prepared, formed a mysterious hand seal. He calmed and stabilized the dagger hurtling toward him, gripping the hilt tightly. He looked at Yu Jinmei. Seems the old master hasn't lost her edge. Better watch out from here on. Lin Tianfeng appeared outwardly calm, but inwardly he was cursing his intelligence operatives to high heaven. Which fool had claimed Yu Jinmei was a shadow of her former self, her combat prowess reduced to a fraction of its peak? Even a top-tier 4th-tier awakened could now challenge her. Though Lin Tianfeng had just parried Yu Jinmei's counterattack with apparent ease, he knew he was now firmly on the defensive. Look at his blade still trembling uncontrollably, shaking like a leaf. This wasn't excitement, it was sheer terror. It was worth noting that once an awakened one reached the 4th stage, any awakened artifact equipped at the Chun grade or higher would develop sentience. When facing an opponent they knew they couldn't defeat by force, these artifacts would also feel fear. What was most astonishing was that Lin Tianfeng's awakened weapon, merely deflected slightly by Yu Jinmei's golden shield, had developed a tiny chip on its surface. Consider this, his weapon wasn't just Chen grade, it was among the pinnacle of Chun grade weapons, capable of slicing through rebar like butter. Yet it nearly shattered against a shield Yu Jinmei had casually conjured. This alone proved her awakened abilities far surpassed what the Thief Heaven organization's intelligence had suggested. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Tianfeng, disregarding martial ethics once more, charged straight toward Yu Jinmei. Yet Yu Jinmei remained utterly unflustered, eyes fixed on her nose on her heart. She swiftly grabbed her staff and casually hurled a blue-tinged orb of electricity toward him. Lin Tianfeng stared at the crackling orb before him, its internal voltage clearly exceeding 10,000 volts. A chill ran down his spine. He couldn't help but imagine the horror if struck by such an attack. His body would be reduced to charcoal in an instant, beyond any hope of rescue. Ha! That's precisely why Lin Tianfeng summoned every ounce of strength, gripped his blade's hilt with both hands, and swung fiercely at the lightning orb while roaring, "Thunderous crescent slash!" The words barely left his mouth when the blade in his hands erupted in a crimson glow. Instantly, a jet-black blade aura shot forth, hurtling straight toward the energy orb. Lin Tianfeng himself had already halted, panting heavily in place. Lin Tianfeng swore he had never unleashed a blade aura so swiftly in his life. Had the threat of death not loomed so close, he doubted he would ever reach that level of power. In the blink of an eye, the lightning-charged orb and the crimson-black blade energy collided head-on. Boom! The explosive sound erupted, piercing the heavens. Near the epicenter, 2 cars were violently hurled dozens of meters into the air, even loosening the Huateng group. Billboard above them. The scorching heat wave that followed sent fear rippling through Su Feng and the others aboard the helicopter. Witnessing the scene, Yu Jinmei, Lin Tianfeng, and the others all voiced their bewilderment in unison. How could she possess such power? Yu Jinmei's bewilderment stemmed from her inability to comprehend how Lin Tianfeng possessed such formidable strength that he could withstand an attack unleashed at roughly 70% of her full power. She had intended to use that strike to completely incapacitate him, followed by a thorough interrogation. Yet, to her astonishment, he had blocked it seemingly effortlessly. This scene made Yu Jinmei question whether her own strength had truly declined. But what puzzled Lin Tianfeng was why Yu Jinmei could withstand his just-released ultimate move. At the very least, she shouldn't have been able to block it so easily. After all, his ultimate had been enhanced by the Heaven-Stealing Sect Master's spell. Even a top-tier 6th-tier awakened would likely suffer severe consequences from a single hit. Yet, for some reason, Yu Jinmei managed to block it with just a casual strike. Consequently, the contempt in both parties' gazes faded, replaced by a palpable wariness. For a moment, neither side made the first move to attack. Yu Jinmei prioritized stability. After all, the current stalemate gave her a significant advantage. It wouldn't be long before official reinforcements arrived. She refused to believe Dingyuan City's forces would stand by and watch the top figure of Xizjiang province get taken down by the Heaven-Stealing organization. Lin Tianfeng, however, was entirely different. He couldn't gauge what untapped abilities Yu Jinmei might still possess. If he launched another attack only to have it easily parried, it could shake the morale of his entire team. Not just his own resolve, but even the combat effectiveness of his few remaining subordinates might falter. Furthermore, why hadn't the energy sealing spheres given by the Guardian Elders earlier taken effect yet? The standoff persisted. Inside the helicopter, Su Feng watched the clash between the big shots intently, hoping to glean something from it. A battle of this caliber was extremely rare, at least in Dingyuan City. If he could learn anything, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable in his future fights. Meanwhile, Su Liunian spoke up beside Su Feng. "Brother, I have a bad feeling. I think Grandma Yu and Grandpa Yu might not be able to defeat their opponents." After speaking, Su Liunian's face paled slightly without her noticing. She clutched Su Feng's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Hearing her words, Su Feng reassured her, "Impossible. Grandma Yu and Grandpa Yu will easily take care of them. They're incredibly skilled. Don't be afraid, Liunian. I'm here. If the chance arises, I'll step in." Su Liunian's words served as a wake-up call for Su Feng. It appeared that Yu Jinmei and Yu Chuanli currently held a significant advantage.
Even without Yu Chuanli intervening, Eugene Mei alone seemed capable of intimidating the entire group sent by the Thief Heaven organization.
But who could predict unexpected twists? What if something happened to Eugene Mei or Yu Chuanli, leaving them unable to defeat the enemy? Where would he and the others go then? They couldn't just stand there waiting to die, could they? With this thought, Su Feng cracked open the helicopter window a crack. He scanned the surroundings, searching for anything useful. Even if he couldn't eliminate the Thief Heaven organization members, contributing whatever meager assistance he could would be better than nothing. Chapter 18, Unexpected Complications. Su Feng scanned the area around their struggle. Unfortunately, there was nothing usable to be found. Even the small car that had been parked there moments ago had been destroyed in the clash between Eugene Mei and Lin Tianfeng. All that remained were craters of varying sizes, whether from the helicopter crash or the battle itself. Su Feng felt utterly numb at the sight. Even if he wanted to help Eugene Mei and Lin Tianfeng now, he was powerless. Barring some miracle, he couldn't do anything useful. All he could do was wait and see if an opportunity presented itself. The pilot and co-pilot in the helicopter cockpit, however, were far from idle. Despite being the head of Xizang Province's Special Operations Bureau, Eugene Mei never treated her subordinates with arrogance. When facing mortal danger, she genuinely prioritized their safety, unlike many high-ranking officials who would sacrifice their men as human shields. In fact, Eugene Mei had risked everything to rescue them from enemy clutches on multiple occasions. Seeing her and Yu Chuanli locked in combat now, how could they stand idly by? Old Zhang, what do you say? Should we find a chance to make a move? Boss Yu's always treated us well. We can't just sit here and watch her risk her life, can we? Wang Haonian in the passenger seat spoke up first, his eyes burning with a fierce desire for battle.
Zhang Chuntao, however, looked troubled.
How exactly do we find an opportunity?
Just now, Grandma Yu specifically told us not to cause trouble like we did before.
If we get involved, won't we just make things worse? Though Zhang Chuntao shared Wang Haonian's eagerness to join the fight and aid Eugene Mei and Yu Chuanli, he clearly understood his own limitations. He quickly tried to dissuade Wang Haonian from rushing into action. He feared that this situation, while not ideal, at least evenly matched, might be ruined by the two of them. Hey, did we bring this thing? Just find an opening to take out those other guys over there. The one left holding the knife might look tough, but do you really think she can handle old Yu alone?
As Wang Haonian spoke, he produced an energy submachine gun from somewhere.
He wasn't stupid either, he meant to strike only when he was absolutely certain of success. Truthfully, Wang Haonian hadn't carried a gun before either. After all, who in their right mind would dare attack the private aircraft of Xizang Province's top leader? That would be courting death. But after several hard lessons, he realized that while he and Zhang Chuntao possessed second-tier awakened power strength that might intimidate ordinary folk, it was utterly insignificant to true masters. Facing anyone genuinely intent on attacking Eugene Mei, they'd be helpless, only hindering her.
That's precisely why Wang Haonian had gone to great lengths, spending a fortune and leveraging connections to procure this contraption from the black market. It was intended for precisely this kind of emergency, arriving just when needed. As for whether the police would investigate this matter later, he wasn't the least bit concerned. On one hand, he had deployed this weapon banned from circulation to protect the top official of Xizang Province. On the other, the police were likely too preoccupied with their own problems. The assassination attempt on the province's leader had occurred right under their noses. Faced with such a major incident, they bore an inescapable responsibility. Staring at the energy-focused submachine gun in Wang Haonian's hands, Zhang Chuntao was utterly dumbfounded. Who knew why this guy even carried such a weapon? Though still labeled a gun, a single round from this thing could pierce 20mm thick steel plate. Against the first 3 tiers of Awakened, it would be lethal with every shot. It would prove equally devastating against the 4th stage Awakened surrounding Lin Tianfeng. Under a hail of concentrated fire, even 4th stage Awakened would suffer heavy losses against the energy submachine gun, let alone when ambushed. Enough talk. Give me the gun. I'll find the opening. Zhang Chuntao snatched the energy submachine gun from Wang Haonian's grasp. He cracked open the window just enough to expose the black barrel, aiming it at the henchmen surrounding Lin Tianfeng, ready to strike at the first opportunity. Seeing this, Wang Haonian didn't argue. Instead, he held his breath alongside Zhang, waiting for the moment. His silence stemmed mainly from the fact that Zhang Chuntao was a military veteran with extensive firearms experience. The energy submachine gun would undoubtedly be far more effective in his hands than in Wang Haonian's. Just then, a sudden, muffled thud shattered the tense standoff. In the blink of an eye, Eugene Mei used her staff to conjure another golden shield. This time, however, the shield wasn't as impenetrable as expected. It shattered under the sudden cold shot, hurtling straight toward Yu Chuanli, who was healing himself in place. True to form, Yu Chuanli was knocked flying once more. Fortunately, Eugene Mei's shield had absorbed much of the impact, otherwise it would have been doubtful whether he could even stand again. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Eugene Mei's eyes as she witnessed this. She thought to herself, I was planning to let you live a little longer, but now it seems completely unnecessary. Eugene Mei first cast a healing spell on Yu Chuanli, then drew several water shields around herself for protection. She flung her staff skyward with a mighty toss, chanting, "Heaven's falling meteor, piercing the stars." On the other side, Lin Tianfeng nearly jumped up in rage at the sight. He cursed into his earpiece, "Who the hell told you to fire now? Did you piss off that old hag? I'll haunt you all as a ghost, you idiots." Damn it. Seeing Eugene Mei about to complete her spell, Lin Tianfeng ignored his companions. With a thought, the knife in his hand floated into the air. He leapt onto it, ready to make a hasty escape. But no matter how far he fled, he couldn't shake the feeling of being locked onto. So he abruptly changed course, redirecting his flying blade's trajectory and charging straight at Eugene Mei, bellowing, "Glory, gather within me." Just as Eugene Mei was about to complete her spell at the last second, something unexpected happened. For some unknown reason, she suddenly felt as deflated as a punctured balloon, drained of all energy. The forbidden spell she had struggled to complete utterly failed, and the water shield beside her vanished without warning. She could only watch helplessly as Lin Tianfeng closed in. Chapter 19, Cornered. Ha 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 ha. Heaven favors me. Lin Tianfeng, who had been on the brink of despair, felt hope surge back into his heart upon witnessing Eugene Mei's spell fail. His strides toward her quickened involuntarily. The blade's edge glinted coldly, radiating a murderous aura. He could already envision the rewards awaiting him upon returning to the Thief Heaven organization after assassinating the top official of Xizang province. Perhaps they would even erect a dedicated shrine for him at the highest ancestral temple. Wealth, power, and beautiful women would certainly be abundant. Each time this thought crossed his mind, the gleam in Lin Tianfeng's eyes grew brighter. He manipulated the flying knife, aiming it straight for Eugene Mei's throat. On the other side, Eugene Mei's expression changed drastically. She had no idea what was happening. Why couldn't she communicate with the energy in the air to activate her sequence ability? She hurriedly raised her staff again, concentrating intensely as she chanted incantations while swinging it. She tried at least 3 times, but the spells that had once flowed effortlessly now refused to materialize. Her face darkened. This is bad. Could it be that I'm about to fall to such vermin? Behind her, Yu Chuanli couldn't help but sweat nervously. He instinctively tried to activate his sequence ability, but for some reason, despite multiple attempts, he felt not a trace of sequence energy within himself. Compounding this, the 2 attacks had left Yu Chuanli seriously injured and his movements impaired. Even if he wanted to step forward to block the attacks for her now, he was powerless to do so. Inside the helicopter, Su Feng and Su Liunian couldn't help but feel anxious for Eugene Mei, for 3 reasons. First, both Eugene Mei and Yu Chuanli had always treated them with sincerity and courtesy, even acknowledging them as their grandchildren. Second, if both Eugene Mei and Yu Chuanli were eliminated, the next target for the Heaven Thieves organization would undoubtedly be those aboard the helicopter. Third, Eugene Mei was a high-ranking official in the Provincial Special Security Bureau. If such a figure died in Dingyuan City, who knew what chaos would ensue? It was easy to imagine Xizang province descending into disorder, with all manner of evil organizations and unscrupulous elements emerging to cause immense trouble and harm to society. Both professionally and personally, Su Feng and Su Liunian were determined to prevent any harm coming to Eugene Mei or Yu Chuanli. "Brother, do you think Grandma Yu and Grandpa Yu will be okay? Should we go out and help them?" Su Liunian asked Su Feng, her voice trembling slightly. Though she knew her fragile physique made her weak among the awakened, she still yearned to support Eugene Mei and Yu Chuanli, who were clearly at a disadvantage. Su Feng fixed a solemn gaze upon the elderly couple. "They won't. Grandma and Grandpa Yu are blessed by heaven. They won't meet misfortune so easily. The most important thing now is for us to stay put and avoid causing them trouble. I'm sure the police station and city defense camp will dispatch skilled fighters soon to deal with these villains." At the same time, Su Feng caught sight of the massive, precariously swaying billboard overhead. If only Lin Tianfeng were below it now, perhaps he could attempt to activate his sequence ability. "Bro, aren't you an awakened? Shouldn't you get off the helicopter and help Grandma Yu? They seem to be fighting, but they can't hold out much longer." However, Su Liunian didn't quite agree with Su Feng's words. At least in her eyes, Eugene Mei and Yu Chuanli simply couldn't hold out much longer. Brothers awaken sequence ability. Su Feng's words were cut short by sudden gunfire. Zhang Chuantao's energy assault rifle erupted with a blue-black tongue of fire, instantly halting Lin Tianfeng's previously dragon-like charge. Lin Tianfeng's delayed reaction even left several holes in his own body, and his Chen-grade throwing knives showed signs of chipping. But such minor injuries were insignificant to Lin Tianfeng. He casually used a special technique to staunch the trickling blood from his wounds, his gaze darkening as he fixed it on Zhang Chuntao inside the helicopter. Seeing his ambush succeed, Zhang Chuntao immediately shifted his focus to the henchman flanking Lin Tianfeng. For a master of Lin Tianfeng's caliber, landing a single successful ambush was already fortunate. Had he not become overconfident and fixated his attention entirely on Eugene Mei and Yu Chuanli, Zhang Chuntao likely wouldn't have even grazed the hem of his robe. Lin Tianfeng's men were another story. Though their average strength ranged from Tier 3 to Tier 4, it was insufficient to perfectly evade the specialized energy bullets fired from an energy assault rifle.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
Despite being mentally prepared, they were still sent scattering in panic by Zhang Chuantao's fire. This was mainly because they had no immediate solution against the helicopter's formidable defenses, and their primary focus remained firmly fixed on Eugene Mei and Yu Chuanli. While the energy submachine gun posed a threat, as long as it didn't hit vital areas, they could still fight with vigor.
Moments later,
only Eugene Mei, Yu Chuanli, and Lin Tianfeng remained locked in confrontation. His henchmen had already fled for cover. Even with his sharpshooting skills, Zhang Chuntao could do little to assist now, only occasionally harassing Lin Tianfeng to distract him from focusing on Eugene Mei and Yu Chuanli.
Ha 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 ha. Can you two old men even muster a tenth of your former strength now?
Lin Tianfeng knew his device had taken effect, so he felt no urgency. He relished the thrill of trampling once mighty figures beneath his feet, and thus spoke with mocking contempt.
Don't get cocky. Today is your day of reckoning. If you want to live, I advise you to leave immediately. The police and city defense troops will be here any moment. Once they arrive, you won't be able to escape.
Eugene Mei snorted coldly, attempting to intimidate Lin Tianfeng. Unexpectedly, Lin Tianfeng merely shook his head calmly and spoke slowly. The city guard has long been infiltrated by us. Not only will they not come to your rescue, but they're probably struggling to save themselves right now.
Hearing Lin Tianfeng's words, Eugene Mei's expression changed dramatically.
Her concern wasn't for her own safety, but for the city defense corps, the primary force protecting Dingyuan City from the ferocious beasts. If even they had been infiltrated to such an extent, the consequences were unimaginable. Without further ado, Lin Tianfeng flung the flying knife once more, sending it soaring through the air. Muttering incantations, he suddenly struck his chest, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the blade. The dagger, now stained crimson, glowed with an eerie, demonic radiance. In an instant, Lin Tianfeng drew his blade and charged toward Eugene Mei and her companion. Simultaneously, he effortlessly deployed his shield, deflecting every bullet from the energy assault rifle.
Die. Chapter 20, SWAT Reinforcements. Zhang Chuntao, aim better. Why are you shooting so wildly? Did you learn nothing useful in the military?
Wang Haori watched helplessly as Lin Tianfeng guided his flying knife straight toward Eugene Mei, who offered no resistance.
His heart raced with anxiety. Hurry. Aim better. If Zhang Chuntao couldn't stop Lin Tianfeng, Eugene Mei and Yu Chuanli would be in real danger. Damn it, shut up. Can't you see I'm aiming as best I can? Haven't you noticed that bastard dodged all my bullets effortlessly? This is ridiculous.
Zhang Chuntao spat and shouted back at Wang Haori beside him.
If you think I can't handle it, then you try. I was the top marksman in our company back in the day.
Meanwhile, Yu Chuanli, who had been behind Eugene Mei, seized his chance. Just as the flying knife was about to pierce her, he shoved her violently aside. Simultaneously, he scrambled to pick up a fist-sized rock from the ground and hurled it at Lin Tianfeng.
Get the kids out of here. Old lady, I love you. Clang. Rat-a-tat-tat. The relentless crackle of energy assault rifles echoed.
Seeing they still couldn't harm Lin Tianfeng in the slightest, they were desperate enough to throw themselves in front of the flying blades and Lin Tianfeng's lethal attacks, using their own lives to buy time for the elders.
Damn it, why haven't the city defense troops or the police station arrived yet? Have they really been slacking off for so long? Could it be that Boss Yu is truly going to die in this godforsaken place? Zhang Chuntao and Wang Haori cursed silently in their hearts. Bang!
Yu Chuanli was blasted backward by a distant weapon, a gaping hole now gouged in his chest. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfeng stood less than 5 meters from Eugene Mei, his flying knife poised to pierce her chest. At this critical moment, Su Feng, observing the battle intently from inside the helicopter, seized the opportunity to cast his spell. His hands swiftly formed a mysterious seal as he concentrated his thoughts. Lin Tianfeng is crushed to death by the billboard. Suddenly, that profound sensation surged through Su Feng once more. Simultaneously, dizziness overwhelmed him. He gasped for breath, his face drained of color, as he stared at the billboard. Snap! Thud! The moment Su Feng cast his spell, the already precariously balanced billboard seemed to be manipulated by some mysterious force. The rusted iron hook that had barely been holding it in place snapped violently. The billboard, weighing several tons, crashed down toward Lin Tianfeng. Just as Lin Tianfeng was about to thrust his blade into Eugene Mei's neck, his hair stood on end. An inexplicable sense of mortal danger washed over him. Lin Tianfeng snapped his head up to look at Eugene Mei, who remained frozen in place, unable to cast spells or move. Ignoring the warning in his heart, he lunged forward, intent on finishing her off with one strike. What Lin Tianfeng didn't know was that he was now under the spell of Su Feng's enchantment. Otherwise, given his usual cautious nature, how could he possibly risk his life to kill someone? Thud! In a fraction of a second, the multi-ton billboard crushed Lin Tianfeng into a bloody pulp, leaving him gasping for air. Standing beside him, Eugene Mei was also sent flying by the billboard's aftershock, her fate unknown. Witnessing this, Su Feng finally exhaled in relief. He addressed the two stunned figures. Hurry up! What are you standing around for? Grandma Yu and Grandpa Yu are still exposed to the sniper's line of fire in the distance. If you don't go now, it'll be too late. As he spoke, Su Feng suddenly coughed violently several times.
Okay, we're going. Wang Haori was the first to react.
Grabbing Zhang Chuntao, he opened the helicopter door, snatched the onboard first aid kit, and sprinted toward Eugene Mei and Yu Chuanli.
What? Boss Lin just got crushed to death by a billboard? Impossible. How could such a coincidence happen?
The bald henchman screamed in horror, staring at Lin Tianfeng's flattened body, only his upper torso exposed.
To him, it was utterly unbelievable.
Normally, a fifth-tier awakened individual possessed agility and reflexes that made it impossible to be struck, let alone killed by a billboard barely 10 square meters in size.
What? Damn it, Big Brother Lin is gone like that? Holy Chan, you guys joking? Big Brother Lin's a fifth-tier awakened. A measly billboard couldn't possibly kill him. You're not joking, are you? This is crazy.
As the bald guy finished speaking, the others beside him craned their necks and chimed in one after another.
Incredulity and disbelief filled every pair of eyes. Meanwhile, done. That old bastard really took a beating. He kept dodging my sneak attacks. So what if he's a higher level awakened?
He still ended up dying by our guns.
Big Brother Lin should be able to take out that old hag now, right?
The young man lying in wait atop a nearby unfinished building muttered to himself.
After I finish off the top dog in Xizang province, no one should question whether I can inherit the Thief Heaven organization, right?
After speaking, the youth pulled the walkie-talkie from his waistband and relayed the message, target neutralized.
Boom.
Before he could finish, Lin Tianfeng, who moments ago had dominated the situation with unmatched arrogance, was crushed beneath a massive billboard. Simultaneously, Yu Chuanli, who had been exposed in the sniper sights, was dragged behind the billboard by Wang Haori and Zhang Chuntao amid the dust.
Now, he couldn't snipe anyone. He cursed under his breath, casually tucking the radio back into his waistband as he prepared to relocate his sniper position. As a marksman, he had to ensure he maintained the best possible field of fire. But the instant he rose, bang! A gunshot rang out from behind the young man.
His head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter everywhere in a gruesome display. 3 kilometers behind the youth, atop a high rise, a uniformed SWAT officer wielded a Japanese-grade specialized plasma sniper rifle. A blade of grass, likely plucked from somewhere, dangled from his mouth. Seeing the youth killed held no surprise for him. After firing another shot to confirm the kill, he shifted his focus to the remaining targets.
Click! 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 Clang! 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 With each pull of the trigger, those positioned by Lin Tianfeng, whether as ambushes or lookouts, were instantly killed, dead as a doornail.
He was like a merciless reaper. The bald henchman glanced at Lin Tianfeng, whose breath had completely ceased. An ominous foreboding gripped his heart as he called out into the Bluetooth earpiece, "Sanlong, Du Hai, Mouse, come in." But after a long while, he received no response. Confused, the bald henchman glanced toward their planned ambush location, trying to figure out what had gone wrong. His pupils suddenly contracted in horror as he spotted the headless corpse of the young man.
Move! We need to split up.
Something's wrong, the bald-headed guy urgently shouted to the others nearby. If we don't leave now, we'll all die here.
Go! Don't look back.
Brother Chen, I say we fight them to the death.
We can't escape now anyway.
If we take out those 2 old fools, our families might still get preferential treatment from the organization.
Yeah, Brother Chen, we're probably screwed anyway. Might as well go down fighting.
Or you could just leave while we're busy killing, you could get as far away as possible. But after a fierce internal struggle, the bald-headed younger brother suddenly declared, if we die together. Kill.
Chapter 21, Crisis Averted.
Inspired by his words, the rest of the gang members charged straight toward Zhang Chuntao, Wang Haori, and the others hiding behind the billboard. What they didn't know was that the bald-headed thug who had just volunteered to lead the charge was gradually slowing his pace. Taking advantage of their distraction, he quietly sprinted toward a nearby sewer grate. Old Zhang, hold the line. I'll be right there to help you. After confirming Eugene Mei had no life-threatening injuries and her breathing was steady, Wang Haori quickly administered a hemostatic injection to Yu Chuanli.
Such hemostatic needles were exceptionally valuable.
Had it not been for Eugene Mei's special escort, they likely wouldn't have been equipped with this item, which could fetch over 2 million credit points on the black market. But even the most precious items were meant to be used. Without immediate treatment, Yu Chuanli risked going into shock from blood loss. Fortunately, the bullet hadn't struck a vital organ, otherwise, he might already be on his way to meet the King of Hell. But without more specialized medical equipment, his days were numbered. A wound large enough to fit a fist through in the midsection wasn't particularly severe by modern standards. A trip to any ordinary, legitimate hospital would see him fully healed within days, back on his feet and bouncing around in no time. Don't worry, leave it to me, Zhang Chuntao patted his chest and addressed Wang Haori. You focus on treating Boss Yu and Old Master Yu. The handful of stragglers scattered about the scene posed no real threat to Zhang Chuntao. Rat-a-tat-tat. Zhang Chuntao opened fire on the gangsters charging toward him with fierce, almost arrogant momentum. His energy assault rifle spat out continuous streams of ghostly blue flames, radiating an aura of unstoppable resolve. The dense barrage of fire pinned these 3rd and 4th tier powerhouses in place, each step forward earning them multiple fresh wounds. Yet even so, after exchanging glances, they charged forward recklessly. As long as they could eliminate Eugene Mei and Yu Chuanli, it would all be worth it. Alright. Zhang Chuntao, observing the reckless attackers before him, decisively abandoned his cover. Rising to his feet, he unleashed a furious barrage of fire upon them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Of the 5 attackers who had charged out, 2 relatively weaker ones were already taken down by Zhang Chuntao with headshots. The remaining 3 continued to race toward Zhang Chuntao, determined to fight to the death. Click click click. Zhang Chuntao pulled the trigger. Wang Haori. Where the hell are the magazines? Don't tell me you didn't bring enough ammo. Zhang Chuantao's expression darkened as he shouted at Wang Haori, who was pressing down on Yu Chuanli's wound. If they didn't resume firing quickly, given the attackers' physical prowess, they could reach them in under 5 seconds and wipe out their group with ease. Hearing Zhang Chuantao's words, Wang Haori replied with a hint of relief, "Of course I didn't just bring a few magazines. The rest are." As he spoke, Wang Haori reached for his waist, but his voice suddenly tightened. "Damn it. I left them on the helicopter. I told you to conserve ammo earlier. You didn't listen. Now look what happened." Before Zhang Chuntao could respond, Wang Haori erupted in curses. But Zhang Chuntao had no time for such concerns now. Seeing the thugs closing in, he tossed his energy assault rifle aside, drew the dagger from his belt, and assumed a fighting stance. "Old Zhang," he muttered, "I'm afraid I'm going down here today. You take Boss Yu and run straight out. Don't look back. Remember, I was taken in from the orphanage by Boss Yu. You're the only friend I ever had. Remember to burn paper offerings for me this time next year." The words barely left his mouth before he charged forward, burning his bridges. Wang Haori showed no hesitation either, preparing to hoist Yu Chuanli and Eugene Mei onto his shoulders to carry them away. Snap. Following the sound, the Su siblings who had been aboard the helicopter moments ago appeared beside them. Su Feng swiftly reloaded his energy assault rifle and opened fire on the thugs. The criminals clearly hadn't expected another sneak attack from the energy submachine gun. Unable to dodge in time, 2 of them were instantly killed. However, the remaining 4th tier awakened was locked in combat with Zhang Chuntao. For a moment, Su Feng found himself unable to fire. Clearly, he too had realized this, gradually shifting the battlefield closer to Su Feng's position. If he didn't shoot and kill him now, the remaining few would be in grave danger. "Old Zhang, I'm sorry. Wang Haori would never allow such a thing to happen. His and Zhang Chuantao's original mission was to protect Eugene Mei even at the cost of their own lives if necessary." Wang Haori believed that if Zhang Chuntao knew this action was to protect Eugene Mei, he wouldn't blame him. After all, this had become the only viable choice. Then he suddenly snatched the energy assault rifle from Su Feng's hands, tears streaming down his bloodshot eyes. He was about to pull the trigger, indiscriminately attacking both the 4th tier criminal and Zhang Chuntao. Bang! Suddenly, the instant Wang Haori prepared to fire, half the 4th tier criminal's body exploded violently. The remaining half still attempted the slashing motion toward Zhang Chuntao, though now the criminal's expression was one of confusion. Strange. Why can't I exert any strength? Why can't I feel my left hand? Gah! It hurts. In that instant, the 4th tier thug's eyes flashed with unwillingness before he met his end. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Chuntao and Wang Haori both exhaled in unison, their bodies feeling utterly drained. Moments later. Wail! 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 The wail of police sirens and the sound of ambulances echoed in succession. "Quick, save him!" Su Feng staggered forward, his head spinning, and collapsed directly into Su Liunian's arms, falling asleep. Chapter 22: The Greedy Police Officer. Inside the sewer. The air was thick with foul odors, and dead rats and cockroaches littered the ground. But the bald-headed henchman had no time to spare. Guided by memory, he pressed forward relentlessly. He had to escape this trouble spot as quickly as possible. Every 2 minutes he descended, the sounds above grew completely silent. Not a gunshot, not even the slightest disturbance. This meant that, aside from him, the one who desensed trouble and fled everyone else from their organization, Thieves of Heaven, had been wiped out. If he didn't move faster, he'd likely be surrounded by the police station and city guard troops once they realized what had happened. By then, escape would be impossible. The mingled stench of excrement and decay filled the bald henchman's nostrils, making him wrinkle his brow. Damn this rotten luck. If I get out of here alive, I'll kill the bastard who handled the intel. God damn it. Had the intelligence been accurate, Lin Tianfeng and his team would have had a decent chance of escaping after completing their mission. Instead, not only had the mission failed, but he was the sole survivor. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a voice answered from somewhere behind him. "Zhang Chukong, you're not getting out. Surrender now." The voice came from a SWAT officer in uniform who had been sniping from several kilometers away. Zhang Chukong spun toward the voice, his pupils contracting slightly. There stood a SWAT officer in full gear, plasma sniper rifle raised and locked onto him, clearly ready to fire at the slightest provocation. "Officer, how about this? Just give me your credit card number and I'll transfer 2 million credit points to you right now.
Just let me go.
Zhang Chukong knew he had no chance of surviving the damage from a plasma sniper rifle at this distance, nor could he dodge it. So he decided to bribe the officer in front of him. No amount of credit points could compare to his own life.
Hearing Zhang Chukong's offer, the officer's expression flickered repeatedly.
Yet in the end, he still tossed the energy cuffs from his waist toward Zhang Chukong. Handcuff yourself.
Otherwise, well.
Seeing the officer's wavering resolve, Zhang Chukong felt a surge of secret delight.
Yet outwardly, he gritted his teeth and declared, I'll transfer 3 million credit points to you immediately. Release me once the funds clear. There's no surveillance in the sewers. Only the two of us know about this. It's a win-win for you. Besides, we don't have any real conflict of interest.
The officer remained impassive.
Hurry up and cuff yourself. You think this little trick will test me? Do you really think I'm? 5 million. Absolutely no more than 5 million credit points.
Zhang Chukong's heart bled as he uttered these words, but to save his life, he was willing to pay the price.
That's the absolute limit.
If it comes down to it, we both go down together. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Chukong's offer, the officer hesitated for a moment before beginning to recite his credit card number.
Then came a threat, hurry up. Don't try any tricks, or I'll kill you right now.
After the officer's consent, Zhang Chukong reluctantly pulled out his phone and transferred the credit points.
Not long after. Ding! 5 million credit points received from credit card.
The mechanical female voice chimed, and the officer complied with the agreement. You're free to go. Simultaneously, he lowered the plasma sniper rifle in his hands.
Zhang Chukong quickened his pace to leave.
Just as he thought he was about to escape, a sinister voice echoed from behind him. Looks like you still have plenty of credit points.
Get me another 3 million, or I'll kill you. Hearing this, Zhang Chukong's eyes turned bloodshot. He clenched his fists, seemingly ready to charge at the officer and fight to the death.
But upon seeing the plasma sniper rifle the officer held, he deflated like a punctured soccer ball.
He pulled out his phone and began operating it. Ding!
Your credit card has received 2,798,143.2 credit points.
The mechanical female voice sounded again.
Before the officer could speak, Zhang Chukong gritted his teeth and spat, That's all I've got in my account.
Either kill me or let me go.
With that, he ignored the officer and strode straight toward the other end of the sewer. About 5 minutes later, just as Zhang Chukong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was safe, he suddenly felt a chill breeze brush past his back. The officer's voice, like that of a demon, echoed in Zhang Chukong's ear once more.
You really think I'm stupid? Once you get out, you'll find a way to get back at me. Die.
At the same moment, Zhang Chukong felt the cold barrel of a gun press against his waist.
Bang! The gunshot rang out.
Zhang Chukong collapsed into the murky sewage, carried away by the current. The light in his eyes grew ever fainter.
Moments later,
watching Zhang Chukong vanish from sight, the officer's lips curled into a faint smile. He thought to himself, he sure can put on a show. The bullet he had just fired wasn't the highly destructive type. It was a specially made police bullet containing a tracking device. Had the chief not given him orders, his instinct would have been to kill Zhang Chukong and he would have fired several more shots to ensure it.
Commissioner, it's done.
The officer then pulled the satellite phone that had been tucked at his waist for some time and spoke into it.
Meanwhile, at the sewer exit. Cough cough cough.
Zhang Chukong could hold it in no longer. He coughed violently several times, dragging his severely wounded and exhausted body up to the edge of the passageway. He pulled off his shirt and tightly bound the wound around his waist to prevent excessive bleeding. Looking at the scenery outside, his eyes filled with relief. Then, a sudden thought struck him, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Damn it, you just wait. I'll grind your bones to dust. Zhang Chukong thought of the officer who had just cleaned out nearly all his savings, grinding his teeth so hard his molars nearly shattered. But he quickly regained his composure.
He wasn't completely out of danger yet. He had to report the entire incident to the organization as soon as possible.
With that resolve, Zhang Chukong forced his severely wounded body forward, his willpower alone propelling him toward the distance. Unbeknownst to him, a miniature tracking device was blinking faintly at the wound in his waist. 2 days later. Dingyuan City First People's Hospital, VIP ward. Su Feng slowly opened his eyes to stare at the snow-white ceiling, a hint of dazed confusion lingering in his gaze as if he hadn't fully regained consciousness.
The next moment. What happened? Are they all?
Su Feng jolted upright in bed, his forehead beaded with cold sweat as he cried out in alarm. His voice trailed off abruptly when he took in the completely unfamiliar surroundings. A young woman in a nurse's uniform stood beside his bedside table, propping up a piece of cardboard to write something down, perhaps Su Feng's current physical recovery status and specific data.
Su Feng scanned his surroundings, the ventilator, the pale blue curtains, and the hospital gown he wore.
Only then did he realize he was in a hospital, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He saw Su Liunian sprawled across him, fast asleep and snoring softly. Even his earlier startled cry hadn't roused her.
Chapter 23, A World of Difference. Su Feng gently wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, lifted Su Liunian's arm, and slid the pillow that had been propping up his back beneath it. He gave his head a soft pat. Have some water. This sister has been here with you since she brought you in the day before yesterday. She refused to go home and wait for news, insisting on staying here even though we're taking care of you. Huang Yusen noticed the slight dryness at the corners of Su Feng's mouth. She walked over to the water dispenser, poured him a cup of warm water, and handed it to him. And what earth-shattering thing did you do? Something so significant that the police chief personally contacted my father to arrange this hospital room for you. As she spoke, Huang Yusen's eyes brimmed with curiosity. But Su Feng couldn't spare a thought for her questions right now. He desperately needed updates on Eugene Mei, Yu Chuanli, and the two brothers who'd flown in by helicopter. Instinctively grabbing Huang Yusen's hand, he blurted out, "How are the two elders who came with me? And what about those two brothers? Is everything okay with them?" Seeing Huang Yusen wince in pain, Su Feng quickly released her hand and apologized. "I'm sorry I hurt you. I just desperately need to know their status. They're all important to me." Perhaps moved by his sincere apology, Huang Yusen merely rubbed the spot Su Feng had pinched red. She replied softly, "The two elderly people who came with you are fine. The grandfather sustained more serious injuries and needs rest for a while, but I heard the grandmother is scheduled for discharge this afternoon. If you want to see her, you might still catch her now." Before Su Feng could respond, Huang Yusen continued, "They're staying in our hospital's highest grade ward. I wonder what kind of important figures they are. Their injuries weren't even that severe, yet they required my father to personally handle their treatment." Her father wasn't just Dingyuan City's most skilled and authoritative chief physician, he ranked among the pinnacle of medical professionals nationwide. In recent years, he rarely performed surgeries personally. Only figures of immense stature could persuade him to operate, likely at least on par with the mayor of Dingyuan City. Su Feng hesitated, unsure how to respond to Huang Yusen's question. After all, the identities of Eugene Mei and Yu Chuanli were highly sensitive. Coupled with the magnitude of the incident unfolding in Dingyuan City, any leak of information could potentially throw the entire city into chaos. The city's defense system, which had been constantly touted as exceptionally capable, was supposed to ensure citizens never had to worry about their safety. People were supposed to be able to walk the streets without fear. Yet now, Eugene Mei, the top official of Xinjiang province, had nearly been killed by a terrorist organization within the city limits. This catastrophic event not only left Dingyuan's leadership utterly disgraced but also risked shattering citizens' trust in the city, potentially sparking riots. That was the most critical issue at hand. At this moment, however, Dingyuan's leadership clearly had no time to spare for such concerns. Their direct superior nearly died within their jurisdiction due to issues involving traitors and spies. No matter what excuses they might offer, they could hardly escape accountability. Those who needed to be investigated would be investigated, those who needed to be replaced would be replaced. Before this information was fully disclosed, if Su Feng were to reveal it, it could potentially spark unrest in Dingyuan City. Therefore, Su Feng clearly couldn't tell Huang Yusen everything. Huang Yusen seemed to read the conflict in Su Feng's eyes. Her voice crisp and clear, she said, "It's okay. If you really can't tell me, then don't. I may be nosy, but I understand one thing." She fetched a quilt from the nearby mahogany sofa, draped it over Su Liunian, and smoothed it out. After a pause, she continued, "In certain matters, the less you know, the longer you live." Su Feng gazed deeply at Huang Yusen and murmured softly, "Thank you. If my sister wakes up, have her wait here for me. Tell her I've gone to see Grandma." Seeing Su Feng about to get out of bed, Huang Yusen reminded him, "No problem. You're still quite weak right now. Unless it's absolutely necessary, try to avoid any strenuous activity." Hearing Huang Yusen's words, Su Feng, who was about to open the door, flinched violently. He barely managed to keep his balance. But clearly, Su Feng had misunderstood her meaning. She simply wanted him to rest properly, since he had only just regained consciousness from his coma and had been confined to the hospital bed for the past 2 days. His body needed time to adjust. Su Feng pushed the door open and was immediately stunned. Before him stood a dense crowd of guards in police uniforms, and even numerous soldiers from the city defense corps in sky blue attire. They all stood at attention, their gazes fixed straight ahead. As for ordinary citizens on this floor, not a single one was in sight. Just as Su Feng hesitated over how to navigate through them to reach Eugene Mei and Yu Chuanli's ward, the ward door suddenly swung open. Eugene Mei emerged, leaning on a cane, supported by several nurses behind her. "Take it easy, ma'am. You're just recovering. Walk slowly." Eugene Mei ignored the nurses, her gaze coldly fixed on the well-dressed, handsome mayor of Dingyuan City following closely behind her. Her voice was indifferent, "Mayor Gu, you must give this old woman an explanation for this matter, no matter what. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you won't be replaced as mayor one day. And the same goes for your city defense corps. You are the most crucial guardians of this city. If problems arise within your own ranks, how can you possibly protect the people? Everyone will lose trust in us." Eugene Mei paused, glancing at the burly middle-aged man with a wheat ear insignia on his shoulder. Taking a deep breath, she added, I'm eager to see just how much filth Dingyuan City hides within its walls that even members of the City Defense Corps are involved. What exactly are you lot doing? Yes. We will conduct a thorough investigation. Please rest assured, madam. And we will personally ensure your husband receives proper care. The reprimanded middle-aged man and the mayor in his suit dared not breathe a word, repeatedly bowing and scraping before Eugene May. Eugene May had already agreed to keep the matter confidential and entrusted the aftermath to her own handling. This was the best possible outcome, granting them ample face. If they failed to satisfy Eugene May now, they would be consumed by guilt. Ignoring the crowd's attempts to stop her, Eugene May approached Su Feng. Her icy expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a gentle look as she addressed Su Feng softly before the crowd. Little Feng, are you and Liuyan both okay? Grandma just came out too. Her eyes brimmed with genuine concern. Little did they know, this scene left Mayor Gu, the City Defense Battalion commander, the police chief, and others utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 24, The Powerful Talent. Who is this? They exchanged glances, seeing disbelief in each other's eyes while their own minds were filled with confusion. Just moments ago, Eugene May had practically cursed them out. Why was she now so gentle and kind to this seemingly ordinary, even immature-looking youngster? Could it be that this boy had some special status? Was he the son of some influential family or a major power? But that seemed unlikely. Even nationwide, there could be only a handful of people who could elicit such warmth from Eugene May. Her gaze even held a hint of gratitude, which only deepened the confusion of Mayor Gu, the bureau chief, and the City Defense Battalion commander. Grandma, neither Lun Yan nor I are seriously hurt. According to the nurse just now, I'm just exhausted from overexertion. Lun Yan is sleeping in the room. Su Feng stepped forward, gently taking Eugene May's hand and speaking softly to her. Before she could respond, Su Feng's expression turned anxious. Is Grandpa you all right? If memory served, during the helicopter crash and subsequent attack by the Heaven Organization thieves, Yu Chuanli had sustained the most severe injuries. He'd even been struck from behind, a fist-sized hole piercing clean through his waist. Had Wang Haori not intervened in time, Yu Chuanli would likely be dead by now. Eugene May smiled faintly and patted Su Feng's shoulder. She was very pleased with his current attitude. Don't worry, Xiao Feng. How could your grandpa you be in trouble? That kind of injury is nothing to him. Plus, with Director Huang's miraculous treatment, he'll probably be up and walking in just a few days. It won't be long before he's fully recovered. As for Wang Haori and Zhang Chuntao, I've sent them back to rest. They're on leave now, relaxing properly. Otherwise, with nerves stretched tight all day, even a donkey couldn't hold out. Seeming to anticipate Su Feng's next questions about the two men, Eugene May continued. Hearing Eugene May's words, Su Feng's tense mood eased considerably. As long as everyone was safe and sound, that was all that mattered. Still, Su Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the incredible physical resilience of awakened individuals. An ordinary person would likely have died on the spot, yet Yu Chuanli had escaped with only minor injuries. I wonder when I'll be able to ascend to a second-tier awakened one. Had he been a high-tier awakened one, Eugene May, Yu Chuanli, and the others likely wouldn't have been injured at all, let alone faced life-threatening danger. After his previous experiences, Su Feng's thirst for greater power only grew stronger. Su Feng, tell Grandma, did you activate your sequence ability when Lin Tianfeng charged at you? Eugene May pulled Su Feng into Su Liuyan's hospital room. Mayor Gu and the others followed, waving off the bodyguards behind them. She knew it was impossible for such a coincidence to occur during her battle with Lin Tianfeng 2 days prior. How could a fifth-tier awakened one be crushed and severely injured by a sudden billboard? A moment's thought made it clear Su Feng must have used his sequence ability. That's correct. I activated my sequence ability and successfully cast the spell, Su Feng replied. There was no need to deliberately conceal this from Eugene May. In fact, it was best for her to know that he had saved her life. Previously, Eugene May had offered him great benefits and treated him well because of his sequence talent. Now, her concern and kindness stemmed from him saving her and her husband's lives. This made him her savior, the savior of the top official in Xinjiang province. Su Feng now effectively possessed an immensely powerful patron. Should any misguided old guard or major faction attempt to bully him with their influence in the future, this new status would likely send them scurrying back to where they came from. After receiving Su Feng's affirmative response, Eugene May's face flushed, a gleam of excitement flashing in her eyes as she spoke with palpable emotion. In my lifetime, I've witnessed no fewer than 800 geniuses, but one of your caliber? This is the first time I've ever seen such a prodigy. Before Su Feng could respond, Eugene May pressed on, how many times can you cast your spell? In your estimation, what stage of awakened beings can you influence at most? Though she was highly confident Su Feng had saved them, hearing his confirmation still sent shockwaves through her. Consider this, Su Feng was only a stage 1 awakener, yet he posed a lethal threat to a stage 5 awakener. What would happen when his power grew? Listening to Eugene May's barrage of questions, Su Feng focused his attention inward, probing his own mind and senses. Previously, I could only influence awakened beings no more than 2 stages above me. Casting required specific conditions and often failed.
By my estimation, I could activate my sequence ability on a third stage awakened being at most 5 times. Any more than that was difficult. After his assessment, Su Feng opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing within, and added, "Now I should be able to influence a 4th stage awakened. I can successfully cast spells on them twice at most. Any more than that is impossible." As if sensing Eugene May's lingering doubt, Su Feng continued his explanation. "That criminal who nearly killed you was already severely wounded by your group. Combined with his own stubbornness, it made it possible for me to influence him, let alone kill him with that billboard." Su Feng was indeed telling the truth. Just moments ago, while examining his sequence ability, he'd inexplicably sensed that he could influence awakened beings up to stage 5 at most, and even that required meeting numerous stringent conditions. For instance, the target had to be injured or mentally unstable, and specific, harsh conditions like those involving the billboard had to be met. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to touch a single hair on a Tier 5's body. As for Tier 3 and Tier 4, activating his sequence ability required only certain conditions to potentially fulfill his prophecies. Of course, he could only activate it 3 times before likely exhausting himself to the point of losing the ability to resist or even consciousness. Another prerequisite is that the more specific and demanding the prophecy's content, the more awakening energy Su Feng consumes, even if all special conditions are met. However, the more unique the items and conditions provided, the relatively less awakening energy Su Feng would expend. Nevertheless, this represented a significant improvement over before. If he wasn't mistaken, his sequence rank must have advanced to the 2nd stage. Otherwise, there would be absolutely no reason he could influence a 5th stage powerhouse, not even the slightest chance. Consequently, the number of times he could activate his sequence abilities had also increased considerably. Su Feng revealed nearly all details of his sequence abilities to Eugene May without reservation. The stronger he appeared, the more resources she would inevitably allocate to him. Coupled with his status as her savior, his awakening level was bound to rise rapidly. The moment Su Feng finished speaking, not only Eugene May but everyone nearby was stunned into disbelief. It was like going from being a weakling, timid, cowardly, bullied daily to suddenly becoming a gang boss overnight. Chapter 25, Sarcastic. Is this for real? Is this kid just bragging? That's taking bragging way too far. The kid doesn't know his place. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He looks so young. Even if he's powerful, he's at most a stage 2 awakener. But even a stage 2 awakener couldn't possibly affect a stage 5 awakener like Lin Tianfeng, let alone kill him. It's pure fantasy. It's most likely exactly as he said. Director, you must have severely wounded the criminal, giving him an opening. Mayor Gu, the police commissioner, and the commander of the city defense battalion all saw the disbelief in each other's eyes as they whispered among themselves. The guard, who had been standing watch inside the ward, eyes fixed straight ahead, couldn't help but feel profoundly shaken. He even stole a few extra glances at Su Feng, trying to discern if he possessed some extraordinary abilities. How could a 2nd stage awakened one possibly defeat a 5th stage one? Was this really no joke? Noticing the skeptical looks around her, Eugene May felt a surge of irritation. Just as she was about to speak up for Su Feng, 2 cheerful voices cut through the tension. "Big sister, you're back? That's fantastic. You gave us such a long break and we didn't have much to do. We were actually planning to come see you and old man you today." Following the source of the voices, Wang Haori and Zhang Chuntao strode forward, carrying fruit baskets and milk. They set down their offerings and saluted Eugene May. Zhang Chuntao. Wang Haori requests permission to rejoin the team. Come back. Seeing these 2 lively characters, Eugene May smiled and nodded. After greeting Eugene May, they turned their attention to Su Feng beside them, patting his shoulder. "Good lad, we heard you were an awakened back then. Never imagined you'd make such a huge impact. Really impressive. Both of us owe you our lives. Ask for anything you need as long as it doesn't violate our principles, we'd even give you our lives back," Zhang Chuntao declared. He and Wang Haori shared the same mindset. "If someone gives me an inch, I'll give them a mile." Hearing Zhang Chuntao and Wang Haori's words, Mayor Gu couldn't help but interject. "So it really was this young man who saved you? He's the one who took down that 5th tier attacker, Lin Tianfeng?" "Absolutely. Otherwise, we'd have been screwed over by the guards in this hellhole. Can't believe we got ambushed by our own people right in the heart of Dingyuan City. What a nightmare." Zhang Chuntao shot a glance at Mayor Gu. Though he didn't know the man's exact position, his polished demeanor suggested he held considerable status. "I saw Su Feng cast his sequence ability on Lin Tianfeng with my own eyes. The moment he activated it, Lin Tianfeng, who was lunging straight at Boss Yu, got crushed to death by that billboard that fell from the sky. If Su hadn't triggered his sequence ability in time, I'm afraid." Wang Haori chimed in from the side, though he didn't finish his sentence. His gaze flickered with contempt as he shot a few disdainful looks at the city defense battalion commander and the others. As Eugene May's personal pilots, they owed no deference to anyone but her. Moreover, they weren't fools. Outside the door, they'd overheard Mayor Gu and the police chief stouts. Su Feng was their savior, and now was the time to clear his name. Their tone was deliberately sarcastic. Truthfully, when they'd been lying in wait aboard the helicopter, they hadn't fully believed Su Feng's claim that he'd intervene. They'd dismissed it as mere words to comfort his sister, laughing it off.
They never imagined it would actually happen.
Given the circumstances, the sheer coincidence of the billboard collapsing and crushing Lin Tian to death, coupled with Su Feng's undeniable use of magic at that exact moment, left them no choice but to believe it was his doing. Finding someone else who shared their skepticism about Su Feng's abilities was, in a way, a comforting thought. As Mayor Gu and the others listened to Zhang Chuntao and Wang Haori's words, they could only smile awkwardly. After all, what the others said was true, and they had no grounds to refute it. Moreover, this incident had stemmed from their own negligence, which had given the thugs of the Heaven Stealing Organization an opening to exploit.
Did you all hear that?
I can say with certainty that it was Xiao Feng who saved us. Eugene Mei interjected at just the right moment. Hearing Eugene Mei speak again, Mayor Gu and the others nodded in unison like chicks pecking at grain.
We understand, Director Yu. We will definitely.
Before they could finish, Eugene Mei turned to Su Feng and asked, Xiao Feng, they deployed a sun-grade energy sealing sphere capable of locking down the sequence energy of anyone below the 7th tier.
How were you able to communicate with the energy in the air? Could you explain it to Grandma? Eugene Mei's eyes sparkled with curiosity.
After all, if Lin Tianfeng hadn't sealed her energy, he would never have stood a chance against her. He wouldn't even have been a match for Yu Chuanli. If she could figure out how to communicate energy and unleash sequence abilities within the sealed zone, it might yield unexpected results in many situations.
Meanwhile, Mayor Gu and the others pricked up their ears. Where would they normally get a chance to hear such things?
Unfortunately, Su Feng merely shook his head. I'm not entirely sure myself.
At the time, I simply felt I could activate my sequence abilities normally and went for it.
Beyond that, I don't really understand the mechanics.
Hearing Su Feng's words, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed.
It's okay, kid, Eugene Mei said.
She hadn't held much hope to begin with, choosing to dismiss it as mere coincidence.
After all, if Su Feng truly knew how to break through the energy seal, that would be truly bizarre. Eugene Mei then turned her gaze to Mayor Gu, her tone sharp with anger. How did members of the Heaven Stealing Organization manage to obtain such high-level forbidden items within your jurisdiction?
Could it be that under your leadership, Dingyuan City has been in decline?
I recall that such incidents never occurred during the terms of previous mayors. And you as commander of the City Defense Battalion, your own deputy commander has become an accomplice to a terrorist organization. Get back to your post and reflect on your failures.
The City Defense Battalion is Dingyuan City's gateway. If...
Eugene Mei turned her fury toward the battalion commander, her anger intensifying. Mayor Gu and the City Defense Battalion commander, both named, nodded like chicks pecking at grain.
Yes, Your Excellency is absolutely right. We will certainly return and thoroughly purge the internal enemies.
Simultaneously, they vowed silently to root out every traitor and spy by stripping them of their flesh and bones. You bear undeniable responsibility for this incident, but...
Chapter 26, Burden Journey.
However, considering you detected the irregularities early, dispatched men to protect me, and promptly notified the City Defense Battalion, I shall not pursue your responsibility for now. Yet, since both the City Defense Battalion and the government are compromised, it would be prudent to thoroughly inspect your police bureau as well. Eugene Mei spoke calmly to the police chief, then swept her gaze across the assembled officials.
Do any of you have objections?
If so, now is the time to voice them. Mayor Gu and the City Defense Camp commander dared not object. This was already the best possible outcome. Another word might invite harsher punishment.
The police chief nodded and replied, no problem.
Then the police chief answered a call.
Hello?
Yes, you're doing a good job. The chief's mood visibly lifted after hearing the other party's words. The others were curious, but before they could speak, the police chief began reporting to Su Liuyan, Director Yu, the moment I learned of your ambush 2 days ago, I immediately dispatched our police department SSS, Xin Wentao, to support you. He just reported that he's placed a tracking device on the escaped fish.
This individual isn't a low-level member of the Heaven Thieves organization. It's highly likely they'll be taken back to the organization's headquarters for medical treatment. That will be our prime opportunity to strike against the Heaven Thieves.
The police chief spoke with confidence, inwardly letting out a sigh of relief.
Xin Wentao proved quite reliable.
Otherwise, even if he wouldn't be on the same level as Mayor Gu or the City Defense Battalion commander in Eugene Mei's eyes, his standing wouldn't be much better. After all, Eugene Mei was the top figure in Xizang province. If he tarnished his standing with such a powerful individual, it would severely hinder his future political career. But since the damage was done, he could only strive to redeem himself by accomplishing more tangible achievements. Not only had Xin Wentao saved both Eugene Mei and Yu Chuanli's lives just days ago, but he'd also given Eugene Mei and her associates an opportunity to strike back against the Thief Heaven organization. This undoubtedly elevated his standing in Eugene Mei's eyes, completely transforming the impression he'd previously held. Unexpectedly, however, it was neither Eugene Mei nor Mayor Gu who spoke up, but Su Feng.
That's fantastic!
Su Feng exclaimed, slapping his thigh in delight.
This was primarily because he had repeatedly offended the Sky Thieves organization, thwarting several of their schemes and even killing a few of their core members. In other words, Su Feng had now completely alienated the Sky Thieves organization, and the two sides were locked in a state of utter enmity. Now, if he could leverage the power of Eugene Mei, Mayor Gu, and others to eliminate or even weaken the Heaven Stealing organization, it would undoubtedly be a favorable outcome for Su Feng. That was why he spoke up first. Grandma Yu, let's gather our forces and wipe them out immediately. Or at least weaken their strength. Su Feng addressed Eugene Mei beside him. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to assist your operation. At these words, Mayor Gu, the commander of the City Defense Regiment, and the chief of police all turned their gaze toward Eugene Mei, waiting to see how she would respond. Xiao Feng, your enthusiasm is commendable. But without knowing the Thief Heaven organization's true capabilities, rushing in to wipe them out could lead to even greater losses for us. Eugene Mei shot a stern glance at those beside him before turning to Su Feng with a hearty laugh. Besides, the Sky Thieves are cunning. They might deliberately lure us into a trap. It's happened before, costing us dearly. Eugene Mei's smile faded as he recalled previous operations ambushed by the Sky Thieves, resulting in heavy losses for the Special Operations Bureau. Seeing Su Feng still eager to join the operation against the Heaven Thieves, Zhang Chuntao interjected, "Boss, you isn't lying. Not only are there many powerful individuals within the Heaven Thieves, but more importantly, they're incredibly cunning. They've left us with lasting scars. Even when we have intel, we lack the confidence to strike proactively." Before he could finish, Wang Haori chimed in from beside him. "We actually had a backup pilot before. He was there to ensure the helicopter could take off and operate normally if anything happened to us." As he spoke, Wang Haor's eyes began to redden. He sacrificed himself during an operation to wipe out the Thieves of Heaven, ensuring our helicopter could take off safely. I still remember the sight of him when he died, his abdomen pierced through, half his face torn away. At this point, tears welled up in the eyes of Wang Haori, a man standing over 6 feet tall, threatening to spill over at any moment. Just the day before, he was eating meat and drinking with us. He introduced us to his wife and the baby on the way. He even planned to have the child recognize us as godfathers. Listening to Wang Haori's uninterrupted monologue, none of the others interrupted him. Having endured so much together on their journey, they understood Wang Haori's state all too well. Surely anyone in his position would struggle to hold back their emotions? A man may not shed tears easily, but only because he hasn't yet reached the depths of sorrow. Even the police chief and Colonel Gu, who had weathered countless hardships, felt a pang of sorrow hearing Wang Haori's words. They had witnessed too many unsung heroes quietly contributing to this world. These individuals maintained social order and stability in the shadows, shouldering burdens for the common people. This world is filled with such unsung heroes. They could have chosen the security of government jobs, opting for survival when faced with life-threatening dangers. Yet they chose to fight against criminal forces to the bitter end, ultimately sacrificing their lives. Feng, remember this: if we ever get the chance, you and I are the ones who want to wipe out those anti-social terrorists more than anyone else. Trust me. Zhang Chuntao added beside him, his eyes also reddened, clearly deeply affected by the matter. Hearing these words, Su Feng forced himself to calm his restless desire to eliminate the Thief Heaven organization immediately. Seeing this, Eugene Mei gently clasped Su Feng's hand. "Don't worry, Xiao Feng. Even if we can't strike with full force, sending people to harass and probe them during this period is absolutely no problem. By then, they'll be too preoccupied with their own troubles to have any chance of harming you or Liuyan." Eugene Mei clearly understood Su Feng's concerns and the critical reason behind his determination to destroy the Thief Heaven organization, prompting her to speak up. Hearing her words, the heavy weight in Su Feng's heart finally lifted. Chapter 27, Backing. Before Su Feng could speak, Eugene Mei continued, "I'll have someone keep a close watch on the Sky Thieves' movements during this period. They dared send assassins after me? They clearly don't want to live anymore. It won't be long before they all meet me in the underworld." Her words carried a fierce anger. She couldn't fathom why the Heaven Thieves would not only dare to commit crimes under her nose, but specifically target her. Had they truly grown tired of living? Though the Heaven Stealing organization had long been notorious for their heinous crimes, performing dark rituals to sacrifice innocents for summoning evil deities, orchestrating terror attacks in city centers, they had never targeted someone of Eugene Mei's stature as the head of Xinjiang province. Even figures like Mayor Gu had never faced such an assault. The reason was simple: while the Special Services Bureau and the government found them a persistent headache, any attack on such high-level figures would invite the most brutal retaliation imaginable. Once the Bureau had the resources and willingness to pay the price, they could uproot the entire Heaven Stealing organization, leaving not a trace behind. It would be as if they had never existed in this world. Yet this time, they seemed to have lost their minds, daring to act with such audacity. Eugene Mei's words sent a chill through the room. The murderous intent in her voice seemed to lower the temperature in the hospital ward by several degrees. Just as everyone was squirming uncomfortably. Thankfully, a silly voice rang out, "Brother, you're awake. I knew you'd be fine." Su Liuyan ran towards Su Feng and threw herself into his arms, breathing in deeply the familiar scent of his embrace. "Brother, I was so worried when you were unconscious." I was terrified you wouldn't wake up. Even though Sister Huang told me you just passed out from exhaustion, I still feared you might never come back. Su Feng stroked Su Liunian's head, gently smoothing her sleet-tousled hair. His voice softened as he said, Liunian, I'm fine now, aren't I? Why didn't you listen to Sister Huang and go home to rest? I heard you stayed by my side all day. What if you ruin your health from exhaustion? Su Feng's expression turned stern as he looked at Su Liunian. No sooner had Su Feng finished speaking than tears welled up in Su Liunian's eyes. I just didn't want you to wake up and not see Liunian right away. Please don't be angry, brother. Seeing this, how could Su Feng bear to stay angry with his little sister? Alright, Liunian. We'll be able to go home and rest soon. You should get some good sleep. Truthfully, he hadn't been angry with her at all. He'd just been a little jealous that she'd stayed by his bedside the entire 2 days he'd been unconscious. Before Su Feng could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed as if he'd remembered something. Oh no! We haven't taken leave yet. We have class today. He started to pull Su Liunian toward the door, intending to grab their school bags and head back to campus. But Eugene May intercepted them in a few quick strides. With a faint smile, she said, I had Mayor Gu personally contact your school's administration to arrange a week's leave for you both. You can rest properly now. Only then did Su Liunian notice Eugene May, her eyes widening. Grandma you're okay. That's wonderful. And how is Grandpa you now? Is he in good health? Before Eugene May could answer, Su Feng explained the situation to Su Liunian. After hearing Su Feng's words, Su Liunian finally felt at ease. In her heart, Eugene May and Yu Chuanli had become her family, and she naturally cared deeply for them. Eugene May stepped forward, removed her own silver, high-tech bracelet, and slipped it onto Su Liunian's wrist. She instructed, remember, this is a life-saving device. Never take it off under any circumstances. Even when you bathe, it's best to keep it nearby. Truthfully, Eugene May didn't normally wear this bracelet. After all, its defense level against awakened beings was far below her own. There was no need for her to wear it, and it only made her wrist uncomfortable. But after this lesson, if Eugene May had worn the bracelet regularly, Lin Tianfeng and his men would never have had the chance to harm her in the slightest. Seeing this, Mayor Gu's pupils dilated dramatically, and he swallowed involuntarily. If his eyes didn't deceive him, that bracelet was a Sun-grade defensive piece. It could withstand the full power attacks of any awakened being below the 6th rank for a full half hour. It was an exceptional defensive tool, practically priceless on the market. The last bracelet with comparable functionality was a Chun-grade model, capable of withstanding only 15 minutes of a full power attack from a 4th-tier awakened. It paled in comparison to this one. Even so, that Chen-grade bracelet had sold for a staggering 5 million credit points. The one gifted to Su Liunian was undoubtedly far more precious. Mayor Gu had initially assumed Eugene May's closeness to Su Feng was coincidental, a case of loving the house for the bird's sake, since Su Feng was, after all, her savior. It seemed natural to be kind to the sister of one's benefactor. But now it was clear that wasn't the case. There must be hidden circumstances he was unaware of. The commander of the city defense regiment beside him seemed to notice Mayor Gu's distracted state, his mind wandering far away. He tugged at his sleeve and, seeing the mayor snap back to attention, whispered, Mayor, it's just an ordinary bracelet. Why are you staring at it so intently? Before Mayor Gu could respond, the police chief beside him spoke up first. This appears to be the kind of bracelet used by the offspring of major factions specifically for defense against enemies. Not long ago, I had the opportunity to see a member of a reclusive family wearing one while traveling outside. However, the quality didn't seem as high as the one worn by the little girl earlier. Yes, that's correct. This is a Sun-grade bracelet specifically designed for defense, Mayor Gu beside him nodded. Whoa! The commander of the city defense regiment instantly wore a look of shock. Holy crap, this is ridiculously valuable. Why hasn't anyone given me one? Moments later. After exchanging glances, they both understood each other's thoughts. Simultaneously, they mentally tagged Su Feng and Su Liunian as untouchable figures. After all, their patron was Eugene May, the director of the Provincial Special Services Bureau. Judging by the closeness of their relationship, it seemed they were quite close. If they provoked Su Feng and Su Liunian, a single offhand remark to Eugene May could drag them into an abyss of no return. Grandma I can't accept this. It's far too valuable. Su Liunian refused without hesitation upon seeing the bracelet, which radiated quality and appeared exquisitely expensive. But Eugene May didn't give Su Liunian a chance to refuse. After forcibly placing the bracelet on his wrist, she spoke again. Liunian, I had originally planned to cure your illness in a couple of days. But since you're here now, let's resolve it all at once. Chapter 28, Suspicions about Su Feng. Meanwhile, 150 kilometers outside Dingyuan City, beneath an abandoned, half-finished building, lay a hidden world. Countless precision instruments hummed within, while researchers clad in white lab coats and chemical-proof helmets bustled about their tasks, occasionally exchanging brief remarks while recording data on tablets. Among them, a figure wearing a skull mask concealing their true features gazed at the unconscious young Chukan before him. His brow furrowed as he turned to the doctor beside him and inquired, how much longer before he regains consciousness? This news sent Bai Mins into a panic. The mission he had dispatched Lin Tianfeng and the others to carry out was, according to intelligence, foolproof. There was no way it should have ended in failure with only one person escaping. In his scenario, mission failure would only mean the enemy had uncovered the heaven-stealing organization's plot and made thorough preparations in advance. There was no way they would let even one person escape. The most likely explanation now was that the enemy hadn't anticipated their scheme, but some unforeseen complication had caused the mission's collapse. Bai Mins desperately needed to know what unexpected event had occurred. The doctor in the white coat addressed Bai Mins with utmost respect. Sir Bai, given Zhang Chukong's physical constitution, while it might take more than 2 days for such wounds to fully heal, regaining consciousness should pose no significant problem. Moreover, we administered the organization's newly developed Type C gene recovery supplement, which should significantly accelerate his recovery. The figure before them was the highest authority within the organization, second only to the leader and the 3 elders. As the supreme commander, he held the ultimate power to direct their operations from orchestrating terrorist attacks to executing intricate plots with unparalleled authority. The leader was notoriously elusive, rarely seen, while the 3 elders seldom intervened in the organization's internal affairs. Awakened beings at their level would only act if the organization faced an existential crisis. In other words, Bai Mins was currently the de facto leader. Offending Bai Mins right now might mean death, and that could be a form of relief. The doctor's words had barely fallen when Zhang Chukong beside him furrowed his brow. The doctor, however, seemed oblivious to this shift and was about to continue speaking when Bai Mins cut him off. Zhang Chukong, why did Lin Tianfeng's operation fail? What went wrong? Bai Mins addressed him in a deep voice, observing the man before him who still looked bleary-eyed and clearly not fully awake. A moment passed. Only after Bai Mins repeated the question did Zhang Chukong snap out of his daze. Facing Bai Mins, he dared not remain lying in bed. He leapt up, ignoring the pain of his recent injuries, and immediately knelt on one knee, banging his forehead on the floor. I have failed the organization's training, Lord Bai. Please punish me. His tone was exceptionally sincere, as earnest as the most devout believer praying to God. But Bai Mins clearly had no time for Zhang Chukong's nonsense. He kicked Zhang hard, sending him crashing into the bed frame. Get to the point, he snapped impatiently. Why did the operation fail? Give me the key points. Punishment can wait. We need to figure out why this failed. Was it a problem within our own organization, or? Seeing Bai Mins' rising anger, Zhang Chukong quickly dropped to one knee and explained, everything was going smoothly at first. We shot down the helicopter Eugene Mei was in and used the energy sealing sphere provided by the organization to corner her and her people. Just as Lord Lin was about to eliminate Eugene Mei, she was crushed to death by a billboard at the very last moment. Seeing Bai Mins' anger intensify, his eyes filled with disbelief as if Zhang Chu was treating him like a fool, Zhang Chu quickly swore to heaven, Sir, I swear everything I've said is true. If even one word is false, I'd rather be torn to pieces by you. Hearing Zhang Chukong's words, Bai Mins temporarily set aside his suspicions and said in a deep voice, continue. Hearing this, Zhang Chukong breathed a silent sigh of relief. He genuinely feared Bai Mins would execute him without giving him a chance to explain. Then I tried to contact the backup team to continue the mission, but no matter how many times I called out, there was no response. They must have been taken out by either the Dingyuan City Police Department or the City Defense Battalion. At that point, I figured I was as good as dead anyway. Might as well take the remaining men and fight Eugene Mei and her crew to the death. We've got nothing to lose. If we could trade our lives for that big fish, it'd be a steal. So I led the men in a reckless charge straight at them. At this point, Zhang Chukong paused and glanced at Bai Mins. Spotting the confusion in his eyes, Zhang Chukong instantly understood. His voice grew as soft as a mosquito's. During the charge, we got separated by enemy fire. I accidentally fell into a sewer. I wanted to fight my way back, but if I did, there'd be no one left to alert the organization. So I left the area immediately. Bai Mins listened to the explanation, his gaze fixed on Zhang Chukong. The atmosphere grew heavy, thick enough to cut with a knife. A moment passed. Just as Zhang Chukong feared his cover was blown, Bai Mins unexpectedly didn't press the issue. Instead, he continued, why would Lin Tianfeng get crushed by a billboard right as he was about to take out Eugene Mei? Have you considered that? It's a bit too suspicious, don't you think? Before Zhang Chukong could respond, Bai Mins pressed on, would you really be crushed to death by a billboard weighing several tons without noticing it coming? Zhang Chuang replied, of course not. How could I possibly be? Before he could finish, Bai Mins cut him off, if even you wouldn't, how could Lin Tianfeng, a 5th tier awakened one, possibly be crushed by a billboard? Are you joking? Such an accident is utterly impossible. Someone else must have intervened in secret. Think carefully, is anything amiss? Could someone have acted behind the scenes? After speaking, Bai Mins remained calm, quietly awaiting Zhang Chukong's response. Beside him, Zhang Chukong was deeply puzzled. At the time, Eugene Mei's side had only 2 drivers and, right, 2 unknown kids. One of them was named Su Feng. The memory made Zhang Chukong's eyes widen. Boss bye, I just remembered something. Do you recall when Zhang Qianqiu went to investigate the death of an organization member and got taken out? Hearing this, Bai Min's nodded. He had given that order himself, how could he forget? He gestured for Zhang Chukong to continue. I was fairly close with Zhang Qianqiu. Afterward, through certain channels, I learned that he had actually been dominating the fight. But then, out of nowhere, a ceiling fan sliced off most of his head. And in both of these incidents, there was one person present, that senior high student named Su Feng. Chapter 29, Manhwa. Dingyuan City Police Headquarters, Chief's Office. You handled this operation well, Manhwa. I knew sending you out wouldn't cause any problems. Taking a sip of tea, the chief patted the man before him on the shoulder and addressed the aloof-looking individual. Simply planting the tracking device in Zhang Chukong's body to help the Special Operations Bureau locate the Steel Heaven Organization's headquarters is enough merit to warrant your immediate promotion. I doubt anyone else would object. You are our police department's hero. Before Manhwa could respond, the chief continued, relax. Go ahead, ask for whatever reward you want. If it's within this police department's means, I'll make it happen. He was confident no one could resist such an offer. After all, he was the head of the Dingyuan City Police Department, holding administrative authority nearly equivalent to that of a deputy mayor. His promises carried significant weight. Under the chief's gaze, Manhwa licked his slightly parched lips and saluted. Reporting, Chief. This was simply my duty. Rewards are entirely unnecessary. All I ask is that you notify me when you launch the initial crackdown on the Thief Heaven organization. I must avenge Senny and Brother Lu. As he spoke, hatred flickered in Manhwa's eyes. His best brother in the force and his brother's sister had both been killed by the Thief Heaven organization. Whether for duty or personal reasons, he desperately wanted to avenge his brother and Lu Sinny, whom he regarded as his own sister. As if suddenly remembering something, Manhwa addressed the commissioner. Commissioner, I seized several million credit points from Zhang Chukong. I've already transferred the entire sum to our police department's official account. You can verify it. This sum was no small amount to him, yet he willingly donated the ill-gotten gains to the department. Good lad, well done. The chief grew increasingly pleased with Manhwa before him, nodding in agreement. Commissioner, you and the others have discussed it. They'll notify us when they move to wipe out the Heaven Thieves organization. We'll most likely be called upon to assist. I plan to deploy our station's A-class squad to assist them in eliminating the Thief Heaven organization. Manhwa, you will temporarily serve as the squad leader. Hearing the chief's words, Manhwa nodded with satisfaction and saluted him. Thank you, Chief. With that, he turned and went back to work. A sharp gleam flashed in the chief's eyes as he watched Manhwa's retreating figure, deep in thought. Not long after, the chief's resonant voice echoed, Wang Shangli, come in. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Shangli, clad in his blue and white uniform, appeared before the chief and saluted. Reporting for duty. What are your orders, Chief? You still try to act all businesslike with me? Don't think I don't know what you're really like. The chief playfully smacked Wang Shangli on the head, grinning as he scolded him. I just assigned Manhwa to lead Team A. He'll assist the Special Operations Bureau during their operation against the Sky Thieves. Keep a close eye on him to prevent any mishaps. If necessary, prioritize his safety. He's our department's entire hope. The chief fixed Wang Shangli with an intense gaze. You're the person I trust most. Make sure you think carefully about certain decisions. Yes, sir. I'll get the job done. Watching the energetic Wang Shangli before him, the chief waved him off. Yet Wang Shangli remained standing there for a long while. Taking a sip of tea, the chief looked puzzled. Is there something else? After about half a minute, Wang Shangli finally spoke hesitantly, Commissioner, what if we try again to recruit that senior high student, Su Feng? If we could. Before Wang Shangli could finish, the chief sighed. Do you think I don't want to? If it were possible, why wouldn't I recruit him? According to Director Yu, that senior high student Su Feng crossed 4 tiers to defeat the 5th tier Lin Tianfeng and saved her. Given that account, even setting aside Director Yu backing Su Feng, his innate strength alone surpasses everyone's expectations. To get him working for us? Selling the entire police station wouldn't be enough. Seeing the profound disappointment in the commissioner's eyes, Wang Shangli finally realized his rashness. Right, why would someone with such promising opportunities choose to join his shallow pool? So Wang Shangli tried to reassure him, it's okay, Chief. Didn't that kid Manhwa also go? Meanwhile, Su Feng and Su Liuyan returned to their long-abandoned home. Seeing the completely new furniture and appliances, the floor scrubbed spotless, Su Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He'd been worried the place might still be unclean and bloody, making him and his sister uncomfortable, but now it seemed his concerns were entirely unnecessary. Surrounded by the clean, fresh atmosphere, Su Feng felt his entire body relax. Liuyan, go wash up and get some rest. You've been exhausted these past few days. We should be leaving here in another couple of days, so let's try not to cause any trouble for others. Su Feng gently ruffled Su Liuyan's hair and said softly, you haven't bathed in 2 days, and you smell awful. You stink. You're the stinky one, big brother. I was worried about you. I stayed by your bedside at the hospital the whole time, that's why I didn't bathe. You ungrateful brat.
Su Liunian shot him a playful glare before scampering off to her room to grab her clothes and head for the shower. Yet, as she turned away, a hint of reluctance flickered in her eyes. She forced herself to suppress her emotions, determined not to let her brother see them, otherwise, he'd only worry again. Watching Su Liunian move with practiced efficiency, Su Feng sighed inwardly. How could he not know why his little sister was feeling a bit down? Su Feng and Su Liunian had relied on each other for survival in this modest house for so long. Moreover, the house still held the lingering presence of their parents. Unless absolutely necessary, how could Su Feng possibly want to move away from it with Su Liunian? Su Feng still remembered Eugene May's parting words: after you return home for a few days, move directly to the place I've arranged for you. It's not only close to your school but also near the Special Operations Bureau in Dingyuan City. If any problems arise, you can get help quickly. If you stay in your old place, even with my people protecting you, accidents can still happen. Could you bear it if something happened to Liunian? If not, then listen to Grandma. I wouldn't harm you. Su Feng agreed to Eugene May's request, planning to move into the place she had arranged for both him and Su Liunian in a couple of days. During this period, Eugene May also specially assigned a 5th-tier expert to protect them. Su Feng shook his slightly swollen head, skipped his shower altogether, and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Yet barely moments after he drifted off, a shadowy figure appeared lurking below his apartment building. Right here? Chapter 30, Miss, shall I tie him up and bring him back? Villa number 1, Qingshan Villa District, Dingyuan City. The main villa's interior alone exceeded 3,000 square meters, and the surrounding courtyard was unbelievably vast. The interior was lavishly decorated in traditional Chinese courtyard style, complete with rockeries, ponds, and streams. 2-century-old ginkgo trees stood guard at the villa's entrance. Counting the servants and bodyguards within the grounds, their numbers approached 100. In the pavilion, a young girl wearing the uniform of Dingyuan No. 2 Middle School poured herself tea. Her silky, smooth black hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, the slightly curled ends dancing gently in the breeze. Her face resembled exquisite porcelain, delicate and warm, every feature perfectly proportioned. Yet a faint melancholy lingered in her eyes. One could only wonder what troubles weighed upon the heart of this girl, born into such privilege. Miss, what's troubling you? Would you care to share? Fubo observed Gu Xinran, who was usually mischievous and full of life, and couldn't understand why she had grown increasingly withdrawn these past few days. Seeing Gu Xinran merely glance at him without acknowledging his concern, Fubo pressed on, could it be someone has offended you? Shall I have someone teach them a lesson? A hint of sternness flickered in his eyes. Seeing that Fubo would never stop questioning if she didn't speak up, Gu Xinran took a sip of tea and said helplessly, Fubo, please don't make things worse. No one is bullying me. It's just that I. Unfortunately, Fubo cut her off before she could finish. His expression turned urgent and concerned. Miss, are you feeling unwell somewhere? I'll contact old Huang immediately and insist he personally treat you. Otherwise, I'll tear his hospital apart. With that, he reached out to pull Gu Xinran toward the hospital for a checkup. Uncle Fu, please stop making things worse. I'm perfectly fine. Gu Xinran waved her hand, feeling both exasperated and baffled. This man, whom her father regarded as his right-hand man and strategist, seemed to lose all sense whenever matters involving her arose. Seeing Uncle Fu still intent on pressing the issue, Gu Xinran bluntly stated, a friend of mine hasn't been seen at school for days. I'm worried something might have happened at home. Oh. Could it be you fancy him, miss? Shall we just kidnap him and bring him back? Then you could keep an eye on him every day, and you wouldn't be so gloomy all the time. After speaking, Uncle Fu's eyes suddenly lit up as he voiced his inner thoughts. After all, our family's influence is such that even the mayor of Dingyuan City has to give us some face. I doubt he'd dare object. Before Gu Xinran could respond, Fubo continued unprompted, Miss, you haven't been in a relationship for so long, the master is worried sick. He even thought you were. The young man who wins your heart must be truly exceptional. I'm sure the master wouldn't object. Upon hearing this, put. The sip of tea Gu Xinran had just taken nearly sprayed out of her mouth. Uncle Fu, first of all, I'm not the kind of person you're implying. And second, do you think we're bandits? Who kidnaps someone just to stare at them every day? Don't make things more complicated for me. And he's just a regular friend. I don't have feelings for him. Gu Xinran quickly added, though her cheeks flushed bright red as she spoke, making her look rather adorable. Seeing this, Uncle Fu gave her a knowing look that said, I get it, I get it. At that expression, Gu Xinran rolled her eyes and gave up on explaining. Thump, thump, thump. Well, who's caught our Xinran's eye? Tell Daddy all about it. Gu Quan, dressed in a sharp suit, approached the pavilion. He removed his gold-rimmed glasses and placed them on the round stone table, teasing his daughter with a playful tone. Though it was teasing, his eyes held a hint of seriousness. Gu Quan was entirely different from many of the powerful and influential. A significant portion of those in positions of power would choose to use their daughters as tools for arranged marriages or bargaining chips in political deals. But Gu Quan, who had built the Gu family from scratch into the foremost of Dingyuan City's 3 major clans, was clearly no ordinary man. He disdained using his daughter's lifelong happiness as a bargaining chip for further advancement. Hadn't Gu Quan strived all these years precisely to ensure his daughter's freedom and marriage, to let her choose her own partner and live the life she desired? Noticing Gu Xinlan's gaze drifting occasionally, Gu Quan laughed heartily. What's there to be shy about? You're already 18. Remember, your mother and I met in high school too. If there's an outstanding young man out there, you should act quickly. Otherwise, he might be snatched up by someone else, and you'll regret it later. Gu Quan patted Gu Xinlan's shoulder and poured himself a cup of tea. Dad. Stop it. Why are you acting just like Uncle Fu? If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Gu Xinlan bared her fangs, threatening fiercely. But the threat clearly had no effect. Gu Quan and Uncle Fu exchanged a knowing glance and chuckled. A moment later, Gu Quan cracked his neck, stretched lazily, and turned to ask Gu Xinlan, "What's the young man's name? I'll send someone to check if he's gotten into trouble." Noticing the hesitation in Gu Xinlan's eyes, Gu Quan pressed on, "Don't you want to know why he hasn't come these past few days? If something unexpected happened, I could have someone lend him a hand." Hearing her father's words, Gu Xinlan no longer hesitated. She told him Su Feng's name and added, "His family isn't well off. He has a sister with a serious illness. But he's a very proud person. Father, you shouldn't." Before Gu Xinlan could finish, Gu Quan waved her off with a knowing look. I get it. Men care about their pride. I'll handle this for you." As long as Gu Xinlan gave him the name of someone she cared about, he could both assist Su Feng and vet him for Gu Xinlan. Though he advocated for freedom and love and marriage, Gu Xinlan was still inexperienced and vulnerable to being deceived by bad people. If Su Feng passed his scrutiny, then naturally there would be no issue with him dating Gu Xinlan. "Wait, miss, did you just say that young man's name is Su Feng? Is he from your high school?" Fu Bo suddenly asked from beside her. "Yes, that's right. His name is Su Feng. He was in my class." "What's going on?" Gu Xinlan was intrigued by Fu Bo's sudden question. She didn't understand why he'd bring it up and couldn't help but ask. Whoosh! Fu Bo sucked in a sharp breath, his face frozen in horror as he stood rooted to the spot. Seeing this, Gu Quan also grew curious. "Ah Fu, if there's something on your mind, just say it. Don't keep us in suspense." Having worked alongside him for so many years, Uncle Fu was no stranger to big events. There was no reason for him to be shaken by something minor. Regaining his composure, Uncle Fu spoke with an air of mystery. "You've been so busy lately. Now that you finally have some free time, I was just about to report this matter to you tonight. It concerns Su Feng." Gu Quan and Gu Xinlan immediately focused their attention, ears pricked up. Recently, this Su Feng. Chapter 31, Gu Xinlan and Gu Quan's shock. A while back, a senior classmate named Su Feng had his home attacked by Zhang Qianqiu from the Heaven Stealing Organization. He then rushed to aid the Chen family's eldest daughter, but unexpectedly, she was no match for Zhang Qianqiu either. Compounding matters, a level 2 barrier had been deployed around the perimeter, temporarily blocking entry for police and Chen family reinforcements. They nearly lost their lives there. Fu Bo continued, yawning. Hearing that Su Feng had been in mortal danger, Gu Xinlan clenched her fists, a faint glint of hatred flashing in her eyes. An overwhelming urge surged within her to tear the Heaven Stealing Organization to shreds. Then what happened? What happened next? Is Su Feng okay? Uncle Fu had intended to build suspense, but noticing Gu Quan beside him equally fixated on the outcome, he continued, "You might not believe this, but Su Feng took Zhang Qianqiu out directly. Though exactly how remains unclear. Ah Fu, if I recall correctly, the Zhang Qianqiu you mentioned is the one who was supposedly taken care of by the Heaven Stealing Organization before? How did he survive to cause trouble again? And wasn't he a 3rd tier awakened? Su Feng is at most a newly awakened sequence user, how could he possibly take him down?" Gu Quan pondered briefly, his shock palpable. Gu Quan had seen his share of extraordinary talents throughout his career, yet even among them, he'd only witnessed individuals challenging opponents 2 minor tiers above their own. Successfully overcoming a major tier gap existed only in legend. And now, suddenly, a genius capable of nearly crossing 3 tiers to pull off a counter-kill? By all logic, it was utterly impossible. Beside him, Gu Xinran wore an expression of utter disbelief, her mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a goose egg. "Uncle Fu, you're not joking with us, are you? No matter how you look at it, this kind of thing just can't happen. In my recollection, Su Feng isn't that formidable. Could you have misunderstood something? Or perhaps mistaken him for someone else?" Watching the astonished expressions on the father and daughter's faces, Uncle Fu chuckled inwardly. He too had found the news utterly unbelievable at first. Who could have imagined such a peerless genius emerging from a small place like Dingyuan City? Fu Bo spoke with unwavering conviction, "That's correct. Zhang Qianqiu is indeed the ruthless criminal you mentioned. However, it seems internal issues at the police station allowed him to escape punishment.
The station is likely handling that matter right now. Moreover, I heard this information from a friend at the police station. We've been brothers for over a decade, he wouldn't deceive me.
He was at the scene that day and saw Zhang Qianqiu's body with his own eyes. Seeing Fu Bo speak with such conviction, Gu Quan and Gu Xinran found themselves believing him more. After all, Fu Bo had never made reckless claims about major matters. What came from his mouth was almost always accurate. As if concerned Gu Quan and Gu Xinran might still doubt him, Uncle Fu added, "You can verify this directly with the police chief.
Didn't you all have dinner together recently?"
Sir.
If you'd rather not ask him personally, consult Second Master. Isn't he the mayor of Dingyuan City?
He should know more than I do. After speaking, Fu Bo poured himself a cup of tea and began drinking it.
Hearing this, at this point, Gu Xinran and Gu Quan could no longer doubt his words. An incident of such magnitude would be known to anyone with even a modicum of influence. Father, were you as formidable as Su Feng at that age? To kill someone who'd been lurking in the awakening realm for decades, no less, as a newly awakened individual?
Gu Xinran pondered for a moment before turning to the man she considered the strongest presence beside her father. Seeing his daughter ask this, Gu Quan desperately wanted to defend his manly pride and tell her he was stronger than Su Feng back then. But the truth was, at 18, Gu Quan wasn't even a hair's breadth as strong as Su Feng was now. So he could only roll his eyes and reply with utter resignation, "If your dad had been that formidable back then, he wouldn't still be stuck in this small city. We'd probably have a seat at the table in the capital, and your second uncle would likely have achieved his dreams of entering the heart of power." Back then, Gu Quan wouldn't have dared dream of being someone who could kill enemies 2 levels above him. Such peerless prodigies were incredibly rare. Dingyuan City might not produce one in centuries. Gu Xinran listened to her father's praise of Su Feng and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. In all the years she could remember, Gu Quan had never made such bold claims. His endorsement of Su Feng proved the young man possessed genuine strength. Realizing this, Gu Xinran relaxed slightly. She had previously feared retaliation from the Heaven's Thief organization, but now it seemed Su Feng, if not entirely safe, at least possessed some means of self-defense. Seeing the father and daughter completely stunned, Uncle Fu dropped another bombshell. That's not all. A few days ago, when Su Feng was riding in Director Yu's official vehicle, he was ambushed by members of the Heaven Thief organization in an organized and premeditated attack. Provincial Special Services Bureau Chief Eugene Mei and her husband Yu Chuanli were aboard the helicopter. Normally, they would have been more than capable of handling those few attackers. Yet, the organization once again employed energy-sealing spheres and other devices, preventing the bureau chief and others from drawing energy from the air. Bureau Chief Yu, Su Feng, and the others were left defenseless, like lambs led to slaughter. In the end, it was Su Feng who stepped in at the critical moment and eliminated Lin Tianfeng outright. Fu Bo grew visibly agitated as he recounted this, thinking to himself, "My goodness, I've never witnessed anything like this before." What? Impossible. Lin Tianfeng is a renowned 5th-tier powerhouse. Zhang Qianqiu is no match for him. Gu Quan could no longer maintain his composure, his face flushing crimson as he shouted, "Uncle Fu, I barely believed you when you said Su Feng could defeat opponents 2 tiers above him. But now you're claiming he defeated someone 3 tiers above? How am I supposed to believe that?" Gu Quan could no longer maintain his initial composure, utterly astonished. Beside him, Gu Xinran seemed frozen in place, her mind blank as she murmured, "Su Feng can defeat a 5th-tier powerhouse. Su Feng can defeat a 5th tier." A moment later, Gu Quan and Gu Xinran finally snapped back to reality. They exchanged glances, each seeing the profound horror in the other's eyes. Just then, Uncle Fu added, "Master, Miss, I know this is hard to believe, but this is the situation right before our eyes. Director Yu and Second Master can both vouch for him. Moreover, Director Yu personally stated this, there can be no mistake." Hearing Fu Bo's words, the father and daughter were nearly convinced. After all, Director Yu had no reason to fabricate such a story just to deceive them. It simply didn't align with her stature. Gu Xinran ran her fingers through her dark hair, her expression suddenly shifting as if struck by a thought. She pleaded, "Father, could you send someone to protect Su Feng? He ruined the Heaven-stealing organization's plans. They won't let him off easily." Chapter 32, Zhang Xiaotian's Investigation. Listening to Gu Xinran's words, Gu Quan pondered for a moment before speaking hesitantly, "Father, I think perhaps Su Feng doesn't really need our protection? I know Director Yu well. She has this trait of being extremely protective of her own people. She shields her subordinates fiercely. And Su Feng saved her life. Her protection for him will only be even more intense." As Gu Quan spoke, Gu Xinran reached out and took his hand, pleading with a pout, "Please, you don't want anything to happen to the man your daughter loves, do you? She'd be left a widow then." As she spoke, Gu Xinran's large, watery eyes fluttered, making her look incredibly vulnerable and in need of protection. Watching his daughter plead with him, Gu Quan's face twisted with bitterness. He couldn't recall the last time she acted this way toward him, perhaps since she turned 10 and started acting more mature? It felt like she hadn't done this even once since then. "Dad, please help Su Feng. The Heaven Stealing organization is so powerful, and he's just a high school senior who's just awakened his abilities. If they retaliate, his life will be in serious danger. Seeing her father still hadn't agreed, Gu Xinran spoke again in her soft, pleading voice, tears welling up in her eyes as if ready to spill over at any moment.
Hearing her words, Gu Quan's heart softened, and he readily agreed. Alright. I'll definitely have someone keep an eye on Su Feng.
But in my opinion, it's highly unlikely he'll face any real danger. I'll have Xiong protect him. With his 5th tier strength, it should be foolproof. Once the Heaven Stealing organization is wiped out, I'll recall Xiong.
Seeing Gu Xinran still looked unsatisfied, Gu Quan added. Thanks, Dad.
You're the best. Gu Xinran threw her arms around Gu Quan in a big hug, her voice brimming with delight as if she'd just received her favorite gift. Xiong was one of Gu Quan's 2 personal bodyguards, essentially his second-in-command enforcer. With his top-tier 5th tier strength, he was a formidable figure even within Dingyuan City.
Fine.
In truth, Gu Quan's heart was bleeding at that moment, the air thick with a sour, bitter tang.
My daughter hasn't even started dating yet, and she's already thinking about someone else. Has she forgotten how good her father has been to her?
Just as Gu Quan was hoping his daughter might spend more time with him, she vanished from his arms in an instant, leaving only these words, Dad, tell me immediately if you hear anything about Su Feng. Only Gu Quan and Fu Bo remained in the pavilion, flustered by the wind. Hearing Gu Xinran's words, Fu Bo's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He was on the verge of bursting into laughter. It was the first time in all these years he'd seen Gu Quan suffer such a humiliating defeat. Who could have imagined that such a powerful, high-level big shot would ever show this side of himself?
Ah Fu, laugh if you must.
Holding it in is bad for your health, Gu Quan patted Fu Bo's shoulder, his tone unexpectedly melancholy. Seeing his master like this, Fu dared not keep up the act. He forced his laughter down and replied in a subdued voice, Master, you misunderstand.
How could I possibly want to laugh? You know that after all this time with you, what kind of situations haven't I seen?
At this point, Uncle Fu paused, then called out into the darkness behind him.
Xiong. Come here. Didn't you hear the master? Head straight to Building F in the Central Park. I've arranged a place for you there. Protect that kid named Su Feng. If anything goes wrong, you'll be the one held accountable.
Yes, sir, came the deep voice from behind.
Watching Fu Bo put on his act, Gu Quan sneered coldly, finished your arrangements? Once you're done, come over here.
You still dare to mock me.
Meanwhile,
in the private conference room on the top floor of Zhengfeng Tower, Dingyuan City, a stunningly beautiful woman addressed the pot-bellied middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, puffing on a cigar.
Master, Qinglan hasn't regained consciousness since being rushed to the hospital that day.
What are we to do? My dear child was always so obedient and sensible.
Why is life so unfair?
Her eyes brimming with tears, she poured out her anguish. Ever since Zhang Qinglan was struck by a sudden truck collision, she had remained unconscious, in a vegetative state.
Even Zhang Xiaotian's efforts to secure the best hospital care had proven futile.
Before Zhang Xiaotian could respond, the beautiful woman continued, Master, when did you ask Director Huang to examine Qinglan for any chance of recovery?
We're willing to pay whatever it takes.
Suddenly, as if remembering something, she added, and you must make sure the truck driver who hit Qinglan is punished.
You must avenge Qinglan.
Since our child can't wake up, I want his entire family dead. Her tone grew increasingly agitated, her eyes flashing with intense murderous intent.
A moment later,
listening to the beautiful woman's words, Zhang Xiaotian forced himself to speak through his grief. Rest assured, I've already had the truck driver's entire family drowned in the river.
They won't be appearing again.
I'll also find a way to contact Director Huang to try.
But before that, I feel something isn't quite right.
Though deeply grieved, he retained a measure of rationality, a quality essential to his current position.
My men reported that the truck was manufactured by Tianhao Group.
Their trucks have a distinctive feature, dual front and rear brakes. In a sense, brake failure is practically impossible. Zhang Xiaotian spoke eloquently, sharing the information he'd gathered over the past few days.
But after our inspection, both sets of brakes were completely malfunctioning. Do you know what that implies? The beautiful woman wasn't stupid either.
Zhang Xiaotian's words made her realize immediately.
Are you saying it's highly likely someone deliberately set our son up?
Our men reported that Qinglan had an argument with a man named Su Feng that afternoon.
Could it be him? Zhang Xiaotian retorted, are you stupid? How could a student have that kind of capability?
I've investigated, he's just a pitiful kid whose parents vanished. But don't worry, I'll have him and his sister both killed soon enough. As for whoever argued with our son, we'll handle that.
The beautiful woman didn't dwell on the topic. Instead, she asked again, did you get any useful information from that truck driver?
Zhang Xiaotian answered, after my thorough interrogation, that truck driver has no connection whatsoever to whoever harmed us.
An ordinary person couldn't withstand my questioning, he genuinely knows nothing.
And to have someone we've never met run over our child, leaving almost no trace behind, leaving him in critical condition, there are only a handful of people in Dingyuan City with that kind of power.
Qinglan probably didn't provoke someone of that caliber, and we certainly wouldn't dare to.
Hearing this, the beautiful woman fell deep in thought.
Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Could it be? Chapter 33, Eugene May is his backing. But before she could finish the thought, she dismissed it as impossible, shaking her head. Just as the two were at a loss, a knock sounded on the conference room door. A man clad in black, his expression stern, strode purposefully toward Zhang Xiaotian. To any outsider, the sight would have been utterly shocking. The man in black had traversed the entire conference room at a speed bordering on teleportation to reach Zhang Xiaotian. Achieving such feats required at least a 5th-tier awakened individual, specifically one whose sequence enhanced physical prowess. Otherwise, it was utterly impossible. Even within Dingyuan City, a 5th-tier awakened one was considered an absolute master. Only a handful possessed personal combat prowess capable of surpassing his. But an even more shocking event was about to unfold. The man, who had been cold and indifferent moments before, suddenly dropped to one knee upon seeing the beautiful woman. "Reporting to you, miss," he said, "I have discovered that the young master's death is highly likely connected to a senior high school student named Su Feng. It is even possible that he himself is responsible." The man delivered an unbelievable revelation, leaving both the beautiful woman beside him and Zhang Xiaotian so stunned their mouths could fit a goose egg. The woman helped the man to his feet and spoke first. "Lu Quan, what is this about? Don't try to deceive me. You were placed by my mother at my side when I was young. You know very well the consequences of deceiving me." At the same time, Zhang Xiaotian also looked at the man with suspicion. In their minds, such a reality was utterly unacceptable. They simply couldn't believe Su Feng had the capability to slip past their investigations undetected, evade nearby surveillance, and secretly harm Zhang Qinglan to the point of near death. After all, Zhang Qinglan had already become an awakened combat-ready individual at that time, possessing extremely keen senses. If Su Feng truly intended to harm him, Zhang Qinglan would have sensed it. How could he have possibly given Su Feng the chance to strike? Before Lu Quan could speak, Zhang Xiaotian could no longer contain himself. His eyes blazing crimson, he grabbed Lu Quan by the collar. "This is no time for jokes. Don't you find this laughable? A high school senior who just awakened could kill my son without a trace, leaving us not even a shred of evidence. And Su Feng has absolutely no connection to that truck driver. We found zero evidence linking them. Even if Su Feng had the chance to bribe the driver, where would he get the money? His family's so poor, even a dog would run away from them." By this point, Zhang Xiaotian's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. "Don't think you can just grab some random person to fulfill your mission. Do you really think we're fools?" Watching Zhang Xiaotian, who seemed to have lost his mind, Lu Quan calmly removed his hand from his collar and shot him a look of contempt. If his young mistress hadn't been standing nearby, that rude gesture alone would have been reason enough for him to deal with Zhang Xiaotian harshly. He reminded himself he only followed his mistress's orders, no one else's commands held any weight. "Lu Quan, explain yourself immediately. What are you standing there for?" The beautiful woman, seeing Lu Quan's delayed response, suddenly snapped, her voice dripping with impatience. Hearing Lu Quan's words, he dared not hesitate any longer and spilled everything he had learned. "Miss, I swear every word I'm about to say is the truth. Whatever you hear, please let me finish." Seeing Lu Ruyan nod, Lu Quan exhaled in relief before continuing. "I bribed a police officer at the station. He revealed quite a bit about Su Feng. At first, I was just listening for entertainment, but what he said next shocked me beyond belief." Lu Quan's tone grew increasingly urgent. "That student named Su Feng killed Zhang Qianxiu from the Steel Heaven organization. Though Zhang wasn't an exceptionally powerful expert, he was still a top-tier third-stage practitioner, an absolute super expert for someone like Su Feng who's just awakened. I heard Su Feng did it single-handedly. The Chen family's young lady had gone to provide backup, but in the end, Su Feng saved her too." Seeing Lu Ruyan about to speak, Lu Quan cut her off before she could get a word in, determined to spill everything he knew. "Then, just days ago, he rescued Director Eugene May of the Provincial Special Services Bureau. And now, he's actually killed a 5th-tier awakened. He rescued her from the heaven-stealing organization. I was still puzzled about how this kid managed to take down a 3rd-tier awakened like Zhang Qianxiu, but after hearing about this latest incident, all my doubts vanished." After finishing his statement, Lu Quan stood rooted to the spot, observing the two individuals whose eyes had gone completely blank. He shook his head slightly. When he first received this news, his reaction had been even more intense than theirs. Lu Ruyan and Zhang Xiaotian were already handling it far better than he had. A moment later. You mean that high school senior named Su Feng took down both a 3rd-tier and a 5th-tier awakened?" Zhang Xiaotian stammered from the side. He doubted whether he was dreaming or caught in some kind of illusion. How the hell could someone like that exist? "Exactly as you said, and I'm absolutely certain this is true. It's spreading like wildfire through the police station and municipal departments. Even Director Eugene May personally acknowledged Su Feng's achievements. I'd stake my life on it. Moreover, Su Feng used some unknown method to cause the mysterious accidental deaths of 3rd-tier awakened Zhang Qianxiu and 5th-tier awakened Lin Tianfeng." Lu Quan saw the lingering doubt in their eyes and continued with unwavering certainty. Hearing Lu Quan's confident tone, Zhang Xiaotian and Lu Ruyan nearly froze in shock.
Throughout history, let alone a Tier 1 awakened defeating a Tier 3, even Tier 1s capable of holding their own against Tier 2s were few and far between, each a prodigy from the world's top factions. Only one person had ever been known to defeat a Tier 2 awakened while still at Tier 1. Yet Su Feng, this penniless student, had managed to slay both 3rd and 5th tier awakened beings shortly after his own awakening, turning them into victims of his arts. The sheer strangeness of it all was palpable. "Miss, what should we do now? Should we?" Lu Quan's voice broke the tense silence, but before he could finish, Lu Ruyan cut him off sharply. Once Lu Quan vanished from her sight, Lu Ruyan fixed Zhang Xiaotian with a resolute gaze. "We must avenge Qinglan." "Absolutely." Zhang Xiaotian's eyes flickered with concern. "But he just saved Eugene Mei. That woman is no pushover, she fiercely protects her own. If she finds out we touched Su Feng, the Zhang family won't have an easy life. We should wait and see how things play out." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaotian sensed Lu Ruyan's impending explosion beside him and hastily added, "Ruyan, I'm not saying we shouldn't avenge Qinglan. I'm thinking about the bigger picture." "No. Who cares if he's the head of the Special Services Bureau? Is it wrong to take down the man who hurt our son?" Lu Ruyan was on the verge of losing her mind. For days, she'd been desperately searching for the person who harmed Zhang Qinglan. Now that they'd found him, how could they not seek revenge? How about this? Didn't Su Feng kill several members of the Heaven Stealing Organization? We could. Chapter 34, Cultivation. We could leak news about Su Feng killing their men to the organization. Let them take him out. That way, Eugene Mei probably won't suspect a thing. Zhang Xiaotian's eyes lit up as he suggested. This plan would not only test Su Feng's capabilities but also reveal Eugene Mei's true feelings toward him. Lu Ruyan added, "I think this plan is viable. However, we must find someone completely unconnected to us to relay the information to the Heaven Thieves. That way, even if Eugene Mei suspects someone is deliberately plotting against Su Feng, she won't be able to trace it back to us." Lu Ruyan continued, "If the Heaven Thieves ultimately fail, we'll have no choice but to intervene personally. Provoking us means sealing Su Feng's fate." "Agreed. That's settled then." Zhang Xiaotian slammed his palm down on the table, then snapped his fingers toward the doorway. Suddenly, 3 figures materialized out of nowhere in the otherwise empty conference room. They bowed slightly toward Zhang Xiaotian and spoke respectfully, "What are your orders, master?" "Zhang De, you take this message to Lu Quan and relay it to the Hidden Assassin's Tower. Have them pass on what the lady and I said to the Thief Heaven organization. Whatever price the Hidden Assassin's Tower offers, agree to it. I'm not short on money." Zhang Xiaotian fixed his gaze on Zhang De and spoke in a deep voice. Before Zhang De could respond, Zhang Xiaotian immediately added, "Zhang Er and Zhang San are responsible for monitoring Su Feng during this period. Report any of his movements to me. If he escapes, you'll be held solely responsible." "Yes, sir," the 3 replied in unison. With a wave of Zhang Xiaotian's hand, the 3 figures vanished into the darkness before anyone could blink. The night passed without incident. Su Feng had intended to return to school for classes, but the thought of his sister being home alone filled him with worry, even with the bodyguards Eugene Mei had arranged for them. Su Feng borrowed Su Liunian's laptop, intending to search online for information that might help him rapidly enhance his sequence abilities. This was actually a massive challenge Su Feng was about to face. He had awakened a sequence that had never been developed before. He needed to blaze a trail where no one had walked before, and this path was undoubtedly arduous and fraught with obstacles. Why was that? Because yesterday, while holding the C-grade Spirit Energy Starstone Eugene Mei had rewarded him with, and combining it with the B-grade cultivation technique Spirit Dynamic Energy from the reward, he had absorbed energy for most of the night. Squinting as he looked inward, he discovered that the energy stored within his body hadn't increased by even a fraction. The glow of the C-grade Spirit Energy Starstone before him hadn't dimmed in the slightest. Using the spirit energy detector Eugene Mei had given him, Su Feng could guarantee that his all-night effort had yielded 0 growth. Su Feng couldn't determine whether it was his own lack of aptitude or because his sequence was entirely untapped territory, preventing him from cultivating his awakening level like other normal sequences. Su Feng leaned toward the idea that he simply couldn't cultivate like the other 18 sequence holders. He'd never heard of anyone who, after awakening, couldn't absorb energy from a spirit energy starstone. These stones were the purest containers of energy in this world. Combined with his C-grade stone worth 1,000,000 credit points and the cultivation technique Eugene Mei had provided, there was simply no reason he shouldn't be able to absorb even a shred of energy. Typically, the higher the grade of a spirit energy starstone, the more energy it could store and the more compatible it would be with the human body, facilitating absorption. In truth, when Su Feng received these 2 C-grade spirit energy starstones in the spirit moving energy cultivation technique yesterday, his mood had been exceptionally jubilant. It was as if Eugene Mei had gifted him resources worth several million credit points. The thought that he couldn't advance his awakening level like a normal person made Su Feng's vision darken. These 2 spirit energy stones would have been more than enough for a normal sequence user to advance from Tier 2 to Tier 3 with plenty left over, yet in his hands, they were utterly useless. Would he ever be able to? A moment later. Su Feng quickly shook off his despondency, opened Xiandu, and searched directly for methods to advance levels besides autonomous absorption and absorbing spirit energy starstones. As he pressed the search button and watched the dense sea of information flood his screen, Su Feng remained unmoved. He knew most of what Xiandu returned were irrelevant results. He could only sift through them to find what he needed. Just as he'd expected, after nearly 2 hours of searching, Su Feng hadn't found a single useful piece of information. Most of the results were clickbait headlines. Headlines screamed things like, "Shocking! Awakened ones can actually enhance themselves through this method." Su Feng clicked in to find it was ing about licking up someone else's used spirit energy starstones. If this method was so ing awesome, why not just fly to the moon? Might as well go work for UC Shock Department, damn it. After browsing the entire morning without finding anything useful, Su Feng's eyes were bloodshot and a sense of utter despair radiated from him. Could it be that he truly couldn't cultivate anymore? Then why had he been able to raise his awakening level before? What was going on? Su Feng sank into deep thought. Could it be that he had to fight to the death in battle again, just like before, to awaken? Or was there something about that battle that provided the conditions for my awakening? Su Feng asked himself these questions repeatedly, yet he still couldn't find the answers. "Brother, I'm starving. Go buy me something to eat." Su Liuyan had woken up at some point. She yawned as she spoke, clearly exhausted from the events of the past few days. The sister who used to rise punctually at 7 to make breakfast for Su Feng was nowhere to be seen. Hearing his sister's words, Su Feng forced himself to suppress his low spirits. He nodded and managed to smile. "Do you want soy milk and fried dough sticks, or steamed buns?" At this, Su Liuyan playfully tapped Su Feng on the head and teased, "It's already noon. I want to go out for a big meal." Seeing Su Liuyan like this, Su Feng suddenly felt a pang of pain in his heart. Previously, due to his sister's illness, the family had been living frugally. Now that he had money and his sister's illness was cured, it was time for her to see the outside world. Alright. Chapter 35, Looking Down on People. "Brother Wang, I'd appreciate your help. Lu Nian and I want to go out for a bite and pick up some toiletries and a phone." Su Feng addressed the unremarkable-looking Wang Quan before him. Wang Quan was the 5th-tier expert sent by Eugene Mei to protect him and Su Liuyan. They would need his assistance for some time, so Su Feng had to be courteous. Otherwise, if Wang Quan developed a poor impression of them, he might refuse to help even in critical situations. "It's my duty. Go ahead with peace of mind. I'll protect you." Wang Quan spoke in a deep, emotionless voice. As Eugene Mei's trusted subordinate, he'd initially looked down on protecting these two kids. After all, a 5th-tier expert like him capable of dominating all of Dingyuan City was practically assigned to shadow 2 students. It felt like a waste of talent. But when Wang Quan learned that both Eugene Mei and Yu Chuanli had been saved by Su Feng, he fell silent. He no longer questioned Eugene Mei's orders. After all, Su Feng had saved his boss's life. So being assigned to protect him wasn't so unacceptable after all. Seeing Wang Quan's agreement, Su Feng hailed a cab and took his sister to a hot pot restaurant not far from home. The menu's vast array of dishes dazzled Su Feng and Su Liuyan. Since their parents' disappearance, they'd never dined at such a high-end restaurant. If their parents could see them enjoying such a feast, they'd surely be overjoyed. What Su Feng hadn't anticipated was Su Liuyan tugging lightly at his sleeve, seemingly urging him to leave. "Brother, everything here is so expensive. Why don't we find a more affordable place? The portions don't look that generous anyway, and the dishes at the next table don't even look as good as mine." Su Feng initially thought Su Liuyan genuinely disliked the food and found it overpriced. But then he caught his sister's eyes drifting repeatedly toward the beef rolls on the neighboring table, her occasional gulps of saliva betraying her obvious craving. Su Feng understood perfectly well. His sister thought this place was too expensive and wanted to switch to a cheaper spot, probably some cheap stir-fry joint on the street. "Liuyan, let's just eat here. I can't be bothered to switch. I want to try this place's food." Su Feng ruffled his brother's hair, using laziness as an excuse. "Order whatever you want. Don't forget how much grandma you rewarded me. While it might not cover us for life, it's certainly enough for one meal right now." Seeing Su Liuyan still staring blankly at the menu, Su Feng spoke gently, "Order whatever you want. Just get everything you feel like eating. We haven't had anything decent in so long. If you eat poorly and Brother Wang reports it back to Grandma Yu, she'll think I'm mistreating you as your older brother." Su Liuyan's little head spun at his words. She couldn't let her brother make a bad impression on Grandma Yu. Sniffing the aroma wafting from the nearby hot pot, her appetite was instantly whetted. Without hesitation, she declared, "Get us a 4-flavor hot pot, 2 tomato-based broths, and 2 clear broths. I want beef slices, pork belly wrapped around enoki mushrooms, shrimp paste, celery, tomatoes." "Alright, bro, that's all for now. We can order more if we need to." Su Liuyan instinctively licked his lips, already picturing himself devouring all these delicious treats. Su Feng watched Su Liuyan, now fully immersed in ordering, and chuckled. "You silly kid, you can't have hot pot without a couple of drinks. What'll it be? Coke, Sprite, orange juice, or Wanla Ji? Wulong Ji?" After the waiter took their order, Su Feng walked over to Wang Quan, who was seated at the next table.
Brother, order whatever you want. I'll cover the bill. Sure. Wang Quan's eyes lit up. He wasn't about to be polite with Su Feng. Even though Eugene Mei paid him to protect Su Feng, why pass up a free meal? He stood up, waved to a nearby waiter, and declared in a loud voice, "Bring me one of each of your signature dishes." Hearing this, Su Feng realized Wang Quan wasn't holding back and he relaxed. After all, ordering all the signature dishes would cost a few hundred credit points, at most a mere drop in the bucket for him. Moments later. Once the hot pot came to a boil, Su Feng was about to dump all the ingredients in at once when Su Liunian tapped him on the head with her chopsticks. "You silly big brother. Each ingredient needs a different cooking time. We should add the ones with similar cooking times together first. Otherwise, some will overcook and become tough, while others will remain raw and inedible." Without waiting for Su Feng's response, Su Liunian proceeded to add beef slices, lamb slices, and other ingredients into the pot. After about half a minute, the siblings dug in with gusto. Slow down, slow down. No one's rushing you. If we need more, we'll just order more, silly." Seeing Su Liunian's mouth smeared with chili oil, Su Feng handed her an ice-cold Coke and added more ingredients to her bowl. Seeing the affection in Su Feng's eyes, Su Liunian felt a pang of emotion. "Brother, you should eat too." She then picked up a piece of beef brisket drenched in sauce from her own bowl and fed it directly to Su Feng's mouth. Whoa! That's burning me up. Su Feng hadn't expected Su Liunian's appetite to be so hearty. He immediately grabbed the chilled wanlaji and started gulping it down. "Ah, bro, you're such a wimp. Can't handle a bit of spice. A real man can't be afraid of hot food." 2 hours later, Su Feng and his two companions, including Wang Quan, headed toward the largest mall in the vicinity, Yida Plaza. Su Feng and Su Liunian wandered around like country bumpkins, visiting the Grand View Garden for the first time, peering here and there. Their wide-eyed expressions drew constant stares and whispers from passers-by. But Su Feng and Su Liunian didn't care. They just needed to focus on their own business. Why bother with other people's affairs? It wouldn't affect them anyway. Su Feng and Su Liunian first visited the Nike and Adidas flagship stores, selecting several outfits and pairs of shoes for each other. The shopping trip went smoothly without incident. But what Su Feng hadn't anticipated was that upon stepping into the mobile phone store, they would actually encounter that kind of snobbish, condescending attitude. "Excuse me, how much is this phone?" Su Liunian asked the salesperson nearby, who was playing with her phone, in a gentle tone. The salesperson, with a sharp and unfriendly look, clearly couldn't care less about them. She waved them off dismissively. "Hold on, let me finish watching this video." Just as Su Feng and Su Liunian grew impatient and prepared to leave, the clerk muttered to herself, "Good thing I ignored them. What a waste of time. There are plenty of people who come into the store asking about this and that but never actually buy anything." Su Feng had no intention of engaging her, better safe than sorry when traveling, but to his surprise, the woman pressed her advantage, continuing, "Two country bumpkins think they can afford our fruit phones? That's laughable. Now get lost." Chapter 36, The most annoying thing is people who break their word. Hearing the shop assistant's harsh words, Su Feng frowned slightly. Why was buying a phone such a hassle? If they didn't want to sell, fine, why all the trouble? This was such a pain. Feeling Su Feng's footsteps halt, Su Liunian whispered to him, "I've seen this kind of situation countless times during my live streams. Leave it to me." Before Su Feng could respond, Su Liunian blurted out, "Why didn't you brush your teeth after eating?" The female clerk clearly hadn't processed the question. Su Liunian pressed on, "I said, why did you eat and not brush your teeth? You snob with your doggy eyes looking down on people. You filthy dog. Who do you think you're calling foul-mouthed? Who do you think you're looking down on?" The clerk finally snapped out of it after a moment, striding up to Su Liunian. Perhaps because of her high heels, she towered over him, looking down her nose. But Su Liunian wasn't about to indulge her. He pursed his lips and continued in a sarcastic tone, "I'm just saying who agreed to it. You don't have to take it personally, okay?" Just as the clerk was about to lose her temper, a voice suddenly rang out from behind her, "Why are you arguing with these bumpkins?" The clerk glanced at the person behind her and instantly broke into a smile. "Manager Xiao, you're here." These two. Manager Xiao was the head manager of this fruit mobile flagship store, notorious for his mischievous schemes that had tricked countless people. Su Feng and Su Liunian had assumed this so-called Manager Xiao might show some common sense, but to their surprise, he continued, "You think you can just walk away after messing with my staff? So what do you want?" Su Feng, seeing his sister being bullied, his eyes turned icy as he spoke directly, almost grabbing Manager Xiao by the collar. Manager Xiao sneered twice. "I bet you can't afford our store's latest Fruit 16 PM phone. The lowest price is 9,988 credit points. I'm not asking for much, just the base model will do." Without hesitation, Su Feng accepted the wager. "Fine. But what kind of bet is this without stakes? How about this?" Manager Xiao suggested with a playful glint in his eye. "The loser kneels before the winner and kowtows 3 times. "No problem, but I want to add a condition," Su Feng said after a moment's thought. "Go ahead." Manager Zhao's eyes flickered. He thought to himself, gotcha now, huh? Mess with me?
You two small fry clearly can't come up with that many credit points. After all, Dragon Nation credit points were now pegged 1-to-1 with US dollars, extremely valuable.
An average family could live for half a year on the money needed to buy this Apple phone.
I'll buy you a phone of equal or greater value to show you. I have zero interest in your trashy shop. Sufong paused before continuing. He couldn't fathom any reason why he should boost this guy's sales after being insulted. It was pure fantasy.
No problem, but I'll be following you. Who knows if you're colluding with someone?
Manager Xiao readily agreed, adding a restriction afterward.
Fine. Watching Sufong and Manager Xiao argue, Wang Quan showed no interest whatsoever. He merely yawned before following them inside.
Sufong led Manager Xiao into the Huahua store. Inside, the staff bustled about introducing various phones to customers. Even when customers they'd spent ages assisting walked away, their faces showed no trace of dissatisfaction. Instead, they bid farewell professionally. Their expertise was far beyond what Xiao Manager and his crew could exploit.
Sufong took his time, browsing the display phones with Su Liunyun.
Behind them, Manager Xiao's voice drifted over. Don't forget you need a phone costing at least 9,988 credit points.
Otherwise, you lose.
Seeing the low-priced models Sufong and Su Liunyun were eyeing, he grew even more certain they couldn't possibly afford such an expensive phone. Sufong and Su Liunyun, however, remained unhurried, simply continuing to browse at their own pace.
Moments later.
Sir, this model is the Huawei P90. It boasts a 100-megapixel camera with telephoto and wide-angle lenses, priced at just 4,888 credit points.
What do you think?
Before the saleswoman could finish, Sufong cut in. Bring me your latest foldable phone, the top-of-the-line model.
I'll buy it right now. Can I pay by card?
Hearing Su Feng's words, the saleswoman paused for 2 seconds, her smile widening. Sir, please wait a moment.
I'll be right back.
If she could sell the phone, she'd earn a hefty commission.
Moments later, the saleswoman returned to the counter with 2 phones and took Su Feng's credit card. Ding!
Payment received, 53,122 yuan. The POS machine's beep made Manager Zhao's face flush red then turn pale. Sufong could not only afford a phone costing over 10,000 yuan, but could easily buy one costing 20,000 or even 30,000. The situation was unfolding nothing like he had imagined. Just as Manager Xiao was about to slip away, Su Feng's voice suddenly rang out. Manager Xiao, where do you think you're going?
Forgotten about our bet?
Hearing this, Manager Xiao halted in his tracks and addressed Sufong. Let's leave each other some breathing room for future encounters.
Let's call it even this time, young man. His tone softened involuntarily, though Sufong could still detect venom in his eyes. What do you mean, leave a way out for future encounters? Why should I spare scum like you?
Sufong retorted coldly.
Get down on your knees and kowtow. 3 times.
Seeing Sufong refuse to give him any face, Manager Xiao resorted to outright stubbornness. Who heard me say that?
Who can prove I said it?
Without evidence, I suggest you stop barking like a mad dog. Just as Manager Xiao was about to speak again, a sudden, powerful force slammed him to his knees. He was forced to kneel and bang his head 3 times loudly against the ground before Sufong. As he bowed, he faintly heard muttering behind him, I absolutely despise people who break their word. After the third kowtow, Manager Zhao's forehead was swollen, and his whole body felt dizzy and disoriented. This scene was witnessed by the fruit shop clerk who had rushed over hoping to see Sufong humiliated. She hurriedly ran up to help Manager Xiao to his feet. You just wait, she spat, shooting Sufong and his companions a venomous glare.
Chapter 37, The mall CEO is my brother-in-law.
Seeing the clerk's venomous glare, Sufong shrugged indifferently.
Su Liunyun, however, grew uneasy.
She tugged at Su Feng's sleeve. Brother, what if she brings people to cause trouble for us?
What will we do then?
Before Sufong could answer, Wang Quan spoke up beside him. You needn't worry about this. When it comes to backing, I doubt anyone in Dingyuan City holds more clout than old you. Besides, I saw those two start the trouble first. If the situation warrants it, I'll help you explain things to old you.
Su Liunyun felt a wave of relief wash over her.
She turned to Wang Quan with a soft voice. Thank you, brother.
Without you, we wouldn't have known what to do. Wang Quan waved it off casually.
This young lady was still too inexperienced. If his brother had gotten involved, those two would have met their end in various accidents without a sound, never even getting a chance to speak. Sufong, who had received 2 new phones, activated both his and Su Liunyun's immediately. After she linked her online banking, he transferred 200,000 credit points directly to her credit card. Seeing Su Liunyun about to speak, Sufong cut her off. We used to be broke, always scrimping and saving for everything.
I never gave you a good life back then. Now that we have money, I'm giving you more. Spend it freely. If it's not enough, just tell me. Brother, I understand your sentiment, but this is far too much.
I could never spend it all.
At most, I use 500 credit points a month, more than enough.
Giving me this much is wasteful.
Su Liunyun clearly wasn't easily swayed and immediately tried to transfer the funds back. I only need to keep 5,000 credit points myself. That'll easily last me over half a year. But Wang Quan chimed in again, "Little sister, just take the credits your brother gave you. It's not that much." With his abilities, he could easily earn this back by joining any faction or taking on side missions. Besides, Boss Yu covers all your brother's cultivation resources and gives him an extra 2 million credits every month. He doesn't even know what to do with all that money. Hearing Wang Quan's words and meeting Su Feng's sincere gaze, Su Liunian finally accepted the 200,000 credit points with peace of mind. She then wrapped her arms around his arm and nuzzled against him. "I knew you were the best, big bro." Next, Su Feng first took Su Liunian to buy several outfits and pairs of shoes, then bought himself a set of clothes and shoes as well. After that, whether due to good luck or some other reason, no further unpleasant incidents occurred. However, as they finished shopping and prepared to leave the mall, they spotted Manager Xiao and the female clerk again at the entrance. This time, they were flanked by several burly, menacing-looking bodyguards. Seeing this, Su Feng, wanting to avoid trouble, planned to exit through another mall entrance. But before he could move, a sharp, biting voice rang out from behind them. "You two bumpkins cause trouble here and think you can just strut off? It's not that easy." Manager Xiao watched Su Feng and the others hastily trying to leave to avoid trouble. Pointing directly at Wang Quan's retreating back, he barked at the nearby security guard, "That one. He hit me and forced me to kowtow. Stop him." Manager Zhao's tone was highly agitated, as if he could already envision Wang Quan being pinned to the ground and dragged across the floor by the towering security guard. The two security guards beside him were his buddies. Every time he passed by them, he'd slip them something, cigarettes, drinks, whatever. Helping Manager Xiao was no problem at all. The security guard responded promptly, "Rest assured, Manager Xiao. I'll make sure he pays for this. Follow me." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he broke into a jog toward Wang Quan, barking, "Stop. If you don't stop now, I'll have to use force." Hearing the guard's words, Su Feng and the others halted in their tracks. Wang Quan spun around, staring intently at the guard without uttering a sound. Under Wang Quan's intense, unblinking stare, the two security guards felt a chill run down their spines, utterly uncomfortable. The slightly heavier guard forced his voice to sound harsh as he snapped, "I suspect you two have stolen items from the mall. Please cooperate with my inspection." He didn't really want to explain all this, but seeing the crowds of shoppers staring their way, he knew he had to give a reasonable justification. Otherwise, someone might take it the wrong way and report him, and then his job as a security guard wouldn't last long. Su Feng started to speak, but Wang Quan waved him off. "You're accusing me of theft? I'll give you one more chance. Are you sure you want to say that? Let me tell you this, even your mall manager can't afford to cross me. Are you really willing to risk offending me over some low-level nobody?" Wang Quan added. Hearing Wang Quan speak with such confidence, the two security guards, one fat, one thin, began to hesitate. They wondered if they were about to cross someone they shouldn't. But before they could decide, Manager Zhao's voice boomed from behind them, "You piece of trash. Calling me a lowlife. If you two don't take him down right now, you won't be working here anymore. The mall CEO is my brother-in-law, and the security chief is my second brother. Got it?" Manager Xiao addressed the still hesitant security guards, his words giving them a jolt of resolve. Hearing this, the two security guards no longer hesitated and moved forward to subdue Wang Quan. Meanwhile, Wang Quan didn't even bother to glance their way. With a casual wave of his hand, an inexplicable force instantly bound them together. Both men found themselves lifted off the ground, their chins gripped firmly. "Why go out of your way to provoke me?" Witnessing this scene, Su Feng was utterly shocked. He never imagined the seemingly gentle and scholarly Wang Quan had such a side to him. If he guessed correctly, Wang Quan had changed professions to become a mage, though his specific elemental affinity remained unknown for now. At the same time, Su Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. A mage could actually control people directly through the air without even needing to perform any incantations. It looked incredibly effortless. And mages must become even more formidable later on. Who knows when they might suddenly unleash a wide-area forbidden spell, obliterating everything in its path. Su Liunian gripped Su Feng's hand tightly, fear evident in her eyes. This reaction was understandable. Though Wang Quan was here to protect them, a glimpse into the enemy's capabilities was enough to make them uneasy. If their adversaries possessed mages of this caliber, they too could be effortlessly subdued, left utterly powerless to resist. Wang Quan seemed to notice Su Liunian's palpable tension. Turning his head, he spoke casually, "Hey, sis, relax. I only use this on bad guys. I won't go around using it recklessly." Only after Su Liunian nodded did Wang Quan resume tormenting the pair. Meanwhile, Manager Zhao's pupils dilated dramatically. His voice trembled slightly as he pointed at Wang Quan and stammered, "You are." Chapter 38, Another Master? You're an awakened? The law prohibits awakened from harming ordinary citizens. Have you forgotten that rule? Manager Xiao pointed at Wang Quan, his face twisted with horror. The female clerk cowered behind him, trembling and unable to utter a word, a stark contrast to her earlier defiance. "Let them go immediately. Otherwise, I'll call the police to arrest you." Manager Xiao barked threateningly at the two security guards, whose pain was intensifying. Yet his trembling legs betrayed him he wasn't nearly as fearless as he appeared.
Wang Quan abruptly slammed both men to the ground.
He looked at Manager Xiao and spoke calmly, "Oh? You want the police to arrest me?" "Yes." Seeing Wang Quan seemed hesitant, Manager Xiao immediately grew bolder.
Perhaps in his eyes, all awakened individuals deserved police punishment. "If you don't release them immediately, apologize properly, and compensate us accordingly, I will pursue this to the very end." Manager Xiao clearly couldn't read the situation. After discovering Wang Quan was an awakened one, he assumed Wang was filthy rich and that he had Wang wrapped around his finger. How dare he make such demands? Ha 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 ha. Wang Quan burst into uncontrollable laughter, clutching his stomach. He'd never seen anyone so utterly clueless about the situation. "Idiot." Just as Manager Xiao was about to speak again, Su Feng interjected, "You think ordinary people can already ride roughshod over awakened ones, yet you demand they don't fight back? Don't you find that hilarious? You sharp-tongued brat. I won't bother arguing with you." Manager Xiao stared at Su Feng, momentarily speechless, unable to come up with a convincing rebuttal. Just then, the security captain arrived with his team. "What's going on? Why are so many people gathered here?" Su Feng, his large belly thrust forward, demanded authoritatively. But upon spotting Manager Xiao nearby, his expression instantly softened. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing here?" But upon noticing the wound on Manager Xiao's forehead and the two security guards, one fat, one thin, being held aloft by some inexplicable force, he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Brother-in-law, did they bully you?" Seeing Xiao nod, Zhu Feng's expression turned fierce. He drew his baton. "Damn it! What if they're awakened on our turf? Have they lost their minds? Guys, surround them first. I want to see if these awakened ones have 3 heads and 6 arms or something, daring to commit violence in front of so many people." Xu Feng observed the numerous security guards who had closed in but still hesitated, unwilling to attack him. Xu Feng spoke up in a clear voice, "Whoever subdues that awakened one will have their salary doubled this year. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way." Though clearly ordinary men themselves, the security guards showed no fear whatsoever. They charged toward Xu Feng with batons raised, radiating an almost battle-ready intensity. Most people would have backed down at this sight, but Wang Quan was a bodyguard specially recruited by Eugene Mei for Su Feng. He had seen countless such scenes before. This was nothing special. Wang Quan suddenly clenched his fist at a 45-degree angle toward the sky. Instantly, a transparent, light green shield materialized beside him, blocking the security guards' advance no matter how fiercely they charged. Seeing the guards still refusing to back down, Wang Quan simply added a counterattack buff to the shield. In an instant, the entire mall lobby echoed with waves of agonized screams. Every baton strike that hit the shield bounced back at double force, inflicting pain few could endure. Meanwhile, Xu Feng took advantage of the chaos as everyone attacked the shield. Spotting a defensive blind spot, he drew his stun gun and aimed it at Wang Quan. However, Wang Quan had already noticed the sneaky figure. When he recognized the stun gun, his brow furrowed, and a look of impatience flashed across his face. Oomph! With Wang Quan's cold snort, the shields meant for defense exploded outward. The surrounding security guards were instantly blown back 3 or 4 meters. Xu Feng, who had attempted the sneak attack, received Wang Quan's special attention. His face was smacked so hard it resembled a pig's head, leaving him gasping for air. Only when Su Feng saw Manager Xiao nearly dead did he grab Wang Quan's arm. "Bro, that's enough. No need to kill him. We don't want to get ourselves into trouble." Seeing Wang Quan's reluctant expression, Su Feng added, "Mainly, I don't want to cause trouble for Boss Yu. She surely has her own business to attend to." Seeing Su Feng speak up, Wang Quan finally relented and untied the 2 security guards, one fat and one thin. Instantly, the oppressive tension that had hung over every security guard present, including Manager Xiao and the shop assistants, vanished. They all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Awe flickered in their eyes as they looked at Wang Quan. But then, another voice rang out at the worst possible moment. "Who dares to act so brazenly on my turf? You think I won't strip you naked and parade you through the streets?" This instantly reignited the turmoil in Wang Quan's heart, making him want to deal with this fool who had spoken up. Meanwhile, a middle-aged, greasy-looking man with a timid expression entered, followed by a bodyguard clad in black. The bodyguard eyed Wang Quan with growing unease. Just as he moved to stop the greasy man from speaking, the latter had already arrogantly blurted out his words. The bodyguard frowned, feeling completely unable to read the man before him. There was a sense of déjà vu. He whispered softly into the man's ear, "Boss, this guy's strength is unfathomable. I can't gauge it at all. Maybe we should." But before he could finish, the greasy middle-aged man waved him off. "What strength do you have that I don't already know? Relax. In a place like this, how could someone appear who could take down a 3rd-tier powerhouse like you? You can rest easy." Before he could finish, the black-clad bodyguard beside him collapsed backward onto the floor in terror. Instantly, he scrambled to his knees before Wang Quan. The greasy middle-aged man was utterly baffled. What on earth was happening? This was a bodyguard he'd hired at a hefty salary, the kind earning over $1 million a year. Why was he kneeling before someone he'd never even met?
Suddenly, the greasy middle-aged man felt a tug at his pant leg. He looked down to see the bodyguard frantically pulling at him while whispering, "Boss, kneel down quickly. Otherwise, we're dead meat." The greasy middle-aged man had clearly reached his current position through some skill. Thud. He dropped to his knees without asking any questions. Staring at the menacing Wang Quan, he began slapping himself across the face. "I'm an idiot. A fool. A blind fool for daring to provoke your excellency. This is all my fault and my nephew's fault. I'll fire them immediately to ensure your satisfaction. Every single purchase you make in this mall will be covered by me. Please, show your magnanimity." This flurry of apologies left not only the black-clad bodyguards dumbfounded, but even Su Feng, Wang Quan, and the others were utterly bewildered. A master? Chapter 39. Wait until Big Brother makes money, then I'll give you a bigger share. They say you don't hit a smiling face. Wang Quan, who had been so aggressive moments ago, suddenly found it hard to press the issue further. But while the death penalty might be spared, the punishment for the offense remained. Offending a fifth-tier powerhouse like him would inevitably come at a cost. 1 million credit points, plus you cover all expenses from today. Otherwise. Wang Quan paused briefly before speaking with a completely expressionless face. Before he could finish, the general manager cut him off. "No problem, boss. Whatever you say goes. I'll give you 2 million credit points. Please forgive us for our mistake. Everything can be negotiated. You lot, get over here. Hurry up and kowtow to this big brother to apologize." The general manager barked at Manager Xiao, the fat and skinny security guards, and the others in a chilling tone. Without a word, Manager Xiao, the staff, and several security guards scrambled over to Wang Quan, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Big brother, big sisters, we were wrong. It's all our fault. Please spare us. You're a magnanimous person, just let this pass like a fart in the wind. We beg you. It's all my fault. If I hadn't looked down on you like a dog, none of this would have happened. I deserve to die. I'm also at fault. If I hadn't thought to send someone to retaliate against you, none of this unpleasantness would have happened." Their apologies were so sincere they were practically licking the soles of Wang Quan's shoes. For a moment, Wang Quan's anger subsided considerably, though he still refused to relent. That depends on those two siblings. After all, they'd been dragged into this too. Hearing this, Manager Xiao and the staff members crawled toward Su Feng and Su Liunian on their knees, slapping themselves in the face as they begged for mercy. "Please spare us. Big brother, I truly know I was wrong. If you spare us, you'll be my auntie. I swear I'll be as obedient as a dog whenever I see you from now on." As the pleas grew increasingly absurd, Su Feng turned to Wang Quan and said, "Enough. That's all for today." For Su Feng and his group, this incident hadn't caused any substantial losses, and this level of punishment was sufficient. Upon hearing this, Wang Quan addressed the general manager, "Get out." A flicker of relief crossed the general manager's eyes before he barked at the kneeling crowd, "Are you all deaf? Get the hell out of here. Disappear from under this gentleman's nose immediately." Once he confirmed everyone had left, the general manager shifted to a fawning tone with Wang Quan. "Sir, would you mind providing your bank account number? I'll transfer the funds immediately." Wang Quan looked visibly surprised, casting a puzzled glance at the general manager before replying without further comment, "My account number is 66,159 x times x times x times x times x times x." Regardless of whether the general manager was telling the truth or what his motives were, today had definitely been a huge win. Not only would someone else cover the cost of his purchases, but he'd also receive 2 million credit points. As for whether the general manager might pull some underhanded tricks behind his back, Wang Quan wasn't the least bit concerned. Not only did he possess the strength of a fifth-tier powerhouse, but even if the matter escalated to the police station or the Special Services Bureau, Wang Quan wouldn't face any consequences. The other party had no legitimate grounds from the start. Even if Wang Quan had taken them all out, they'd have deserved it. As for whether the general manager might resort to underhanded tactics behind the scenes, Wang Quan was even less concerned. Could anyone possibly harm a fifth-tier powerhouse through covert means? Did they really think such a formidable opponent was a joke? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the general manager began tapping away at his phone. Moments later, a sudden notification chimed in everyone's ears. Ding. 2 million credit points deposited into your bank account. Envy flashed in the eyes of many bystanders. 2 million credit points, an amount ordinary people might spend their entire lives striving to earn. Yet here stood Wang Quan, who had secured it with mere words. Worse still, 100,000 of those points had been voluntarily added by the general manager himself. This was the power of an awakened. Seeing the satisfied look on Wang Quan's face, the general manager scurried over eagerly and asked, "Sir, are you satisfied with the outcome?" Wang Quan nodded. "Very well. Consider today's matter settled." Honestly, 1 million credit points was already worth a favor from a fifth-tier awakened. And that extra million? The guy in front of him hadn't even needed to give it, yet he'd added it anyway. Plus, this general manager hadn't really done anything to offend him. So naturally, Wang Quan's tone was nothing but cordial. Haha, might I trouble you with one more favor?
Seeing Wang Quan nod, the general manager continued, tomorrow evening, I need to attend.
Would you be willing to come and help maintain appearances?
Rest assured, I won't let you go to all that trouble for nothing.
If you agree to assist, I'll pay you an extra 2 million credit points. Seeing Wang Quan still unmoved, the general manager gritted his teeth. Brother, I'll pay you an extra 3 million credit points. That's the absolute maximum, I can't go any higher.
Truthfully, even the earlier 1 million wasn't a huge sum for the general manager, but it certainly wasn't small change either.
He was desperate to persuade Wang Quan to lend a hand. Hearing the offer, Wang Quan felt a surge of excitement. The price is decent, but...
His gaze shifted to Su Feng and Su Liunian beside him, and his tone changed.
However, this requires their consent.
Otherwise, no matter how tempted I am, it's impossible. Only then did the general manager turn his gaze toward Su Feng and Su Liunian. He had assumed Wang Quan was the main player, but now realized Su Feng and Su Liunian were equally formidable. The general manager prided himself on his keen eye, yet today he had misjudged the situation. Su Feng and Su Liunian had already changed into the new clothes they'd bought at the mall. Their attire was impeccable, complemented by an otherworldly aura. With Wang Quan, an awakened powerhouse, by their side, they projected an air of profound mystery in the general manager's eyes. Before the general manager could speak, Su Feng interjected, Big brother, if you want to go, just say yes. It's only a few hours, nothing bad will happen.
We'll just stay home.
Wang Quan was only following Eugene Mei's orders to protect himself and wasn't expecting much compensation.
If he stopped others from earning extra money, wouldn't that be unreasonable?
Wang Quan hesitated at first, but upon reflection, Su Feng's reasoning made sense. He patted the general manager on the shoulder and agreed, no problem. But everything must be wrapped up within 4 hours. If you go over that time, I won't save you even if you die. Then, turning to Su Feng with a grin, he added, bro, once I make some cash, I'll share a chunk with you.
Chapter 40, Hidden Assassination Tower.
Thanks, brother Wang, but that won't be necessary. We're already incredibly grateful you're protecting us.
We absolutely can't accept money for this.
Su Feng replied to Wang Quan.
And indeed, it was true.
Wang Quan was risking his life, facing potential attacks from the Heaven Thieves organization, just to protect him and Su Liunian.
How could they possibly ask for money now? No problem. You guys took risks too, didn't you? Wang Quan clearly dismissed Su Feng's refusal. In his eyes, Su Feng and Su Liunian had essentially relinquished their right to protection, allowing him to earn money.
Therefore, they deserved a share of the profits. So, what should I call you? My name is Wang Quan. Wang Quan addressed the general manager directly.
Knowing your name will make things easier when I accompany you on business tomorrow night. Sir, my humble surname is Niu. Full name, Niu Feitian. Niu Feitian wiped sweat from his brow before adding, why not bring the 2 young masters and young lady along tomorrow night? If you're concerned about safety. Hearing this, Wang Quan's eyes lit up. You're quite the character, kid. Bring them all along then.
He had been about to make that exact request himself, but Niu Feitian beat him to it, saving him the trouble of asking.
Truthfully, Wang Quan had already made up his mind. If Niu Feitian refused to let Su Feng and Su Liunian accompany him to the transaction, he wouldn't help Niu Feitian save face no matter how high the price offered. This would have been unthinkable before. Wang Quan would likely have risked Eugene Mei's scolding and punishment just to pocket those millions of credit points. But Su Feng's unreserved agreement had earned Wang Quan's respect. The kid he was protecting proved both loyal and considerate of his own interests. Had Su Feng vehemently opposed the matter or used Eugene Mei to pressure Wang Quan, it likely would have backfired. Wang Quan would have grown deeply resentful, making him far less committed to protecting Su Feng and Su Liunian. Is this really okay? Su Liunian spoke in a soft, sweet voice. Won't this interfere with your work? Maybe my brother and I should just wait at home? As the words fell, Su Feng also turned to look at Niu Feitian, awaiting his response. Before Niu Feitian could speak, Wang Quan interjected first, his gaze cold and menacing. If you can't bring my little brother and sister alone, then don't bother asking me to save face. No amount of credit points will change that.
In an instant, all eyes in the room turned to Niu Feitian, making him feel a bit flustered.
Miss, you're overthinking it.
Whether there are 2 more or 2 fewer people makes no difference. Your presence here with this young master won't cause any disruption whatsoever.
Niu Feitian stammered through his words, occasionally glancing sideways at Wang Quan's reaction.
Seeing the satisfied smile on Wang Quan's face, Niu Feitian finally let out a long sigh of relief. Just as Su Feng seemed poised to speak further, Wang Quan cut him off decisively.
That settles it. No more discussion. Hearing Wang Quan's decisive tone, Su Feng held his tongue. After everything was settled, Niu Feitian personally escorted Su Feng, his sister, and Wang Quan home. Meanwhile, 60 kilometers outside Dingyuan City, the hidden assassin tower headquarters was nestled within a unique secret realm. This realm spanned over 30 square kilometers. Inside, it resembled a secluded paradise, fully equipped with everything one could need. To enter this realm, one must first present proof of assets, demonstrating sufficient financial standing.
They judged not by the target's strength, but solely by the thickness of one's wallet. With enough money, they dared to assassinate even the most powerful figures.
If the funds fell short of the minimum requirement, the guards not only barred entry but would execute the offender on the spot. The main building of Hidden Kill Tower handles all manner of services, assassinations, intelligence gathering, revenge missions, and more. It's a one-stop shop for every kind of operation. Lu Quan was clearly a regular client of the Hidden Kill Tower. As the Zhang family's top enforcer and steward, this wasn't his first visit. No sooner had he entered than he was ushered directly into a private room within the main building.
A rather attractive maid had just finished serving tea when the Hidden Kill Tower steward entered the private room.
He looked at Lu Quan and smiled, saying, well, what brings you here, Steward Lu? Is there anything our Hidden Kill Tower can assist you with? Lu Quan didn't rush to reply.
Instead, he sipped his tea and looked at the steward before him, his voice deepening.
I fear this matter is beyond your capabilities.
His gaze held a hint of scrutiny as he spoke.
Oh? Tell us then. As long as the price is right, there's nothing Hidden Blade Pavilion dares not do.
The steward narrowed his eyes at Lu Quan, clearly displeased by his lack of trust. He added, as long as the price is right, we'll kill even the Heavenly King himself for you.
Witnessing this, Lu Quan burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. I knew your Hidden Kill Tower was formidable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought you out for Madame Zhang.
Before the steward could respond, Lu Quan continued, I need you to contact the Heaven Stealing Organization. Tell them that the deaths of Zhang Qianqiu and Lin Tianfeng within their ranks are both connected to this high school senior named Su Feng. Furthermore, the failure of their original assassination plot targeting Yu Jinmei, the top official of Xizang province, is also heavily linked to this Su Feng. In fact, it could be said he single-handedly caused the Heaven Stealing Organization such immense losses. Listening to Lu Quan's words, even the steward, a man who'd weathered many storms, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The contempt in his eyes vanished. He'd assumed this greenhorn wouldn't have anything particularly impressive to ask of them, but now he never imagined it would involve the top official of Xizang province. Still, the steward was no novice. After a moment's consideration, he realized he lacked the authority to handle such a high-level assignment. He addressed Lu Quan decisively, please wait a moment. Whether we accept this mission must be decided by our elders. I have no authority to make that call. After seeing Lu Quan nod in understanding, the steward finally stepped out of the private room and jogged off to find an elder of the Hidden Blade Tower. Just as Lu Quan was growing impatient, a weathered figure over 70 entered. Did this gentleman just mention issuing a task concerning the top official of Xizang province? As he spoke, he fixed Lu Quan with an intense gaze that weighed heavily upon him. Lu Quan's eyes narrowed. Hidden Blade Tower truly possessed profound depth. Even a random elder could overwhelm him with sheer presence. That's correct. Chapter 41, Surveillance. Indeed, I intend to issue a mission concerning the top official of Xizang province. I wonder if your Hidden Kill Tower dares to accept it. Lu Quan showed no weakness, instead employing a provocation tactic, hoping the elder before him would agree outright. But the elder before him was no fool. He looked at Lu Quan and spoke calmly, Sir, the Hidden Kill Tower certainly dares to take this mission. However, we wonder if the price you can afford will suffice. Before Lu Quan could respond, the elder continued, if that senior high student named Su Feng were just an ordinary person, it might be different. But as far as I know, he saved the life of the top official in Xizang province. Naturally, that official will protect him and become his backer. Sending our Hidden Kill Tower to relay messages for the Heaven Stealing Organization? That's practically inviting trouble for that student. If it gets traced back, wouldn't the Hidden Kill Tower get dragged into it too? You don't seriously think a provincial-level official is someone you can mess with, do you? After speaking, the elder took a sip of tea, waiting quietly for Lu Quan to continue. Hearing the elder's words, Lu Quan's expression shifted to one of understanding. He spoke with a hint of contempt, money isn't the main issue. Name your price. As long as it's not outrageous, we can work something out. If you can deliver the message to the Heaven Stealing Organization for us, everything is negotiable. As one of the Zhang family's top enforcers and their steward, Lu Quan knew full well the extent of their wealth. On the surface, the Zhang group was valued at merely tens of billions of credit points, but their hidden assets were countless, easily 5 times greater than their visible holdings. Add to that the formidable backing of his mistress's family, the Zhang family matriarch's clan, and their foundations were terrifyingly deep. While they couldn't compare to a provincial governor like Yu Jinmei, they were an absolute behemoth among Dingyuan City's other families. Even combined, those families might not match the Zhang's power, at least on the surface. Oh, a flat rate. For just 5 million credit points, we can complete this task for you. We can directly target mid to high-level members of the Heaven Stealing Organization, and the results will exceed your wildest expectations. A flicker of gold glinted in the elder's eyes. Such a rare opportunity to slaughter a fat lamb, how could they pass it up? As for the top brass of Xizang province, the Hidden Kill Tower didn't want to provoke them, but they certainly weren't afraid either. Of course, this was only true if the other side had no intention of going all out against them.
Otherwise, it would be a waste. He was confident Eugene May wouldn't fight back with everything she had.
After all, Hidden Kill Tower had merely relayed a message. The Sky Thief organization was the one ultimately responsible for Su Feng's assassination. Hidden Kill Tower had merely acted as a catalyst.
Though Lu Quan was wealthy, he clearly wasn't easily fooled. Hearing the elder's inflated demand, his eyebrows shot up.
"You really dare to quote such a price," he exclaimed. "Elder, while our Zhang family possesses considerable wealth, it didn't fall from the sky. Every penny was earned through hard work."
"Isn't your fee a bit steep? Simply relaying intelligence demands such a steep price?
Even assassinating a mayor of his caliber wouldn't cost much more than this."
"Might we discuss it further?"
Lu Quan had assumed the elder would ask for no more than 1 million credit points at most. After all, it was merely delivering a message, not hiring them to assassinate someone like Su Feng. He never imagined it would be this expensive, utterly outrageous. But before he could finish speaking, the elder waved his hand dismissively. "This job requires more than that to complete.
You'd better look elsewhere.
See if anyone besides our Hidden Kill Tower dares take on a mission with such high risk of being uprooted entirely."
After a moment, seeing Lu Quan still hesitating, the elder left a parting remark as he headed for the exit. "Fine. Think it over. There's no rush."
Just as the elder was about to exit the private room, Lu Quan reached out abruptly.
"Wait.
I did post this mission, but I only requested 3 million credit points from my young mistress.
Could you give me a moment to go apply for the funds?" Hearing Lu Quan's words, the elder's lips curved upward slightly, his heart brimming with delight.
Yet his expression remained unruffled as he turned back, his voice deepening.
"Of course, that's fine.
However, it would be best if the funds could be transferred today. The sooner the money arrives, the sooner the message can be relayed to the Sky Thieves organization."
"You surely understand the importance of swift action in warfare."
Upon hearing this, Lu Quan immediately pulled out his phone and communicated with the young lady who was having tea with Zhang Xiaotian.
Almost without any hindrance, he secured the required credit points.
Seeing Lu Quan ready, the elder took a sip of tea before stating, "Same as always, half the payment up front.
The remainder comes after we complete the task."
I doubt your Zhang family would dare to embezzle funds from the Hidden Kill Tower."
Lu Quan waved his hand dismissively.
"This isn't my first time commissioning a task from Hidden Kill Tower.
I have basic trust in your organization. I'll give you the full amount now. Remember, you must move fast. Otherwise..."
Before Lu Quan could finish, the elder cut him off. "Rest assured. Once the funds clear, information may appear on the desks of the highest-ranking members of the Thief Heaven organization within 20 minutes.
Not long after. Ding! Your account has received 5 million credit points. The mechanical female voice suddenly chimed. "Pleasure doing business." Lu Quan and the elder rose simultaneously, exchanging a brief smile. Both parties had largely achieved their objectives, a win-win outcome.
What Lu Quan, Zhang Xiaotian, and the others didn't know was that members of the Sky Thief organization had already arrived at the building where Su Feng lived. Inside the noodle shop across from Su Feng's residential complex, a plain-looking man dressed entirely in black sat in a corner eating noodles, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the entrance of the residential complex. He had been eating this bowl of noodles for a full 3 hours. Yet, the shop owner and the other diners around him paid him no mind, seemingly oblivious to his existence. Otherwise, the owner would surely have asked how he managed to eat so slowly.
A yellow taxi pulled up at the entrance. The moment someone stepped out, it instantly caught his attention.
Forgetting his noodles, he began to trail the 3 figures slowly. But just as he was about to step out of the noodle shop, he halted, his expression shifting as he glanced at the 2 men beside him. Their whispered conversation had piqued his interest.
"Third brother, why bother passing this job to the Heaven Stealing organization? Our masters should just let our own people handle it. It's redundant.
I say we take out that little punk Su Feng ourselves. Who knows, maybe we'll even get a reward from the young lady."
"You fool.
If our Zhang family could handle this directly, dealing with a mere high school senior would be child's play.
Even if he can take down a 5th-tier awakened, so what?
Our Zhang family has far more than..."
Chapter 42, Exposure. Our Zhang family has far more than just 5th-tier experts.
If the young lady wishes, she could summon several 6th-tier masters from the main house.
How could we possibly fail against a high school senior?
The skinny Zhang San sneered at the fat Zhang heir beside him. "This student has connections reaching the heavens, connections so powerful even our main house fears them."
Poof. What's this nonsense? A high school senior with an ordinary background? What kind of powerful connections could he possibly have? Are you trying to make a fool of me? Zhang Er clearly didn't believe Su Feng could have connections reaching the heavens.
He's backed by Eugene May, the top official in our province.
If we kill Su Feng outright, both the Zhang and Lu families won't escape Eugene May's wrath.
If she goes all out against us, even if the Zhangs and Lius manage to barely hold her off together, we'll be severely weakened.
And endless troubles will follow afterward. Zhang San lectured the dim-witted Zhang Er with eloquent confidence, secretly basking in a sense of superiority. Look how sharp I am, I can instantly analyze situations others can't even grasp. Then why would Eugene May protect some high school senior? As a high-ranking official, she must be incredibly busy. Zhang Er clearly still didn't grasp why Su Feng had earned Eugene May's favor. Before Zhang Er could finish, Zhang San cut him off. You moron. Didn't you listen when the steward announced the news? Su Feng has exceptional talent himself. Not long ago, he took down that third-tier awakened from the heaven-stealing organization, Zhang Qianxiu. Then just days ago, he killed that fifth-tier awakened from the same group. Crucially, he saved Eugene May's life. That alone is enough for Eugene May to become his powerful backer. Hearing their exchange, the black-clad figure who had been preparing to tail Su Feng abruptly walked off into the distance. His name was Lin Han, dispatched by Min specifically to conduct reconnaissance on Su Feng. His specialty was disguise. While not particularly strong in combat, he was perfectly suited for all kinds of reconnaissance missions. Take, for instance, how he had lingered in the noodle shop for so long, acting suspiciously, yet failed to attract anyone's attention. Then there was the matter of him observing Su Feng, Wang Quan, and the others. Logically, a fifth-tier awakened individual like Wang Quan possessed an extremely keen sixth sense. Anyone focusing their attention on him from an unseen corner should have been detected immediately. Yet, Lin Han's camouflage abilities had allowed him to slip past unnoticed. Min certainly didn't take Lin Chukong's words at face value. After all, though Lin Chukong was one of their own, he was the only one who had managed to escape this operation. The whole situation seemed highly implausible. The information he provided required thorough verification before any further action could be taken. Therefore, Min had sent Lin Han first to investigate exactly what was going on. Lin Han had now completed his mission objective, confirming Su Feng as the mastermind behind the sabotage of their organization's plans. The Zhang and Lu families mentioned by the two men, one fat, one thin, were certainly no minor players. Their power far surpassed that of their own organization, the Thieves of Heaven. Combined with intelligence received within their own ranks, this conclusion was highly probable. There was no reason for both families' intelligence systems to fail simultaneously. Now, Lin Han only needed to return quickly and report the situation to Bai Min's. Meanwhile, inside the Dingyuan City Police Station, in a rarely used restroom, the last stall in the men's section. Chief Bai, I got intel from the commissioner. Zhang Qianxiu didn't die by the Chen family's daughter's hand. It was that senior high student Su Feng who took him out. A deep male voice whispered into the phone. Moreover, Lin Tianfeng's mission failure wasn't caused by that SWAT officer manhwa either. That senior high student Su Feng interfered as well. It was he who used his sequence ability at a critical moment to take out Lin Tianfeng. I'm absolutely certain about this news. As if afraid Bai Min's wouldn't believe him, he added another sentence. A moment later, the man's voice spoke again. I wonder when the 1 million credit points you promised me will be transferred, Mr. Bai? I can barely stand being at the police station anymore. Recently, Wang Shangli organized an internal investigation all because of that incident where Eugene May was attacked. I feel like I'm about to. Before he could finish, a knock sounded on the bathroom stall door. Knock knock knock. Wang Linfeng and Bai Min's conversation abruptly halted. The knocking echoed distinctly within the bathroom. After hanging up the phone, Wang Linfeng's heart leapt into his throat. Please don't let them be here to arrest me, he prayed silently. Whether his prayers worked or it was divine intervention, hurried voices came from outside. Hurry up. Who's in there? I'm about to burst. Can you get out faster? Okay. Coming right out. Wang Linfeng flushed the toilet, then nonchalantly pulled up his pants, fastened his belt, and opened the door, muttering as he did so, this toilet flush button is so hard to use. It's filthy. The other person paid no attention to Wang Linfeng's words and simply walked in. After emerging, Wang Linfeng didn't dwell on it either, walking out of the men's restroom with a sense of having survived a close call. What Wang Linfeng failed to notice was this: all the other stalls in the men's room had been empty moments ago. Why did the other person insist on using his stall? Suddenly, Wang Linfeng felt an uneasy sense of foreboding. He already mentally mapped out his escape plan. He flee the police station immediately. After all, the money he taken from Bai Min's was enough to secure his single life for the rest of his days. Once he escaped Dingyuan City, he could simply change locations, spend a little money on a new identity, and enjoy life. Just as he prepared to walk out without looking back, stop. You're under arrest. Wang Shangli's voice, like a demon's, rang in his ear. Instantly, a sharp pain shot through his wrist, followed by the cold, metallic touch of handcuffs. Captain Wang, what's going on? Why are you suddenly arresting me and cuffing me? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Wang Linfeng asked, his face filled with confusion and his eyes blank, putting on an Oscar-worthy performance that made him seem genuinely innocent. Shut your mouth. You think I'm deaf? Wang Shangli lashed out, slapping Wang Linfeng hard across the face. Seeing defiance in his eyes, he kicked him several more times. You son of a... I've been working my ass off hunting down a mole in the police department for so long, and it turns out it's you, someone who's been right by my side all this time. I must be blind as a bat to have trusted you. Wang Shangli roared at Wang Linfeng, veins bulging on his forehead, looking like he was about to kill him in the next second. Did you really think I was deaf just now? I've been sensing something off about you lately, asking all sorts of questions. Following you into the bathroom just now, I overheard you selling intel to the Sky Thieves. Wang Shangli yanked Wang Linfeng by the collar, eyes blazing. Explain yourself. Has the station ever shortchanged you? Cut your pay or bonuses? Hearing Wang Shangli speak like this, the colleagues in the police station lobby who had been about to step into him suddenly lost all desire to him not to hit Wang Linfeng. Initially, they'd assumed Wang Shangli had some personal beef with Wang Linfeng. But to discover it was about selling intel to the Sky Thieves? They suddenly wished they could kick Wang Linfeng themselves. If Eugene May had met her end within their jurisdiction, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 43, The Arrest. Seeing Wang Shangli had exposed his scheme, colleagues closed in, fists clenched as if ready to strike at any moment. Wang Linfeng ceased struggling, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. He lit a cigarette, drew a deep drag, and exhaled. We risk our lives day in and day out. How many cases have we solved for the police department and the nation? How many citizens have we protected? But even at such enormous personal cost, we get paid a measly few thousand credit points a month to keep playing with our lives. Is it worth it? Smoke swirled around Wang Linfeng's face, obscuring his expression. Before anyone could respond, Wang Linfeng continued, Personally, I don't think it's worth it. What kind of life is it risking everything for a few thousand credits a month? Add in the rent for my place. It's not just that I can't splurge, sometimes I can't even afford to eat properly. Why should I risk my life for the police department? Do you know how much the Sky Thieves offered me? They approached me 6 months ago and have paid me over 5 million credits in installments since. How long would it take to earn that working diligently at the police station, even with annual bonuses? You fools! Wang Linfeng's tone grew increasingly heated, as if he alone embodied righteousness while everyone else was wrong. Hearing Wang Linfeng's words, the others exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. But such an unorthodox, corrupt influence absolutely could not be allowed to spread within the police department. The chief's slightly weary voice echoed through the room. Wang Linfeng, with the salary the station pays, plus the year-end bonuses, and the benefits I've secured for you all, how could that not be enough? To put it plainly, it should be more than sufficient to buy a modest apartment, shouldn't it? Seeing Wang Linfeng still attempting to wriggle out of it, the chief's voice followed immediately, tinged with resignation. I don't believe you're struggling to make ends meet because the police station's pay is insufficient. You're hooked on gambling. Do you really want me to show you no mercy at all? In an instant, Wang Linfeng's mouth, which had just opened to protest, snapped shut. Panic flashed in his eyes. He knew this time he was finished. After all, selling information to the Thief Heaven organization had crossed that final line. They might even drag him out for a 5-minute execution. He'd hoped to sow discord within the police force before dying, but now that his true nature had been exposed, Wang Linfeng felt utterly defeated. Witnessing this, the other officers in the station all wore looks of contempt. Damn, you almost pulled it off. Seeing Wang Linfeng fall silent, Wang Shangli immediately seized him and dragged him toward the police station's detention cells. A similar scene unfolded within the city defense camp, though the location differed. In a shadowy corner of target range 10, overgrown with weeds, a figure stood. He too held a phone, speaking into it. Boss Bai, when can I get out of this hellhole? The garrison commander seems to have noticed me. I'm worried something might happen. Why don't you transfer the money now so I can leave first? As he spoke, the figure darted glances left and right, surveying the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Bai Min's replied in a low voice, No. If you leave, our organization will have no one left in the city defense battalion. Don't worry. I'll add another 2 million credit points. As long as you can handle tasks for the organization, money isn't an issue. But the man still looked reluctant. Boss, you know that after Eugene May was attacked, our city defense battalion took the brunt of the blame. The commander already purged several subordinates. They're closing in on me now. I'm afraid even if I had the money, I wouldn't live long enough to spend it. On the other end, Bai Min's reassured him, they've already investigated several subordinates, right? You shouldn't be in any major danger. Relax, I'll transfer the money over immediately. Shortly after, the man received a notification confirming Bai Min's transfer. Before he could respond, Bai Min's coldly warned, Don't forget our organization paid for your father's medical treatment. If you refuse this small favor, I can't guarantee your parents won't face consequences. Bai Min's was determined to keep this man within the city defense corps. Otherwise, once all their spies within Dingyuan City's police force and the corps were purged, the Heaven Stealing organization would become a headless fly, stumbling blindly. They'd receive no intelligence on any major operations. Moreover, the caller held the crucial position of deputy commander of the city defense corps. Therefore, he absolutely could not let the man escape. Seeing the man's silence, Bai Min's pressed on, Rest assured. If you can provide me with intelligence from within the city defense corps for another 6 months, I'll reward you with an extra 3 million credit points. After that, I won't stand in your way wherever you choose to go. I won't threaten your family again either. We'll go our separate ways, each to our own path.
In truth, Bai Min's had no intention of ever letting him go.
This was merely to keep him in line. Why would he easily discard such a valuable pawn, one bound by family ties? Unless he was dead. A moment later. Fine. I suppose.
The voice on the other end continued, but after 6 months, we're done. If you try to stop me then, or threaten my family or friends, I'll drag your entire Heaven's Thief organization down with me, even if it kills me.
Agreed.
After receiving Bai Min's affirmative response, the figure crouched in the grass hung up the phone without hesitation. Just as he thought he'd gotten away with it, the sudden appearance of the garrison commander startled him. His face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head and looked up at the commander, feigning composure.
Heh, Commander. I was just taking a dump here. So late at night, I wonder what brings you and your men here. Any orders?
The commander before him didn't respond to his words.
With a wave of his hand, the soldiers behind him instantly bound him up.
He had considered struggling, but the commander's words instantly sapped his will to resist. If you want to live, don't fight back. Confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll face harsher consequences. Before he could protest, the commander continued, ever since Director Yu's incident, something felt off. The Air Defense Forces require officers of significant rank from our battalion to coordinate. I scrutinized everyone under suspicion, but found no red flags.
I never imagined it would be you.
Had you not slipped up in your haste, I likely wouldn't have suspected you at all. With that, the soldier pushed him forward like a prisoner toward the distant detention cells, not waiting for a response.
Chapter 44, Peril in the Rain.
Brother Wang, try Lun Yan's cooking, she's always been a great cook. Su Feng, showing no reserve, helped Wang Quan serve himself before plucking a large chicken drumstick from the night's meal and placing it in Wang Quan's bowl. A large chicken drumstick also appeared in Su Feng's own bowl, accompanied by Su Liunyan's soft, sweet voice, brother, you've only just recovered. You need to nourish yourself.
Su Feng's eyes suddenly stung.
His little sister was always the kindest to him. Without another word, the three dug in, eating heartily until their mouths were greasy.
Wang Quan stayed at Su Feng's home for a short while before departing. As soon as Wang Quan was gone, Su Liunyan pulled Su Feng onto the sofa to watch the news, chatting casually. Liunyan, have you thought about which university you want to go to?
I can give you some advice, but in the end, I'll support wherever you choose.
Bro, I just want to stay by your side forever, be your shadow. Hee, just like when we were kids. Su Liunyan's eyes sparkled with nostalgia.
Living happily together forever with mom, dad, and us four.
If only we could go back to the past. As she spoke, tears streamed down Su Liunyan's cheeks.
Despite her best efforts to hold them back, they fell like rain. Listening to her words, Su Feng remained silent for a long moment before suddenly pulling her tightly into his embrace, trying to offer her as much warmth as he could. It wasn't that Su Feng didn't want to comfort her, it was simply that no words could offer anything but hollow solace in this moment. After a long while, when Su Liunyan's emotions had settled somewhat, Su Feng spoke earnestly, once I become strong enough, I will definitely find mom and dad.
At least we haven't received any definite news of their deaths, right? Mom and dad wouldn't want to see you like this, would they?
As long as we haven't received confirmation of their deaths, there's still a chance to find them. When that day comes, the four of us can live happily together again. Su Feng tried his best to comfort Su Liunyan, though even he knew his words held little real possibility.
You're right, brother. I think what you say makes sense. But could you wait for me?
Once we're both strong enough, we can go find mom and dad together.
What if something happens to you when you go alone?
Then I'd be left all by myself in this world. Brother, you absolutely mustn't leave without saying goodbye to find mom and dad.
That's exactly how they abandoned us back then.
Su Liunyan's eyes were red as she spoke, her voice tinged with pleading and faint fear. She couldn't bear to imagine how she'd survive if Su Feng also left this world or was gone from her side for too long. Dingyuan City Television reports, severe thunderstorms and high winds are expected tonight.
Please remain indoors and minimize travel. If you must go out for essential matters, stay home as much as possible. The news bulletin suddenly interrupted the scene, though neither Su Feng nor Su Liunyan seemed to notice. Then, as if reading the worry in Su Feng's eyes, Su Liunyan smiled softly and added, as long as I can stay by your side, brother, even climbing mountains of knives or crossing seas of fire would be worth it. As long as we can always be together. If danger comes, we'll be each other's support. And if we can't hold on, we can always hold each other. At this point, Su Liunyan could no longer hold back her tears.
But unlike before, these were tears of happiness, for the thought of dying together with her brother brought profound joy. After all, sharing that fate was infinitely better than surviving alone.
Brother, please, just say yes. If there's anything you need me to do, I'll do it. I promise I won't ask for anything else. Seeing Su Feng's resolve waver slightly, Su Liunyan's heart leapt with joy. She quickly grabbed his hand again and pleaded. But before Su Feng could answer,
a sudden knock sounded at the door.
Knock, 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 knock.
Su Feng instinctively moved to open the door, assuming it was Wang Quan, who had just gone downstairs and forgotten something, now returning.
Wait. Something's off. Brother, listen closely to that knocking. Su Liunian reacted first, urgently calling out to Su Feng, who was about to open the door. Wang Quan's knocking wouldn't be this rhythmic and soft. His knocks are usually very short and urgent. Su Liunian was certain the knocking at the door was exactly as Wang Quan had described, since she had been hearing it off and on lately. Hearing his sister's words, Su Feng's hand froze mid-air before snapping back. He trusted his sister wouldn't speak without reason. She must have her own logic. Besides, being cautious never hurt anyone. Those who lacked prudence and attention to detail probably had graves overgrown with grass 5 or 6 meters tall by now. Su Feng pressed himself against the wall behind the sofa, listening intently to the knocking. The knocking had a very rhythmic cadence, precise in a way that didn't sound human, almost robotic. Something was definitely off. Liunian, call brother Wang Quan and have him come up to see what's outside. But before Su Feng could finish, the knocking grew more urgent. Thankfully, his security door was newly replaced. The old one would likely have been torn off by now. Su Feng couldn't resist any longer and peered through the peephole. The figure outside wore a blank expression, but with each passing moment, the knocking grew more frantic. Su Feng sensed a chilling aura emanating from the figure, a coldness that penetrated even through 2 layers of doors. Even a pig would know something was terribly wrong in this situation. Lu Nian. Quickly let brother Wang Quan come up and take a look, Su Feng said urgently. Tell him to prepare for battle. Be extra careful, the person outside seems off. I can't gauge his approximate strength level. After days of intense combat, Su Feng had developed the ability to roughly gauge the stage of the first 5 tiers of awakened individuals. But suddenly encountering a person whose strength was completely unreadable was utterly baffling. Su Liunian also noticed Su Feng's agitation. Every hair on his body stood on end, his entire demeanor radiating tension. Beads of sweat dripped relentlessly from his chin onto the ground, a clear sign of his inner turmoil. Ding! The number you dialed is unavailable. Chapter 45, Zombie. The moment that voice sounded, Su Feng sensed something was amiss. He pulled Su Liunian away from the doorway and made a shushing gesture. What puzzled Su Feng was that after his gesture, the mysterious figure outside the door also vanished without a trace, as if it had never been there at all. Summoning his courage, Su Feng peered through the peephole again. The uninvited guest had vanished without a trace. Just as Su Feng was about to ask Su Liunian to try calling again, thump, 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 an even more urgent knocking sounded. Simultaneously, a torrential downpour erupted from the sky. Splash! The raindrops pelting the tin roof sounded like New Year's firecrackers. Standing barely 2 meters apart, Su Feng and Su Liunian could barely hear each other speak. Seeing this, Su Feng's heart sank even further. The cell signal had been poor even before the rain started, and now with the downpour, it was practically impossible to get through to Wang Quan. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have been a big deal, just 1 floor down, he could have gone to find Wang Quan. But now, when Su Feng couldn't even confirm if it was safe outside, locating Wang Quan felt like climbing Mount Everest. Su Feng motioned for Su Liunian to call again. As expected, the response came, the number you have dialed is unavailable. Su Feng waved his hand, signaling Su Liunian to hide in a concealed spot within the house. He himself remained pressed against the peephole, scanning the outside from different angles. About 15 minutes passed without a single sound from outside. This wasn't a sustainable solution. He couldn't possibly stay on guard all night. They couldn't possibly take turns keeping watch all night, that would be exhausting. The thought made Su Feng take several deep breaths, trying to steel his nerves. He decided to dash out the front door, find Wang Quan on the floor below, and ask him to move into the house to protect both Su Feng and Su Liunian. Only then could they sleep soundly. Huff, huff, huff. Seizing the moment, Su Feng's vigilance heightened. He flung open both doors, slammed them shut, and sprinted downstairs without looking back. Just as Su Feng was about to reach the floor where Wang Quan resided, he turned the corner and encountered love. Staring at him from mere inches away was a figure clad in Qing Dynasty official attire, a pale green face devoid of life, 2 fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth, the very image of a zombie. Su Feng could even smell the putrid stench emanating from its breath. Su Feng froze instantly, unable to move. Even his heavy breathing halted, leaving only his chest rising and falling. Su Feng clamped his hands over his nose and mouth. I heard zombies can only track humans by their breath. If you hold your breath, they're as blind as bats, no threat at all, unless you're just incredibly unlucky. He then slowly tried to slip past the zombie before him. Just as most of his body had successfully maneuvered around it, the zombie suddenly twisted, both hands striking directly against Su Feng's chest. In that instant, Su Feng couldn't hold his breath any longer. He violently expelled all the air from his abdomen and slammed into the wall behind him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Roar! 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 Su Feng didn't panic. After several previous battles, he knew that the more dangerous the situation, the calmer one must remain. Only then could the chances of survival be higher. But as he scanned the room, he couldn't tell if the cleaning lady had been too thorough or what, but the floor was completely bare. Even the ceiling was just plain plaster. Despair instantly engulfed Su Feng.
Just as he stood frozen, waiting for death, his gaze suddenly caught sight of the zombie's clothing, dragging along the floor. A sharp gleam flashed in Su Feng's eyes. He formed a mysterious hand seal and thought, the zombie before me will trip over its own clothes and fall when it jumps. The next second, the zombie did exactly as Su Feng had predicted. It tripped over its own trouser legs and fell straight forward onto the ground. The moment it hit the floor, its two fangs were even driven deep into the cement. Those teeth are incredibly hard, Su Feng thought, stunned. He silently cursed under his breath, then immediately sprinted toward the gate of the royal palace. This time, he encountered no resistance whatsoever. Bang! 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 Su Feng pounded frantically on Wang Quan's door, but after waiting a long while, there was still no response. Seeing the fallen zombie in front of him starting to crawl back up, Su Feng's heart nearly sank. Fortunately, Wang Quan opened the door just then, bellowing, "What the hell is going on? Can't you sleep at night? Can you all shut the up?" Before Wang Quan could finish his sentence, he saw the green-faced, fanged zombie standing beside him. Their eyes locked in an instant. Wang Quan immediately pulled Su Feng inside and slammed the door shut, locking it tight. His face darkened as he demanded of Su Feng, "Where did this zombie come from? It appeared out of nowhere. This is the city center, after all. Even the slums aren't this chaotic, are they?" Su Feng spread his hands helplessly, indicating he wasn't entirely sure. "I've never seen a zombie before. This is my first time. If Brother Wang hadn't opened the door so quickly, I'd probably be its meal by now. We couldn't get through to you earlier. Did something happen?" Su Feng asked, puzzled. "Did you run into trouble?" Wang Quan finally checked his phone, glancing at the no-signal indicator without much concern. "Probably just the thunderstorm. Signal's always weak in this weather." Hearing Wang Quan's explanation, Su Feng didn't dwell on it either. Instead, he looked at him expectantly and asked, "So, when can we go rescue my sister? She must be scared all alone at home." But unexpectedly, Wang Quan remained silent for a long time, still not giving an answer. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as if he were contemplating something. Just as Su Feng grew impatient, ready to storm out and fight the zombies himself to protect his sister, Wang Quan spoke, "Do you have any bamboo tubes at home? Or even a bamboo flute would work. Open the window and blow human breath outside. As long as the zombies can't absorb human energy, they'll leave and won't try to break in anymore." Su Feng nodded in agreement. "You mean you can't defeat the zombie either?" he asked, his voice tinged with shock. After all, Wang Quan was a fifth-tier awakened being. How could a zombie prove so formidable? Different strokes for different folks. "I'm not an expert in this area and don't know how to handle it." "The best approach is to ignore it for now," Wang Quan replied calmly. "Just have Su Liunian do as I said. If that doesn't work, we'll go up to rescue them. I'll distract the zombie while you and your sister make a quick escape." Hearing this, Su Feng's eyes lit up. It was a viable option. The only problem now was how to contact Su Liunian. Chapter 46 Ambush. Listening to the steady patter of rain on the awning outside the window, Su Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He slapped his forehead. If memory served him correctly, there was an open-air balcony outside this floor, topped with a rain canopy. The only question was whether it could bear his weight. If it could, then he could simply have Su Qingru come down to stay with Wang Quan and himself. Once the three of them were together, they could wait for the right moment to act. With that thought, Su Feng abandoned his umbrella, strode through the living room onto the open-air balcony, and found a spot not covered by the canopy. Squinting, he peered upward. The outcome, however, proved somewhat disappointing. The canopy was positioned quite a distance from Su Feng's home. Even if it could bear his weight, it would be difficult for him to have a face-to-face conversation with Su Liunian from up there. As for shouting out to her directly, that would be even more challenging. Not only would the steady patter of raindrops on the metal canopy drown out their voices, but the occasional rumble of thunder would make normal conversation nearly impossible. Su Feng found himself in a predicament once more. Fortunately, his sister seemed to read his mind. Su Liunian happened to glance out the window toward him and called out, "Brother, how are things down there? Does Brother Wang have a plan to deal with that terrifying monster outside?" Su Feng didn't answer his sister's question. Time was pressing. He shouted instructions instead, "Liunian, take that wooden flute you learned to play last year. Use clear tape to seal all the holes except one end, just leave that one hole open. Then stick the other end out the window. Don't breathe through your nose, just exhale into the flute using only your mouth. Got it? That way, the zombie outside won't be able to pinpoint your location, and we'll have enough time to figure out a plan." Su Liunian nodded in response. "Got it." Though she didn't fully understand why Su Feng suddenly asked her to do this, trusting him implicitly, she sprang into action immediately. But clearly, the environment had prevented her from hearing Su Feng's instructions fully. She'd only caught the gist. She was supposed to wrap the flute in tape and then breathe into it with her mouth. Seeing Su Liunian pull her head back and begin following his instructions, Su Feng felt momentarily relieved. He addressed Wang Quan, "For now, it should be fine. Brother Wang, can you think of any way to make the zombie leave quickly, or even eliminate it outright?"
Su Feng was clearly still worried about Su Liuyan's safety.
After all, it was already remarkable that a young woman could remain so composed in such dire circumstances.
If anything else went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Therefore, Su Feng wanted to deal with the monster outside the door as quickly as possible.
But Wang Quan beside him wore an increasingly grave expression. I'm afraid it's still not safe for now.
Before Su Feng could respond, Wang Quan continued, I didn't catch everything you said earlier.
How can you be certain Su Liuyan heard it clearly?
If she misunderstood, she could still be in danger. If she doesn't follow our instructions, the zombie will smell her and keep trying to break through. No matter how sturdy the security door and inner wooden door are, they won't withstand that monster's assault. I already told you I have no immediate countermeasure against the zombie outside. Unless I go out and try brute strength against it, but frankly, I doubt I'd stand a chance. Specialization matters. I excel against awakened beings, but that doesn't mean I can handle a zombie. Before Su Feng could respond, Wang Quan continued, most crucially, zombies can negate 95% of my spell damage.
Do you grasp that concept?
Control effects are utterly useless against them, otherwise, I'd have bound it and rubbed it raw long ago. If we're truly judging by awakening tiers, even a tier 2 zombie is tough for me to handle.
And that thing out there? It looks like at least a tier 3 to me, basically a mini-boss. So unless it's absolutely necessary, I'm not going out there to risk my life. Hearing Wang Quan's words, Su Feng's heart sank.
If his sister hadn't heard him clearly just now, she could be in grave danger. He rushed back outside and shouted at the top of his lungs, Liuyan!
Liuyan! Liuyan!
But his cries were drowned out by thunderclaps, dull booms that rolled continuously across the sky, completely drowning out Su Feng's voice.
Just then, a violent pounding erupted on the door upstairs. Bang! 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 Bang!
Though it appeared to be zombies battering the security door, it felt no different than blows to Su Feng's heart. With each thud, it felt as though his heart would leap out of his chest. At the same time, he kept praying that the security door provided by the police station was sturdy enough.
It wasn't just Su Feng praying. Wang Quan was praying too, because Su Liuyan had become like a sister to him.
If she was truly in danger, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. As the pounding on the roof grew more intense, Su Feng suddenly had an idea.
Brother Wang, could you cut through the security bars?
Then Lu Yuan could jump straight down to our floor and we'd catch her. Hearing Su Feng's words, Wang Quan slapped his thigh hard.
Right. If magic can't harm the zombies, why not break through the security bars to rescue her?
Wang Quan strode straight to the balcony, muttering incantations under his breath as he waved his hand toward the security bars of Su Feng's apartment. The top of the security bars was neatly cut away, creating an opening just large enough for one person to pass through. Immediately, Wang Quan leaned through the gap and shouted inside, Liuyan!
Hurry over here! I'll get you down!
He called out several times, but there was no response.
Just as Wang Quan assumed Su Liuyan was at another window practicing the breathing technique Su Feng had described. Roar! Roar! Roar!
A zombie suddenly appeared before him, grabbing him by the collar and startling him out of his wits. Wang Quan instinctively raised his hand to cast a spell to control the zombie, but to his dismay, his spells, which usually worked on everything else, had absolutely no effect on the undead creature.
It didn't even pause.
Though Wang Quan was now a 5th tier awakened with decent physical prowess, even 5th tier awakened fell far short of zombies in raw physical strength. After all, zombies defined their overall power purely through their physical might. Seeing this insignificant creature attempting to attack it with magic, the zombie instantly flew into a rage. It violently yanked Wang Quan through the gap in the security bars.
Chapter 47, Summoning Lightning.
Wang Quan struggled desperately with all 4 limbs, but it was futile. The zombie dragged him straight inside.
He let out an uncontrollable scream. Downstairs, Su Feng sensed something was amiss. Normally, Wang Quan should have already brought Su Liuyan down by now.
Rushing to the open balcony, he looked up and saw Wang Quan was nowhere to be seen. Instantly, he knew something had gone wrong. He instinctively rushed to the door, peered through the peephole to assess the surroundings, and upon finding nothing amiss, burst out the door and sprinted toward the house, heedless of his own safety. He knew the zombies had likely already broken in, and Wang Quan and Su Liuyan were now in grave danger.
Sure enough, Su Feng's front door was already open, faint scratch marks visible on the surface.
Su Feng's face tightened, his pupils slightly constricting as he tiptoed inside.
Thump! Thump! Thump!
Before his eyes, Wang Quan struggled desperately in the zombie's grasp, nearly locked in a horrifying embrace. Behind the creature, Su Liuyan swung a kitchen knife relentlessly at its neck. Each blow landed heavily on the zombie's neck, producing a sound like striking steel, with sparks faintly visible.
Liuyan, get out of there! Leave the rest to us. Su Feng suddenly spoke up. Su Liuyan wasn't helping at all, instead, she was distracting both him and Wang Quan.
Without hesitation, Su Liuyan handed the knife to Su Feng and immediately retreated from the zombie's vicinity. She warned Su Feng, you and Brother Wang must be careful.
This zombie is practically bulletproof.
Hearing her words, Su Feng nodded solemnly.
Got it. Find a safe place to hide first.
A fierce battle was inevitable, and they wouldn't be able to look after Su Liunyuan.
Stop ing around. Can't you see I'm getting kissed by the zombie? Get over here and help. What the hell are you standing there for?
Wang Quan, already catching whiffs of the zombie's foul breath, shouted at Su Feng, who stood frozen nearby.
Su Feng snapped back to reality.
Just as he moved to slash at the zombie's neck again, he remembered Su Liunyuan's earlier futile attempt. It had only fueled the creature's savagery. Not only had it been ineffective, but it had also allowed the zombie to grip Wang Quan tighter and inflict deeper wounds. Therefore, Su Feng didn't swing his knife at the zombie. Instead, he grabbed a fire extinguisher from the house and held it barehanded between the zombie's head and Wang Quan. Then, he pulled back with all his might, trying to separate the two.
Once separated, the situation would be much easier to handle.
They weren't destined to fight this zombie to the death here.
Wang Quan could leverage his advantage as a fifth-tier awakened being to carry both himself and Su Liunyuan far away. The zombie wouldn't even catch a glimpse of their taillights. Brother Wang, push harder.
If you can break free from its grip, we still have a fighting chance.
Su Feng urged, watching Wang Quan's flushed face as he struggled frantically. I'm giving it my all. Don't talk like you're not the one doing the work. Do you have any idea how tight this thing is holding me?
Wang Quan finally managed to pry the zombie's hand away slightly, catching a breath as he glared at Su Feng. Su Feng gave an awkward chuckle at first, but then threw everything he had into trying to separate Wang Quan from the zombie. Unfortunately, fate wasn't on their side.
After nearly 5 minutes, Su Feng still hadn't managed to pull them apart completely. Just as Su Feng was at a loss, a muffled thunderclap echoed in his ears. Boom! Boom!
A bolt of lightning struck the balcony below, instantly shattering the previously intact potted plant.
Seeing this, Su Feng's eyes lit up.
He vaguely recalled from zombie movies that zombies were notoriously afraid of lightning.
He wondered if this particular zombie would be afraid too.
If it was, that could be exploited, but it all depended on whether Wang Quan could handle it.
Brother Wang, can you withstand lightning damage? Su Feng called out to Wang Quan, who was being held tightly by the zombie.
If you can endure the damage from heavenly thunder, we might still have a chance.
Wang Quan was now nearly spent. If he couldn't break free from the zombie's embrace, he'd likely become its next meal.
Hearing Su Feng mention a possible solution, his eyes lit up momentarily.
But Su Feng's next words made his vision darken and his brow furrow. He nearly cursed out loud, if I could withstand lightning damage, why the hell would I fear zombies? I'd just kill it outright. What kind of bull idea is this? If you want to.
But Wang Quan's words were cut off before he could finish.
Can you try releasing a lightning attribute spell the instant you're struck? See if that can neutralize the lightning?
If it works, there might be room to maneuver, Su Feng explained to Wang Quan.
If not, I'm afraid we won't be getting out of here alive today.
Before Wang Quan could respond, Su Feng continued, if you're willing to try, I'll do my best to deploy my sequence abilities to protect you and prevent injury. Hearing this, Wang Quan hesitated briefly before agreeing. There was no other reason if he didn't take action to deal with the zombie clinging to him, he risked exhausting his strength and being infected into one of its kind. Now, only by taking a gamble could he grasp a sliver of hope. When will the lightning strike? I need to prepare in advance. Wang Quan asked Su Feng, his face contorted in a grimace, because the lightning. Wait, it should be here any moment. Su Feng glanced skyward, unable to give an exact time. If he could predict it, this zombie would be nothing more than a mere nuisance to him. But the heavens refused to cooperate. Nearly 2 minutes passed without a single bolt striking down. Just as Wang Quan and Su Feng were on the verge of despair, Su Feng suddenly glimpsed a crack like flash streaking across the sky. He concentrated intensely, channeling his sequence ability to its fullest, let the lightning strike the zombie. Immediately, Su Feng felt dizzy and lightheaded. But he had no time to tend to his own body. He activated his sequence ability again, silently chanting in his mind, Wang Quan is struck by lightning and remains unharmed. Simultaneously, he shouted at Wang Quan, cast your lightning attribute spell now. Quickly. Keep it going as long as possible. The instant the spell was cast, blinding light erupted before Su Feng's eyes, nearly robbing him of his sight. Chapter 48, Out of Ammo and Supplies. When Su Feng opened his eyes again, dizziness overwhelmed him. After stabilizing his condition, Su Feng hurriedly looked toward where the royal scepter and the zombie had been locked in combat. Only the zombie remained there now. The creature, whose body had been incredibly hard moments ago, was now nothing but charred remains on the ground. The royal scepter was nowhere to be seen. Just as Su Feng feared something had happened to Wang Quan, a cough echoed through the air, cough cough. Cough cough. Su Feng followed the sound and found Wang Quan in the kitchen. Rushing over, he asked, Brother Wang, are you okay? Wang Quan's hair stood completely on end, looking absurdly like he'd gotten a perm at a barbershop. His entire body was charred black, yet his clothes remained perfectly intact. Who knew what material they were made of? Leaning against the doorframe, Wang Quan coughed twice more. Black smoke whisked from his mouth as he looked utterly drained. He rolled his eyes at Su Feng and retorted, do I look like I'm fine to you?
What about that zombie outside? It's not still alive, is it? The instant I was struck by lightning, all my energy was depleted. I can't handle any more trouble now. Though Wang Quan didn't truly believe it. That was lightning at least 100,000 volts, no joke. What carbon-based lifeform could survive being struck by that? Especially a zombie, which lightning naturally counters. Even a 1,000-year-old zombie king probably wouldn't have survived that strike. Su Feng retorted immediately, it's definitely dead. It's been reduced to charcoal. What reason could it possibly have to be alive? It's just a zombie, not some thunder god or lightning goddess who could survive something like that. Su Feng had just witnessed the zombie turn pitch black, slightly more charred than coal itself. How could it possibly still be alive? But Wang Quan ignored Su Feng. He walked straight up to the charred corpse and examined it closely. Just as both Wang Quan and Su Feng assumed the zombie was truly dead, it suddenly snapped its eyes open, stood bolt upright, and stared at the ceiling. Compared to before, this zombie now had jagged flashes of lightning constantly flickering around it. The crackling electrical discharge flared continuously at its sides, making it look as if it had just been bathed in thunder. Far from electrocuting it, the lightning seemed to have enhanced the zombie, almost like an evolution. If the previous zombie was a 3rd tier, this one was undoubtedly a 4th tier mutant. Holy! Run! Su Feng reacted first, grabbing Wang Quan and Su Liunian by the door to flee. Both he and Wang Quan were now severely crippled. At this moment, even a low-tier awakened being could kill them, let alone that lightning-drenched zombie. But before he could finish speaking, Su Feng saw Wang Quan freeze in place, his face etched with despair. Brother, take your sister and run. We can't make it out together. Maybe I can buy you a little more time. Run. Don't worry about me. Before Su Feng could respond, Wang Quan added, oh, and Su, remember to tell Yulauda that I kept my promise to protect you. Also, if you manage to escape, refund the deposit from my credit card to Niu Feitian. I'm a man who gets paid to get things done. Taking money without delivering isn't my style. Wang Quan's logic held weight. Escape for all three was impossible. Now someone had to stay behind to delay the pursuers. He was the perfect choice for that role. Seeing this, Su Feng said no more. He addressed Su Liunian outside the house directly. Run. Liunian. Go straight to the police station and find Wang Shangli. He'll find a way to protect you. Don't forget to tell Wang Quan about the zombie appearing here. Have him contact the relevant people to come and deal with this one. Su Feng wasn't the type to abandon a friend, especially since Wang Quan had ended up in this state precisely to protect him and Su Liunian. If he ran away now, wouldn't that be ungrateful? Su Liunian, her eyes reddening, sprinted downstairs. Any further hesitation would distract Su Feng and Wang Quan, potentially costing them precious time or worse, leading to their sacrifice here for nothing. Su Feng immediately steeled himself, picked up the iron kitchen knife he'd dropped earlier, and prepared to fight the zombie before him. Wang Quan fixed Su Feng with a look of deep affection and snatched the knife from his grasp. Run. Brother, I appreciate your resolve, but without your protection, your sister won't be able to live happily in this world. Listen to me, get out of here now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he charged straight at the zombie. Veins bulging on his forehead, he swung relentlessly at the creature's weak points. Before Su Feng could react, he saw Wang Quan's steel blade cleave through the zombie's neck and even its abdomen. But the effect was the same as before. Besides the sensation of striking steel, it inflicted no damage whatsoever on the zombie. In fact, Wang Quan was even struck by the thunderbolt zombie's lightning several times. What puzzled both of them slightly was that this zombie only stood in place, snarling and glaring at Wang Quan with a hideous expression, making no other unnecessary movements. Witnessing this, Wang Quan froze in place. He glanced at Su Feng and whispered, this zombie seems to have some kind of problem. It can't move at all right now. Should we just get out of here? While Su Feng deeply agreed with Wang Quan's suggestion, he was concerned that Su Liunian might not have had time to get far. He spoke up, Brother Wang, let's wait a bit longer. If this zombie still doesn't make a move, then we'll try to slip away. Escaping alive was certainly the best option. Wang Quan nodded in agreement. Both men held their breath, afraid to breathe too loudly lest they wake and anger the zombie before them. If they could slip away without alerting it, why risk waking it with loud movements? Neither Su Feng nor Wang Quan would be foolish enough to do that. Time ticked by, sweat beading on both their foreheads as their shirts clung to their backs. Wang Quan and Su Feng exchanged a glance and nodded. Now! Both men sprinted toward the front door, fearing that even a moment's delay could bring danger. Just as they thought the zombie was still asleep, sparing them both. A figure darted toward the doorway like a bolt of lightning. Su Feng stared, his scalp prickling with dread. Chapter 49, Imitation. Arc-shaped lightning swirled around the zombie's green-faced, fanged visage. It growled intermittently, and Su Feng could faintly see flashes of lightning flickering from its mouth. Does it not want us to leave? Wang Quan asked instinctively. But why? It wasn't moving just now. Why did it start moving the moment we did? Wang Quan's eyes brimmed with confusion. He thought this was his chance to escape this hellish place, but now this lightning zombie was inexplicably blocking his and Su Feng's exit. Yeah, why is it stopping us? Su Feng was equally perplexed. If it wants to kill us to keep us here, why isn't it attacking? Why is it just blocking the door, dragging its feet? Both men felt like their brains had short-circuited, utterly unable to comprehend what the thunder zombie before them was actually doing. Nearly 5 minutes passed as Wang Quan and Su Feng remained frozen in place, not daring to move a muscle, terrified that any movement might provoke the zombie's attack. A moment later, when Su Feng's legs began to go numb, he whispered to Wang Quan beside him, "Why don't we hold our breath and try to sneak past it? Let's give it a shot. We can't just stay stuck here forever. If we manage to get past it, we should get the hell out of this place fast and notify Grandma Yu to come clean up the mess. If we don't deal with this zombie soon, it might wreak havoc everywhere. Then we'd be the ones to blame. You go first and try." Wang Quan nodded at Su Feng's words and gestured for him to go first. When the countdown hit 0, both held their breath. Wang Quan led the way, successfully skirting the zombie and exiting through the front door. Both men rejoiced. Su Feng attempted to follow suit, but the moment he took his first step, the zombie mirrored his movement, its actions and posture identical. Su Feng was instantly horrified, blurting out in shock, "Holy!" I held my breath. How did this thing spot me? Why is it copying my movements? Su Feng stared at the lightning zombie mimicking his every action, utterly baffled. Outside the house, Wang Quan was equally perplexed. This situation was unprecedented, not just for Su Feng but for him as well. He waved his hand, signaling Su Feng to calm down. "Don't panic. What we can confirm right now is that this lightning zombie doesn't seem intent on harming us. It only mimics your movements." Wang Quan began piecing together what had happened earlier. It seemed that when he and Su Feng had stood motionless, the lightning zombie had also remained still. Only after they had run toward the door did the zombie finally move. Finally, when Wang Quan sidestepped the lightning zombie, it showed no reaction. Only when Su Feng shifted slightly did the zombie before them begin to move. Did this mean the lightning zombie was now mimicking Su Feng's every move? What? Are you sure you're not joking? Su Feng frowned at Wang Quan's words, his voice dripping with skepticism. How could a zombie mimic his movements? Wasn't this just some kind of joke? Still, Su Feng chose to trust Wang Quan for now. After all, he himself had no clue either. Su Feng raised both hands above his head, closely observing the zombie's movements at the doorway. Sure enough, the zombie replicated Su Feng's exact posture. Despite the wooden doorframe, it posed no obstacle. The zombie plunged its charred hands into the frame, determined to mirror Su Feng's stance. Even its head twisted to stare directly at Su Feng. A sudden voice startled Su Feng. He turned to see Wang Quan exclaiming, "Holy! The zombie really raised its hands just like you did." Ignoring Wang Quan, Su Feng turned his back to the zombie and bent down to observe it. The zombie before him mimicked Su Feng's movements perfectly once more. Su Feng could even hear the zombie's bones creaking and cracking from years of inactivity. "Jump in place again. Let's see if it keeps mimicking your movements," Wang Quan suggested, his voice filled with uncertainty. If that proved to be the case, then things would be much simpler. Su Feng could simply walk into the city defense camp and the zombie would follow. The camp would surely have a way to subdue it, or at the very least, eliminate it on the spot. If they could temporarily contain the zombie, Wang Quan was confident he could contact Eugene Mei to dispatch specialized personnel to eliminate it, minimizing the potential damage the zombie might inflict on the city. Su Feng followed Wang Quan's advice and hopped lightly in place. Thump! 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 To their astonishment, the zombie actually jumped in sync with Su Feng, causing the floor to shake violently. Seeing this, Su Feng and Wang Quan stared in disbelief. Their earlier hunch had been correct. The zombie was actually mimicking Su Feng's every movement. Bro, figure out a way to move it. Get the zombie away from the door, then we'll take it straight to the city defense camp. Take advantage of the heavy rain outside, there's hardly anyone on the streets. We have to move fast. Wang Quan ordered Su Feng directly. With few pedestrians around, even if the zombie suddenly went out of control, it wouldn't cause significant casualties. While an out-of-control zombie would certainly cause casualties, the damage would undoubtedly be less severe than if it happened on a clear day. Seeming to notice the confusion in Su Feng's eyes, Wang Quan added, "I just tried calling the city defense camp an old used phone, but neither went through. This damn storm is really getting in the way." Hearing this, Su Feng nodded without further comment, preparing to lead the zombie step by step out of the area. "Brother! Help! Someone's chasing me!" The sudden cry from outside made Su Feng's expression tighten. That was his sister's voice. Could she be in danger? Su Feng shouted at Wang Quan, "Forget about this place. Go check on my sister. It might be the Thief Heaven organization or someone else trying to harm her. Hurry!" Su Feng clearly couldn't care less about Wang Quan's exhaustion, ordering him to go immediately. "Go! What are you still standing here for? I can handle this." Wang Quan snapped back to his senses and nodded to Su Feng. "All right. I'm going now. But my energy is running low. After you've secured the zombies, get reinforcements over here as soon as possible. With that, Wang Quan sprinted off without looking back, heading straight toward the direction of Su Liunian's voice. Chapter 50, Su Liunian under attack. Hey, sweetheart, what's the rush? Why not come into Big Brother's arms for some comfort? At least you'll get one last thrill before you die. The middle-aged man, his face pockmarked, spoke, nearly drooling over Su Liunian's figure as he rubbed his hands together. Don't count on your brother saving you. He's got his own problems now, and your bodyguard is probably in trouble too. They won't have time for you. Just do as we say, and we'll make sure you reach the peak of pleasure before we send you to the afterlife. Don't worry, we're pros. It'll be quick. But before he could finish, a masked youth beside him cut him off coldly. Zheng Pokface, you must be suicidal. How dare you have other ideas about the person the boss wants? Cut the nonsense. Grab the hostage and eliminate Su Feng immediately. No time for complications. Wang Quan and Su Feng just endured the zombie's baptism, they're completely vulnerable now. Clearly, the zombie that had just attacked Su Feng and Wang Quan was connected to them. In fact, they had likely released it deliberately to distract Wang Quan, create an opening to eliminate Su Feng, and then bring Su Liunian back. Hearing this, Zhang Matzi gave a sheepish chuckle. I was just speaking off the cuff, wasn't I? Why go so far as to alarm the boss? I was just trying to scare her a little. Seriously, what does the boss need a woman like that for? Capturing her alive? That's just a waste of time. We might as well keep her around for the brothers to enjoy. Don't you agree? As he spoke, he licked his dry, cracked lips, looking utterly depraved. Stop spouting nonsense. If you keep it up, I won't wait for the boss, I'll finish you off right now. Looks like you don't want to live anyway. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhang Matzi abandoned further talk. His expression hardened as he sprinted toward Su Liunian's back, clutching a canvas soaked in ether. If he could press it over her mouth and nose, she'd be utterly helpless. As he closed in on Su Liunian, Zhang Matzi sneered savagely, stop screaming. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. Save your breath. He seemed utterly confident in his victory, his entire demeanor relaxed. And indeed, just as Zhang Matzi was about to press the ether-soaked cloth over Su Liunian's mouth and nose, a sudden twist occurred. Zhang Matzi suddenly felt his hands completely beyond his control, he couldn't even feel them anymore. Instantly, a spray of blood blurred his vision. With great effort, he wiped the blood from his eyes with his sleeve. Then, suddenly, a pair of hands flew toward him, hands that seemed strangely familiar. Wait. Those weren't his own hands? Zhang Maji was utterly bewildered. But his hands? He looked down at his hands. The hand stamps had vanished without a trace. Only his forearms remained, spurting blood relentlessly. The floor was already soaked in his crimson blood. Zhang Mazizi screamed in terror, unsure whether it was from the pain or sheer fright. His screams abruptly halted, however, for a reason beyond his control. A stark wound had inexplicably appeared on Zhang Maji's neck. Blood gushed from his carotid artery like a fountain, shooting nearly a meter high. He tried to press his hands over the wound, but it was futile. No matter how tightly he clamped his fingers together, blood seeped relentlessly through the gaps. Relax, relax, it'll be over soon. Just a little pain at first, then it'll be fine. A demonic whisper echoed in Zhang Mazizi's ear. You'll be returning to hell very soon. The words barely left his lips when Zhang Mazizi collapsed lifelessly to the ground, leaving only a convulsing corpse behind. The others in the cold-eyed youth's group, witnessing this scene, reacted as if facing mortal danger. Only the youth himself remained composed, his hands folded over his elbows, his expression utterly unruffled. Clearly, he knew something they did not. How dare you? Who are you? Stop playing tricks. If you don't stop, our heaven-stealing organization will kill you. Get your ass out here and kowtow. If we're feeling generous, we might even leave you a whole corpse. Come out. Or we'll wipe out your entire family and make you regret it for the rest of your life. Listening to the constant shouts from his henchmen beside him, the cold-eyed youth made no move to stop him. Instead, he stared silently at the blood-soaked floor. Seeing Su Liunian's figure nearly disappear from sight, and turning to find their boss showing no reaction, the henchmen beside him grew anxious. Forgetting all the minor details, they directly addressed the stern young man. Boss, that girl's already far ahead. If we don't chase after her now, we might lose her. The higher-ups will blame us if we do. Why don't you stay here and keep watch? Before the subordinate could finish, the cold-eyed youth slapped him hard across the face. The man spun twice in place. The youth's face darkened as he growled, You're telling me how to do my job? Do I need a useless piece of trash like you to teach me? One more word of nonsense here, and I won't wait for her, I'll kill you first. This subordinate dares not. The subordinate who had spoken immediately bowed his head. If he didn't submit now, his death would be pointless. After all, if Su Liunian escaped and the higher-ups blamed anyone, the stern young man would take the brunt of it first, followed by his own kind. There was no need to lose his life at the hands of his own people over Su Liunian, was there? Seeing his men fall silent, the stern-faced youth nodded in satisfaction. He addressed the empty space where Zhang Mozi had just died. "Brother, come out. No need to hide anymore." When still no response came, a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. Yet he said nothing more, merely waving dismissively at his men's puzzled looks. "Since there are other experts involved, our mission will be delayed slightly," he stated calmly. "That man certainly won't be by Su Feng and Su Liunyin's side every single moment. Whenever he's absent, it'll be our golden opportunity. Then we can." His words halted abruptly as he noticed the bloodstained footprints where Zhang Mozi had been standing no longer shifted. Instantly, he formed a mysterious hand seal, channeling his awakened energy to materialize a steel blade. He thrust it toward the empty spot. Had that strike landed, it wouldn't just have wounded Wang Quan, even sheet metal or steel plates would have been severely damaged. In other words, this was a blow no human could withstand head-on. The stern-faced youth clearly intended to kill Wang Quan outright. Wang Quan watched the flying blade closing in before his eyes, showing no intention of moving out of the way. As the blade drew ever closer, Wang Quan merely sighed and gave a light wave of his hand. The energy blade seemed to collide with something solid, plummeting straight to the ground. The scene fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Chapter 51, Ambush. As Wang Quan revealed himself, a flicker of surprise finally crossed the cold young man's eyes. "Well, if it isn't the great Master Wang? How have you not yet perished beneath the zombies? Truly unbelievable." Though he claimed disbelief, his expression betrayed no surprise whatsoever, as if he had long known Wang Quan would not fall to the zombies. Before Wang Quan could speak, the cold-eyed youth surveyed his tattered clothes, a mocking smirk curling his lips. "Looks like your skills aren't all that impressive after all. Dealing with a mere creature like that must have taken quite a toll, huh?" Wang Quan shot back sarcastically, "How could I possibly be considered a master in your presence? You're making me feel old. Surely you'd survive unscathed against a zombie and even turn the tables on it, right?" The current Wang Quan was merely all bark and no bite. His calm demeanor while blocking the flying dagger had been a deliberate ploy to buy time and keep his opponent guessing. As long as the cold-eyed youth couldn't gauge his true strength, he wouldn't dare act rashly. After all, he was only a fourth tier awakened. If provoked into fighting for his life, Wang Quan wouldn't fare well. Death was a distinct possibility. Speaking of which, Eugene May really spared no expense to protect that senior high student Su Feng. She even dispatched a master like you. I wonder if she has enough people left to protect herself. After all, she's offended so many. Who knows if someone might seize the chance to eliminate her too? Then you'd become an orphan, the cold-eyed youth continued. Though he couldn't say for certain whether the organization would seize this chance to assassinate Eugene May, common sense suggested it was unlikely. After all, she was the top official of Xizang province, surrounded by elite bodyguards. Losing one wouldn't make much difference. Their previous successful ambush had relied on a traitor within Dingyuan City, and Eugene May's own carelessness she hadn't brought her elite bodyguards with her. After the previous ambush by the Heaven-stealing organization, Eugene May's security measures were undoubtedly now at the highest level. It was virtually impenetrable. Even if the entire Heaven-stealing organization's high command launched an attack, they likely wouldn't pose any threat to Eugene May's life. They'd probably be wiped out on the spot. His words were merely a ploy to buy time. Wang Quan clearly possessed some information, but at the cold-eyed youth's words, his expression tightened. His voice trembled with panic as he retorted, "You're lying. I refuse to believe the Thief Heaven organization would dare attack Bossu again. If you dare lay a finger on Bossu, I swear I'll tear every last member of your organization to shreds. Not a single one will be left standing." In this situation, the longer Wang Quan could stall, the more advantageous it was for him. Not only could he buy time for reinforcements, but he could also secretly recover his energy, increasing his chances in the upcoming battle. If he could fully recover, the few minions before him would be easily crushed. Ha 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 ha. Nothing is impossible. Since our Heaven-stealing organization dared to strike Eugene May once, we dare to strike her again. After all, she's only flesh and blood. The cold-eyed youth, breaking his usual composure, roared with laughter. All humans die. Watching Wang Quan grind his teeth in fury brought him immense satisfaction, his face glowing with smugness. However, Wang Quan offered no reply to his words, merely curling his lip in obvious disdain. Thus, a delicate balance emerged in that moment. Both sides seemed to be waiting for something, neither willing to make the first move. They stared at each other, neither yielding. Suddenly, a fireball hurtled from the shadows, hurtling straight toward Wang Quan. His narrowed eyes snapped wide open. Gone was his previous calm demeanor. His expression turned grave as he summoned every ounce of strength to rapidly form a shield of water before him. Boom! The moment the water shield met the fireball, the water vaporized in large quantities. Yet the fireball seemed to encounter little resistance, hurtling straight toward Wang Quan's chest. Seeing this, Wang Quan concentrated his energy once more, conjuring a whirlwind in an attempt to blow the fireball aside. Yet it proved futile. The fireball continued its relentless path toward him, seemingly unaffected, its flames even intensifying under the wind's force. Witnessing this, Wang Quan instinctively tried to dodge. Yet, the few optimal escape routes were instantly blocked by several throwing knives conjured by the stern-faced youth, completely sealing off his escape.
Thus, Wang Quan had no choice but to raise both hands toward the fireball, attempting to lessen its impact on himself as much as possible. Boom! In an instant, the fireball exploded directly against Wang Quan's chest. The surrounding residential buildings were instantly lit as bright as day. Many residents mistook the light for dawn until they looked out their windows and realized it was an awakened battle. They immediately scattered, fearing collateral damage. At the epicenter of the blast, Wang Quan was clearly suffering terribly. He was sent flying dozens of meters, only coming to a halt when he slammed into a wall corner. His once elegant appearance, despite the torn clothing, was now utterly gone. Now nearly bare-chested with hair hanging over his shoulders, he resembled a beggar, even coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Wang Quan, why did you choose to sell your life to the Special Services Bureau? I've repeatedly offered you mercy, yet you persist in being so ungrateful, constantly trying to sabotage our heaven-stealing organization's plans. It seems you've truly grown tired of living this time. A woman emerged from the shadows, her figure incredibly voluptuous. Anyone with a hot temperament might have started nosebleeds upon seeing her. Ha 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 ha. Spare me? More like your thief heaven organization lacks the guts to finish me off. Ha 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 ha. Nothing but a bunch of cowardly bastards who only know how to ambush in the dark and scheme behind the scenes. Wang Quan clearly refused to back down. Even leaning against the wall to steady himself, he spat out his defiance. Then die. The woman wasted no words on Wang Quan, her command direct. Simultaneously, she gathered another massive fireball in her hand, its heat radiating scorching waves. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurled it toward Wang Quan. Witnessing this, Wang Quan closed his eyes in despair. Chapter 52, Reinforcements Arrive. Suddenly, Wang Quan felt a gust of wind sweep past his side. Clang! 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 The sharp clang of metal striking metal echoed repeatedly. For a long moment, Wang Quan felt no pain. Slowly, he opened his tightly shut eyes, wanting to see who had saved him, who possessed the audacity and strength to defy the Thief Heaven organization and rescue him. He, Wang Quan, would surely reward them handsomely afterward. But the figure blocking his path looked so familiar. The tattered Qing dynasty official's robe, the charred, dark green ankles, and the putrid stench. Wang Quan instantly realized this wasn't a person at all. It was the zombie that had nearly taken his life moments ago. Curiosity gnawed at Wang Quan. Why would a zombie suddenly shield him from attack? Had the creature lost its mind? Brother Wang, don't speak. I'll use my advantage in controlling the zombie to fight alongside you here. Lu Yuan just called the police station and the city defense camp. Reinforcements should arrive soon. Su Feng's voice sounded softly nearby. Following the sound, Wang Quan saw Su Feng in the dark stairwell not far away, manipulating the zombie's movements while occasionally glancing at the situation outside. Seeing Su Feng press his arm downward, Wang Quan instantly understood they couldn't reveal Su Feng's presence now. Otherwise, once the Daotian organization noticed something amiss, they'd surely capture the king to subdue the bandits and subdue Su Feng. Then the zombies wouldn't be able to aid them. Worse, the Daotian organization might seize control of them again to wreak havoc. That was absolutely unacceptable to Wang Quan. Seeing this, Wang Quan's spirit soared. If Su Feng could command the zombie to block all lethal attacks, or better yet, slaughter every last member of the Daotian organization under his control, it would be a godsend in their current predicament. The Daotian organization members, however, stared wide-eyed at the zombie's reappearance. One of the underlings, incredulous, turned to the stern-faced youth and asked, "Boss, weren't the zombies already taken care of? Why are they here now? And more importantly, why are they protecting us? You know these zombies are impervious to everything. Our weapons and awakened skills barely scratch them. Shouldn't we retreat first? Better safe than sorry." Before the youth could respond, the subordinate pressed on, "Could it be we messed up somewhere? Causing the zombie to go rogue?" Before he could finish, the stern young man shot him a glare, cutting him off. "Why are you asking me? How should I know? This is what the higher-ups gave us. The talisman controlling the zombie is on me. What the hell are you freaking out for?" Without another word, he pulled out the talisman, raised it high above his head, and began chanting, "Walking corpse, possess spirit. Walking corpse, possess nature. Obey my command." But no matter how many times he chanted, the zombie remained frozen in place, utterly unresponsive, as if he just slapped himself in the face. Just as the stern-faced youth prepared to chant again, the zombie suddenly shifted. Seeing this, the members of the Thief Heaven organization couldn't help but breathe a collective sigh of relief. If the zombies had gone out of control to protect the royal authority while simultaneously attacking their own side, it would have been extremely difficult to handle. These soulless monsters, relying solely on their physical bodies to attack, possess strength that absolutely could not be underestimated. There was even a risk that their entire group could be wiped out. Boss! Boss! Your talisman spell really worked. I was worrying needlessly just now. My apologies. Now, shall we? But the subordinate's words abruptly trailed off. For the zombie had just scratched its head right before their eyes. This left everyone present, including the woman who had been hiding in the shadows, gathering fireballs for a sneak attack, utterly dumbfounded. Could this zombie actually feel an itch?
Hadn't it been dead for years? Why would it scratch its head? Had it somehow become possessed? Truthfully, the woman hadn't taken the zombies seriously at all. Even if it attacked her uncontrollably, even if it was impervious to all spells, it wouldn't affect her mission to kill Wang Quan. But now, if this zombie had become possessed by a spirit, gained sentience, and harbored the intent to eliminate her and her companions, that would be extremely troublesome. But Wang Quan gave neither the woman nor the stern-faced youth another chance to act. He had sat on the ground recuperating all this time precisely to gather energy and find the perfect moment to ambush them. Now that opportunity had arrived, how could he let it slip away? Wang Quan scooped up a handful of dirt from the ground, smearing it thickly over his hands while channeling his energy. Hidden dragon roars from the earth. In an instant, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed. From beneath the earth, a serpentine creature roughly 5 meters thick surged toward the heaven-stealing organizations group. Its speed was so blindingly fast it was nearly impossible to track. If anyone were struck squarely by this assault, even a tank would likely be obliterated. Except for the stern-faced youth and the woman, the others didn't even have time to react. One person was sent flying dozens of meters away, visibly gasping for air. 2 others were instantly swallowed by the ground, vanishing from this world as if they had never existed. The damage was terrifyingly absurd. The stern-faced youth and the woman wore grim expressions. Had they not witnessed it themselves, no one could have imagined that Wang Quan, weakened to such an extreme state, could unleash such a devastating attack. They watched him warily, fearing he might suddenly unleash another lethal strike. Witnessing this, Wang Quan burst into a contemptuous laugh. Ha 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 ha. Is this the might of your heaven-stealing organization? A bunch of insignificant minnows like you dare challenge me? You sewer scum, doomed to crawl in the world's shadows for eternity, utterly worthless. As their fury boiled over, Wang Quan continued to provoke them. Don't you think yourselves mighty and invincible? That your organization can conquer anything, that nothing is beyond your reach? I'm waiting right here. I beg you, please attack me already. I'm begging you. Wang Quan knew that the tougher he acted, the more hesitant the 2 Heaven Thieves members would be to move. They couldn't gauge how much strength he had left. Only Wang Quan himself knew the truth. He was now a spent force. Merely standing upright was an immense struggle, let alone unleashing another such attack. If they attacked now, Wang Quan could only pin his hopes on the zombie. If the zombie could withstand their combined assault, that would be one thing. But if it couldn't hold out, then Wang Quan himself would be as good as dead, there was no doubt about it. Hearing Wang Quan's words, the stern young man and the woman couldn't help but twitch their lips. They opened their mouths to speak but quickly closed them again. They couldn't discern Wang Quan's true state at that moment. If he was truly as formidable as he appeared, attempting to take him down today would likely leave one of them dead. Most crucially, the zombie before Wang Quan remained utterly motionless, seemingly determined to defend him to the end. This left them momentarily at a loss. Go! I'll find an opening to ambush them. The woman knew she couldn't hesitate any longer. Delaying further would only worsen their situation. The stern-faced youth hesitated visibly. He knew he'd struggle to hold off the zombies alone, let alone with the ever-watchful Wang Quan nearby. One misstep could cost him his life. Seeing the young man still wavering, the woman snapped sharply. Have you forgotten how the organization treats those who fail their missions? Are you trying to? Chapter 53, Lightning Attributed Zombie. Hearing her words, the young man shuddered involuntarily. Without further hesitation, he charged straight at the zombie. He certainly didn't want to experience the organization's harsh punishments. The Thief Heaven organization dealt with those who failed to fight to the death or complete missions with utter cruelty. His earlier hesitation during the mission could easily be interpreted as treason, warranting immediate elimination. If that happened, not only would he suffer, but everyone connected to him would face the organization's devastating retaliation, utterly defenseless against it. As the cold-eyed youth moved, he activated his sequence ability, enveloping himself in a transparent armor made of energy shells, a sight that looked incredibly cool. Simultaneously, he summoned razor-sharp blades of energy around him and charged straight at Wang Quan. His objective had never been to eliminate the zombies. From the very beginning, his sole purpose was to kill Wang Quan. With Wang Quan dead, half of the organization's mission would be accomplished. Watching the cold-eyed youth hurtling toward him, Wang Quan's expression remained utterly unchanged, as if the charging figure were nothing more than an insignificant insect incapable of posing any threat. As the blades tipped drew ever closer to Wang Quan and the zombie still showed no reaction, the cold-eyed youth felt a surge of secret delight. So this guy is just a bluff after all. He's not going to help Wang Quan anymore. As he soared past the zombie to strike at Wang Quan, the young man nearly burst into laughter. But unexpectedly, the zombie, which had stood motionless for so long, suddenly swung both arms. A searing pain erupted in his midsection, hurling him sideways into the wall. His internal organs suffered significant damage, ribs snapped clean in half. His once imposing armor lay shattered and useless, its protective function utterly nullified. Had that blow struck an ordinary person, they would likely have vomited blood and died instantly. Even with the physical prowess of a 4th tier awakened, the youth suffered severe injuries. Staring at the zombie, he was utterly shocked.
His energy-forged armor had been tested in countless battles over the years. When struck by an awakened of equal rank, it reduced damage to about 70% of the original impact. The higher the awakened's rank, the less damage the armor could mitigate and vice versa. Yet this zombie, classified by the organization as a third tier, had nearly killed him instantly with a single blow despite his armored protection. It was utterly unbelievable. Did this mean the zombie's strength far surpassed his own? The youth silently thought that was close. If the blow had been just a fraction stronger, the angle would have crushed his heart. He wouldn't have stood a chance. Maybe he should just run away now? Better safe than sorry. After all, he was alone. Even if the Heaven Thieves organization sought revenge, as long as he hid well enough, they'd have no way to find him. Most crucially, staying meant certain death, while fleeing offered a sliver of chance to survive the organization's hunt. Though slim, it was still a chance, wasn't it? Just as the young man was entertaining thoughts of escape, the zombie charged straight toward him at a speed bordering on teleportation, so fast it was nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. The cold-eyed youth could no longer maintain his composure. His expression turned grim as muscles tensed in combat readiness. Just as everyone expected him to confront the zombie head-on, he abruptly spun and attempted to flee into the distance. But suddenly, his limbs felt as if they were no longer under his control. He stood rooted to the spot, numb, utterly unable to move. Upon closer inspection, faint sparks of electricity flickered intermittently across the youth's skin. Clearly, the electrical current from the zombie's earlier strike had already embedded itself within his body. The woman stared at the zombie in utter terror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This zombie couldn't possibly be that strong. Meanwhile, the young man watched the zombie closing in. He closed his eyes tightly. My time is up. Rip. In the next instant, the ground around the young man transformed into a vividly grotesque tableau, crafted entirely from his own flesh and blood. Witnessing this, the woman who had been poised to strike froze in place. Any thought of eliminating Wang Quan vanished instantly. The moment she shifted a step, the zombie that had just obliterated the cold-eyed youth turned back, its expressionless gaze locking onto her. Every hair on her body stood on end. Come on then. You wanted to kill me, didn't you? Now's your chance. You worthless piece of trash. Wang Quan's untimely taunt cut through the air. I'm already finished, you know. If you strike now, you can take me out for sure. If you miss this opportunity, you'll never have another chance to deal with me. Better think it through. The woman remained silent at Wang Quan's taunts. The reason was simple. Unnoticed, the zombie had slowly shuffled back to Wang Quan's side. Its movements were deliberate and silent, resembling an aged elder. But now, the woman dared not underestimate this undead creature. Though she deduced Wang Quan was on his last legs, she couldn't guarantee she'd survive this terrifying zombie after killing him. For she had discovered something. This zombie seemed to have evolved, its attacks now carrying the element of lightning. For an elemental awakener like her, whose defenses were already weak, this was an absolutely terrifying weapon of mass destruction. Most crucially, the woman believed herself different from the youth. She was. Chapter 54, Discovered. She was the granddaughter of the leader of the Heaven-stealing organization. As long as she didn't openly betray the group, failing a mission wouldn't result in punishment. In fact, this mission had originally been assigned to someone else entirely. It was only because of her grandfather's word that the organization had reassigned it to her. But Wang Quan showed no mercy toward the fairer sex, and certainly not toward the lightning zombie. Under Su Feng's control, the lightning zombie suddenly surged forward, charging straight at the woman. Su Feng planned to first paralyze her body and slow her movement with the lightning power in the zombie's claws, then find a way to keep her here. Ha ha ha. You think you can keep me here? That's nothing but a pipe dream. The woman watched as the exhausted Wang Quan and the zombie, whose speed she didn't find particularly impressive, charged toward her. A sneer curled her lips as she spoke. Without waiting for Wang Quan's response, she activated her sequence ability. Beneath her feet, a cloud-like formation of flames materialized, swiftly carrying her toward the horizon. While she doubted that a lightning-powered zombie and a half-dead Wang Quan could truly hold her back, under these circumstances, fleeing as fast as possible was paramount. Delay could spell disaster. If the city defense troops arrived and used methods she couldn't resist to capture her, that would be disastrous. Her own capture was one thing, but it would drag the Heaven-stealing organization into trouble. If her grandfather relented and sacrificed the entire organization to save her, the cost would far outweigh the benefit. She would never allow such an accident to happen. The lightning zombie behind her was fast, but just as the woman had anticipated, it couldn't catch up despite giving its all. The main reason was that she was in midair. Had she been fleeing on the ground, the outcome might have been different. In terms of ground mobility alone, the lightning zombie was actually slightly faster than her. Its current inability to catch up stemmed from having to dodge obstacles and zigzag around obstacles on the ground, making it difficult to maintain a straight line. If the lightning zombie could fly, she would be no match for it, neither in strength nor speed. Yet even though the thunder zombie couldn't immediately overtake her, it clung to her like a stubborn plaster. Shaking it off in the short term proved difficult.
Compounded by the need to avoid the city defense camp's anti-aircraft weapons, the woman dared not fly too high. Thus, a relentless chase ensued. Time ticked by second by second. Her chest heaved violently as she gasped for breath. Glancing back at the lightning zombie still pursuing her relentlessly, showing no sign of giving up, she muttered to herself, "Why won't you just leave me alone? I haven't done anything to you." She couldn't fathom why this zombie, once one of her own, was now relentlessly pursuing her. It was bad enough that it had sided with the royal forces, but why this personal obsession? Could there be something about her that attracted it? The main concern was that if this continued, not only might her energy for sustaining the cloud leap run out, but the elite from the police station and city defense camp would notice her and set up a trap. That would be disastrous. Every time this thought crossed her mind, her pace quickened involuntarily, desperate to shake off the persistent sticky plaster trailing behind her. Unbeknownst to her, Su Feng was also nearly exhausted on the other end. Though he attached a phone to the lightning zombie that continuously transmitted real-time footage, the image was blurry, whether due to the rain or some other factor making it difficult for Su Feng to track the woman's movements. Another crucial factor was that while Su Feng took one step, the lightning zombie advanced nearly dozens of meters. Yet after such prolonged pursuit, coupled with the constant need to swerve around obstacles, Su Feng's mental and physical exhaustion were equally immense. After all, his opponent was escaping on a cloud formed by her own sequence ability, while he relied solely on his own legs. Even as a second stage awakened with considerable physical enhancements, it made little difference. If possible, Su Feng desperately wanted to catch this woman as soon as possible and find a safe place to rest properly. This chase persisted for nearly another 5 minutes. Su Feng was drenched in sweat, yet he refused to give up. Instead, he instinctively quickened his pace in controlling the lightning zombie, causing considerable damage to street vehicles and public facilities in the relentless chase. Yet the scene before him felt strangely familiar, and Su Feng immediately sensed something was amiss. Logically, after running this long, they should have reached the outskirts of Dingyuan City by now. How could the view still look so? Before Su Feng could process it, the patter of rain was suddenly punctuated by heavy footsteps approaching from nearby. Could it be the sound of the lightning zombie chasing the woman? Just as Su Feng leaned forward to get a better look, a sudden warmth washed over his face, followed by a woman's voice. "So it was you controlling that zombie, huh?" Sister never would have guessed. Turning toward the voice, he saw the woman panting lightly, her chest rising and falling. She was sizing him up from head to toe, clearly fascinated by him. Before Su Feng could respond, she continued, "Little brother, could you tell your big sister how you control the zombies?" Su Feng glanced around his surroundings, his mind already forming a plan. A sharp gleam flashed deep in his eyes. He remained silent, acting as if he hadn't even noticed the woman before him who could end his life at any moment. He continued to command the lightning zombie to charge forward, slaughtering everything in its path. Roar! 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 The thunder zombie's roars reached the woman's ears. Her expression tightened as she spoke cruelly to Su Feng, "If you don't speak now, I won't be polite. I promise you'll wish you were dead." She knew that if she didn't eliminate Su Feng now, once the lightning zombies arrived, she would be the one to die. The energy within her body had been nearly depleted during the recent chase, leaving her completely powerless to resist. "Wait, I'll tell you right now." Su Feng blurted out urgently, his tone almost pleading. But in the blink of an eye, the woman grew impatient. She knew full well that Su Feng was merely stalling for time. She gathered a fireball and hurled it directly at Su Feng. Chapter 55, Slaying the Woman. Su Feng immediately activated his sequence ability, forming a mysterious hand seal. Forcing himself to concentrate, he brought his hands together and pointed at the woman. Sequence ability activation failed. The next second, Su Feng felt drained, his lips turning slightly pale as he appeared extremely weak. Yet he merely staggered a few steps without suffering any other side effects. Unlike before, he didn't faint immediately after casting a spell against a 5th-tier awakened individual. This resilience was a direct result of advancing to the second stage of awakening. Now at full strength, Su Feng could cast spells twice consecutively against a 5th-tier awakened. As for 3 times or more, efficiency became difficult to guarantee. Meanwhile, the fireball the woman had just formed in her hand vanished into thin air. Though taken aback, this did not shake her resolve to eliminate Su Feng. After all, it was either him or her now. She had to kill him to survive. Just as she concentrated intensely to form another fireball, poised to unleash it directly at Su Feng, a sudden chill washed over her back. Instantly, it felt as though her internal organs were being torn apart. The reason was simple: the lightning zombie had somehow lifted a small car from the roadside and hurled it directly at the woman's back. She flew over 5 meters before landing, pinned beneath the vehicle. The scene was gruesomely bloody. Witnessing this, Su Feng abandoned all caution and sprinted toward the woman. He had to confirm whether she still possessed any capacity for resistance. People often met their end when their guard was down. Only after verifying she was utterly helpless could Su Feng and Wang Quan breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing her lower body crushed beneath the car, with shards of metal piercing her chest and blood trickling out clearly on the brink of death, Su Feng and Wang Quan finally felt the weight lift from their hearts. It made sense. The woman had endured this long solely because she was a 5th-tier awakened one with extraordinary physical prowess. But after being crushed by a several-ton car, even a 6th-tier awakened one likely wouldn't have survived. Of course, the main factor was that she was an elemental combat awakened one, not one specializing in physical enhancement. If she were an awakened being with physical enhancements, she would have a high probability of surviving. Brother Wang, are you okay? Su Feng finally turned his gaze to Wang Quan, jogging over to check his injuries. Wang was covered in blood, his clothes torn to shreds. Fortunately, despite numerous superficial wounds, many places looked like raw flesh. He wasn't in immediate danger and could still hold on for now. I'm fine. The police and city defense unit should arrive soon. Hand this zombie over to them when they get here. Wang Quan collapsed before finishing his sentence, clearly suffering from severe blood loss. Just as Su Feng stood there unsure what to do, the sound of police sirens and the roar of an armed helicopter grew louder in the distance, drawing ever closer. Beep 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 beep. Clearly, the higher-ups were taking the appearance of zombies and the re-emergence of the Heaven Thief organization members very seriously this time. This was only natural. After the attack on Eugene May last time, countless personnel from both the police station and the city defense battalion had been purged. If the remaining officers showed any lack of initiative or poor performance, they too could easily be swept away in the cleanup. Of course, the most critical factor was that Su Feng, Su Liuyan, and the other two were individuals Eugene May had specifically ordered to be protected. If anything happened to them on their own turf, they would be held accountable no matter what. Moreover, Wang Quan was one of Eugene May's trusted confidants. If their negligence led to any danger to Wang Quan's life, they would be finished. That's why they had rushed over at top speed this time. Su Feng! Su Feng! Su Feng! Wang Shangli leaped from the police car, heedless of nearby dangers, leading his men on a reckless charge down the street. But before they could even spot Su Feng, a soldier from the city defense corps let out a shriek, "Monster! Monster! It's right there!" He pointed at the lightning zombie that had just appeared. Wang Shangli's expression turned grave. He saw the zombie standing motionless not far from Su Feng. He barked urgently, "Su Feng! Don't move! Absolutely don't move! Wait until we capture the zombie before you move." Wang Shangli clearly feared the lightning zombie's inaction stemmed from its failure to detect Su Feng's presence. Otherwise, Su Feng would likely already be dead. Meanwhile, the city defense troops had already formed a tight perimeter around the lightning zombie. Even the 120mm charged cannons mounted on the armed helicopters overhead were locked onto it. Any sudden movement would likely invite devastating fire. Yet no one dared approach or attack rashly. Though they possessed specialized anti-zombie weapons, this creature, crackling with electricity from head to toe, clearly wasn't to be trifled with. Acting without certainty could provoke it, leading to unimaginable consequences. You go retrieve that piece of equipment from our vehicle. Move quickly while ensuring its safety. Remember, speed is essential. The squad leader of the city defense unit frowned as he gestured towards several soldiers beside him. Clearly, they were preparing to retrieve the specialized anti-zombie weaponry from the armored vehicle. Clatter, clatter. Torrential rain poured from the sky, the relentless clatter of raindrops hitting the ground echoing in waves. The occasional crack of thunder sent a solemn silence over the scene. Everyone stood frozen, as if facing some immense terror. Crack! The flash of lightning illuminated the profile of every soldier. Meanwhile, Su Feng seemed oblivious to Wang Shangli's words. He scooped Princess Wang Quan into a princess carry and strode toward them. Stop! Stop right there! Don't provoke it! Wang Shangli whispered urgently to Su Feng, his voice strained to a whisper. If Su Feng's movement caused the zombie to mistake him for a living target, it would spell instant doom. All the effort and preparation for this operation would be wasted, everything lost. To everyone's surprise, the moment Su Feng hoisted Princess Wang Quan horizontally, the lightning zombie mirrored his movements, strolling leisurely toward the ambulance. In that instant, every breath was held. Each soldier stood at the ready, combat posture locked, awaiting the captain's command. Just as the captain was about to give the order, Su Feng spoke up, "It's okay." Chapter 56, The Terrifying Lightning Zombie. It's fine. I've already taken control of it. It won't pose any threat to you. Su Feng carried Wang Quan into the ambulance while addressing Wang Shangli and the others. What do you need me to do? Seeing the blank looks on their faces, Su Feng added, this lightning zombie can only mimic my movements right now. Clearly, they didn't quite grasp what he meant, so Su Feng felt it necessary to explain further. Otherwise, if Wang Shangli or anyone from the city defense corps saw the lightning zombie accidentally go berserk, that would be a minor issue. The real concern was what would happen if the lightning zombie suddenly snapped out of its trance. Su Feng didn't believe anyone present possessed the strength to control an evolved lightning zombie. More likely than not, they'd just be feeding it. You mean, you've controlled the zombie? The city defense squad leader's voice trembled with disbelief. And it mimics your every move? Perfectly? Hearing the squad leader's words, Su Feng nodded. That's right. It perfectly mimics my movements. What do you need me to do to cooperate?
Before the captain could respond, Wang Shangli spoke up first. Su Feng, this isn't something to joke about.
Are you absolutely certain what you're saying is true?
Seeing the other party still couldn't fully believe him, Su Feng nodded firmly and said, that's right.
If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Don't fire under any circumstances.
If this zombie loses control, who knows what could happen? After Wang Shangli and the city guard squad leader nodded in agreement, Su Feng jumped in place.
The lightning zombie at the center of their circle leapt as well.
There was a slight difference. Su Feng only jumped about half a meter high, while the lightning zombie soared nearly 3 stories. Its muscles were stiff, yet it displayed explosive power, leaving Su Feng far behind.
As if to prove himself to Wang Shangli and the city defense troops, Su Feng spun on his heel and took 2 strides toward open ground.
The lightning zombie followed with 2 steps that seemed almost teleportation-like, though its strides covered a distance far greater than Su Feng's. Su Feng then performed an even more challenging feat. He yawned right where he stood.
Most astonishingly, the lightning zombie mimicked his yawn.
Though its expression appeared slightly stiff, it was clear the creature was striving to replicate Su Feng's actions.
Witnessing this, Wang Shangli and the city defense squad leader finally exhaled in relief.
Though they remained baffled by how Su Feng had compelled the lightning zombie to mimic him, they could now at least confirm that the creature before them was temporarily harmless and posed no immediate threat. With that certainty established, everything else became manageable. Truthfully, the moment the city defense squad leader had first glimpsed the lightning zombie, his heart had skipped a beat. As the squad leader tasked with capturing zombies, he'd hunted dozens of them, large and small. Yet, he'd never encountered a zombie as ferocious as this lightning zombie before. An inexplicable feeling took hold of him. The city defense squad's specialized weapons might not be enough to completely subdue it. Yet, bound by his duty as a professional soldier, he did not retreat. He knew that if he backed down, the citizens of Dingyuan City would be plunged into danger. Initially, things might remain manageable, but prolonged exposure would inevitably lead to significant problems. As he understood, zombies could devour the blood of the living to continuously evolve. With sufficient blood, their power surged rapidly. If they could absorb the blood of an awakened one, advancing 2 major realms in a single day was not beyond the realm of possibility. In other words, if they failed to contain this zombie now, perhaps within a week, even the combined strength of all Dingyuan City's powerful individuals might not be enough to defeat it. Therefore, capturing the thunder zombie immediately was undoubtedly the best choice.
Su Feng, keep a close eye on it. Guide the thunder zombie into the specially designed cage on the truck behind me. It's best to wait until the cage is completely shut before you make your move. The city defense squad leader shouted instructions to Su Feng while directing the truck carrying specialized equipment to position itself near the zombie. Be careful, you hear me? Be extremely cautious. If anything goes wrong, none of us would be enough to fill this zombie's teeth. Hearing the captain's words, Su Feng replied, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Without further ado, Su Feng commanded the lightning zombie to advance toward the specially constructed iron cage, moving step by step. It wasn't that Su Feng had the leisure to control it at a leisurely pace. Rather, if he had walked at his normal speed, the zombie would have covered dozens of meters in an instant, making it extremely difficult to align with the cage. To minimize the risk of error and other unforeseen dangers, Su Feng had no choice but to proceed this way. The instant Su Feng guided the thunder zombie into the cage, the door slammed shut and locked. Immediately afterward, an unusually thick glass cover made of some unknown material sealed the top. From the outside, the zombie's entire form was now obscured, and Su Feng seemed to have lost all control and connection with it. Noticing the confusion in Su Feng's eyes, the squad leader smiled and explained, this cage is one of those specially reserved for every district by the higher-ups, designed specifically for dealing with zombies. It's engraved with talismans by masters, and all the materials used are soaked in Black Dog's blood for over 49 days. Even a zombie beyond the 5th rank couldn't damage this cage. Once inside, it's just waiting to be studied. Those scientists are all mad as hell. Last time I found one. But the squad leader's words were cut short by Wang Shangli's sudden exclamation beside him. Su Feng, didn't you also encounter members of the Heaven Thieves organization? Where did they go now? Can you provide us with any clues to track their subsequent movements? If anything unusual happens, we can immediately protect you and your sister to prevent any accidents. At this, the squad leader's expression instantly turned grave. After seeing the zombie, he'd completely forgotten about the Heaven Thieves, or perhaps he'd subconsciously assumed they'd all been eliminated by Wang Quan or had fled. But Wang Shangli's words made him sense something was amiss. This left Su Feng speechless. He had assumed these two had already discovered the Heaven Thieves and made preparations. It turned out their attention had been diverted by the lightning zombie, and their carelessness had prevented them from noticing the Heaven Thieves' presence until now. Thankfully, Su Feng had already wiped out every last member of the Heaven Stealing organization. Otherwise, wouldn't they be at risk of being ambushed at any moment? Su Feng massaged his temples, narrowing his eyes as he spoke calmly, look, those corpses over there are all from the Heaven Stealing organization. And that female corpse crushed beneath the car? She was a 5th tier awakened. Word is she was the granddaughter of the heaven-stealing organization's leader. But I took care of her myself. As he spoke, Su Feng pointed to the other corpses scattered about, responding calmly, every single member of the heaven-stealing organization who participated in the attack has been eliminated. His words sent shockwaves through the assembled crowd. Chapter 57, Building Alliances. Are you sure? This isn't something to joke about. Because the city defense squad leader clearly didn't believe Su Feng could be so formidable as to wipe out the entire heaven-stealing organization again. But before he could finish, Wang Shangli cut him off. Holy! She's the granddaughter of the heaven-stealing organization's leader. Wang Shangli pointed at the woman Su Feng had crushed with his lightning-controlled zombie, his voice trembling with terror. His entire body shook as if he'd uncovered some earth-shattering secret. His gaze turned grave as he fixed it on Su Feng. I'm afraid the big brother you just sent off in the ambulance won't be able to protect you now. Before Su Feng could respond, Wang Shangli continued, you'll likely have to seek help from old lady Yu. Otherwise, wherever you go, you're as good as dead. The leader of the heaven-stealing organization dotes on this granddaughter. If he finds out you killed her, you won't have a moment's peace until he's taken down. Fearing Su Feng might get overconfident, he added, the leader of the Heaven Thief organization is a top-tier stage 6, if not stage 7, awakener. Don't think that because you've taken down a few stage 5 awakener you can match him. If you encounter any danger you can't handle, contact us immediately. Don't try to be a hero. Wang Shangli knew all too well how fiercely protective the Heaven Thief organization was of their own. Add to that the fact that Su Feng had killed their leader's granddaughter. Fierce battles were inevitable in the days ahead. Originally, the heaven-stealing organization had some reservations about official violent institutions. They avoided harming ordinary people whenever possible, knowing that doing so would provoke the authorities. A full-scale intervention by a municipal-level violent institution, backed by a few top experts from the provincial level, could uproot them completely. But now, they had no such qualms. Given the leader's modus operandi, Su Feng was undoubtedly facing a bloodbath ahead. After all, level 6 and level 7 awakened ones, even if not the absolute elite within a province, were still formidable figures of considerable renown. Such individuals were more than capable of holding positions like the head of a provincial-level faction. Hearing Wang Shangli's words, the squad leader who had been doubting whether Su Feng truly had the capability to take down the heaven-stealing organization's attackers suddenly felt as if his throat had been clamped shut, unable to utter a sound. Yet, he stared at Su Feng with equal horror. Holy crap, a high school senior had just taken down another 5th tier awakened? Setting aside that the woman was the granddaughter of the Heaven Thief organization's leader, even accounting for her lack of combat experience or her cultivation level being artificially inflated by rare treasures, she was still a genuine 5th tier awakened being. Had anyone ever heard of someone leaping several tiers to take down a 5th tier awakened being? Wang Shangli, however, held a completely different view from the city defense squadron captain. As the police officer in charge of investigating the Heaven Stealing organization, he knew this woman intimately. She was every bit as ruthless as her grandfather, the organization's leader, and possessed immense combat experience. At full strength, she could even pose a threat to a 6th tier awakened being. She was nothing like the city defense squadron captain imagined. Observing the stunned expressions around him, Su Feng waved dismissively and uttered words that carried undeniable weight. Does that mean just because she could kill me, I have to show her mercy and spare her life? Does that mean we, as ordinary people, can't take action against criminal forces? Are we supposed to just sit here and get killed because we're afraid of their retaliation? And just because this woman has the Heaven Thieves backing her, I have the Special Services Agency backing me. What are you afraid of? I don't know about anything else, but I know this, if the Heaven Thieves dare to lay a finger on me, they will cease to exist. At these words, the city defense squad leader and police officers like Wang Shangli fell completely silent. True, the Heaven Thieves were formidable adversaries, each exceptionally powerful. But could any power surpass that of official institutions? Had the authorities not been preoccupied before, this organization might have been utterly wiped from existence by now, leaving not a single trace behind. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, its blue glow illuminating Su Feng's face, making his features appear resolute. Seeing this, Wang Shangli silently nodded to himself before addressing Su Feng. Regardless of the circumstances, I want you to understand that while you've managed to defeat awakened beings several levels above you in these recent encounters, whatever the reason, there's undoubtedly been an element of luck involved. If you encounter such situations again, please don't try to handle it alone. Contact us immediately. We'll rush to your side to protect you. As he spoke, Wang Shangli gestured toward the squad leader of the city defense unit. Wang Shangli was genuinely concerned for Su Feng, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered with all this talk. Moreover, Wang Shangli knew the Heaven Stealing organization wasn't easy to deal with, so involving the city defense corps would provide extra security. The squad leader chimed in, exactly. You're now our top priority. If you suspect anything or sense danger anywhere, just contact us. We'll protect both you and your sister. He understood perfectly why Wang Shangli treated Su Feng so well. On one hand, Su Feng's backing came from Eugene Mei. On the other, a true dragon like Su Feng wouldn't take long to become a world-renowned top-tier powerhouse. Hadn't he already demonstrated his prowess by defeating a third-tier awakened while only a tier 1, then later slaying a fifth-tier awakened? Now, by eliminating the fifth-tier awakened granddaughter of the Heaven-stealing organization, he had once again proven his strength. Killing opponents 2 tiers above him once or twice could be chalked up to luck. But 3 times? 4 times? That absolutely cannot be explained away as mere luck. Offering aid in times of need is always better than adding flowers to brocade. If we don't seize the chance to help Su Feng while we still can, once he develops further in 3 or 5 years, we'll be completely powerless to assist him. By then, it will be far too late to cultivate a relationship. Before Su Feng could respond, Wang Shangli pressed on, this time you got lucky. But what if next time someone targets your sister while you're away? Will you still be able to protect her then? Or do you think you'll be so fortunate again to defeat or even kill the attacker? So if anything feels off, you must tell us immediately. Seeing their earnest expressions, Su Feng silently felt grateful. At the same time, he replied, rest assured, both of you. If anything feels off, I'll contact you immediately. Thank you so much. Su Feng understood that these 2 men had no real need to be so courteous toward him. They were largely seeking to befriend him out of respect for Eugene Mei. Even so, Su Feng resolved that once he grew stronger, he would certainly lend a hand whenever these 2 needed his assistance. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, the captain of the city defense squadron promptly departed. Wang Shangli waved him off, you may go. I'll handle the rest. Chapter 58, Conversation with Eugene Mei. Grandma Yu, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you at this hour. We just suffered an attack. Brother Wang was injured protecting me and my sister. He's now. Su Feng had returned to the same top-tier hotel in Dingyuan City where they had stayed before. After Su Liunian fell asleep, Su Feng took out his phone on the balcony to contact Eugene Mei. With Wang Quan injured and temporarily incapacitated, Su Feng was essentially facing the Daotian organization's retaliation alone. From Wang Shangli's earlier words, the Daotian leader was clearly someone who demanded retribution for every slight. Add to that the fact that Su Feng had ruthlessly eliminated his granddaughter, it was highly likely assassins were already on their way to seek vengeance. Despite the recent negotiations with Wang Shangli, which had secured the surrounding rooms with elite officers from the police station, Su Feng still couldn't feel completely secure. The reason was simple, the highest-ranked survivor among the police officers present was merely a third-tier survivor. Under certain conditions, Su Feng could even take them all down single-handedly with his own abilities. If these police officers possessed any particular advantage, it was likely their firearms. As Wang Shangli put it, no matter how powerful an awakened being might be, as long as their speed couldn't outrun a bullet, that bullet remained an absolute lethal weapon against them. Even a fifth-tier awakened being struck in the head by a bullet could only survive a little longer than a normal person before succumbing to death. But these armed officers couldn't guard him around the clock. They had their own duties to attend to and couldn't remain by his side constantly. Before Su Feng could finish speaking, Eugene Mei cut him off from across the room. Well done. Feng, Grandma is proud of you. From now on, don't worry about. I never imagined it would be you protecting Xiao Wang instead of him protecting you. Grandma owes you another favor. Don't worry about taking down the granddaughter of the Heaven-stealing organization's leader. Grandma is your strongest support. I'll send people to protect you immediately. Just wait at that hotel. There won't be any mishaps this time. Not anticipating the zombies was Grandma's oversight. Eugene Mei's tone brimmed with excitement as she lavishly praised and affirmed Su Feng's latest achievement. Clearly, she was immensely satisfied that he had once again taken down a fifth-tier expert. Grandma, you owe me nothing. You've been thoroughly considerate. It's those Thief Heaven organization people who acted recklessly and defied all conventions. Besides, Brother Wang was injured protecting me. If not for me and Liunian holding him back, he could have easily escaped that hellhole unscathed. Su Feng dared not let Eugene Mei feel indebted to him and quickly responded. Besides, Brother Wang Quan had been sent by Eugene Mei specifically to protect him. Not only was there no compensation, but he nearly lost his life. How could Su Feng possibly believe Eugene Mei was indebted to him? On the other end of the line, Eugene Mei nodded in satisfaction. Yet her expression immediately turned grave as she continued, while I will send people to protect you, no plan is foolproof. If possible, you must remain vigilant at all times. Otherwise, should misfortune strike and danger arise, I fear both you and Liunian could be injured or worse, face mortal peril. If it comes to it, skip school these next few days. You and Liunian should come straight to Grandma's place. Once I send people to wipe out the Thief Heaven organization in a few days, you two can return to class with peace of mind. Grandma thinks this is the safest option. But Su Feng didn't wait for Eugene Mei to finish before declining. Grandma Yu, I don't think Liunian and I should come to your place. It might be inconvenient. We're not going to school these days anyway. As long as you can send someone else to protect us, that should be fine. Su Feng had never been one to push his advantage. Eugene Mei was already dispatching men to protect him, and Su Liunian a task demanding considerable manpower and resources. If he insisted on special treatment for himself and Liunian, it might invite gossip about Eugene Mei. Also, if you plan to eliminate the heaven-stealing organization, you must prepare thoroughly. Don't act rashly without absolute certainty. Having experienced countless battles, Su Feng knew full well that the heaven-stealing organization was no pushover. Without complete assurance, their desperate last stand could be terrifying. He reminded Eugene Mei accordingly. Very well. I understand. My people should arrive at your hotel early tomorrow morning. You can get acquainted with them then. I must hang up now, other matters demand my attention. Eugene Mei ended the call immediately after receiving Su Feng's confirmation. What Su Feng didn't know was that after ending the call, Eugene Mei was exhausted from dealing with the top martial arts universities and factions that, despite learning of Su Feng's latest kill of a 5th-tier awakened individual, still sought to recruit him into their fold. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy signal on the other end, Su Feng fell deep in thought. They? What did that mean? Could it be that Eugene Mei had dispatched numerous people to protect him? If so, that would be putting her through too much trouble. But just as he lifted the receiver to call back, his hand froze mid-motion as if struck by a sudden thought. Ultimately, he decided to wait until tomorrow to see who arrived as reinforcements. Before meeting them, he couldn't possibly grasp the full situation. Su Feng stood on the balcony overlooking Dingyuan City. The hotel was situated right in the heart of Dingyuan City, the CBD, one of the most economically developed areas. Looking down, the city's bustling prosperity unfolded before his eyes. Cruise ships dotted the river, while iconic buildings shimmered with multicolored lights. Reflected in the rain, it created a dreamlike world. How wonderful it would be without those terrorist organizations and all the secret realm monsters. But Su Feng shook his head and climbed into bed. Gazing at Su Liunian, who was already fast asleep beside him, he yawned and drifted off to sleep, accompanied by the patter of rain. Chapter 59, Money is no object. What Su Feng didn't know was that his killing of the granddaughter of the leader of the heaven-stealing organization had once again placed his detailed profile on the desks of martial arts universities across the country and the heads of top clan factions. Jinling Martial Arts University. The conference room was packed to capacity. Everyone present radiated energy, showing not a trace of fatigue, so much so that one might mistake it for a gathering before lunchtime. The board members were gathered together. Seated at the head of the table was the president of Jinling Martial Arts University. Following him in order of precedence were the executive directors and the lesser directors. The president occupied the central seat not merely as head of the institution, but as its chairman. Over 60% of the university's investments originated from his personal funds, cementing his position as its absolute ruler. Though everyone was visibly excited, the office fell deathly silent, all because of the phone in the president's hand. Master Yu, I apologize for troubling you so late at night. I understand you have a senior high student who has repeatedly defeated criminals several levels above his own rank? Would it be possible for him to come to our university for an assessment? We could offer him direct admission. If he's willing, his sister could also join our university and become my final disciple. Through the phone, one could faintly hear Eugene Mei's voice on the other end, tinged with hostility, ready to explode at any moment. However, the principal didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, he continued his recruitment pitch for Su Feng. If you're willing to let him go, I guarantee a donation of 500 million credit points to the Xizang Province Martial Arts Bureau. With that funding, I'm sure your situation would improve significantly. Would you please reconsider? Before the principal could finish, the line went dead. Clearly, Eugene Mei had no intention of handing Su Feng over. Well, old Su, what's the old lady's stance? Is she willing to send that Su Feng student straight over to us? The executive director beside the principal spoke up first, already knowing the outcome but unwilling to give up without a clear answer. If the old lady thinks the offer isn't high enough, we can certainly increase it. Exactly. With Su Feng joining our school, Jinling Martial Arts University's current class will undoubtedly achieve outstanding results in the National Freshman Cup under his leadership. A top 3 finish is entirely within reach. Old Su, money is no object for us. If Madame Yu won't release him due to resource constraints, we'll simply meet her demands outright. Money can be earned again, but a genius isn't something you can find anywhere. I believe everyone here understands that principle. Only by strengthening Jinling Martial Arts University can we secure a larger share of the benefits. I believe everyone here grasps this principle. Let me state my position first. I am personally willing to contribute 50 million credit points toward the project to recruit Su Feng. Though I may not be as deep-pocketed as you gentlemen, I grasp this principle too. I'll contribute an additional 20 million credit points. The other directors present also spoke up one after another. In their eyes, any problem that could be solved with money was no big deal. Seeing the directors around him eager to compete for Su Feng, the principal sighed and remarked, if only money could solve everything. Mrs. Yu was adamant about not releasing him earlier, insisting that our failure to attend last time meant we'd forfeited any chance to persuade Su Feng.
Before anyone could respond, the principal commanded, "Old Chen, I need you to make a personal trip to Dingyuan City and find Su Feng.
Whatever price he demands, agree to it immediately if he agrees to join Jinling Martial Arts University. Don't hesitate. Many others have their eyes on him." "Madam, you is correct. Last time, we failed to send anyone because his family believed Su Feng was all show, just hype from others. That was our mistake.
We must do everything possible to mend the wounds to Su Feng's spirit."
Do you understand my meaning?
After the principal finished speaking, he winked at Old Chen, as if confirming whether he truly grasped the meaning.
Yes. Mission accomplished.
The man called Old Chen immediately stood up, his eyes gleaming with determination. Clearly, he was confident in Jinling Martial Arts University's bargaining chips. No one could refuse money if they did, it was only because the offer wasn't generous enough.
Jinling Martial Arts University, admissions office.
The room was packed to the rafters, many of them professors and teachers well past 60, summoned here in the dead of night by the vice president. Many were already visibly displeased, utterly baffled as to why the vice president had summoned them to this godforsaken place at such an hour. A significant number voiced their complaints.
He doesn't treat us like human beings at all. Who has time to play house with that old geezer in the middle of the night?
And he won't even let us sleep.
This is outrageous.
Exactly. I got up early every day through elementary, middle, and high school. Even in college, I had 8 a.m. classes 4 days a week.
I thought becoming a teacher would finally let me sleep in. Now I'm woken up in the middle of the night? If that guy doesn't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll tear him limb from limb. Ugh, how much longer do we have to wait? Why did they even bring us here? I want to rest. Got an early start tomorrow. About 5 minutes passed. Bang! The admissions office door suddenly swung open.
The director of admissions followed the vice principal inside. The vice principal glanced at the noisy crowd and waved his hand.
Quiet. In that instant, the previously noisy admissions office fell completely silent.
Though the veteran professors were thoroughly displeased, they would show some deference in the vice principal's presence.
Their attention immediately focused on him.
Seeing the confusion and skepticism in their eyes, the vice principal cut straight to the point. That senior high student, Su Feng, who last time defeated a 5th-tier awakened being despite being only a 1st-tier awakened being himself, he has just now taken down another genuine 5th-tier awakened being.
The announcement sent shockwaves through the room.
The previously subdued meeting hall erupted into a buzz of excited chatter.
What? That Su Feng kid took down another 5th-tier awakened? Unbelievable. Vice principal, don't try to pull the wool over my eyes.
Achieving that once was sheer luck.
Are you certain your intelligence is accurate? How could a senior high school student possibly defeat a 5th-tier awakened being again? Am I dreaming right now? If you think you're dreaming, why are you pinching me? That hurts like hell.
Old one, just you wait and see, I'll find my chance.
That senior named Su Feng?
When he took down a tier 3 and then a tier 5 awakener before, we could chalk it up to luck.
But now he's killed another tier 5? That shows real skill.
So, what do you want us old farts to do? Listening to the ongoing murmurs, the vice principal cleared his throat.
A moment ago, weren't you all complaining about me waking you from your sleep? Why are you all so wide awake now?
At this, the professors exchanged awkward chuckles. Yet seasoned veterans of the academic world, they quickly regained their composure.
Vice principal, didn't we try this before? That kid said he has no interest in joining any faction.
The vice president nodded before responding. That's precisely why I intend to select 5 professors from among you to go directly to Su Feng's location and recruit him.
Let him witness the sincerity of our Central Martial Arts University. Hearing this decision, the professors not only raised no objections but eagerly volunteered one after another. Chapter 60, Second Recruitment. Approximately 2 hours later. In an office on the top floor of the Xizang Provincial Special Services Bureau.
You may approach this child, but you absolutely must not coerce him into joining any faction, nor harbor any ill intentions toward him. If you do, I will exact the harshest retribution upon you. Eugene May held the red landline phone as she issued her threat, her voice tinged with weariness.
That's all I have to say.
You may proceed with fair competition.
With that, Eugene May hung up without another word. Her initial stance had been to dissuade major factions from recruiting Su Feng.
She understood their willingness to expend vast resources and make significant sacrifices to secure him. While it currently appeared entirely beneficial for Su Feng, receiving so much inevitably meant he would have to give back more in the future. After all, no one would use their limited resources for charity. These major factions were wealthy, but they weren't foolish. If investing in you, Su Feng, was purely about recognizing your potential or admiring your abilities without expecting any return, such a thing simply didn't exist in the world. Therefore, Eugene May preferred Su Feng to remain under her command. While the Special Services Bureau wasn't the most powerful force in the nation, it certainly ranked among the elite.
Combined with her own standing, this arrangement offered stability. As long as Su Feng stayed with the Special Services Bureau, his genius status would guarantee him significant resource allocation and important assignments. Eugene Mei could then keep a watchful eye on him within reasonable limits.
This was the path she had mapped out for Su Feng after his university years. But the sheer number of people contacting Eugene Mei proved overwhelming. It hadn't been long since Su Feng defeated that fifth-tier awakened being and subdued the zombie in the dead of night when leaders of major factions already knew of his existence. Even Huaqing University, where Wang Chuanli was based, called with an offer tripling their original terms. Clearly, their administration wasn't fooled. They recognized Su Feng's victory over a fifth-tier awakened was no fluke, but a testament to genuine power.
It wasn't just Huaqing University.
Numerous other factions, including Jintian Martial Arts University and Jingbei Martial Arts University, had all called. Their words were thick with praise for Su Feng's incredible prowess, eager to recruit him into their ranks. The offers they presented were so generous that even Eugene Mei found them exciting. Consequently, Eugene Mei resolved to place the decision regarding this life-altering matter squarely in Su Feng's hands. This way, no matter the outcome, she would never regret her choice. A cold gleam flashed deep in Eugene Mei's eyes. The reason they had learned of Su Feng's actions so swiftly was undoubtedly because they had informants within the Special Services Bureau, or in the police stations and city defense units below it. This was an open secret. Every organization had its informants. But the fact that these people had tracked her down so swiftly made it painfully clear they had planted numerous spies around her, showing utter disregard for her authority. They had crossed the line. Eugene Mei's expression hardened. She resolved to find time in the coming days to cut off all those overstepping claws. That should bring some peace. After all, no one would welcome another faction's infiltrators lurking in their inner circle. Glancing at the wall clock, she saw it was already 4 a.m. Eugene Mei yawned and flopped onto the folding bed, murmuring to herself, Xiaofeng, your brilliance is being watched by that group. I wonder if that's a blessing or a curse. Ding ding ding. The alarm woke Su Feng. He squinted to turn it off, ready to drift back to sleep, when his phone rang again. Seeing it was Eugene Mei calling, Su Feng answered immediately. Xiaofeng, the area near your hotel should be packed with people again, just like last time. Their intentions are all the same. They're here to recruit you. Think about whether you want to join one of these major factions. Grandma can offer some advice. Eugene Mei's slightly weary voice came through the phone. Huh? What did you just say? Su Feng's eyes widened in surprise. What did she mean? Just like last time, a crowd gathered, all here to recruit you. Could it be that after he'd taken down that fifth-tier member of the Sky Thieves organization and subdued the Thunder Zombie last night, they'd already gotten wind of it? You heard correctly. I mean, those factions have come recruiting you again. Even several groups that didn't show last time have arrived this time, all vying for you. The resources they're offering are so generous even this old woman finds them hard to refuse. You should take a look. Eugene Mei first confirmed Su Feng's understanding, then added, the absolute top-tier factions. Hearing Eugene Mei's words, Su Feng instantly understood. So they'd learned the news and immediately tried to recruit him again, this time with even greater sincerity, so much so that even Eugene Mei was tempted. Before Su Feng could speak, Eugene Mei continued, it's not that I didn't refuse them. Last night, no matter how firm my stance, I couldn't stop them from seeking you out. Plus, the resources and benefits they're offering you are several times greater than before. That's why I let them come. Have you set your sights on any particular faction? I might be able to offer some advice. Hearing this, Su Feng inquired, but I've already joined the Special Services Bureau. Can I still join other factions or hold positions in them? Would the Bureau even allow that? The moment the words left his mouth, Eugene Mei's end of the line fell deathly silent, so much so that he thought the line had gone dead. After about 10 seconds, Eugene Mei's voice came back. Well. Chapter 61, Fair Competition. That's not a problem. The Special Services Bureau won't prevent you from joining any faction. As long as you join a righteous faction, Grandma will support you, Eugene Mei said slowly. Moreover, if you can join any of these factions, you'll likely gain considerable resources and benefits from them. As if concerned Su Feng might not understand, Eugene Mei added, I've also informed them that you're already affiliated with the Special Services Bureau. Those who come to your side are individuals who've already accepted your dual affiliation. Joining the Bureau won't affect your standing with them in any way. In most factions, you can just keep your name on the roster. After finishing her explanation, Eugene Mei cleared her throat twice. You should carefully consider which faction to join. My personal recommendation is that you align yourself with the Martial Arts University. While joining your faction means you'll likely be recruited by the most powerful families, those capable of providing the most resources, other martial arts academies simply can't match that level of support. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. Even if you're just a nominal member of a family faction, the constraints you'll face will be far greater than at a martial arts university. At the very least, if that family ever faces a life or death crisis, you'll have no choice but to step in. You can't just dodge it. You can't expect to be supported indefinitely and then bail when trouble hits. That's unreliable. Others might hesitate to recruit you in the future. At this point, Eugene Mei took a sip of water to moisten her throat before continuing, but martial arts universities are different. While the resources a top martial arts university can provide may not match those of a major family, they are by no means scarce. They will certainly be sufficient for your needs. Most importantly, the restrictions you face will be far less stringent than those imposed by a family power.
That's all I can say. You can go out and learn more for yourself.
They won't and dare not make things difficult for you.
You can rest assured on that point. Alright, thank you for your guidance, Grandma.
Su Feng listened to Eugene Mei's words, his face filled with gratitude. He knew she didn't have to tell him all this, she was only doing so because she believed in him.
Otherwise, Su Feng might never have considered the differences between family clans and martial arts universities.
Under these circumstances, most people would naturally choose to join the faction that could allocate more resources to Su Feng. After all, even the wealthiest individuals never complain about having too few resources. More is always better. After hanging up the phone, Su Feng tiptoed toward the door, only to be called back by Su Liunian, who had just woken up. Liunian opened his arms wide, wanting to pull Su Feng into a hug, something they loved doing when they were little.
Liunian, how did you sleep last night?
Su Feng ruffled his brother's hair and asked softly.
Pretty good, except Big Bro snored a bit loud, hee hee.
Su Liunian opened the mineral water by the bedside, took a sip, buried his face in Su Feng's chest, and ran his fingers through his hair with a smile.
Before Su Feng could respond, Su Liunian continued, Brother, why is it so noisy outside? Did something happen?
Hearing this, Su Feng replied, Yeah, those people who tried to recruit me before sent someone again.
I'm not sure what to do yet. Brother, Grandma Yu has been so kind to us.
Even Brother Wang, the man she sent, got injured protecting us.
Isn't this a bit unfair to him? Su Liunian looked hesitant, but finally tilted her head and spoke.
Hearing his sister's words, Su Feng felt an urge to tease her.
His expression tightened slightly as he replied coolly, So what do you think I should do? Just let all those resources from the major factions go to waste? That would make me a fool. Su Liunian listened to Su Feng's words and couldn't immediately find a reason to argue. It seemed he had a point.
But just then, Su Feng chuckled lightly.
Don't worry. This is something Grandma Yu told me.
She also mentioned the nominal affiliations with other factions.
It won't affect joining the Special Operations Bureau at all. The decision is mine.
I can choose to join whoever I want, and if I don't want to join someone, I simply won't. As he spoke, Su Feng tore open a small bread roll he'd picked up on his way back last night and handed it to Su Liunian.
Getting up this late, you must be starving. Eat up, eat up.
I'll go take a look outside. Seeing the playful curve of Su Feng's eyebrows and the twinkle in his eyes, Su Liunian knew full well he was being teased.
Eugene Mei was already aware of all this.
Just as Su Feng turned to leave, Su Liunian shoved the bread roll into her mouth in one bite, gulped down several mouthfuls of mineral water, grabbed Su Feng's forearm, and mumbled incoherently, Brother, I want to go too.
I want to see it. I didn't get to see it last time. Truthfully, Su Liunian wasn't genuinely eager to join the commotion.
She genuinely wanted to offer Su Feng advice, fearing he might get swindled and end up counting someone else's money.
All right.
Hearing his sister's plea, Su Feng agreed without hesitation.
After all, if any problems arose, Su Liunian might just offer some useful advice.
As the saying goes, 3 heads are better than 1.
Moments later,
Su Feng straightened his clothes and stepped out the door with Su Liunian, who had already freshened up.
This time was different from last.
No one rushed to recruit him the moment the door opened. Though countless eyes still fixated on him, their gazes gleaming, as if they could devour him whole. Yet, after these repeated trials, Su Feng had cultivated a thick skin. Though the gazes were fixed upon him, it caused only a slight discomfort. Surveying his surroundings, he saw figures radiating the imposing authority of high-ranking members from prominent clans, scholarly elders exuding an air of erudition, and at the very least, the ruggedly built giant from the military academy. Though the latter now wore an anxious expression, for some reason, he did not approach Su Feng directly. Just as Su Feng wondered what they were up to, a voice sounded from the side, I trust everyone present here is already aware of Su Feng's standing. Therefore, I shall cut to the chase. On behalf of Eugene Mei, Director of the Provincial Special Services Bureau, I hereby announce that you may now proceed to bid in sequence to recruit Su Feng.
I must reiterate, Su Feng's participation in your factions is purely nominal.
The decision of which faction he joins rests solely with him.
No one may coerce him through any means whatsoever.
Violators will face the harshest consequences.
Enough talk. Let the bidding commence. Chapter 62, The Guardian.
Military Academy welcomes you, Su Feng. The vaguely familiar voice sounded again beside Su Feng. He turned to see none other than the burly man who had tried to recruit him last time. Our military academy not only provides all cultivation resources for your 4 years here, but you'll also have access to instructors from every discipline.
Even the vice president has taken a keen interest in you. Joining us would grant you access to the most elite educational resources.
Most importantly, upon graduation, you'd be commissioned directly into the military as a fully fledged major. Before Su Feng could respond, the burly man continued, considering your family's circumstances, our university leadership has specially arranged a villa exceeding 500 square meters within the military academy grounds for you.
You can bring your sister to live there. We will also cover all her awakening resources, and she can attend the affiliated high school within the military academy. Furthermore, we can provide you with an annual subsidy of 10 million credit points. The moment the words fell, Su Feng was stunned by the terms the burly man had laid out. After all, the military academy was located in the heart of the capital. The value of a single villa there was beyond calculation. Add to that the academy providing all cultivation resources, access to the most elite professors and instructors, even the vice principal himself, and the guarantee of direct entry into the military as a fully commissioned major upon graduation. With his abilities and background, advancement would be exceptionally smooth. It was no exaggeration to say his career path would be paved with gold. Most crucially, Su Liunian could reside with him in the military academy villa, a prospect Su Feng valued immensely. As he advanced in strength and ambition, he would inevitably cross paths with lawless, malevolent entities like the Heaven Stealing Organization. Should they find him an ineffective target, they might turn their sights on Su Liunian. If Su Liunian could enter the military academy to live and study alongside him, safety would be absolutely guaranteed. After all, the military academy campus teemed with countless masters, bolstered by extensive security measures. Even an 8th-tier expert wouldn't stand a chance. Finally, with the annual allocation of 10 million credit points and resources, Su Feng and his sister would undoubtedly live a very comfortable life. At this thought, Su Feng's eyes lit up with desire. But before Su Feng could respond, another voice chimed in beside him. Don't listen to him about going to military academy. That crappy school sends graduates straight to the battlefield. Who knows when they might suddenly lose their lives? How would you protect your sister then? A stooped elder with sharp eyes fixed on Su Feng. Why not join Huaqing University instead? As the nation's premier institution, not only do our faculty's average cultivation levels far surpass those at military academy, but the resources we can offer you are incomparably richer. We can provide you with a villa on campus exceeding 1,000 square meters. All cultivation resources for your sister are covered. Moreover, our president has personally agreed to take you as his final disciple, granting you an additional 30 million credit points annually for your use. Upon graduation, we'll open wider career pathways for you. Wherever you wish to go, our university can recommend and introduce you. Huaqing University certainly possesses that capability. Moreover, your sister will be admitted to Huaqing University's affiliated high school, guaranteeing her direct entry into Huaqing University without any conditions. As the stooped elder finished speaking, someone beside him added, not only that, our university can grant you unrestricted access to all secret realms at no cost. Once you decide, you may freely enter any realm within the university provided you possess the ability to break through. Oh, and here's something else. Our investigations reveal your parents vanished in a secret realm currently under our school's control. We haven't fully explored that realm yet, but once you enroll, we'll establish a dedicated investigation team to help you search for them. After speaking, he remained silent, confident Su Feng would make the right choice. And Su Feng did indeed respond as he had anticipated, showing particular interest in joining Huaqing University. It wasn't merely because Huaqing University offered richer resources. The primary draw was their promise to aid Su Feng in tracing his parents' whereabouts. Moreover, once he attained sufficient strength, Su Feng would gain unrestricted access to any secret realm under their control. This offer not only captivated Su Feng but even drew envy from many representatives of other factions present. Honestly, if they were in Su Feng's shoes, they too would find the allure of secret realms impossible to resist. Certainly, those secret realms promising rapid cultivation advancement were nearly impossible to resist. Despite the inherent dangers, the potential rewards were undeniably worth the risk. Hearing the spokesperson from Huaqing University state this, the faction representatives and clan heads present who had yet to speak were suddenly at a loss for words. When it came to competing over resources in secret realms, they simply couldn't match Huaqing University's ability to provide such abundant resources and grant access to secret realms. When it came to offering future influence and a path to prosperity, they couldn't compete with military university either. It wasn't that their families or universities were significantly weaker than Huaqing University or the military academy. The crux lay in their inability to commit to such a wager, or rather, their lack of the necessary boldness. After all, what if Su Feng could defeat a 5th-tier awakened being? Their respective factions weren't short of such individuals. Most crucially, while Su Feng had demonstrated his worth, he hadn't yet reached the level where they would stake all their resources to secure him. After all, no one could predict what unforeseen accidents might occur along the path of growth. If Su Feng were to meet with some misfortune one day, wouldn't all the resources they invested go down the drain? A moment later, just as Su Feng thought no other factions would make a move, a voice suddenly rang out. The Gu family of Dingyuan City wishes to invite Su Feng to serve as an honorary member. We are willing to pay 10 million credit points as honorary membership fees for the coming year, and provide 3 5th-tier powerhouses to serve as Su Feng's guardians throughout his 4 years of university. Would Su Feng be willing? Following the gaze, a middle-aged man dressed in formal attire and wearing gold-rimmed glasses spoke slowly. Additionally, we can provide Su Feng with a property.
After he finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in an uproar.
Chapter 63, Refusal. Their astonishment wasn't due to the resources offered by the Gu family.
On the contrary, such resources barely even considered substantial were utterly insignificant in their eyes.
Which of the present factions couldn't provide such guarantees for Su Feng?
The real reason was that the Gu family could also provide 3 5th-tier awakened individuals as Su Feng's guardians. This single gesture spoke volumes about the Gu family's sincerity. Other factions certainly possessed 5th-tier experts, but those individuals were all occupied with their own duties and responsibilities. How could they spare the attention to dedicate themselves solely to protecting Su Feng? Take Eugene Mei from the Xizang Provincial Special Services Bureau as an example. The bureau was teeming with powerful individuals, yet why could they only dispatch Wan Quan, a single 5th-tier expert, to protect Su Feng? It was precisely because everyone had their own duties to fulfill there were no idle personnel within their factions. Though the Gu family might not be as powerful as these other factions, in fact, the gap between them was vast among the forces present. They were undoubtedly offering Su Feng the most sincere commitment.
Is this merely a nominal arrangement? Will I be required to give something in return later?
Su Feng was deeply tempted by the terms offered by the middle-aged man before him. Yet he knew there was no such thing as a free lunch.
If others were willing to show such sincerity, it undoubtedly meant they might seek favors from him in the future. Failing to clarify this beforehand would be irresponsible to both himself and the Gu family.
Therefore, Su Feng felt compelled to state certain conditions up front.
Yes, it's purely a nominal position.
Even if the Gu family faces an extraordinary crisis that threatens your life, you can leave immediately without any obligation to us.
Seeing an opening,
the middle-aged man spoke without hesitation. Noticing Su Feng's lingering doubt, he removed his glasses, blew on them, and wiped them with a cloth.
He added, "You have two choices. The first is to be with my daughter. The entire Gu family will provide you with unconditional protection. The second option is to owe the Gu family a favor.
I'll discuss the specifics of that favor with you later. Rest assured, it won't put you in a difficult position and will be well within your capabilities."
Listening to the middle-aged man's words, Su Feng felt even more perplexed.
He couldn't understand why the Gu family was treating him this way. From any angle, it seemed like he was getting the better end of the deal.
Why?
The crowd nearby murmured in response to the Gu family patriarch's words.
What's Gu Quan playing at?
To have risen to become the patriarch of one of Dingyuan City's 3 major families, he can't possibly be a fool.
What's going on? Is his daughter exceptionally ugly?
Otherwise, why resort to such underhanded tactics to bind Su Feng to her?
It's terrifying. No. You all are mistaken.
Not only is his daughter not ugly, she's actually quite beautiful.
And I hear her talent isn't bad either, it's even considered top-notch. Then why would the Gu patriarch want to tie Su Feng to his ship?
And either way, Su Feng seems to be getting the better deal here.
A moment later,
Su Feng hesitated, then approached Gu Quan and whispered,
"May I ask why you're doing this? Are you truly certain you don't need me to do anything? Unprovoked kindness is either treachery or theft." Without a clear explanation, Su Feng dared not agree.
If he did, he wouldn't sleep soundly at night.
Gu Quan observed Su Feng's cautious demeanor and silently nodded.
He replied softly, "You'll understand my reasons once you meet my daughter.
Rest assured, I won't ask you to do anything beyond your capabilities." Hearing Gu Quan's words, Su Feng's unease not only failed to dissipate but intensified. "Well, Su Feng, have you made your decision?" The middle-aged man wore an air of certainty, his face radiating confidence.
He clearly believed Su Feng would choose to join their faction, seeing no downside whatsoever.
"Sorry, I decline."
Su Feng licked his slightly dry lips and spoke slowly.
"Very well, then we'll proceed to." "What? You refuse?"
The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief.
"Are you certain?"
"I believe no faction here offers more sincerity than our Gu family."
"Might I ask why you're declining?"
The moment the words left his mouth, the others also turned their gaze toward Su Feng. Just moments ago, they had all assumed Su Feng was already the Gu family's sure thing.
They never imagined things would turn out this way. It was simply unbelievable.
They asked themselves, if they were in Su Feng's position, they would likely have no reason to refuse the Gu family's offer. "Because I don't believe I possess the standing to warrant such generous terms from you. Since you won't elaborate, I can only decline," Su Feng explained. "However, whatever your intentions may be, I am deeply grateful for your confidence in me. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world."
What if Gu Quan intended to use him to achieve some ulterior motive and he couldn't see through it? That would spell disaster. Admittedly, accepting Gu Quan's offer would grant him and Su Liunian the protection of 3 5th-tier awakened individuals. Yet those 3 would remain loyal to the Gu family. Moreover, flowers grown in a greenhouse could never truly flourish. If he became overly reliant on others' protection, even if he managed to grow stronger, he'd remain a useless waste. With such exceptional talent, I risked becoming just another face in the crowd. Moreover, even with 3 5th-tier awakened protectors, Su Feng's safety wasn't guaranteed.
Currently, as merely a second stage awakened, he'd already drawn the attention of the Heaven Stealing Organization. They frequently dispatched assassins to hunt him down, including 5th tier awakened. Even if the Gu family sent 3 5th tier awakened as his guardians, they might not be able to protect him. As he grew stronger, increasingly formidable adversaries would come to hunt him down. The Gu family's 5th tier awakened would be nothing more than window dressing. As for now, it wasn't Su Feng being arrogant. Under certain conditions, even a 5th tier awakened could be dealt with, even killed by him. Upon hearing this, everyone present instantly regarded this youngster with newfound respect. They had initially assumed him to be merely an immature teenager, but judging by his current composure and resolve, he displayed far greater maturity and steadiness than many of those gathered. After hearing Su Feng's refusal, representatives from other factions began offering their own terms, with the stakes significantly higher than their initial proposals. The reason was simple: someone with Su Feng's character, barring unforeseen circumstances, was bound to go far. However, with the Gu family's cautionary tale fresh in their minds, virtually no one demanded Su Feng join their faction full-time, meaning he'd essentially become their employee. Instead, most merely sought to have him lend his name to their cause. My Long family can. Chapter 64, Joining Huaqing University. The Long family can grant you 4 years of access to our secret realm. We will cover all cultivation resources for you and your sister, plus an additional 50 million credit points annually for your daily expenses. Zhujiang Jiaotong University of Martial Arts will provide you with everything offered by the Long family, plus 1 additional B-grade soft armor. Subsequent offers from other factions were largely similar, consisting of resource packages and various types of equipment. After brief consideration, Su Feng ultimately chose Huaqing University. After all, the basic resources he required were largely comparable across all factions. As for the credit points, whether 30 million or 50 million per year made little difference to Su Feng. With all resources fully covered, he simply wouldn't need that much credit anyway. This also meant that Su Feng only needed to consider what else they could offer him, whether it was access to the secret realm or rare equipment as gifts. But clearly, what Su Feng valued most was news about his parents. His parents had left him years ago, leaving behind a younger sister and modest assets. Over the years, Su Feng and his sister had relied on each other to grow up. Su Feng himself had experienced his parents' love for several years, so he naturally didn't feel as much pain. But his younger sister, Su Liunian, had hardly felt any of that love. From childhood until now, she would often quietly weep and feel sad in the middle of the night. Regardless of whether their parents were dead or alive, it was ultimately better to find them. With Huaqing University offering such generous terms and the prospect of news about his parents within the secret realm, Su Feng had absolutely no reason not to choose Huaqing University and join their ranks. I accept Huaqing University. Thank you all once again for your consideration, Su Feng declared directly, then bowed slightly, his expression apologetic as he looked at the crowd. Before he could finish, however, the burly middle-aged man from Military University interrupted him. Su Feng, on top of the terms just offered, Military University will add an extra 20 million credit points annually. Furthermore, we will dispatch personnel to help you investigate the whereabouts of your parents. Seeing the Military University's admissions director make such an offer, the other factions could no longer hold back. They all raised their offers. The Long family adds 1 A-grade spatial storage ring to the previous offer. Zhujiang Martial Arts University will add an A-grade soft armor and a C-grade defense scroll on top of our previous offer. The Gu family is willing to specially dispatch a 6th-tier awakened individual to protect your safety. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, and the occasional gleam of sharpness flashing in Su Feng's eyes, the representative from Huaqing University spoke up once more, addressing Su Feng with an air of authority. No matter what price they offer to recruit you, we will always match it and then double it. The moment these words left his mouth, the representatives from other factions visibly lost their composure. What did he mean by no matter what price they offer, we will always match it and then double it? Wasn't this statement blatantly revealing Huaqing University's utter contempt for their resource reserves? Did being the nation's top university grant them such arrogance? But just as they prepared to counterbid, they realized they simply couldn't offer more. It wasn't a matter of lacking funds, it was that their authority only allowed them to offer so much, at least for now. And even if they did bid higher, what difference would it make? Su Feng would inevitably end up at Huaqing University anyway. While Huaqing University's admissions office spoke with extreme arrogance, they certainly had the capital to back it up. Well then, anyone else want to test their strength against Huaqing University? The admissions director taunted again. Just name a higher price, and I guarantee Huaqing University will double its offer. Seeing the admissions office staff of Huaqing University so brazen, the crowd exchanged glances, a bitter resentment lodged in their throats that refused to dissipate. Witnessing this, Su Feng spoke again. Thank you all for your consideration, seniors and leaders. I've decided to join Huaqing University. I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need for further persuasion. As soon as Su Feng finished speaking, many sighed with slight disappointment, silently shaking their heads. They could have offered Su Feng even more generous terms, but given Huaqing University's financial might, no matter how lavish their offers, they wouldn't hold a candle to a single feather from Huaqing.
Since that was the case, it was better to save face. After all, they had no chance of competing for Su Feng anyway, so why waste words? Seeing no objections from those present, the elderly admissions officer from Huaqing University beamed with satisfaction. This talent had truly been recruited ahead of schedule. It felt incredibly satisfying, like a damn dream come true. Welcome aboard, Su Feng. I assure you, you'll look back on today's decision with pride and gratitude, the elder said, handing him the acceptance letter. With this document, regardless of your college entrance exam results, you may join our Huaqing University family at any time. Su Feng accepted the letter with both hands. He had expected himself to be timid and trembling while receiving it, after all. Even though he now possessed the ability to kill a fifth-tier awakened, and even he never imagined his hands would remain as steady as a mountain. It felt as though the elder had handed him nothing more than an ordinary sheet of A4 paper. Only when one's inner strength is formidable can external factors cease to affect them. Su Feng now embodied precisely this state. His talent was his trump card. Thank you. I am deeply honored to be joining Huaqing University, Su Feng said gratefully, accepting the letter with both hands as he met the elder's gaze. Before the old man could respond, Su Feng continued, I should be reporting to you after I finish the college entrance exams. Please inform the university administration accordingly. The old man nodded at Su Feng's words. This old man will await your arrival at Huaqing University. The next moment, he walked away without another word. Having successfully recruited Su Feng into the university, whether he arrived a few days later or earlier made no difference. His task was complete, and he could return to report to those old fools. At this thought, the corners of the old man's mouth couldn't help but turn upward. Seeing that Su Feng had been secured by Huaqing University, the others also departed this place of fierce competition. Chapter 65, Conversation with Eugene Mei. Ring. Ring. Su Feng's phone suddenly rang. Eugene Mei's voice came through. Xiao Feng, how did it go? Which faction did you choose to join? Huaqing University, Su Feng replied immediately. Their admissions officer told me my parents went missing in their secret realm years ago, so... But before he could finish, Eugene Mei cut him off. Good. I knew you'd choose Huaqing University. I happen to have some connections with their vice president. Once you finish your college entrance exams and enroll, just report directly to the Special Operations Squad under my command. As for your 4 years of university studies, he'll handle them for you. You'll just need to spend a little time with them initially. Once you're capable enough, I'll have you return to Huaqing University's secret realm to uncover the truth behind your parents' disappearance. Eugene Mei continued, but sensing Su Feng's confusion, she added, only 4th tier and below awakened can enter the secret realm your parents went into. I previously sent several 4th tier individuals to investigate. They nearly suffered total casualties inside. Only 3 out of 4 returned, 1 severely injured. This matter can likely only be resolved by you personally. Eugene Mei was not deceiving Su Feng. From the moment he saved her life, she had dispatched people to investigate his background. During this inquiry, she learned that Su Feng's parents had vanished within a secret realm belonging to Huaqing University, prompting her to send an advance team. After all, Su Feng had saved the life of a provincial-level official like her. Some tangible results were certainly expected. However, as Eugene Mei had mentioned, the mission yielded nothing. Not only did they find nothing, but they also lost one of their men. As for why Eugene Mei had dispatched agents to investigate Su Feng's background, the reason was straightforward. No matter how one looked at it, Su Feng could never defeat a 5th-tier awakened individual from the Heaven Stealing Organization even after witnessing it firsthand. Given the organization's past modus operandi, trading the life of a 5th-tier awakened individual for an undercover agent infiltrating her inner circle as the head of the Special Services Bureau seemed like an exceptionally profitable deal. After all, the Heaven Thieves organization possessed some unknown technology allowing them to cultivate mid to low-tier awakened at minimal cost. 5th-tier awakened held little strategic value to them. Moreover, such artificially cultivated awakened fell far short of naturally advanced counterparts in both lifespan and overall combat prowess. However, after her subordinates thoroughly investigated Su Feng's background and reported his complete innocence, Eugene Mei immediately concluded that he genuinely sought to save her life and was definitely not a thief Heaven organization mole. Su Feng would surely understand this situation. After all, it was nothing short of astonishing for a Stage 1 awakened to defeat a Stage 5 opponent. It was only natural for others to harbor doubts. Alright, thank you for your trouble, Su Feng responded gratefully as he listened to Eugene Mei's explanation. Though she wasn't his biological grandmother and had never mentioned this matter to him. Had other factions not demanded his name be used as collateral, he likely would never have known she had gone to such lengths to find his parents. From now on, just focus on your studies. The team assigned to protect you should arrive before noon today. There's room at home, right? Eugene Mei cleared her throat before continuing. Wang Quan faced so much danger later precisely because he wasn't living under the same roof as you. So, you understand. Eugene Mei clearly remembered how Wang Quan's residence downstairs from Su Feng nearly endangered both their lives. This time, preparations were undoubtedly more thorough than before. Also, once you join Hwaching University, don't be polite with them. Their resources are terrifyingly abundant. If you can utilize them wisely, it will greatly benefit your own growth. Eugene May licked her dry lips, her voice slightly excited. If only I had your talent and resources back then, I could have definitely. Never mind, let's not talk about that. Su Feng sensed Eugene May was about to voice some unfulfilled regret.
Reflecting on her recent care for him, he offered, "If there's anything you need, just say the word.
I'll do everything in my power to help you achieve it. I won't hesitate to leverage my connections at Hwaching University." Rest assured, Su Feng added.
Good. Young man, once you reach 5th tier awakener, I'll let you know if I need anything. Eugene May repeated good 3 times, thoroughly satisfied with Su Feng's response. By the way, Eugene May's tone turned grim. After this raid, the Heaven Stealing Organization probably won't target you again. They'll soon be too busy dealing with their own problems. Still, Xiao Feng, you must remain vigilant.
While the major factions won't openly target you, their covert tactics will be relentless.
Our Dragon Nation may not have produced a genius like you, a once-in-a-millennium talent, but we've seen countless dazzlingly gifted individuals.
The problem is, they vanished from the mortal realm before they could truly grow.
I'm sure you understand why. Eugene May's tone turned stern, clearly afraid Su Feng might grow complacent now that the Heaven Stealing Organization posed no immediate threat.
Thank you for your warning, Grandma.
I'll be careful, Su Feng replied gratefully, licking his dry lips.
I'm no pushover either. You can rest assured. Moments later.
After exchanging a few more polite words, they hung up.
Brother, can we go home today? Su Liunian asked, twisting the hem of his shirt. Seeing the slight confusion in Su Feng's eyes, Su Liunian gave a shy smile.
Even though this hotel is pretty comfortable, it's still not as good as sleeping at home.
Hearing this, Su Feng ruffled Su Liunian's hair and said, "We'll be back tonight. But from now on, I might have to sleep with you. Grandma, you sent some people to protect us. We'll move out in a while.
First, we'll go to the place Grandma you arranged for us.
If you prefer, we can also move into the house Hwaching University provided for us, but that's all after the college entrance exams."
Yay! Su Liunian's eyes lit up at Su Feng's words.
Finally, I get to sleep with Big Brother.
Before entering middle school, she had always shared a bed with Su Feng, clinging to him constantly. It was only because she had grown up that they started sleeping in separate rooms.
Now she could share a room with him again, an absolute stroke of luck.
Seeing his sister so delighted, Su Feng couldn't help but smile wryly.
You little rascal. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Sky Thieves organization outside Dingyuan City, the exterior appeared desolate and abandoned, while the interior was pitch black and gloomy.
Even in broad daylight, not a single ray of light penetrated inside. A figure clad in black knelt on one knee, addressing the white-robed Bai Mins before him. Lord Bai, the mission has failed.
Chapter 66, One wrong move leads to a chain of mistakes. What? How could this fail? What the hell are you lot doing? Does the organization keep you useless fools around just to eat for free? Where is the young miss? Where did she go? Bai Min's eyes betrayed utter disbelief.
He racked his brain, unable to comprehend how the mission to eliminate a mere second-tier awakened one could fail. After all, the team dispatched combined with that zombie should have been more than a match for a 6th-tier awakened one.
Yet failure was the last outcome he anticipated. The young lady, she's gone too.
The kneeling black-clad man spoke in a trembling voice, terrified that Bai Mins might kill him in his rage. After all, the deceased was the granddaughter of the leader of the Heaven Stealing Organization. The death of someone of such stature would inevitably drive the Heaven Stealing Organization to fight the authorities to the death.
What? Say that again.
Bai Mins yanked the kneeling figure in black clothing to his feet, his voice boiling with rage.
The young miss is gone? Then why did you come back? Why don't you just die? A moment later.
After finally calming himself, Bai Mins turned to the black-clad man with a composed expression.
Any further details to add? Speak up. Since the incident had already occurred, he now needed to uncover every possible detail.
He had to understand the reasons behind the young miss's failure so that in the upcoming operation, they could target Su Feng for assassination. After all, with the young lady dead at Su Feng's hands, the leader of the Heaven Stealing Organization would undoubtedly exact the most brutal revenge and inflict the most devastating consequences upon him. Of course, one crucial point remained unclear: the young lady wasn't some weakling propped up by drugs. Though she hadn't participated in many combat missions, her strength was undeniable.
To eliminate her, did Su Feng have some hidden expert like Eugene May at his side?
Given Eugene May's nature, it wasn't impossible. The black-clad man cleared his throat and spoke rapidly. Because Wang Quan was caught off guard and injured by the zombie, the young lady held the upper hand against him. He knew if he didn't speak now, he might never get another chance. Those familiar with Bai Mins understood that the calmer he appeared, the more furious he truly was. Only by providing as many details as possible could he possibly save his own life. But for some reason, that zombie suddenly attacked the young miss from behind. She ran, the zombie chased. Finally, she sensed something was wrong, realized Su Feng was controlling the zombie. She thought, to catch the thief, catch the king first.
But unexpectedly, Su Feng used his sequence ability to ambush her.
She ended up crushed beneath the car the zombie hurled at her.
Is there anything else you need to add?
Bai Mins listened thoughtfully to the black-clad man's account and inquired, think carefully. The man in black pondered for a long time but couldn't think of anything else to add. He finally replied, reporting to Lord Bai, that is all I recall for now. The words had barely left his mouth when he casually snapped the black-clad man's neck.
Crack!
Bai Mins murmured, since there's nothing else to add, you'll be joining the young miss on her journey. Bai Mins knew full well that although the young miss had volunteered for this mission, if anything happened to her, he, as the supervisor who assigned the task, would bear full responsibility. Should any danger befall her, he would inevitably be held accountable. Therefore, Bai Mins planned to eliminate Su Feng before higher-ups discovered the situation. He would take Su Feng's head and then leverage the connections he'd cultivated within the organization over the years, perhaps that could save his own life. However, just as Bai Mins finished donning all his gear and headed toward the base camp exit, a voice suddenly rang out beside him.
Bai Mins, come to the inner hall. The leader wishes to see you.
The voice belonged to a child neither young nor old. He addressed Bai Mins indifferently, his eyes devoid of emotion. The moment he heard the voice, Bai Mins' body froze. His lips trembled, cold sweat poured down his forehead, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Yet, urged on by the child, he had no choice but to head toward the inner hall. As for the boy's indifferent expression, Bai Mins had long grown accustomed to it. This youth served as the right-hand man to the leader of the heaven-stealing organization. Rumor had it his true age exceeded 50, his power unfathomable. He had been by the leader's side since the leader's youth. Bai Mins forced down the fear in his heart and stepped forward toward the inner hall, one step at a time. He knew the leader had most likely discovered the murder of his granddaughter.
Entering now to confess might just offer a sliver of hope for survival.
Moreover, the fact that the leader hadn't killed him outright upon learning the news, but instead summoned him to the inner chamber, suggested there might still be room for negotiation.
Meanwhile,
in the courtyard at the base of the hidden assassin tower, a small bridge spanned a flowing stream, creating a scene of rustic garden elegance.
Within the pavilion. Xinglang, what's the status of that matter I asked you to monitor? Did the heaven-stealing organization eliminate their target?
The elder sipped tea from a stone bench within the pavilion, continuing his chess game with the aged man across from him. He addressed the figure kneeling on one knee beside him, its face obscured.
Reporting to you, sir.
We did relay the Zhang family's message to the heaven-stealing organization, but their operation against the target appears to have failed.
Should we inform the Zhang family of this development? Xinglang inquired of the elder. If notification is required, I could pass it along to them during my afternoon mission. After about half a minute, the elder sipped his tea, his interest piqued. Oh? How could their operation have failed?
To my knowledge, though the Heaven Thieves organization can't match us, they should have been quite confident in assassinating a second-tier awakened, even with a fifth-tier awakened guarding that boy.
Xinglang cut straight to the point. I don't know the details yet. Should I look into it?
I have a contact at the police station who might know something.
No need. And don't bother relaying this news to the Zhang family, they'll find out soon enough. The elder waved his hand dismissively, clearly unwilling to be interrupted while playing chess.
Seeing this, Xinglang bowed and withdrew.
Why would he do something his superior hadn't requested? It was a thankless task.
Shortly after Xinglang departed, the elder remarked to his opponent, some people only see the immediate gains. Little do they realize those are merely bait laid out for them.
Who knows when someone might just devour them outright? One misstep leads to many.
As the elder spoke, he placed the final white stone.
The next second, the elder devoured all the black pieces. Chapter 67, The Powerless Zhang Family. Xingshan Villa District, Building 1, Unit 1, Dingyuan City.
A few servants scattered about cleaned the grounds of the courtyard, designed in a rustic Chinese landscape style. In the dimly lit private meeting room on the villa complex's basement level, Zhang Xiaotian and Lu Ruyan sat drinking tea with grave expressions. They had just received intelligence from their subordinates. Su Feng had survived an assault by a team dispatched by the Heaven-Stealing organization, a force capable of withstanding sixth-tier awakened beings. Most crucially, Su Feng hadn't merely survived against this formidable force, he had utterly annihilated them. Even the fifth-tier powerhouse within the squad had been directly eliminated by Su Feng, though by what means remained unknown. This left Zhang Xiaotian and Lu Ruyan utterly astonished. After all, judging by Su Feng's prior record, he didn't seem capable of confronting a fifth-tier awakened so soon after his own awakening, let alone eliminating one in 2 consecutive battles, and not by accident. Fifth-tier awakened warriors were pillars even within their Zhang clan, a strength level held only by the top 3 elders. Su Feng's power now genuinely threatened their clan. If he could eliminate a fifth-tier warrior, it meant even the Zhang elders might not be his match. This thought sent a wave of intense crisis washing over Zhang Xiaotian. Ruyan, see if you can get the Lu family to send 2 more people to take Su Feng out? With him alive, we can't even sleep soundly. Zhang Xiaotian addressed Lu Ruyan beside him.
Every time he thought about how Su Feng, having awakened less than a month ago, already possessed the ability to kill a 5th-tier awakened one, it struck him, if such a person were allowed to grow unchecked, he would undoubtedly become a grave threat to the Zheng family. If the Lu family could intervene and send several more 6th-tier experts, they could surely reduce Su Feng to ashes. No matter how strong he was, there had to be limits to his power, otherwise, there'd be no point in advancing through the awakening tiers at all. Seeing Lu Ruyan's prolonged silence, Zhang Xiaotian suggested, if all else fails, our Zhang family should deploy our full force to eliminate him. Leaving him alive will surely become a calamity for us. You've investigated his background with me and know the terrifying speed of his growth. If we don't act now, I fear. Listening to Zhang Xiaotian's words, Lu Ruyan narrowed her eyes, still silent. She too wanted to summon elite fighters from the Lu family, just as Zhang Xiaotian suggested. But Yu Jinmei, the head of the Xizang Provincial Special Operations Bureau, was someone the Lu family deeply feared. If they sent their veteran fighters to assassinate Su Feng, their future would be anything but smooth sailing. Typically, as major clans, they avoided clashing with official interests. Authorities usually turned a blind eye to their activities. But now, sending men to deal with someone explicitly protected by Yu Jinmei, the top official of Xizang province, would clearly invite fierce retaliation from the authorities. It could even mean the end of the Lu family's standing. Even with the Lu family's vast wealth and influence rivaling some clans in Longdu if suppressed by Yu Jinmei, slowing their growth would be the least of their worries. The real fear was the entire family vanishing overnight. After all, a clan that rose from obscurity to become a household name in Xizang province couldn't have clean origins. If you don't let the Lu family send someone to handle this, I'll mobilize every last one of us. I must avenge our son. Seeing Lu Ruyan remain silent for so long, Zhang Xiaotian could no longer hold back. His desire for vengeance against Zhang Qinglan reached its peak. Alright, that's settled for today. As for the rest, I'll go probe Su Feng's true capabilities first. I refuse to believe that little nobody has any other means to resist us. But as Zhang Xiaotian finished speaking, Lu Ruyan's voice cut through the air. Her brows furrowed at his words, then her voice hardened with anger. Are you stupid? You think the Zhang family alone can take on Su Feng? Have you forgotten how he survived this time? As far as I know, the Thief Heaven organization even sent a zombie to eliminate him. And what happened? Not only did they fail to eliminate Su Feng, but he even subdued the zombie. Didn't they end up losing both the battle and the wife? Yu Jinmei retorted to Zhang Xiaotian. I guarantee that if you lead the Zhang family's elite forces now, not only will you fail to eliminate Su Feng, but the entire Zhang family will surely face reckoning at Yu Jinmei's hands. Do you think Yu Jinmei is someone to mess with? That old hag is fiercely protective of her own. If you make a move, she won't just wipe out the Zhang family, she'll drag my Lu family into it too. What then? Lu Ruyan, fearing Zhang Xiaotian might act behind her back against Su Feng, warned him again, if I find out you've gone after Su Feng without my knowledge, you're dead. Don't forget your place. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan shot Zhang Xiaotian a warning glance. Zhang Xiaotian clenched his fists, his brow furrowing into a deep crease. But then, as if awakened by Lu Ruyan's words, he spoke with a hint of resignation. So you expect us to just let the murderer who harmed our son go? How would the Zhang family or your Lu family ever hold their heads up again? Do you want us to become the laughingstock of Dingyuan City? Then we won't be one of Dingyuan City's 3 major families anymore, we'll be one of its biggest laughingstocks. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaotian's voice bordered on madness. He couldn't bear to imagine the consequences if they let Su Feng off simply out of fear of Yu Jinmei. Then his tone shifted abruptly. Don't forget Zhang Qinglan isn't just my son, he's your son too. Watching Zhang Xiaotian roar before her, Lu Ruyan merely sipped her tea calmly. Veins throbbed on her forehead as she declared without hesitation, of course I know Qinglan is my child. I will never let Su Feng off. I will make sure everyone connected to him dies. Even if Yu Jinmei tries to protect him, she won't be spared. But we need to plan this carefully. After all, the official authority Yu Jinmei represents is far beyond what our 2 families can oppose. At least overt methods are out of the question. As for covert actions, I doubt the Lu family would risk antagonizing Yu Jinmei for Qinglan's sake. You know those old fools, they won't lift a finger unless they see the rabbit. Expecting them to take such immense risks just to avenge Qinglan is clearly unrealistic. Lu Ruyan fell deep in thought. Though she was the Lu family's eldest daughter, that status clearly meant little when weighed against the family's overarching interests. Not only would they not fully support her, but even her own father might not wholeheartedly aid her. If she voiced her intent to retaliate against Su Feng, they might even capture her to curry favor with Yu Jinmei. It wasn't impossible, this was a dead end. Then what do you suggest we do? You talk about long-term plans, but don't drag this out too long. Don't forget how little time has passed since Su Feng's awakening. He's already capable of taking down a 5th-tier awakened being. Who knows what he'll be capable of in the future? Zhang Xiaotian took a deep drag on his premium cigar and exhaled the smoke. The room instantly filled with smoke, the tension thickening into an unbreakable stalemate. Just as Lu Ruyan was at a loss for what to do, a knock sounded at the door. Knock knock knock. Chapter 68, Headquarters Location Discovered.
Miss, urgent news, a deep male voice sounded from outside the door, tinged with urgency.
Come in. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly. It seemed like one misfortune followed another. Could this be more bad news?
Ever since the Zhang family clashed with Su Feng, not a single piece of good news had reached her.
Could it be that Su Feng truly held the upper hand against the Zhang family?
No sooner had the words left her lips than the owner of the deep voice stepped before her. Reliable sources confirm that the granddaughter of the Thief Heaven organization's leader perished during the mission to assassinate Su Feng.
What? Say that again?
Before Lu Ruyan could respond, Zhang Xiaotian beside her suddenly shouted excitedly, his eyes flashing with sharp light. If the report held true, things would become far simpler. The Heaven Thieves had already been designated a terrorist organization by the authorities, the kind that posed an imminent threat to society. With their leader's own granddaughter now dead at Su Feng's hands, they would undoubtedly pursue relentless, merciless revenge. Unlike the Zhang family, who operated openly, the Heaven Thieves lurked in the shadows, acting with utter disregard for consequences. Add to that the previous attack on Eugene May. The Heaven Thieves were already on the government's opposite side. This meant that regardless of whether they continued their assassination attempts against Su Feng, they would face fierce retaliation from the authorities. Such people would undoubtedly act with even greater recklessness. In other words, perhaps the Zhang family wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Su Feng would likely be eliminated by the entire organization mobilizing against him.
The intelligence is absolutely reliable.
I paid a hefty sum of full 50,000 credit points to acquire it from a city defense garrison officer, the man stated, glancing at Lu Ruyan. Seeing no objection from her, he continued without pause.
Great. This time it wasn't just Zhang Xiaotian. Lu Ruyan chimed in with him in perfect unison.
They both knew exactly what this news meant. Su Feng was in for big trouble.
You may withdraw for now.
Lu Ruyan waved him off, then seemed to recall something and added, continue gathering intelligence on Su Feng.
All expenses will be covered by the family.
For every piece of information you provide about Su Feng, you will receive an additional 100,000 credit points as a family reward.
Thank you, miss. The man's spirits soared at the bounty. Why had he joined the Lu family? Wasn't it precisely to amass more resources?
This was his chance to rise to the top. After the servant departed, Zhang Xiaotian spoke with evident delight. Ruyan, it seems things are unfolding exactly as you predicted. All we need to do now is wait quietly, no action required.
Zhang Xiaotian knew full well the brutal retaliation the Heaven Stealing organization would unleash against Su Feng.
They wouldn't need to lift a finger. Within days, news of Su Feng's demise would likely reach them. Though he couldn't avenge Zhang Qinglan personally, the thought of the brutal fate awaiting Su Feng brought him complete peace. Lu Ruyan smiled softly beside him. I told you we just needed to wait.
See? We don't even have to lift a finger. Su Feng is as good as dead. Moments later, as the two settled from their joyful mood, Lu Ruyan suddenly remembered something.
Her gaze sharpened as she looked at Zhang Xiaotian. Still, I must send someone to contact the hidden assassin tower.
Who knows? Su Feng might survive the Daotian organization's retaliation. If we don't reach out now, it might be too late. Lu Ruyan clearly recalled Su Feng's string of astonishing victories.
Though she doubted he could survive a full-scale assault by the Heaven Stealing organization, she intended to use the hidden assassin tower as a backup plan just in case.
The hidden assassin tower didn't just take down second-tier nobodies like Su Feng, they'd successfully assassinated even seventh-tier awakened ones. Granted, that particular seventh-tier awakened one had relied on drugs to reach that level, but he was still a genuine seventh-tier awakened one, wasn't he? Most crucially, the hidden kill tower cared not a whit about one's status, the prestige of one's family, or the strength of one's protectors. Once they accepted a contract, they pursued the target relentlessly until death. They would dispatch assassins until the target was utterly eliminated. According to Lu Ruyan's assessment, the hidden kill tower would only need to send a 5th-tier Earth-grade assassin to guarantee Su Feng's elimination.
After all, assassins differ from ordinary powerhouses. They lurk in the shadows, striking their targets with lethal precision, leaving no time for others to react. The reason they hadn't directly approached the hidden assassin tower to hire an Earth-tier assassin for Su Feng before was that both Lu Ruyan and Zhang Xiaotian had reservations. If the entire hidden assassin tower were wiped out, the investigation could easily trace back to the Zhang or Lu families. Sacrificing so much for a minor figure like Su Feng would be a colossal loss. But now, such considerations no longer mattered. To reduce Su Feng to ashes, Lu Ruyan was willing to pay any price. Never underestimate a mother's love for her child. Ruyan, do we really need to hire Hidden Kill Tower again? If the Heaven Stealing organization can't eliminate Su Feng without any obstacles, what kind of terrorist group are they? They're nothing but a bunch of rotten fish and rotten shrimp. Zhang Xiaotian couldn't understand Lu Ruyan's actions. In his eyes, Su Feng was already a dead man. Hearing her husband speak thus, Lu Ruyan instantly felt he was as foolish as a simpleton, utterly devoid of sense. But out of consideration for their relationship, she could only explain with resignation, the Heaven Thieves are likely facing intense crackdowns from official forces in the near future. Don't forget that after their last attack on Eugene May, the authorities haven't made a move.
That's probably just the calm before the storm. The Special Operations Bureau might strike at any moment to wipe out the Heaven Thieves organization. Given their own survival is likely their top priority, how many agents could they possibly spare to hunt Su Feng? And how strong would they be? At best, 6th tier awakened? Their organization isn't run by a single leader's whims. Besides, Su Feng has ascended to a 2nd tier awakened. How can you guarantee he won't pose a threat to 6th tier awakened or even kill one? There are too many variables. I want 0 variables in this operation. At this point, Lu Ruyan took a sip of tea, cleared her throat, and paused. She continued, I must eliminate Su Feng. I will avenge Qinglan. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan's eyes gradually softened. Understood, Zhang Xiaotian murmured to himself, acknowledging his earlier oversight. Then I'll leave the matter of contacting the Heaven Stealing organization to you. Use whatever resources you need from the family, just make sure everything is arranged properly. Alright. Meanwhile, outside the organization's headquarters, within a shopping mall building abandoned for years, Manhwa, dressed in plain clothes and holding an antique-looking old-fashioned telescope, watched the vehicles constantly entering and exiting the organization. His eyes grew increasingly bright. He murmured to himself, so this is the Thief of Heaven organization's headquarters. He had been tracking the locator on Zhang Chukong for days. Zhang had entered the compound 3 days prior and never emerged. Aware of the organization's formidable strength, Manhwa dared not act rashly. He resolved to confirm the location before alerting the main force. Though Manhwa burned with the desire to tear every member of the Sky Thieves to shreds right then and there, he wasn't a fool. He knew his capabilities were ultimately limited when acting alone. After a moment's thought, Manhwa pulled out the satellite phone in his hand, which was as thick as a brick. Hello? Chief, I've located the headquarters of the Heaven Thief Organization. Chapter 69, Locating the Headquarters. Special Services Bureau Headquarters, Xizang Province. Towering skyscrapers stood tall, but none were more imposing than the Special Operations Bureau Headquarters building. Chen Manfeng, have Xiao Wang join your team this time. He got ambushed by the organization's zombies last time and just recovered from his injuries. He's itching for action. Eugene Mei waved beside her, and Wang Quan immediately approached with solemn expression, performing the standard Special Services Bureau salute to Chen Manfeng. Wang Quan clenched his right fist and tapped it lightly against his left chest before addressing Chen Manfeng. Mr. Chen, I pledge to follow your every command during this operation. If you tell me to go east, I go east. If you tell me to go west, I go west. No questions asked. Seeing Wang Quan's understanding, Eugene Mei's lips curved slightly upward. It seemed this matter was settled. Chen Manfeng was an 8th-tier powerhouse within the Special Services Bureau and one of its top-tier revered elders. Strictly speaking, Eugene Mei lacked the authority to directly command him, which was precisely why she requested he bring Wang Quan along. Had he been under her direct command, a single word would have sufficed. Such a request would have been unnecessary. Alright, no problem, boss you. Whatever you say goes. Though Chen Manfeng wasn't formally under Eugene Mei's command, they'd worked together for years, completing countless missions and mutually elevating each other's careers. Granting her this small favor was the least he could do. Besides, taking on the Heaven Thieves organization meant every extra pair of hands increased their chances of success. Judging by the team he was leading to surround and eliminate the Heaven Thieves, Wang Quan's combat prowess was solidly above average and wouldn't slow them down. What's more, his awakened sequence ability as a multi-element mage might even yield unexpected benefits during the mission. Seeing Chen Manfeng's nod of agreement, Wang Quan naturally positioned himself behind him and addressed Eugene Mei. Boss you, while I'm away, you must be extremely cautious. Try to stay indoors as much as possible. The Sky Thieves organization or some other group might have their sights set on you and attempt to strike. Wang Quan clearly worried about Eugene Mei's safety. Though she had once been a 6th-tier awakened individual, her current combat effectiveness was a mere fraction of what it once was. Compounded by her age, her physical stamina couldn't compare to those in their prime. Remaining at the Provincial Special Services Bureau headquarters was undoubtedly the safest option. After all, even 8th or 9th tier awakened would struggle to breach its defenses. If a province's most critical facility could be compromised so easily, what would be the point? Moreover, should any foolhardy individuals attack the Special Operations Bureau headquarters, they would be labeled as rebels by the authorities. This would trigger an immediate, devastating strike from all nearby forces, a consequence not everyone could bear. Alright, don't worry. You must listen to Brother Chen. He won't harm you. Eugene Mei nodded, reminding her once more, don't fret about losing face. Remember, life comes first. As long as you're alive, there's always a chance. Moments later. Go. Resolve this swiftly. Don't give them breathing room, the consequences could be catastrophic. Eugene Mei waved her hand, signaling Chen Manfeng to stay hypervigilant during the operation. No one could predict the fallout if any terrorist escaped during the crackdown. Their death throes could inflict immense societal harm. Just as Chen Manfeng was about to leave the room, Eugene Mei's voice rang out again. Remember, strike only when you're absolutely certain. Avoid heavy casualties among the police and city defense forces. There are comrades too.
Upon hearing this, Chen Manfeng nodded and departed immediately.
Dingyuan City Police Headquarters. Chief, the headquarters of the Heaven Stealing Organization is located in Dingyuan City. I'm absolutely certain.
I've been staking out this location for days, and the tracking device on Zhang Chukong hasn't moved from this spot. The chief listened to Minghwa's report, sensing something was off. Based on past experience, it seemed too easy to pinpoint the organization's headquarters so readily.
Was this too simple? Could this be yet another trap waiting for them to walk into?
But with matters having progressed this far, the arrow was already on the bowstring. They had no choice but to fire. The chief had reason to believe that if he didn't act now, Minghwa would surely find a way to infiltrate the compound and cause havoc on his own.
The Dingyuan City Police Department could not afford to lose another genius.
Moreover, if he couldn't even trust his own men or the intelligence they possessed, who would still be willing to risk their lives for him? The number of reliable subordinates at his disposal would only dwindle further. With that realization, the chief responded directly, "You stay there and watch. If anything seems off, contact me immediately.
I'm going to talk to the City Defense Corps and the Special Operations Bureau. See if they have any ideas. If everything goes smoothly, reinforcements should reach you by tonight at the latest.
Remember, above all, don't expose yourself.
Your safety is paramount. Stay calm and steady."
Hearing the chief's words, Minghwa felt reassured. In his view, now that the location of the Heaven Stealing Organization's headquarters had been pinpointed, there was no reason for anyone to refuse support. The eradication of the Heaven Stealing Organization was now a foregone conclusion.
Meanwhile, the chief immediately briefed the City Defense Corps and the Special Operations Bureau.
The various factions swiftly agreed to launch a coordinated strike tonight, determined to eradicate the vile scourge of the Daotian organization once and for all, ensuring they could never threaten society again.
Chapter 70: The Troublemaking Blonde Youth. Near Dingyuan City Police Headquarters. Outside Yujing No. 1 Residential Complex. Sizzle, sizzle.
The hover taxi came to a sudden halt as Su Feng and Su Liunian stepped out one after the other.
"Wow, bro.
The place Grandma you arranged for us is so grand, looks way better than our own home." Su Liunian's eyes sparkled with awe, clearly stunned by the scene before him. Before them stood a magnificent, manor-style gate. Constructed entirely of grayish-white marble resembling white jade, it featured intricate Nordic-style patterns above the entrance. Even at its narrowest point, the gate spanned a full 10 meters wide, radiating an unmistakable European aesthetic.
No wonder Su Liunian's eyes gleamed with astonishment.
After all, their original home was in an old, dilapidated area slated for demolition, though that slated might as well mean never, given the government's current lack of resources for such projects. Thus, calling it a slum was no exaggeration. He glanced toward the security guard. Inside the guardhouse sat a security officer radiating a strong military aura, appearing as if he had just retired from the city defense battalions. Combined with the upright posture of the guard in the booth and the specialized surveillance cameras, it was clear this was no ordinary residential complex. Possessing such a comprehensive security system in a world overrun by beasts already signaled its status within Dingyuan City. The residents here were undoubtedly either wealthy or influential. It wouldn't be surprising if the combined cloud of the people who walked out of this place could shake Dingyuan City to its core.
"Come on, stop spacing out. Let's go inside." Su Feng patted Su Liunian, who was still staring blankly at the imposing building, and spoke with a hint of amusement. "Oh, right."
Su Liunian snapped back to reality, his face flushing slightly as he hurried to catch up with his brother. Only when they reached the gatehouse did they realize they'd overlooked something terribly awkward. They didn't have the access card Eugene May had given them, nor the key to their temporary residence. In other words, they couldn't even enter the compound. This left Su Feng stumped. Could it be that even returning to his home would leave him barred at the gate? Or would he have to sneak in with someone else? Su Feng quickly dismissed the idea of sneaking in with others. If it were an ordinary residential complex, that might be possible. But Yujinghao was home to nothing but high-ranking officials and prominent figures. There was no chance of slipping in unnoticed. After all, if anything happened to an owner inside, the security guards would inevitably bear the brunt of the blame. Therefore, Su Feng had absolutely no way of getting in. The security guard seemed to have spotted Su Feng and Su Liunian, about to approach and ask what had happened, when a voice sounded beside Su Feng's ear, tinged with surprise. "Su Feng, what are you doing here?" Turning around, he saw a girl dressed in a school uniform and white shirt. Slender and graceful with a striking face, she wore her hair in a high ponytail and looked at him curiously. Recognizing his high school classmate, Su Feng finally responded, "Oh. I live here, but for some reason I don't have my access card or house keys, so I was just..." Before Su Feng could finish, Gu Xinran stepped forward, swiped her access card, and waved at both Su Feng and Su Liunian. "Come on in." She then addressed the security guard standing nearby, "These are my classmates. They're visiting my place." Upon hearing this, the security guard promptly returned to his booth and sat down. Seeing this, Su Feng hurriedly followed with his sister. "Which building do you live in?" "I can show you the way," Gu Xinran offered gently, her gaze fixed on Su Feng and Su Liunian. She seemed to catch the confusion in Su Feng's eyes.
My aunt lives here. I came to visit her today.
Su Feng was about to decline Gu Xinran's offer, but noticing she had already taken Su Liuyan's hand, he gave a slight tug at the corner of his mouth.
He pulled out his phone to check something before replying, "We live in Villa 1. Sorry to take up your time."
The words left Gu Xinran stunned.
How had Su Feng amassed such immense wealth in just a few days?
After all, there were only 6 villas in Yujing number 1. The Gu family alone occupied 3 of them, while the remaining 2 were owned by billionaire tycoons. Before Gu Xinran could ask, Su Feng explained, "It's not my house.
It belongs to someone else. This is just a place for me to stay." Su Feng didn't reveal that Eugene Mei had arranged this for him, merely offering a brief explanation for his presence. Hearing this, Gu Xinran didn't press further.
Instead, she took Su Liuyan's hand, chatting cheerfully as she introduced her to the various areas and recreational facilities within Yujing number 1. Su Feng and his sister explored the neighborhood like visitors in a wonderland, marveling at every sight along the way.
Su Liuyan frequently exclaimed in wonder, "Wow! Brother, there's even a bird-watching garden. Can you take me there sometime when you have time? Brother, there's even a swimming pool here. Didn't you used to be the best swimmer when we were kids? Could you find time to teach me sometime? Bro! There's even a huge supermarket here. We can buy so much food." To Su Liuyan's questions, Su Feng would always nod gently in agreement.
Meanwhile, Su Feng himself was studying the surrounding terrain. You never knew when it might come in handy during a dangerous situation. His innate talent had ingrained this habit in him. Su Feng always had this ominous feeling, a sense that he would soon face life-threatening danger again. Even if the premonition proved false, it was better to be prepared.
Witnessing this harmonious scene, Gu Xinran couldn't help but feel a pang of envy.
If only Su Feng could accompany her shopping too. But soon, an uninvited guest arrived.
"Xinran, what are you doing here?"
The voice belonged to a young man with dyed yellow hair, looking every bit the streetwise hipster. A half-smoked cigarette dangled from his mouth as he continued, smugly assuming he looked cool. "Wanna come explore with me? After all, we're neighbors now." As he spoke, his gaze roamed shamelessly over Gu Xinran's body. Then, his eyes lit up upon spotting Su Liuyan beside her.
Ooh. Xinran, who's this lady next to you? Can you introduce me?" "None of your business."
"Mind your own damn business and get lost." Gu Xinran's eyes instantly flashed with impatience at the sight of the young man, clearly having endured his harassment more than once before. She clearly had no intention of exchanging another word with the blonde youth, immediately pulling Su Liuyan toward the exit. But the blonde youth wasn't having it.
He instinctively reached out to grab Su Liuyan's arm.
That's when Su Feng, who'd been standing quietly nearby, suddenly stepped in. With one swift slap, he knocked the blonde's hand away and immediately followed Gu Xinran and Su Liuyan out. Su Feng had no desire for trouble, but this guy had crossed the line. To even think of molesting his sister and Gu Xinran right in front of him was nothing short of delusional. Su Feng's slap landed squarely on the blonde youth's face, humiliating him completely in front of the 2 beautiful girls. Feeling the stinging pain on his hand, the blonde youth lunged forward with a flying kick aimed at Su Feng.
Chapter 71, Aren't you staying at your aunt's place?
Had that kick landed cleanly, and assuming Su Feng was just an ordinary guy, he'd have been sent sprawling face first into the dirt at the very least. With bad luck, he might even have knocked out a couple of front teeth. Just as the blonde youth gloated over his revenge, anticipating Su Feng's humiliation before the 2 girls, his expectations were dashed. Instead, the leg he'd swung to kick was deftly dodged by Su Feng. With a swift tug, Su Feng pulled him along and walked away without looking back. The blonde youth landed flat on his backside in a split position, his buttocks making intimate contact with the pavement. I'll kill you." The blonde youth let out a blood-curdling scream, the sudden tearing of ligaments and the crushing of his testicles nearly sending him into unconsciousness. But now, he lacked the strength to seek revenge against Su Feng. His eyes burned with venom as he watched Su Feng's retreating figure, silently vowing to make Su Feng suffer a fate worse than death. Little did he know that after delivering the blow, Su Feng had casually given him a prophecy. Death may be spared, but suffering is inevitable. This guy wouldn't be getting out of bed for at least 10 days, maybe even half a month. Hearing the yellow-haired youth's continuous screams from behind, Gu Xinran and Su Liuyan covered their mouths and giggled. "Did that just now cause you any trouble?" Su Feng caught up to ask, knowing the locals here weren't people to mess with. "Nice work, Su Feng." Gu Xinran immediately affirmed his actions, even embracing him in her excitement. Feeling the sweet scent envelop him, Su Feng froze. In all his years, he'd never even held a girl's hand, let alone shared a hug. This was a first. Before Su Feng could speak, Gu Xinran pulled away and continued, "That jerk thinks he can bully everyone just because his dad's the police chief. He never does any real work. Ever since he met me, he's been like a leech impossible to shake off. He even tried to get his dad to ask my dad for my hand in marriage. My dad would never let me be with that spiritual young man. He refused outright. And of course, this won't cause me any trouble. I should actually thank you. That's like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat, utterly delusional." Su Liuyan exclaimed indignantly.
But then, as if something occurred to him, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. His father is the police chief. Could he cause trouble for Su Feng? Before he could finish, Gu Xinran cut in bluntly, absolutely not. His dad turns a blind eye to all the shady deals he's involved in. If he finds out Su Feng protected me from harassment, he won't dare make a move. Besides, Su Feng himself has. Gu Xinran glanced at Su Feng, noting he didn't interrupt, and continued, Commissioner Yu is your brother's backer. What's there to worry about? That punk might not know, but his dad certainly does. You can rest easy about what just happened. Hearing Gu Xinran's words, Su Liunian visibly relaxed. Let's go. We still need to take the shuttle bus, and it'll take a while to get there. Seeing that Su Feng and Su Liunian had no further questions, Gu Xinran spoke up directly. All right. Su Feng and Su Liunian replied in unison. What they didn't know was that the scene of Gu Xinran and Su Feng embracing had been witnessed by the yellow-haired youth. A flash of venom crossed his eyes as he snapped a photo of Su Feng with his phone. Two henchmen-like figures jogged over. Seeing the yellow-haired youth sitting on the ground in such an eerie posture, they were instantly horrified. They couldn't fathom how, in just 5 minutes, their boss had ended up like this. Brother Chen, should we help you up? One tentatively asked. Damn it, what are you standing around for? Do I need to ask? Get moving. Only after receiving the blonde youth's affirmative response did they dare to act. However, the process of lifting him inevitably involved some rough handling. The sudden, intense pain made him yell out, This hurts like hell. You two idiots. Be more careful. You two are completely useless. When I got beaten like this, where the hell were you? The yellow-haired youth demanded, his eyes bloodshot. The two henchmen immediately panicked. One of them stammered, but you said you saw Miss Gu going up alone to talk to someone. But his companion quickly silenced him with a glare. He changed his story and continued, we suddenly got stomachaches and had to use the restroom. Hearing this, the blonde youth suddenly recalled he had indeed told them not to follow him. If that was the case, he couldn't really blame them. Let's go. Cut the nonsense. Take this young master home. The blonde youth said no more, merely addressing the pair. Seeing this, the two henchmen knew they'd managed to wriggle off the hook. After all, no matter what they claimed, even if the blonde youth had genuinely told them not to follow if he got beaten up, they, as his henchmen, would bear undeniable responsibility. And so, supported by the two henchmen, the blonde youth staggered homeward. Meanwhile, Su Feng and his companions rode the shuttle bus for quite some time before arriving at Villa Number 1. Gazing at the imposing, majestic villa gates before them, Su Feng had a premonition that the furnishings inside would be nothing short of spectacular. But one problem remained, where was the key to their villa? Just as Su Feng was about to pull out his phone to call Eugene Mei, a voice sounded from behind him. Good day. May I ask if you are Mr. Su Feng? Director, you instructed me to hand over the keys to you here, said a middle-aged, refined gentleman dressed in a black tailcoat and white gloves, looking every inch the butler. After Su Feng nodded, the man inserted the key into the lock and gestured 3 times for Su Feng to proceed. Upon entering the villa gates, a bamboo grove came into view, separating the entrance from the main structure like a decorative screen. As the butler led Su Feng and the others along the path on the right, he continued, Hello, I am the villa butler specially assigned to you by Director Yu. I have been overseeing and managing this villa under her ownership. Should you have any questions, please feel free to consult me. I will be happy to provide you with all the information I have. As Su Feng ventured deeper, an arched bridge, flowing water, and gardens came into view. Even on the lawn, several gardeners could be seen tending to the grounds. It was clear that despite the villa's long vacancy, the butler maintained it with impeccable order. Wow! Su Feng, can I come visit you here often? My own home isn't nearly this beautiful. Gu Xinran couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. As if afraid Su Feng might refuse, she added quickly, I can come over whenever, just to keep your sister company. Sure, no problem. But aren't you supposed to be staying at your aunt's place? Are you planning to live here regularly now? Su Feng scratched his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Actually I was planning to stay here with Auntie long term. Don't worry about the rest. Gu Xinran scratched her own head too, clearly surprised Su Feng remembered her earlier words, and responded with a bold, no way. After she finished speaking, a sharp gleam flashed in her eyes. Seeing this, Su Feng said nothing more. Chapter 72, The Impressive Villa. This villa consists of a front yard, the main building, a backyard, and servant quarters at the rear. The total land area exceeds 3 mu, with the main building spanning 3 floors and a combined indoor area of 800 square meters. The villa's interior cleaning is handled by 2 housekeepers, while the front and backyards are tended by 2 additional specialists. Including 2 gardeners and myself, a total of 7 servants manage all affairs within your villa. Su Feng surveyed the surrounding beauty while listening to the butler's introduction. All servant wages are covered by Director Yu. You needn't worry about that. Just as the butler was about to continue, Su Feng spoke thoughtfully, I wonder if there's any kind of shelter facility here, like a bomb shelter? Su Feng clearly feared future terrorist attacks. While he himself was indifferent to the danger, his sister was defenseless. If those villains targeted her, she would be in grave peril. Hearing the question, the butler glanced at Gu Xinran before continuing. Only after Su Feng nodded did he elaborate. 15 meters directly beneath the villa lies a 60 square meter shelter constructed entirely from special materials. Its stored supplies are sufficient for 3 people to survive over 30 days. The thinnest part of the shelter is half a meter thick steel plate, reinforced internally with additional special materials. It's virtually impenetrable, even an energy-focused missile couldn't breach it. The shelter also features an adaptive air purification system, so air quality is never an issue. Both water and electricity are supplied by underground sources, making it a completely self-contained space. Most crucially, accessing this shelter requires triple authentication: a key, iris scan, and fingerprint. No locksmith or hacker, no matter how skilled, could breach this door. At this point, the butler glanced at the 3 people who had become completely absorbed in his words. He smiled faintly and continued, "As long as you remain inside, even a 7th tier awakened would take an extremely long time to breach the defenses. Moreover, besides the passageway from the villa leading to the shelter also connects to a location 1 kilometer away. There's absolutely no need to worry about being trapped inside. This shelter was originally established for Director Yu, built to the highest possible specifications." Listening to the butler's explanation, not only Su Liunian but even Gu Xinran's mouth formed a wide O. While the Gu family possessed similar shelters, theirs paled in comparison to Su Feng's like a mere apprentice beside a master. The scale of the shelter indirectly reflected Eugene Mei's regard for Su Feng. After all, such an enormous project must have consumed an unimaginable number of credit points. Some of the specialized materials required likely couldn't be purchased with money alone. They demanded specific channels. Without them, construction would have been impossible. Its impenetrable exterior, adaptive air circulation system, and self-sustaining utilities functioning even if the villa's power was cut were features rarely found in mansions worth billions. Simultaneously, this meant that should any attack occur, Su Feng need only swiftly guide Su Liunian through a designated access point within the villa into the shelter for complete safety. After all, this is the heart of Dingyuan City, right next to the police headquarters. Even if attackers did arrive, it would be impossible for them to eliminate the Su siblings without raising any alarm, not even if they were 7th or 8th tier awakened. After all, the shelter could withstand the full power output of a 7th tier awakened for over half an hour. Such a massive disturbance would be more than enough to alert both the Dingyuan City Police Headquarters and the City Defense Battalion. Moreover, Su Feng didn't believe the Heaven Stealing Organization or any other terrorist group would dispatch such elite assassins to target him. The absolute limit would be a few 6th tier operatives. After all, this was the heart of Dingyuan City. If terrorists could truly infiltrate such elite operatives here, wouldn't the entire city become their playground? The authorities would never permit such a situation, so Su Feng felt completely at ease. If 7th or 8th tier powerhouses were truly attacking him, it would mean the entire police force and city defense battalion had been wiped out. Otherwise, such an assault would be utterly impossible. At that moment, Su Feng's heart overflowed once more with gratitude toward Eugene Mei. He knew such a sanctuary was likely a precious resource in her hands, yet she had given it to him directly without even emphasizing its value. This alone spoke volumes about the importance she placed on him and Su Liunian, and the care she showed them. Observing Su Feng's expression, the butler instantly realized he had seen through everything. There was no need for further explanation. The butler led Su Feng inside the villa. The first sight to greet them was an enormous crystal chandelier and mahogany sofas, where Chinese and Western styles blended seamlessly, reflecting the villa owner's profound cultural depth. The ceiling height on the first floor alone was a full 5 meters. The first floor has 3 rooms in total. One is for the butler and servants, while the other 2 are guest rooms. The windows all face. The butler proceeded to give Su Feng a detailed introduction to the orientation and style of every room in the entire villa. A moment later, after a brief look around, Su Feng addressed the butler. "You may go now. I'll look around on my own." "Certainly. Should you require anything, just let me know," the butler replied respectfully before departing. "Brother, I want the innermost room upstairs. It has the decor I like. Is that okay?" Su Liunian looked at Su Feng with pleading eyes. Su Feng was now the villa's owner. Before Su Feng could speak, Gu Xinran interjected, "Then I'll take the room closest to the stairs on the 2nd floor. Keep it ready for me anytime." "That's settled." Su Feng had initially agreed to his sister's request without hesitation. But seeing Gu Xinran speak up like this, he was suddenly at a loss. "Big brother, don't you have a home of your own?" Seeming to read the confusion in Su Feng's eyes, Gu Xinran crossed her arms and glared at him. "You have so many rooms here. What's wrong with me staying over occasionally? Don't be so stingy." Hearing this, Su Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. "Sis, we're just high school classmates. Is it really appropriate to just move into someone else's house like this?" Before Su Feng could refuse, Gu Xinran pressed on, "All right, it's settled. I'll move my stuff over from my aunt's place tonight. I mainly want to keep your sister company. It's so lonely for her to be home alone all day." Hearing this, Su Feng could only nod helplessly in agreement. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chapter 73, Contrast. Uncle Fu's voice echoed from the front yard. Young master, it seems the men sent by Director Yu to protect you and the young lady have arrived. Shall I let them in? Fu Chuanqiu was the butler's name, which Su Feng had learned during their conversation while he was showing him around the villa. Hearing Fu Bo's words, Su Feng felt deeply satisfied. He fully savored the sense of being respected and recognized as the head of the household. Su Feng could clearly sense that Fu Bo's respect for him was genuine and sincere, not feigned. At the same time, he understood why Eugene Mei had sent such a butler to serve him. Not only did this man show him profound respect, but since he was sent by Eugene Mei, his loyalty was beyond question. Though he wasn't exactly a busy person, he would likely have plenty to do for quite some time ahead, especially with the college entrance exams approaching. Let them in, Uncle Fu, Su Feng replied gently. If someone showed him an inch of respect, he would return a foot. Then, as if remembering something, he called out, interrupting Uncle Fu's step toward the door, "Oh, bring them here first. Let's get acquainted." Both in terms of courtesy and common sense, since these were people sent by Eugene Mei to protect him, it was only right to meet them first and get to know each other. This might prove unexpectedly beneficial, whether in daily life or when facing danger. Uncle Fu nodded at the instruction. Seeing that Su Feng had no further orders, he turned and departed. About 3 minutes later, the two bodyguards dispatched by Eugene Mei specifically to protect Su Feng and Su Liunian followed behind Fu Bo, one male, one female. The man possessed an ordinary appearance and build the kind that would vanish instantly in a crowd. Standing about 5 feet 9 inches, he exuded a sturdy, dependable presence. His chiseled, resolute features paired with a stern expression put considerable pressure on Su Feng. The female bodyguard was similarly unremarkable in appearance but possessed a slender figure. Like her male counterpart, her face remained expressionless. Were it not for the occasional flash of sharpness in their eyes, Su Feng might have mistaken them for robots. "Young master, please go about your business. Call me anytime if you need anything." Seeing Su Feng's growing interest in the two bodyguards, Fu Bo turned and left without a moment's hesitation. Indeed, just as Uncle Fu had anticipated, Su Feng was now deeply intrigued by these two bodyguards. It wasn't for any particular reason, but rather because they possessed a distinct aura, one that could only be described as a military-like discipline, an air of absolute obedience to orders. Noticing their slight stiffness, Su Feng offered a gentle smile. "Please, take a seat. Make yourselves at home here. Thank you both so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to protect a nobody like me. I'm truly grateful." Hearing Su Feng's words, the two relaxed slightly and sat down on the mahogany sofa. It was worth noting that they sat a fist's width apart, their bottoms barely touching the sofa, sitting stiffly upright. If Su Feng hadn't been so observant, he might have thought they were doing horse stance training. "Reporting to the commander, this is our duty." After sitting down, they spoke in unison, their voices resonating with authority and their gazes unwavering. Beyond responding to Su Feng, they uttered not another word, embodying the professionalism of seasoned bodyguards. Su Feng got the distinct impression that even if he ordered them to die right then and there, they wouldn't hesitate for a second. Witnessing this scene and hearing their words, Su Feng grew increasingly certain that these two were elite operatives Eugene Mei had recruited from some military unit. "Are you two military veterans?" Su Feng knew that if he didn't speak up, they might just sit there dumbly for an entire day. So he asked. "Yes." The man and woman nodded simultaneously, speaking in unison once more. Yet after their reply, silence fell again. Su Feng raised an eyebrow and addressed them in a softer tone. "Would you mind introducing yourselves?" "Commander, I'm Long Chiu Yue. I come from the 3rd Squad of Director Yu's Personal Guard Unit, where I also serve as Deputy Squad Leader. I'm an early-stage 6th-tier awakened individual with a sequence ability related to assassination." The female bodyguard spoke first, her voice clear and resonant as she reported to Su Feng. "Commander, I am Chen Jinnan from the 2nd Squad of Director Yu's Personal Guard. I also serve as the squad leader for both the 2nd and 3rd Squads. I am a mid-stage 6th-tier awakened with a sequence ability related to stealth." The male bodyguard followed immediately, his voice equally loud, as if whoever spoke softly would lose. Observing the two still addressing him with subordinate deference, Su Feng poured them each a cup of tea before saying, "No need to be so formal. Once you're here, treat it like your own home. There's no need to bring those military habits with you. Here, I'm not your commander, and you're not my subordinates. We're friends, interacting as equals. Relax." Su Feng had expected it would take them a while to adjust. He hadn't counted on them changing their attitude toward him just because of a casual remark. He hadn't anticipated this at all. The moment Su Feng finished speaking, both men instantly relaxed their posture. Their sitting positions were no longer stiff and formal, and their entire demeanor changed completely. "Ha ha ha. Team Leader Chen, you misjudged us. I told you the person we're protecting wouldn't have any of those bad habits. And someone who caught Boss Yu's I couldn't possibly have the flaws you mentioned." Lang Qiuyue relaxed completely, even crossing her legs. "Remember to transfer me 3,000 credit points. Don't forget." Chen Jinnan shook his head, speaking with resignation. "You win. The credits will be transferred." But his words abruptly halted mid-sentence. He shot Lang Choyue a puzzled look. Little Lang, didn't we bet 1,500 credit points? When did it double? I'm not paying you the extra. Lang Choyue smiled faintly. Brother Chen, have you forgotten that you doubled the stakes yourself after seeing the butler when you entered? Surely you're not going to renege on your word to this humble lady now?
Before Chen Jinnan could respond, Lang Choyue continued, backing out isn't impossible, but if the members of the second and third squads find out about this, hey.
Fine. I just forgot earlier it wasn't intentional.
Chen Jinnan suddenly recalled the butler's demeanor, which had convinced him Su Feng must be some arrogant young master from a prestigious family. That SYED doubled the bet with Lang Choyue without a second thought, never dreaming he'd lose so decisively.
Chen Jinnan bit his lip, conflicted. Can I pay you next month when I get my salary?
You know I've spent all my money lately on resources and advancing my awakening level. Indeed, just a week prior, he had poured every last credit he'd saved over half a year into strengthening his abilities.
Hearing this, Lang Choyue didn't press the issue.
She clearly understood Chen Jinnan was genuinely strapped for cash. Giving her a few thousand more credit points would leave him scraping by for the rest of the month. Seeming to catch the confusion in Su Feng's eyes, she explained, the two of us.
Chapter 74, Brother Dung. Before boss you sent us here, we made a bet. If you turned out to be the arrogant type, I'd give Brother Chen 1,500 credit points. If not, he'd give me 1,500 credit points.
Lang Choyue's voice was as pleasant as a lark's song, gentle and melodious. Lang Choyue watched Chen Jinnan's lips twitch slightly, covered her mouth to stifle a smile, and added, then, when he saw the attitude of your butler, plus all those gardeners and groundskeepers in the villa courtyard, he became even more convinced you were the arrogant young master he imagined. So he doubled our bet outright. The rest, as they say, is history.
Ha. Su Liuyan couldn't hold back her laughter beside them. Goodness, who would ever guess that about her brother? Su Feng had always been dignified and unassuming since childhood.
She couldn't imagine what he'd be like if he truly acted like an arrogant, spoiled young master from a prestigious family.
Noticing the awkwardness in Chen Jinnan's eyes, Su Liuyan shot him an apologetic glance. My deepest apologies, but this is just too hilarious.
Ha. They say laughter is contagious, and both Lang Choyue and Su Feng beside her joined in the laughter. Watching the three before him, Chen Jinnan felt increasingly awkward, his toes digging into the floor as if trying to carve out a 4-bedroom apartment. If there had been a crack in the floor, he would have wished he could crawl right through it. Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't last long. Su Feng's curiosity got the better of him. Why did you think that about me? Didn't you check with Grandma Yu about me before coming? He hadn't considered this possibility earlier, but after hearing about Lang Choyue and Chen Jinnan's wager, the question came naturally. Normally, someone of Yu Jinmei's status and position would be thorough in everything she did. There was no reason she would have overlooked this. As for Lang Choyue and Chen Jinnan for getting information about him? Even less likely. When it came to protecting people, they were undoubtedly professionals, otherwise, they wouldn't have made it into Yu Jinmei's personal guard. Moreover, as two 6th-tier masters, their memories were undoubtedly sharp. It was simply impossible for them to have forgotten. Which left only one explanation: Yu Jinmei, for some reason, had deliberately withheld her own intelligence from them. Chen Jinnan rolled his eyes and retorted, why do you think I think that? Anyone who takes down enemies several tiers above them has pride. Being arrogant is only natural, right? Especially for a prodigy like you who leaps multiple tiers at once. Do you really think it's possible to not have any arrogance? Add to that your villa's butler and gardeners, they clearly embody the demeanor of a young master from a prominent family. How could an ordinary person afford such a luxurious villa right next to the downtown police station? It's obvious you're the scion of a powerful clan, with both influence and pedigree. Why wouldn't someone like that be brimming with pride? Chen Jinnan paused mid-sentence, pouring himself another cup of tea to moisten his throat. Chen Jinnan looked at the others and continued, so why wouldn't I place the sure-win bet? I'm not some fool who turns down money. Who in their right mind would complain about having too little? Money is always better in larger quantities. Before Su Feng could respond, Chen Jinnan pressed on, Su, do you think my reasoning holds water? Why aren't you the person I described? Hearing Chen Jinnan's words, Su Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Your calculations are indeed sound, even highly plausible. But I've never been the person you imagined me to be. In other words, your starting point was flawed from the very beginning. At Su Feng's words, both Chen Jinnan and Lang Choyue perked up their ears. Only Su Liuyan had wandered off somewhere, clearly uninterested in the ensuing conversation. It was hardly surprising. Having grown up alongside Su Feng since childhood, she probably knew whether he was about to fart or take a dump the moment he shifted his hips. Su Feng licked his slightly dry lips and began, first off, this villa belongs to Grandma Yu, not me. Second, I'm not some big shot from a prestigious family like you make me out to be. And third, my ability to defeat opponents far above my level has never been solely down to my own skills, it's largely thanks to others' help. Now tell me, what gives me the right to be arrogant in front of you? Su Feng's words sent shockwaves through both of them, like a tidal wave overturning their entire worldview.
Chen Jinnan's body trembled slightly, while Lang Choyue opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Is this what a peerless genius looks like? They exchanged glances, each seeing the same shock in the other's eyes. What's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Did I say something wrong? Su Feng looked at the silent pair, completely unaware of the profound shock his words had caused. Little did he know that instead of making Chen Jinnan and Lang Choyue think he was weak, his words had actually elevated his standing in their eyes. The reason was simple. Had Su Feng been born into one of those elite clans or major factions, raised from childhood amidst countless rare treasures and geniuses, then awakened with extraordinary sequence abilities even capable of defeating enemies several tiers above his own, that would have been far more acceptable than his own account. After all, someone born into such elite circles might well possess a few hidden treasures capable of harming 5th-tier awakened beings. It wouldn't be surprising if those very artifacts had aided Su Feng in defeating opponents far above his level. But now Su Feng claimed he was just an ordinary person from an ordinary family? That was simply hard to swallow. In this world, the resources available to ordinary people were incomparable to the resources and treatment afforded to geniuses within those elite factions. The resources consumed by ordinary people were but a drop in the bucket compared to theirs. This meant Su Feng had always relied solely on his own abilities to fund his level-jumping kills. As for his claim of relying on others, where he supposedly played only a supporting role, they didn't believe a word of it. After all, even without detailed intelligence on Su Feng, his legendary feats of defeating far stronger opponents had spread like wildfire throughout the entire Special Operations Bureau of Xizang Province. It was impossible for them not to know. Given this knowledge, they simply couldn't accept Su Feng's claim of being a support. Forget how many times he'd defeated higher-level enemies. What kind of support role consistently secures the kill in such battles? That was clearly ridiculous, like he was trying to make fun of them. No way. You're definitely one of those super low-key geniuses, right? Heh, we all get it. No need to explain so much to us, we understand. Chen Jinnan flatly dismissed Su Feng's claims, clearly not believing a single word, especially the part about him playing support. Exactly. Don't be so humble, you make us look like fools. Lang Choyue smiled wryly. Seeing the utter distrust in their eyes, Su Feng felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Why did no one ever believe him when he told the truth? But seeing their smiles, Su Feng returned a faint one of his own. At least he'd made himself clear. If they ever found out the truth, well, that would be their problem. Chapter 75, Gu Xinran's Distrust. Pick whichever 2 rooms you want. Take your pick. My sister and I will take the 2 innermost rooms on the 2nd floor. Su Feng sidestepped the topic and added, there's also a shelter down here. If anything happens, we can all hide in there. The shelter keys still need iris scans and fingerprints programmed. I haven't sorted that out yet. It'll take a while before I can show you around. Hearing Su Feng address practical matters, Lang Choyue and Chen Jinnan instantly adopted serious expressions, shifting into bodyguard mode. No problem. I'll take a room on the 1st floor, and little Lang can stay next door to you on the 2nd floor. This way, we can effectively protect you in case of an attack. It was as if only in this moment were they truly themselves, the earlier chatter and jokes merely a dream. Su Feng observed this without comment, merely nodding before continuing, I've crossed the Heaven Stealing Organization. I even took out the terrorist leader's own granddaughter. In the days ahead, I'm afraid I'll be relying heavily on both of you. I'm deeply grateful. After all, he wasn't trained in protection work. Professional tasks were best left to professionals. Moreover, Su Feng believed Chen Jinnan's plan made sense. If the villa came under attack, the 1st floor would be breached first. Chen Jinnan, stationed downstairs, possessed greater strength and could hold them off longer. Should the enemy prove overwhelming, Chen Jinnan could cover Su Feng and the others' retreat to the underground shelter. Conversely, he could rely on his own formidable strength to hold out until Lang Choyue and Su Feng arrived with reinforcements. Upon hearing that Su Feng had eliminated the granddaughter of the Daotian organization's leader, neither Lang Choyue nor Chen Jinnan showed any emotional reaction. Perhaps, in their eyes, the granddaughter of the Daotian leader held little significance. What Su Feng hadn't anticipated, however, was the storm of turmoil that once again surged within Chen Jinnan and Lang Choyue. How does this guy keep crossing such troublesome figures? How did he manage to take out the Daotian organization's own granddaughter? Good grief, no wonder Eugene May sent these 2 over. The 2 exchanged glances, each seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. Su Feng continued, would you like to look around the villa? Chen Jinnan nodded and led Lang Choyue on a tour of the villa, inspecting every corner as if surveying their territory. Moments later, after Lang Choyue and Chen Jinnan finished inspecting the villa's interior, Chen Jinnan spoke first, let's head to the villa's courtyard to get a sense of the terrain. It might come in handy if we encounter any trouble later. Su Feng nodded in agreement. There was no need for formalities on this matter, it was simply part of their duty. After all, gaining more knowledge about the terrain could increase their chances of survival if they ever faced real danger. Seeing Su Feng's nod, Chen Jinnan and Lang Choyue prepared to leave.
Watching their retreating figures, Su Feng seemed to recall something and called after them, "If you encounter anything unfamiliar, feel free to ask Uncle Fu directly. He's been the butler of this villa for years and knows far more than I do. As I mentioned earlier, I only arrived at this villa today myself and am not particularly familiar with it either."
"Alright," Lang Qiuyue replied from behind.
The room fell silent.
"Su Feng, were those two people sent by Director Yu specifically to protect you?" Gu Xinran's voice carried a hint of admiration. "You're truly impressive. To earn Director Yu's favor, you know, many describe her as warm on the outside but cold within. She seems easy to get along with, but in reality, you're one of the few who can truly reach her heart. It seems you truly are that kind of extraordinary genius. Otherwise, your safety wouldn't be taken so seriously." Hearing Gu Xinran's praise, Su Feng scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm no unparalleled genius. All this is thanks to Grandma Yu." Gu Xinran rolled her eyes at his response. "Stop fooling yourself. You're a once-in-a-lifetime genius. What's the point of deceiving yourself? Don't get so used to it that you actually start believing your own lies." Gu Xinran clearly didn't believe a word of what Su Feng said. After all, if he weren't a prodigy, he likely wouldn't have earned Eugene Mei's profound regard even after inadvertently saving her life. If Su Feng were just an ordinary person with average talent, after saving Eugene Mei, she would most likely have arranged for someone to send him a lifetime's worth of cultivation resources. At most, she might have intervened once or twice when he encountered danger. It was utterly impossible for her to repeatedly send people to protect him whenever he faced mortal danger, as she was doing now. Consider the newly arrived Chen Jinnan and Lang Qiuyue both 6th-tier experts. Such masters remain dominant figures even in Dingyuan City. Even within the Gu family, the foremost of Dingyuan's 3 great clans, few possess such power, let alone a young, peak-level expert appearing to be in his 30s. Yet even they had been dispatched specifically to protect Su Feng and Su Liunyuan. This clearly reflected Eugene Mei's high expectations and regard for Su Feng's future. Hearing Gu Xinran's words, Su Feng instantly lost the will to argue. After all, he had already said everything he needed to say. Ring, ring. Su Feng's phone rang again, Eugene Mei's voice coming through. "How do you like the villa? Are you satisfied with the people Grandma sent to protect you and Liunyuan?" "Very satisfied, thank you, Grandma." Su Feng replied promptly, but hesitated before adding, "Isn't it a waste of their talents to protect me? Surely there are places where they're needed more? Why not send them back and just assign a couple of people to watch over me and Liunyuan? This is downtown Dingyuan City. I doubt any terrorist group would dare make a big move here." But Su Feng's suggestion was immediately shot down by Eugene Mei. "Stop wasting Grandma's time with nonsense. It's settled they're staying with you. Oh, and you should try sparring more with those 2 youngsters, Chen Jinnan and Lang Qiuyue. They're both exceptionally strong, at least compared to your current level. You might even learn a thing or two while sparring with them." "I've got things to attend to here, so I'll have to cut this short." "Alright." Su Feng nodded in response. After hanging up, Su Feng lowered his head thoughtfully. Chapter 76, Showing Their Teeth. 50 kilometers outside Dingyuan City, atop an unfinished building. The moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars while crows flew south. A fine drizzle fell from the sky, bringing a hint of coolness. A squad of black-clad figures leapt from a special magnetic levitation vehicle. Their expressions were solemn, faces partially concealed. They moved without a sound, as if preparing for a highly classified operation. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed near Manhwa's ears. He whipped around abruptly, hissing, "Who's there? Who's that?" But before his words had fully faded, the leader made a shushing gesture. Manhwa instinctively tried to resist. But the fist he swung with all his strength was caught effortlessly in the leader's single hand. Manhwa stared at him, his expression heavy. Just as he prepared to activate his sequence ability, he felt his fist suddenly release. The man stepped back 2 paces and said in a deep voice, "I am Huang Shanha, captain of the 1st Brigade of the City Defense Corps. Behind me are my team members and police officers." "You're Manhwa? You're the one who tipped off your chief and summoned us here, correct?" Huang Shanha removed his mask, revealing his true face. His piercing eyes locked onto Manhwa's, staring intently. Manhwa instinctively lowered his gaze, unable to meet the stare. But upon hearing the question, he quickly replied, "That's correct. The headquarters of the Heaven Stealing Organization is inside." "Is everyone here?" Manhwa glanced behind Huang Shanha and frowned upon seeing the sparse reinforcements. Before he could speak, Huang Shanha cut in, "Don't underestimate these men. I'm not bragging, but any one of them could easily beat you to a pulp. These are the elite forces from Dingyuan City Police Headquarters and our City Defense Battalion. Your chief really trusts you, huh? During the upcoming battle, you must follow my commands at all times. Otherwise, I won't hold back." As if to emphasize Huang Shanha's point, the City Defense Battalion members behind him deliberately let their aura flare. Huang Shanha cut them off immediately. "Calm yourselves. Do you want the Thief Heaven organization to spot us?" Yet the pride flickering in Huang Shanha's eyes betrayed him. He had deliberately allowed his men to display their strength, though Manhwa couldn't quite pinpoint the reason.
Most likely, besides wanting to show off to Manhwa and dampen his genius's sharp edge, there was another hidden layer, ensuring Manhwa would hear his commands during battle. In combat, disobedience could turn a certain victory into defeat, allowing the enemy to seize an opening and turn the tide. Geniuses like Manhwa were especially difficult to manage. Huang Shanha needed to subdue him first, otherwise, he risked danger in the battles ahead. All right. Manhwa nodded at the group before him. He understood this was a show of force meant to intimidate him, but he had no recourse. The reason was simple: his strength was insufficient. The moment the words left his mouth, Manhwa was pulled into the police force's ranks by their members. Concern flickered in each pair of eyes. They feared Huang Shanha might crush him completely, which would be a massive loss for their department. But they were clearly overthinking it. Manhwa wasn't the type to be easily crushed. In his eyes, they were just a bunch of older folks with little potential. According to Manhwa's intelligence, the headquarters of the Heaven Thieves organization lies beneath the nearby building. Reliable sources indicate only 3 7th-tier experts reside within, along with their leader, a late-stage 7th-tier master. With our current numbers, we certainly can't wipe out every last member of the Heaven Thieves. Besides, our original objective was to weaken their combat strength as much as possible. Once we take out their top brass, they'll cease to be a threat. Huang Shanha spoke with confidence, clearly no stranger to handling such situations. Most importantly, he possessed far more intelligence than any other member present. Huang Shanha paused, glancing around to confirm no objections before continuing. I can hold off the organization's leader. The rest of you must tie up the other 7th-tier members. As for the 6th-tier and lower stragglers, there's absolutely no need to worry. The City Defense Corps and the Police Department have deployed substantial forces throughout this area specifically to prevent remnants of the Sky Thieves organization from scattering and causing further damage. Manhwa listened to Huang Shanha's words and couldn't help but scratch his head. He couldn't fathom why this guy in front of him could be so confident about holding off or even taking down the leader of the Sky Thieves organization. Huang Shanha just didn't look like the type of super elite fighter. Seeming to catch the confusion in Manhwa's eyes, Huang Shanha explained, our battalion commander procured a device capable of sealing off all free-floating energy within a 5-kilometer radius. Its primary function, however, is to cap the maximum ability level in this area at Tier 6. In other words, it suppresses ability levels. Even after hearing Huang Shanha's explanation, Manhwa still found a point of doubt. He looked at Huang Shanha and asked, doesn't that mean our abilities are all suppressed to level 6 or below? For the other members of the Sky Thieves organization, once our strength drops to that level, even if we can defeat or even kill their leader, how the hell are we supposed to get out of this godforsaken place afterward? Huang Shanha responded with a faint smile, taking a deep drag on the cigarette dangling from his lips before exhaling a cloud of smoke that filled the air. Huang Shanha replied, I specialize in physical cultivation. My body has already reached the level of a 7th-tier awakened being. Dealing with an awakened being who's lost energy replenishment and had their awakening level suppressed to 6th tier is as easy as pie. Do you understand now? At these words, Manhwa's eyes widened abruptly, staring at Huang Shanha like dead fish eyes. Outwardly calm, Manhwa's inner world was churning with shock. This guy was actually a physical cultivation specialist? It was common knowledge that physical cultivation progressed even slower than awakener cultivation. One had to painstakingly temper and refine their body while constantly replenishing vital energy through medicines prescribed by renowned physicians. For a physical cultivator, reaching the 1st-tier standard to advance to the 2nd tier required 3 to 5 times more resources than a typical awakener needed to progress from Tier 1 to 2. This scarcity explains why few awakened focus on physical cultivation who would deliberately choose a path hindered by resource constraints or inherent vitality limitations when faster advancement exists. Yet the reason some awakeners persistently pursue physical cultivation is straightforward: the combat prowess of physical awakening practitioners is exceptionally formidable. At comparable levels, they can effortlessly defeat ordinary awakened individuals, remaining utterly unafraid even when facing overwhelming numbers. Seeing Manhwa remain silent, Huang Shanha continued issuing commands. Shaoli and Yusu, stay on the outer perimeter to prevent any overly powerful awakened from escaping. Minimize casualties among the outer city defense garrison troops and police force personnel. As he spoke, he glanced twice at the man and woman positioned in the center of the group, signaling them with his eyes. Brother Nian and Brother Zhang, you'll be joining me. Your task is to hold off the remaining high-tier awakened. I'll focus on taking down the leader of the Heaven Stealing organization. Everyone else, wait outside. Huang Shanha spoke slowly, showing no regard for Manhwa. Hearing his name omitted, Manhwa grew impatient. He had come seeking vengeance. How could he be barred from entering? What kind of nonsense was this? What about me? I'm going in with you too. Chapter 77, Reluctance. Hearing this, Huang Shanha's lips twitched slightly, revealing a barely perceptible flicker of concern that he quickly concealed. You couldn't even defeat the weakest among us. What would you do inside? Get in the way? Do you want us distracted protecting you, giving the Thieves Heaven organization a chance to turn the tables? Huang Shanha shoved Manhwa aside, gripping his shoulders tightly with both hands, his piercing gaze fixed intently on him.
Huang Shanhe clearly didn't want Manhwa tagging along.
As he'd stated, even the weakest member of their team could easily crush Manhwa. Bringing him along would be nothing but a liability. Though it might seem impressive that 8 of them could wipe out the organization's high command, each member had been meticulously selected by the police commissioner and the city defense battalion commander. While their average awakening level barely reached Tier 6, their overall combat prowess was hardly inferior to that of Tier 6 awakened individuals. It was precisely because of this the police chief felt confident enough to send them to wipe out the Sky Thieves organization, even with this isolated deep strike operation. Manhwa twisted his body, prying open the hands clamped tightly on his shoulders. He flexed his numb limbs slightly before responding with bloodshot eyes, "I have to go in. I have to avenge my brother." His voice grew increasingly furious as he spoke, on the verge of losing control and unleashing his sequence ability. That's when Huang Shanhe delivered a sudden, powerful kick. Manhwa flew backward at least 5 meters, crashing to the ground in an uncertain state. The fierce aura that had filled the room vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. Approaching closer, a large, muddy shoe print stained with black sludge was visible on his chest, looking utterly filthy. Seeing this, everyone present flinched. The commander of this operation was truly ruthless. Even the police faction remained silent. Only the 2 men Huang Shanhe had just called Little Li and Yusu stepped forward to carry Manhwa aside for treatment. Watching the unconscious Manhwa, Huang Shanhe sighed inwardly. Outwardly, however, he wore a scornful expression, his voice dripping with contempt as he declared, "I despise you self-important geniuses who flaunt your talents without knowing your place. You walk around thinking you're the king of the world, acting like you're second only to the heavens themselves. All you do is cause trouble for others. Frankly, you're nothing but a clown." With that, Huang Shanhe vanished into the night with his men, racing toward the headquarters of the heaven-stealing organization that Manhwa had revealed. Meanwhile, inside the leader's chamber at the Daotian organization headquarters, the entire room was pitch black, illuminated only by the faint glow of a few oil lamps pressed against the walls, barely enough to make out the surroundings. A massive oval table stood in the center, its surface bare yet engraved with mysterious runes that sent a chill down one's spine. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the chamber. Following the source of the sound, 2 figures came into view. One of them was kneeling directly on the floor. "Imins, what the hell were you thinking? Sending my granddaughter on such a dangerous mission? You wouldn't even dare take it yourself. Are you out of your mind?" A deep voice boomed from the high seat, its owner cloaked and unseen, a vibrant, multicolored ring adorning their hand. The sound reverberated throughout the chamber. Imins knelt trembling on the floor, not daring to move an inch or utter another word. He knew that if he didn't argue or resist now, he might still have a sliver of chance to survive. It wasn't his initial decision to send the chieftain's granddaughter on the mission. Only after facing fierce opposition that proved futile had he reluctantly dispatched her. On this point, at least, he held the moral high ground. If he dared utter a single word of defiance and displease the leader before him, it was entirely possible the other would crush him into dust with a single slap. Now, Imins could only silently plead with the chieftain before him to spare him, considering his efforts, however futile, had at least been made. After all, the young lady's death couldn't be entirely blamed on him. "You ing bastard. Aren't you usually so good at scheming? Isn't your tongue sharp as a razor? Speak up. You piece of. You think I won't kill you right now?" Seeing Imins' head pressed motionless against the floor, the figure in the seat of authority suddenly kicked him hard in the back. When Imins finally regained his senses, 2 fresh handprints adorned his cheeks. Though unbearable pain radiated throughout his body, he remained utterly silent, his gaze fixed earnestly upon the leader before him. Moments later, just as the leader raised his hand, gathering strength to strike Imins into dust, Imins hurriedly dropped to one knee and cried out, "I'm sorry. It was my incompetence that led to the young lady's death. This is all my fault. Had I been more resolute in stopping her from undertaking the mission, none of this would have happened." But upon hearing Imins' words, the leader grew even angrier. "Are you blaming Xiaomin?" Shaking his head vigorously, Imins replied, "Not at all. I truly blame myself for failing to stop the young lady." Before the leader could respond, Imins pleaded earnestly, his gaze so sincere it demanded belief. "I beg you, leader, grant me permission to avenge the young lady before I follow her." Seeing no response from the leader before him, Imins swiftly drew the dagger inlaid with a blue gem from his waist and produced a contract from somewhere unknown. "Rip." Imins gripped the dagger tightly with his palm, sliding the blade downward. Bright red blood dripped from the dagger onto the parchment. "I swear. Once I've avenged the young lady, whether I live or die is entirely up to you, Chief. Please grant me one more chance." Imins pleaded, his gaze fixed on the leader before him with unflinching devotion. Seeing this, a fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of murderous intent flashed in the leader's eyes. "This boy must not be spared. Fine, I'll give you one more chance. If within 3 days I don't see the head of the murderer who killed my granddaughter, I'll personally twist your head off and kick it like a ball." However, outwardly, he reeled back all the energy he had unleashed. Though Imins had committed an unforgivable error, he still had his uses. Moreover, since it wasn't entirely intentional, the leader was prepared to give him one last chance to prove himself.
But after the task was completed,
well, the main reason was that the heaven-stealing organization currently had few operatives available, especially among the high-tier awakened. The vast majority of them were deployed to counter-encircle the police station and city defense garrison forces that had launched an assault. Assassinating Su Feng required infiltrating Dingyuan City, which meant the task could only be assigned to a high-tier awakened.
Bai Min's fit that requirement perfectly.
Yes. I guarantee mission completion. Bai Min's responded immediately, his voice thick with gratitude. After the leader dismissed him, he hurriedly exited the room. Turning to wipe the icy chill from his forehead, he hurried away. But in the instant he turned away, a shadow flickered in his eyes. You old bastard. It was your own granddaughter who courted death, yet now you blame me.
You want revenge for your granddaughter, huh? I'll make sure you never get it.
In truth, Bai Min's knew full well the leader was using him as a disposable tool, the kind discarded the moment he was no longer needed.
Chapter 78, Manhwa Awakens, Infiltration.
Watching Bai Min's retreating figure, the leader's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile.
As if I don't know what you're thinking, you traitorous dog.
With a wave of his hand, a shadow materialized on the wall before him. But strangely, no one stood before the leader. Moreover, the angles of the light sources didn't align with where the shadow should have appeared. In other words, this shadow had materialized out of thin air. The leader spoke calmly. First, send that dog to probe the strength of Su Feng's guards. If conditions permit, then you step in and take Su Feng out directly. As for Bai Min's, that dog needn't be spared either. From the start, he had observed Bai Min's demeanor.
From a normal person's perspective, being falsely accused would inevitably provoke cries of innocence. Yet Bai Min's expression was one of complete acceptance of guilt. The quietest dogs are the ones that bite. The moment Bai Min showed no reaction, the leader had already issued his death sentence. As for whether Bai Min's was truly innocent, the leader hadn't given it a second thought. Either way, he was destined to die and be buried alongside his granddaughter. If he'd died quietly at Su Feng's hands, it would have been preferable. Bai Min's could never have imagined that even before he harbored any thoughts of betrayal, the leader had already sealed his fate. Had he known it was his own excessive obedience that had aroused suspicion, he would have regretted it bitterly. Yes. A faint, ethereal voice echoed.
When he looked again, the shadow had vanished. After a long while, a deep sigh echoed through the room, soon fading into silence once more. At the unfinished building. Watching the still unconscious Manhwa, the two guards stationed outside couldn't help but feel helpless. Huang Shanha had just ordered them to secure the perimeter, preventing any overly powerful awakened from breaking through to the police station or the city defense camp. But given the current situation, how could they spare any manpower? Manhwa lay before them, sleeping like a dead pig. They had no choice but to assign one of them to tend to him. Manhwa didn't look like someone who'd been knocked out at all. If someone said he'd fallen asleep on his own, people might actually believe it. Brotherly, how about we find a safer spot to stash this guy first? Then we can split up. Once Brother Huang and the others start moving, if he stays like this, we might not have time to catch anyone. Yuzu spoke up, I have spell scrolls on me.
If it comes down to it, we can just use one on him. The camp will reimburse us for any losses anyway.
After hearing Yuzu's suggestion, Shaoli pondered briefly before agreeing. Then we'll leave him here and use a spell scroll. We'll wake him up after we finish our mission and leave together. Before Yuzu could activate the scroll, Shaoli interjected, will this scroll even work? We don't want to come back only to bury him. That'd be a total waste of effort. Yuzu narrowed her eyes, glanced around, and murmured, this scroll isn't exceptionally rare, but it's nearly impossible for any beast or awakened below 5th rank to break through.
Crucially, it also has a concealment function.
Beyond a 10-meter radius of its activation, even a 7th rank awakened couldn't detect us here. Trust me. Even if he wakes up, he won't be able to break through this spell's range. He'll just have to wait here for us to return.
Beyond that, he can't do anything.
Hearing Yuzu's words, Shaoli no longer hesitated.
It's settled then.
What they failed to notice, however, was that as they spoke, Manhwa's eyelids fluttered slightly before sinking back into stillness, as if the moment had been nothing but an illusion. Once Yuzu finished casting the spell scroll, the two swiftly headed toward their prearranged defensive positions, fearing any delay might lead to more serious consequences.
Moments later,
a faint voice echoed within the spell scroll's range.
I will avenge you.
Manhwa produced a coat of peculiar design from somewhere, draping it over his shoulders before resolutely stepping out of the orange-yellow light barrier that had materialized around him.
Not a single obstacle hindered him during this time.
After an unknown period, the rain in the sky grew heavier, pouring down relentlessly.
Rumble.
The flash of lightning revealed the silhouettes of a group of people in the nearby forest.
Wang Quan, be careful during the fight. Your injuries might not be fully healed yet. If things get too tricky, just retreat immediately. Leave everything else to us. A woman's voice rang out. Wang Quan waved his hand dismissively. Don't I know my own body better than anyone? Relax. Just watch me perform in a bit. Wang Quan had been nearly killed by the zombies brought by the Daotian organization last time.
Ever since, he'd been seething with pent-up rage, which was precisely why he insisted on joining this mission.
Glaring at the organization's headquarters, a flash of hatred flickered in Wang Quan's eyes. You all. I couldn't handle those zombies, but you think I can't take care of a bunch of useless trash like you? They're all inside. Operation commences. At that command, everyone snapped into combat readiness, fully prepared.
Now, all they needed was the signal to tear the entire heaven-stealing organization to shreds.
Chapter 79, Drawing Fire. Ming, you handle the guard on the left. The one on the right is mine. Huang Shanha observed the entrance to the abandoned building where the heaven thieves were holed up.
Xiao Chun, take out that hidden sentry.
We need to move fast. If they react and activate their defensive formations, breaking through will be tough. Even if we do get in, they'll probably have already fled. Huang Shanha added.
Ming and Xiao Chun nodded solemnly.
The next instant, both vanished without a trace beside Huang Shanha.
Neither he nor his teammates batted an eye after all. This was precisely what these two were trained for. Before long, the guards who had been chatting idly moments ago vanished without a trace. The hidden sentry had clearly noticed this. Just as he prepared to report to headquarters, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He instinctively wiped at it, sensing a sticky substance, followed by an overwhelming wave of dizziness. He tried to shout about enemy intrusion, but no sound came out. A voice echoed faintly in his ear, breathe deeply, breathe deeply. Relax. It's normal to feel some pain at first. It'll pass soon. As the voice faded, the sentry's desperate urge to scream only intensified. Yet all it achieved was accelerating the gush of blood spurting from his own throat. Soon, the glimmer in his pupils faded. Until his final breath, he never knew who had taken him down. After completing the deed, Chun used his flashlight to signal Huang Shanha in the distance to advance. Seeing this, Huang Shanha led his men straight into the headquarters of the Heaven Stealing Organization through the pipeline indicated by their inside contact. However, before this, while his men were sneaking in to take out the guards, Huang Shanha had already activated a special device. This ensured that no one from the nearby Daotian organization could absorb energy. It wasn't that Huang Shanha's group was weaker than the organization's headquarters, it was simply the safest approach. When dealing with such a terrifying organization, it was best to eliminate them in one decisive strike. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. Huang Shanha's group proceeded smoothly through the pipes into the organization's headquarters. Just as they began to relax, an unexpected alarm suddenly blared. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Hearing the commotion nearby, Huang Shanha furrowed his brow. He couldn't fathom why the alarm had been triggered despite his extreme caution. Could there be a mole within their ranks? But Huang Shanha quickly shook his head, dismissing the impractical notion. The reason this notion was implausible was simple: every member present had been handpicked from the police force and city guard battalion. While not the strongest, they were undoubtedly the most loyal to both institutions. Chen Feng, stick to the plan. Take 2 men and flank directly through the passage on the right. Remember, if you encounter enemies you can't overpower, wait for our next move to take them down together. Don't try to be a hero. Huang Shanha, the battle-hardened captain of the City Defense Corps' 1st Brigade, proved his mettle in this critical moment by issuing the most prudent command possible. The rest of you follow me to draw enemy fire from the front, creating an opening for Chen Feng and his team. Attention! Do not linger in combat. If we suffer excessive casualties against these low-level minions, we'll be at a severe disadvantage when facing the higher-ups of the Heaven Stealing Organization. Seeing the eager faces of his men, Huang Shanha's heart tightened. This reckless excitement was dangerous. Even in a seemingly assured victory, countless factors could sway the outcome. One careless mistake could cost someone their life. Yes. The group answered in unison, understanding Huang Shanha was speaking for their own good. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed from the end of the passage ahead. Judging by the sound, at least 20 enemies were approaching. Soon, 2 squads clad in black, their expressions hostile, appeared before them, locking eyes in a standoff. Neither side made the first move. Xiaoyu, cast an enhancement spell on us, Huang Shanha commanded calmly and methodically. The rest of you unleash your strongest awakened abilities in this quickly. The moment the order fell, Xiaoyu swung her staff, murmuring mystical incantations as she began buffing the entire group. In the blink of an eye, every squad member was layered with a multitude of beneficial buffs. Seeing the moment ripe, Huang Shanha roared, attack, igniting the entire battlefield. The scene erupted in a blaze of fire. One cast a fireball spell, its diameter swelling to a full meter as if he were rolling a spiral ball in his hands. The orb grew larger and larger, reaching nearly 2 meters before he grimaced and unleashed it directly at the crowd blocking his path. 2 other players coordinated flawlessly, one shrouded the area in complete darkness, while the assassin behind them vanished into the shadows, silently moving through the gloom to take down the cloaked figures one by one. The most outrageous display came from Huang Shanha wielding his colossal sword. He commanded flying blades like an immortal cultivator, their razor-sharp edges mercilessly reaping the lives of the black-robed figures blocking his path.
Even these black-robed figures were no pushovers, mounting effective resistance swiftly. But consider this, the combat prowess of 4th-tier awakened beings those forcibly elevated to this rank was inherently feeble. To Huang Shanhe, who had cultivated his strength through genuine effort, slaughtering them felt as effortless as eating or drinking. Don't kill me, I surrender. I'll slaughter every last one of you. Screams and curses echoed in rapid succession. Their severed limbs littered the ground, entrails spilled like a grotesque painting, the stench of blood so thick even Huang Shanhe, who suffered from chronic rhinitis, could clearly smell that distinct rusty odor. In less than half a minute, the battle ended. Huang Shanhe's squad suffered 0 casualties, and the bloodstains on their uniforms belonged solely to the black-robed figures. Move out. Everyone follow me. Huang Shanhe, seeing no one left to block their advance, urged them forward. You all did splendidly just now. Keep clearing out these troublesome trash at that pace. I'll recommend you for commendation when we return. With that, Huang Shanhe led his squad deeper into the heart of the Heaven-stealing organization. His mission was clear: draw the attention of the organization's higher-ups to create an opening for Chen Feng and the others to strike from the shadows. Just as planned, Huang Shanhe's group advanced smoothly, making as much noise as possible along the way. They successfully caught the attention of the organization's higher-ups. But just as Huang Shanhe's squad prepared to advance further, they encountered a tough nut to crack. Chapter 80, The Fool. Huang Shanhe had been dispatching the mass-produced guards of the Heaven-stealing organization like slaughtering chickens. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically as he abruptly pulled back the massive sword hurtling toward the enemy ahead, snatching it back to his side. Clang! The next instant, a violent collision echoed as someone launched an attack, only to be blocked by the greatsword. The reverberating sound made everyone's eardrums ache, even Huang Shanhe, the most powerful present, found it unbearable. His expression turned grave as he stared into the pitch-black passageway to one side, his voice suddenly sharp. Everyone be careful. The tough ones are here. You lot take care of those minions first. I'll keep an eye on this side. After speaking, Huang Shanhe fixed his gaze on the passageway from which the sneak attack had come, wary that another hidden weapon might suddenly fly out to ambush his team members. As for why he, possessing nearly the strongest combat prowess among them, didn't charge directly into the darkness, that was a decision Huang Shanhe had made after careful consideration. After all, their squad's combined strength was most potent when united. If he rashly plunged into the darkness, he himself might withstand any schemes or tricks. But if his squad members lost their anchor and were systematically divided and conquered by enemy tactics, ultimately, being picked off one by the Thief Heaven organization was a distinct possibility. Even as elite 5th-tier awakened, they wouldn't fare well against dozens of 4th-tier awakened or even lower-tier opponents. A single lapse in concentration could mean certain death. Given this, the probability of mission failure would undoubtedly increase significantly. Time ticked away relentlessly as the minions were slaughtered by the squad members. The passageway ran red with blood, resembling a hellish battlefield. Seeing his team members looking so composed, Huang Shanhe couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, in this situation, everyone's condition was crucial. A single extra point of stamina to cast a skill later on could turn the tide. Throughout history, such instances were far from rare. Captain, let's move on, Xiaoyu said, stepping forward with her staff toward Huang Shanhe, whose expression remained tense. As she spoke, she continuously cast healing spells on the recently injured teammates, striving to keep everyone in peak condition. Shu, keep quiet. Huang Shanhe sensed something was off. He couldn't understand why, after such a prime opportunity, the figure lurking in the darkness hadn't launched another ambush. That attacker wasn't much weaker than him. In fact, during their brief exchange, the stranger's energy had felt even denser and more potent. Why pass up such a golden opportunity? If that person were Huang Shanhe himself, he would have struck while the iron was hot, ending the threat immediately. Why give his own people a chance to eliminate the problem? Could they be brewing some kind of conspiracy? But Huang Shanhe shook his head vigorously, dismissing this far-fetched notion. After all, their squad possessed enough strength to dominate within the Heaven-stealing organization. There was absolutely no need to fret over some conspiracy. Force overcomes all was Huang Shanhe's guiding principle. Captain, should we pursue those who just tried to ambush you? Seeing their leader frozen in place, Xiaoyu spoke up directly. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Huang Shanhe nodded. After all, their entire group had come to eliminate as many enemies as possible within the Heaven Thief organization, and that target from earlier looked like a big fish no matter how you looked at it. According to intelligence, self-cultivated 6th-tier awakened ones were few and far between within the Heaven-stealing organization, each representing absolute high-ranking members. Letting that man escape would be tantamount to releasing a high-ranking member of the Heaven Thief organization, something Huang Shanhe absolutely could not allow. Agu, try tracking that man. Don't lose him if you can help it. Following him could lead us straight to the hideout of the organization's top brass. Huang Shanhe patted the shoulder of the man beside him nearly a head shorter and spoke with solemn gravity. Ago's awakened sequence ability was heightened olfaction. His sense of smell was 100 times more acute than that of cats or dogs.
He could even track a person's movements within a kilometer radius by detecting scent molecules lingering in the air. He was, quite literally, the team's bloodhound. His skin was tightly drawn, his nose high and upturned, making him look exactly like a mangy mutt. Upon receiving Huang Shanha's order, he closed his eyes to activate his sequence ability. When he opened them again, his pupils had turned green. He sniffed the air vigorously. "Captain, that man just headed this way," a gu pointed toward their point of origin. This immediately made Huang Shanha frown, his gaze filled with doubt. "Are you certain that man went that way? Are you absolutely sure you didn't misread the scent?" Hearing this, a gu quickly replied, "Absolutely. My nose is the sharpest around. The direction is definitely right. That guy had a very distinct body odor. But the direction we came from has no path beyond the pipe we crawled through. What could he be heading for? Could it be?" Huang Shanha muttered to himself. "Captain, whatever happens, we should chase after him. That pipe we just came through is sealed shut with our special device anyway, there's no way he could escape that way." Xiao Yu pressed on. "You're right. We can capture him and interrogate him properly. We need to find out exactly where the higher-ups of the Thief Heaven organization have fled to. It's best to resolve this as quickly as possible." A Ming chimed in. Hearing his teammates' words, Huang Shanha nodded and led the squad racing back toward their point of departure. What he didn't know was that after they turned away, a figure materialized from the spot where Huang Shanha had just been standing. "What a bunch of fools!" An inexplicable voice echoed through the empty passageway. Not long after, Huang Shanha led his squad back to the very pipe they had emerged from moments before. To their surprise, even after reaching the dead end, there was no trace of the ambusher. He seemed to have vanished into thin air. As if sensing the skepticism in their eyes, a gu sniffed the air again, his expression unwavering. "Impossible. He's nearby. I can smell him." Just as Huang Shanha was about to retort, a sudden chill ran down his spine. "Watch out." Chapter 81, A Gu's Demise, The Ambush. "Watch out." The explosive shout rang out as a gu shoved Huang Shanha violently backward, sending him crashing to the ground. By the time he regained his senses, a gu had been sent flying by an attack that seemed to come out of nowhere. Huang Shanha could only watch helplessly as a blood-red fireball pierced through a gu's chest. There was nothing else he could do. Boom! A gu! Hang on! Xiao Yu rushed forward to check his injuries, but the sight of his wounds sent a chill through her. "Don't you dare pass out! Hold on, you have to hold on." A fist-sized hole gaped in a gu's chest. Lying motionless on the ground, his eyes were lifeless, his chest heaving violently. He was exhaling more than he was inhaling, looking as if death was imminent. "Someone, help me!" press down on his wound. Xiao Yu frantically pulled a hemostatic bandage from her backpack and stuffed it into the hole in a gu's chest. This would slow the blood loss as much as possible, it was all she could do for now. The main issue was that Xiao Yu's sequence ability wasn't specialized in healing. She was a support mage. For minor injuries like a cut, she could cast a couple of healing spells. Or when teammates were exhausted, she could use magic to help them recover stamina quickly. But for a wound like this, a clean hole through his chest, half his heart gone, she was utterly helpless. All she could do was try her best and leave the rest to fate. Heal. After casting 2 consecutive healing spells on a gu's wound, Xiao Yu paused, gasping for breath. The various buffs she'd cast on her teammates during the battle had drained a significant portion of her energy reserves, leaving her nearly depleted. Just as Xiao Yu prepared to cast another healing spell, a gu cut her off. "Enough. Don't waste your energy on me." He knew his fate was sealed. Even surviving this long wasn't due to Xiao Yu's efforts, but rather his status as a 5th tier awakened and the adrenaline coursing through his veins. Hearing this, Xiao Yu instinctively wanted to keep casting healing spells on a gu regardless of the cost. But then she remembered her own responsibilities. If she expended all her energy on a gu, she would be virtually indistinguishable from an ordinary person in the upcoming battle. A gu's injuries were far beyond what a single healing spell could fix. Otherwise, Xiao Yu would have insisted on trying to save his life no matter what. In truth, even a dedicated healing mage couldn't save someone who'd lost half their heart, let alone an amateur healer like Xiao Yu. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment in future battles. Be careful, a gu murmured, a relieved smile spreading across his face when he saw Xiao Yu no longer casting healing spells on him. Then his pupils dilated as a vibrant life vanished before everyone's eyes. Okay. Xiao Yu nodded firmly, tears welling in her eyes. A gu had fought alongside her countless times, even saving her from peril on multiple occasions. Now, he had been ambushed and killed by the very person before her. How could she possibly remain calm? She pulled a blood-red vial from her backpack and drank its contents without hesitation. A metallic, sweet taste flooded Xiao Yu's mind. The next second, she felt her body surge with boundless energy, threatening to tear her apart. Witnessing this, her teammates grew uneasy. The reason was simple: this potion's effects were wildly unpredictable. They only ever used it in life or death emergencies. According to researchers, regardless of how depleted the user's energy reserves were, consuming this potion would instantly replenish them to maximum capacity. Moreover, for the next hour, the user's rate of absorbing energy molecules from the air would increase to 5 times the normal rate. This meant that for the next hour, Xiaoyu would be able to unleash skills and stack various effects on her teammates almost endlessly. However, the side effects are severe. Users will exhibit different symptoms depending on their physical constitution, but all will experience significant weakness lasting several days. But now that things had come to this, the only option was to end the battle as quickly as possible. That way, Xiaoyu's burden of sustaining her spell would be minimized, perhaps reducing the damage inflicted on her body. "I'll kill you all." Huang Shanha gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with venom as he fixed his gaze on the several black-clad figures whose faces remained concealed. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged at them with lightning speed, his momentum unbroken throughout the entire assault. "Xiaoyu, give us a family portrait," a teammate suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Xiaoyu didn't hesitate for a second, unleashing her skill on her teammates as if it cost nothing. Instantly, everyone present including Huang Shanha felt their bodies surge with power and energy. The energy depleted while slaying the minions was fully replenished, even their spirits felt more vibrant. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to cast a curse buff on the black-clad figures across from them, aiming to weaken their strength as much as possible. With Ago's earlier experience as a cautionary tale, they understood their current foes were no pushovers. They immediately activated their strongest combat modes and postures, each summoning their signature sequence gear. "Kill," they roared in unison, filling the passageway with a murderous atmosphere. The next instant, those with ranged sequence abilities stood at the rear, unleashing relentless energy attacks as if their lives depended on it. Those with melee sequence abilities charged forward toward the enemies ahead with reckless abandon. In an instant, weapons whirled through the air and dazzling special effects skills erupted throughout the passageway. The black-clad figures on the opposite side seemed frozen solid in place, utterly motionless, showing not the slightest reaction. Just as Huang Shanha believed his attack would instantly wipe them out. Suddenly, he saw the leader of the black-clad figures lift the corners of his mouth in a faint, mocking smile. A sense of foreboding instantly rose within Huang Shanha. Sure enough. The next second. Boom! All the team members' attacks, including his own, were blocked by an invisible barrier that appeared out of nowhere before their eyes. After absorbing all their attacks, the barrier didn't even show a single crack. Everyone wore expressions of utter disbelief. Impossible! Huang Shanha roared inwardly. Looking back, the leader of the black-clad figures made a goodbye gesture, followed immediately by a cluster energy bomb dropping to the ground. Beep, beep, beep. The countdown ticked frantically. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 82, Despair, Rescue. Perimeter. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, followed by flames shooting skyward, illuminating the entire nearby sky as bright as day. When the dust finally settled, the unfinished building housing the Heaven Thief Organization's headquarters had collapsed dramatically, as if it had just endured a massive earthquake. Manhwa stared blankly at the scene before him. His earlier enthusiasm evaporated instantly, as if the sky itself had fallen. Huang Shanha had mentioned in passing before the operation that their primary objective was to eliminate key members of the organization, not to obliterate the entire headquarters with massive explosives. In other words, Huang Shanha and his team hadn't brought that much explosives into the organization's compound. This meant the explosion must have been orchestrated by the organization's members themselves. They had either detected Huang Shanha's group or the operation had been anticipated by the organization's higher-ups, who had set this trap specifically to cripple their squad. It was highly unlikely Huang Shanha and his team could survive such an explosion. Even as high-level awakened individuals, they would likely be obliterated in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Moments later, as Manhwa regained his composure, he prepared to leave this place immediately, intending to gather Yuzu and Shaoli to escape this hellhole. Speed was crucial. If the Heaven Thieves discovered them, it would be too late. As for the police and city defense troops outside, they too needed to evacuate immediately. Awakened individuals of such low rank were no different from ordinary people. When facing high-tier awakened, they might even receive special attention precisely because of their status, leading to even more gruesome deaths. Most critically, the joint operation by Dingyuan City's garrison and police to wipe out the Thief Heaven organization would undoubtedly provoke their fury. Once the organization had fully mobilized, his small group wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth. Without leaving this place to call for backup, they stood no chance against the ruthless criminals of the Heaven Thieves. Though he yearned to avenge his brothers, he was no blind fool. His understanding of his own strength and position remained crystal clear. His only hope now lay in calling for backup. But just as Manhwa was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out beside him. "Found you. Right here, you little bugger. Now die like a good boy." Immediately afterward, a tremendous force hurled Manhwa dozens of meters into the nearby grass. Terror washed over Manhwa's face. Even the slightest movement sent waves of pain coursing through his body. He never imagined he'd be discovered so quickly. Hearing the rustling of grass being trampled nearby, Manhwa knew that if he didn't run now, he might be finished off. Waiting to die here was clearly not his style. Gritting his teeth, he ignored everything happening behind him. His muscles tensed as he sprinted toward the distance.
All the while, he kept telling himself, once he escaped, calling for backup would wipe out whatever the hell was chasing him. But while the thought was appealing, reality was harsh. What seemed like lightning speed to Manhwa appeared as a snail's pace to the black-clad figure. He could easily let Manhwa run 100 meters and still catch up. The black-clad figure watched Manhwa's retreating back and sneered coldly, "You think you can run? Do you really think you can escape?" As he spoke, the black-clad figure hurled a shadowy, black substance of unknown origin directly at Manhwa. Suddenly, Manhwa's hair stood on end as a death warning surged through his mind. He knew that if he didn't dodge that ghostly thing behind him, he would surely die. With that thought, Manhwa instinctively executed an S-shaped evasive maneuver, attempting to shake off the strand of black, unidentified substance. But the black substance clung to him like a stubborn plaster, refusing to budge. Glancing over his shoulder, Manhwa saw the black substance closing in. He realized it was a small knife, entirely wrapped in black bandages and covered in rust. Regardless of whether this blade was the awakened weapon of the black-clad figure behind him, even if it wasn't, a single slash from this rust-encrusted knife would be no trivial matter. A tetanus shot would be unavoidable. At this thought, he instinctively tried to use the Qin King circling the pillar technique to pull away. But what Manhwa never could have imagined was that the dagger seemed to have a tracking system, relentlessly pursuing him. The warning in his heart grew ever stronger. Manhwa swore he had never been this close to death before. Behind him, the black-clad figure watched coldly. As the black dagger neared the point of piercing Manhwa, his expression remained utterly unreadable. Everything unfolded precisely as he had calculated. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was that whether due to Manhwa's impeccable footwork or some other reason, the dagger stubbornly refused to finish him off. Each time, just as it was about to pierce Manhwa's body, he narrowly dodged it at the last moment. Finally, a flicker of impatience flickered in the black-clad figure's eyes. Die! Accompanying the shout was a black palm seal formed in the assassin's hand. As he struck out, the dagger, now saturated with dark energy, accelerated sharply. My end is near. Manhwa grew increasingly tense as the dagger closed in behind him. He even stumbled over a low-lying tree root. Staring at the blade hurtling straight toward his face, Manhwa was overcome with despair. At the same time, his heart ached unbearably. If only I had listened to Huang Shanhe, would I still be alive now? It wasn't that Manhwa feared death itself, but if he died now, not only would his brother's vengeance remain unavenged, but he himself would be eliminated. Wouldn't that be a complete loss? Yet when Manhwa finally closed his eyes, the expected searing pain never came. This puzzled him. Could he be some kind of chosen one? You bastard! You didn't even leave me an escape route. Looks like you've had enough of living. A furious shout erupted beside Manhwa, followed by the deafening clang of metal colliding. When Manhwa opened his eyes, the small knife that had relentlessly pursued him lay shattered beyond repair, crushed by a massive axe wielded by a towering figure. The figure appearing before him filled Manhwa with both surprise and delight. Wasn't this Chen Manfong, the man he'd once met briefly beside the chief? Back then, the chief had treated him with utmost respect. When he learned Chen Manfong had come to assist at his police station, the chief's eyes had nearly crinkled shut with delight. Back then, Manhwa had looked down on the chief a bit. After all, how formidable could he really be? But now, Manhwa immediately retracted his judgment. Damn it, to be able to shatter a flying knife that was chasing him and nearly took his life, what kind of strength did that require? And based on Manhwa's estimation, the person who released that flying knife possessed strength reaching at least the 5th tier, perhaps even the 6th tier of an awakened. Yet this man before him had intercepted it with such effortless ease, showing not a trace of tension, as if he'd anticipated it all along. Before Manhwa could utter a word of thanks, Chen Manfong charged straight toward the black-clad figure. Chapter 83, Crushing. Seeing his throwing knife launched with nearly 7/10 of his power intercepted by Chen Manfong, his expression darkened. He murmured, "There are masters like this?" Seeing Chen Manfong charging at him like a rabid dog, the black-clad figure clearly wasn't one to sit idly by. Instantly, he produced 3 more daggers identical to the first, each handle wrapped in black bandages, and hurled them with all his might. They flew straight toward Chen Manfeng's throat, heart, and eyes respectively, leaving no room for mercy. These throwing knives were entirely different from the one that had pierced Manhwa earlier. Both their flight speed and the mysterious patterns etched upon them revealed a quality far superior to the previous weapon. Seeing Chen Manfong stand utterly still, refusing to dodge or block the 3 approaching blades, the black-clad figure let out a faint smile. Even if your power reaches the heavens, facing 3 of my throwing knives unleashed simultaneously, you are absolutely doomed. These 3 blades represented the peak of his normal offensive capabilities. Even elite 6th tier awakened warriors would treat them with extreme caution, lest they suffer severe injury. To him, Chen Manfong before him was nothing more than a brute with a modicum of skill. Originally, the man in black had some doubts about whether he could be his match, but now it was clear he'd overthought it. This was obviously just some arrogant fool who'd walked straight into his own grave. But the black-clad man's smile froze on his face. The reason was simple. Before his eyes, Chen Manfong had somehow deflected the flying knife that had just been aimed with deadly precision at his vital points. Without even pausing for breath, Chen Manfeng continued his charge straight toward the black-clad man. What shattered his resolve most was Chen Manfeng's offhand sneer. "Is that all? I thought you were some big shot. Turns out you're just a paper tiger, all bark and no bite." Feeling the gust of wind from the attacker's charge, the black-clad figure's expression hardened. He bit his index finger until it bled, then drew a massive cleaver nearly half a meter long from the scabbard on his back. He then began tracing eerie runes onto the blade with the blood from his severed finger. In the blink of an eye. The moment the black-clad figure finished inscribing the symbols, the half-meter blade glowed with a sinister black light, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Truthfully, his best option had been to flee immediately. Had he done so, Chen Manfeng might not have had the chance to kill him, not because Chen Manfeng was slower, but because Chen couldn't afford to waste time on him now. The priority was to root out and destroy every last member of the heaven-stealing organization. But provoked by Chen Manfeng, he had resorted to the special talisman issued by the organization, a tactic normally reserved only for desperate, life-or-death situations. After completing the ritual, veins bulged on the man's arms as he charged straight at Chen Manfeng, his massive cleaver raised. Facing Chen Manfeng's attack, the black-clad figure showed no sign of panic, as if he and his blade had become one. He swung directly at Chen Manfeng's shoulder, aiming to exploit his blade's length advantage over Chen's axe to wound him first. This would allow him to leverage his weapon's superiority throughout the rest of the fight, potentially achieving the feat of killing Chen Manfeng without taking a single scratch. Witnessing this, Chen Manfeng merely sneered. No one daring enough to challenge him to a life-or-death fight had been born yet. The figure before him was nothing but a mere clown. Yet despite his dismissive thoughts, Chen Manfeng couldn't help but take the black-clad figure more seriously. In a mere instant, his mind had already mapped out several counter-moves to the man's blade, including techniques capable of instantly eliminating him. The confrontation between the black-clad figure and Chen Manfeng was about to erupt. Just as the black-clad man saw his blade about to cleave Chen Manfeng's shoulder, a sudden chill ran down his neck. He felt dizzy and disoriented, then gasped for air. "Why does this body look so much like my own?" That was his final thought. In truth, just as the clash was about to occur, Chen Manfeng had seized the moment before the black-clad man could react. He flung his axe forward, cleanly severing the man's head as effortlessly as cutting wheat. After completing this act, Chen Manfeng sneered with disdain. "Is that all you've got? Back when I was fighting him, you were still muddling through somewhere. Now you dare challenge me? Ridiculous." Truthfully, the black-clad man's best option at that moment, aside from fleeing, was precisely that tactic. Had Chen Manfeng been inexperienced in combat, he might have succeeded. Unfortunately, Chen Manfeng had grown up in the crucible of battle. His physical coordination and combat awareness far surpassed the black-clad man's. Combined with his inherently superior strength, it was only natural that he dispatched the black-clad man with ease. Holy! That was awesome! Manhwa clenched his fists tightly, imagining himself as the one who had just killed the black-clad man, and let out an instinctive shout. Witnessing the battle, Manhwa felt a surge of excitement and longing, while also realizing just how vast the gap between himself and the black-clad man truly was. He knew that if he had been facing the black-clad man, he would never have been able to kill him as swiftly and decisively as Chen Manfeng had. It wasn't that he couldn't imagine it, he simply didn't possess the confidence to do so. Hearing the cheers directed at him, Chen Manfeng finally refocused his attention on Manhwa. "Kid, did everyone else get inside except you? How did you get targeted by this guy?" Chen Manfeng asked, his voice tinged with concern. "No, only Shaoli and Sister Yuzu haven't gone in yet. Everyone else should be inside. I got too close just now and accidentally exposed myself." Manhwa fought back his sorrow as he reported the situation to Chen Manfeng. "Oh no! Could Sister Yuzu and Shaoli have also been attacked by members of the Thief Heaven organization? And those police officers and city defense troops on the perimeter, get them to move far away quickly. This place is dangerous." Hearing this, Chen Manfeng reassured him, "It's fine. My team has already surrounded the area. If the Heaven Thieves want to ambush them, it's impossible. My team members are far more capable than yours. Don't worry. You need to get out of here immediately. Leave the rest to me." But Manhwa didn't respond to Chen Manfeng's words. Instead, she continued speaking on her own. "Hurry and save them. They're still trapped inside. That entire area has collapsed." Chen Manfeng's voice grew slightly hushed. "Huang Shanha and the others probably can't be saved. I didn't think it through. We arrived too late, but rest assured, not a single member of the Heaven-stealing organization will escape. I'll eliminate every last one of them." Though he'd long suspected this outcome, Manhwa still clung to a sliver of hope that Huang Shanha and the others might hold on. Rying, Chen Manfeng's walkie-talkie on his waist buzzed. He picked it up and asked, "What's going on?" "We encountered members of the Heaven Thieves organization attacking our team. They've been captured alive by me and Brother Long. Boss Chen, what should we do next?" "Capture? Just kill them outright," Chen Manfeng replied bluntly. Chapter 84, A Trap? Chen Manfeng was about to hang up the radio, but the unexpected voice on the other end made him hesitate.
But that man claims a significant portion of the group that went in ahead of us are still alive, not all of them perished.
If we spare him, he'll lead us to the rest. He's been verified by a polygraph examiner. What he's saying should be true. Before Chen Manfong could respond,
Manhwa beside him couldn't sit still any longer.
He shouted into the walkie-talkie. Then let him lead us to them right now.
Manhwa was already deeply worried about Huang Shanha and the others.
Hearing they might not be dead, how could he possibly stay seated? Hearing Manhwa's demand, Chen Manfong didn't stop him. Instead, he calmly said, let's do as he suggests. Minimizing casualties is our priority. He's unlikely to pull any tricks. Just bring that man directly to our rendezvous point. Yes. Beep beep beep. Before long,
Wang Quan dragged the man before Chen Manfong and kicked him hard to the ground. Here, this guy claims the others who went in earlier aren't all dead yet.
He says he can lead us to them, though verified by the lie detector.
Chen Manfong remains skeptical.
After all,
the sheer magnitude of the explosion made survival seem impossible.
Hadn't the flash of light from the blast lit up the entire sky like broad daylight?
Even if Huang Shanha and the others had somehow miraculously survived the blast,
how could they possibly have escaped the subsequent collapse?
It seemed utterly impossible.
Completely unreasonable. Spill it. What really happened? If I find you've withheld anything, you know what your fate will be.
Chen Manfong slammed his axe into the ground,
embedding it deep into the mud.
A cigarette dangled from his mouth as he calmly observed the scarred man pinned to the ground before him. Facing this seemingly benevolent giant, the scarred man's heart pounded. Even if I tell them where those people are, will he still kill me? Clang! Chen Manfong caught the fleeting doubt in the man's eyes and swung his axe right past his ear.
Snarling, stop stalling. My patience is running thin.
The deafening clang nearly silenced the scarred man.
Hesitation vanished instantly.
Zhang Huifa led a team to ambush the group that entered before you did. According to Zhang Huifa's plan, despite the massive explosion you heard, he likely only detonated the energy cluster bomb after ensuring all your men had been taken away.
Headquarters seems to need your people for something. He couldn't have killed them all outright. Otherwise, Zhang Huifa himself would face severe punishment from HQ. Hearing the scarred man's explanation, the assembled group collectively exhaled in relief.
Though they remained deeply puzzled about why headquarters would capture Huang Shanha's group, likely for human experimentation at worst, they acknowledged that being useful was better than nothing. At least it meant they wouldn't face imminent mortal danger.
Manhwa cut straight to the point. Where are they being held?
The urgency in his tone was undeniable. The scarred man's expression flickered between anger and fear.
After a moment's hesitation, he blurted out, I can tell you where they're being held, but only if you guarantee my safety. At this, Chen Manfong stepped forward, grabbed the man's ear,
and yanked it straight toward his axe blade.
It hurts so bad. I'll tell you everything.
The scarred man instantly felt excruciating pain in his ear. His pleas did nothing to halt Chen Manfeng's actions.
Instead, as if deliberately torturing him,
Chen Manfong continued to pull and rub the scarred man's ear with force, looking utterly determined not to stop until he had tormented the man to death. Just as Manhwa beside him tried to step in, the other team members grabbed him, shaking their heads to signal him not to interfere. The agonized screams lasted roughly 30 seconds.
To the scarred man, that half-minute felt like an eternity.
The excruciating pain nearly caused him to pass out. He couldn't understand why he was still being tortured like this, even after agreeing to reveal the exact location. After slicing off the scarred man's ear, Chen Manfong tossed it expressionlessly onto the ground and stared at him silently. This sight sent a chill down the scarred man's spine. In his eyes, Chen Manfong was nothing short of a demon, gritting his teeth against the agony. The scarred man offered no further resistance. They should have been taken by the protector to Zone Z. That's where our organization conducts our experiments.
I advise you to hurry. Otherwise, their fate is uncertain.
A passage leading directly down lies within that collapsed entrance just ahead. As he spoke, fearing Chen Manfong might erupt in rage and torment him again, the scarred man decided to spill everything at once.
All right, Chen Manfong nodded. Let's see if he's telling the truth. After what felt like a few blinks, a voice reached Chen Manfeng's ears. He's telling the truth. Upon hearing this,
Chen Manfong waved his hand dismissively and led his group striding confidently toward the passageway the scarred boy had indicated. Just as the scarred man thought he might escape unscathed, his head suddenly exploded like a watermelon. Red and white matter splattered everywhere, creating a gruesome, bloody scene. He focused his gaze. Wasn't it Wang Quan who had struck the blow? What Chen Manfong and his group didn't know was that shortly after they left, a figure lurking in the shadows grinned.
You finally walked right into my trap.
Chapter 85, The Heaven-Shattering Giant Hand,
World's End, the End. Meanwhile, inside a detached villa within the Yujing one residential complex. Wah! Mom! That Gu Shinran had her people beat me up. It hurts so bad. You gotta help me figure something out. I'll make them pay.
Huang Chuanyi sniffled and teared up as he pleaded to the beautiful woman beside him.
Can't you get Dad to arrest them? Assaulting someone in broad daylight and it was me they beat up. This absolutely can't just be swept under the rug.
Seeing her cherished son before her, his face bruised and swollen, even his front teeth knocked crooked, the beautiful woman's eyes flashed with fury. Yet she sighed helplessly, her expression resigned. You know exactly what kind of person that girl Gu Xinran is.
You know the connection she has. Why did you have to pick a fight with her of all people? Now look at this mess. I don't have any good solutions.
Hearing his mother speak like this,
Huang Chuanyi felt his heart sink.
His eyes widened in disbelief.
I'm your son. Your son has been beaten like this. Don't tell me there's nothing I can do to deal with her?
At the very least, I can't just let her friend, the one who hit me, get away with it so easily.
And then there's. Seeing Huang Chuanyi ramble on,
the beautiful woman cut him off. Calm down.
We need to plan this carefully. I'm beaten like this, nearly castrated. Why can't I be impatient? Go kill them now. That.
She ignored me all this time, yet she was already being toyed with in someone else's arms. Watching Huang Chuanyi teetering on the edge of madness, the beautiful woman nodded and assured him,
I promise. Not only Gu Xinran,
but her friend too, they'll both face punishment in the end.
However, she did not follow Huang Chuanyi's suggestion. After all,
she knew Gu Xinran's background well.
Since she was someone close to Gu Xinran,
it would be difficult to bring her down through ordinary means.
Something truly damaging was needed. Before Huang Chuanyi could speak,
the beautiful woman continued,
rest assured, that will end up in your hands eventually. Have you forgotten what happened with your father? When that time comes, Dingyuan City will still be under our control, won't it?
Hearing her mother's words,
Huang Chuanyi gradually calmed down.
Gazing out the window with a sinister glint in her eyes, he murmured under his breath, you filthy will never escape my grasp. Always putting on that aloof act, who doesn't know you're just a pushover behind closed doors? Huang Chuanyi didn't know the specifics of his father and the beautiful woman's plan. After all, news that could get someone beheaded at any moment was best kept secret. He only understood that once his parents succeeded, Dingyuan City would become their family's domain. Once the world was theirs,
he, Huang Chuanyi, would be the crown prince. Then, forget about Gu Xinran within Dingyuan City. What woman couldn't he have?
Watching Huang Chuanyi gradually calm down before her, the beautiful woman spoke again to reassure him.
Don't worry, once the plan succeeds, your father and I will definitely help you take revenge.
The beautiful woman clearly feared Huang Chuanyi might act impulsively against Gu Xinran and the others.
She warned, but before that happens, if you dare to act behind our backs, even as our son, you won't survive. She clearly feared Huang Chuanyi might make too bold a move,
drawing the attention of higher-ups or those with ulterior motives.
If their treasonous scheme were exposed, their entire family would become public enemies, hunted down by all. Their ultimate fate would undoubtedly be death.
Seeing the shadow in his mother's eyes,
even Huang Chuanyi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat.
Facing her mother's eyes,
sharp as an eagle's, Huang Chuanyi hastily responded, I promise not to cause trouble during the plan. If I do, I won't need you to say anything, I'll kill myself. Though arrogant and domineering, Huang Chuanyi wasn't foolish.
She understood the principle of not defying fate, especially since her mother had spoken. She certainly wouldn't cause trouble again. Seeing Huang Chuanyi calmed and unlikely to cause trouble, the beautiful woman patted her shoulder reassuringly.
It's fine. During this period, we'll have people tail Gu Xinran and even track the one who attacked you. The moment an opportunity arises,
I'll eliminate him with lightning speed.
Huang Chuanyi nodded with a smile. As long as it helped him get revenge on Su Feng,
any method was acceptable. The beautiful woman was merely offering him an alternative way to exact his vengeance.
Villa No. 1.
Su Feng froze in shock when he saw Gu Xinran standing before him, laden with bags and packages.
You actually brought blankets from your aunt's place? Why bring so much stuff? Gu Xinran, how long do you plan to stay here? Su Feng fired off 3 questions in rapid succession.
Deeply suspicious that Gu Xinran, who looked every bit ready to move in, intended to stay long-term. Although the villa was spacious and contained several guest rooms,
Su Feng wasn't particularly keen on having someone he didn't know well living with him.
Gu Xinran smiled as she answered each of Su Feng's questions,
her eyes sparkling with an unreadable light as she spoke. That's right. Didn't I specifically ask you before leaving if I could stay here? You agreed back then. Naturally, I brought more things for a long-term stay. I hope you won't mind?
There's no fixed time limit for how long I'll stay here.
In other words, I come and go as I please. Hearing this, Su Feng waved his hand dismissively,
his expression filled with confusion. He hadn't expected her to take his polite suggestion so literally.
What to do now? Waiting online. Urgent. Seeing Su Feng didn't object,
Gu Xinran marched straight into the room he'd originally offered her.
Not even glancing back, she left Su Feng standing there, utterly flustered in the wind. Brother, don't just stand there. Sister Shinran's already gone in. Seeing Su Feng frozen at the doorway, Su Liunian spoke up. Having Sister Shinran around means she can spend more time with me. I think that's great. Besides, if something happens to me when you're not around, Sister Shinran might just save me. Su Liunian clearly saw that Su Feng didn't want Gu Shinran moving in, but it was too late now. She gave him a way out, letting him save face. 50 kilometers outside Dingyuan City, at the headquarters of the heaven-stealing organization. Roar! 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 A deafening roar shook the very ground beneath them. Chen Manfeng had nearly located Huang Shanha and the others when the sudden roar stunned him. Turning to look, he saw a monster resembling Godzilla, roughly 100 meters tall and weighing at least 10,000 tons, staring intently in their direction. Spotting Chen Manfeng, it hesitated not a moment before stomping down. Gazing up at the towering foot, Chen Manfeng and his companions instantly lost all hope of survival. But just as they thought their fate was sealed, a puzzled voice echoed from the sky. How could it have been born on this simulated planet? According to the program's settings, I shall destroy it. The next instant, the entire blue star was crushed to dust by a colossal hand that materialized from nowhere. The end.